In the icy wilderness of Alaska, a couple finds an abandoned baby in a snowstorm. Prologue. The wind howled as it ran down the mountains and sliced through the frigid Alaskan air. Snow pounded the earth, growing higher and higher on the earth's surface. In the midst of this, a baby's cries were muffled by the raging storm. Ice and snow pounded against the babe's pale face, painting her cheeks a violent shade of red. Her crying turned to wails as the severity of the weather intensified. As the temperature dropped more, and the snow fell harder, her breath became ragged. Her wailing ceased as her lungs fought to breathe and pierce into the cold air. She took in shallow breaths, just as her eyes began to shut. Two strangers in the distance approached. "What is that?" the woman muttered, shielding her eyes from the pelting snow with her arm. 30 yards away from her she had spotted a dark bundle. She staggered towards it only to gasp, "Oh my goddess!" In a matter of moments, her padding feet turned to pounding as she raced across the snow towards the bundled baby. In one fluid motion, she lifted the baby girl into her arms, staring in horror at a baby being left in this weather, before holding her close, laying a hand on the baby girl's forehead. The woman muttered curses to the people that dared to abandon her and enveloped the baby in her jacket. The other stranger, a man, approached his partner, staring at her with raised brows. "To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What are you doing?" As he approached, his eyes latched onto a sprinkle of golden hair grazing a child's head, which stuck out from her jacket. His eyes wide and he paused in his steps, realizing that the bundle his mate was holding was a baby. "What on earth?" he gasped. How could someone do this?" Sylvia choked out as she looked upon the infant, green eyes filling with tears. Placing his large hand on her shoulder, the man responded solemnly, "I don't know, Sylvia. I don't know." The couple began the trek out of the snowy storm, deep into the evergreen Alaskan wood, where a small but warm village awaited them. "John, you can't be serious. This baby was a gift from the moon goddess," Sylvia snapped. "She is human. So it'll never work. We cannot keep her," he shouted, throwing his arms into the air. The baby girl, sitting in a high chair, stared at the yelling adults, yet quivering, and began to cry. "Oh, now look what you've done," Sylvia snapped. Her blonde hair whipped behind her as she turned to the baby, lifting the little girl into her arms. She slowly rocked her back and forth, gently humming a lullaby. Despite this, the little girl's cries continued. John slowly approached, making eye contact with the little girl's golden orbs. Huffing, John looked to his mate and reached his arms out. "Let me try." Sylvia glanced at him, continuing to rock the girl before breathing in deeply after a few seconds of ignoring him. Slowly, she placed the girl into John's arms, staring down at the crying baby. John was perplexed as to what he should do. He awkwardly attempted to rock the baby, which only intensified her cries at his failed attempt. "Oh no, I've got to sneeze," thought John. In a giant blast, John sneezed, scrunching up his face in an unusual manner. He turned to the baby, who he noticed hiccups began to slow down as she stared with wide eyes at his expression. "Oh, you like that?" John questioned with raised brows. "To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Sticking his tongue out and crossing his eyes, John began making as silly of faces as he could muster. The more he did so, the more the baby not only stopped crying but started giggling. Soon, the baby's sweet giggles were met with John's own hearty laughter as he smiled down at the babe. In an instant, the baby had taken the tension, filled room and made it light and airy with her laughter. "You really are a gift from the moon goddess, aren't you?" he whispered with a smile. Sylvia peeked her head from around the corner. "Did I just hear you correctly? Does that mean we can keep her?" She gleamed. Sylvia looked at her mate with a smile so wide that she practically glowed, looking at his smiling Sylvia and then looking down again at the smiling baby girl. John knew he was unable to deny the desires of not only his mates but also his heart. A smile had finally reached his mate, and his own eyes after years of anguish and loss. They had suffered through a multitude of miscarriages before finally being told they would never be able to have children of their own. It had been years since a true smile had graced either of their lips. Tears welled up in John's eyes as he realized the precious and tiny gift they had been given. A chance to be the parents they never thought they would be able to be. You know what? You're right, my love. She's a gift from the moon goddess indeed. We cannot dispel of such an immense gift, even if she may never be able to know the truth about us. He paused, smiling down at the baby girl. What should we name her? Sylvia stood silent in the kitchen for a moment, eyebrows scrunched together. They soon raised as a look of shock overtook her features and a gasp passed her lips. Evelyn, she whispered. Looking up, she met her mate's grey, blue eyes. Her name should be Evelyn. Evelyn, John whispered, testing the name as he looked down at the baby girl and thought. He nodded his head. Your name will be Evelyn. I wished for child. John looked into the honey-coloured globes of the baby's eyes before turning to his wife and nodding once again. Squealing, Sylvia ran to him and placed a hand on his shoulder, peering down at the baby with a grin. Welcome to the pack, Evelyn Smith, she whispered in awe. Amid their small Alaskan home, in a tiny pack village, the fate of an abandoned child was irrevocably changed to one of a loved, wanted, and gifted child. Here the baby would be nurtured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and turn into a young woman, one who would never be allowed to know her adopted parents' ancestral secret. Chapter 1. Evelyn. My eyelids fluttered open as I woke up. Warm light streamed through my white curtains, causing the room to have a soft glow, stretching my arms above my head. I yawned and smiled, knowing I had a much-needed night's rest. Although I had rested well, my stomach was churning. I had had an odd recurring dream. I stared at my toes, thinking about how lovely the dream was and yet how something immensely bothered me about it. The dream, it seemed real, like I had left my flesh in my sleep and gone forward in time, stepping into my future life. Despite the dream having occurred for weeks, this time something had changed. I looked down at the batter I was stirring before pouring it into a sizzling pan. The sweet aroma of blueberry pancakes graced the air as it cooked, lingering in the soft warm steam from the pan. I grinned. Then, I looked down and saw two children running around, hair flying, and loudly giggling. One of them, a little boy with dark brown hair and honey brown eyes, approached me. He couldn't be more than 5, and he came and tugged on my shorts. I looked down and smiled at him, about to crouch down to his level when I noticed the other child. She was a little girl with golden, brown hair, practically identical to my color, running towards a towering figure with cosmotic laughter. She leapt into his arms and squealed, Daddy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When the dream had started a few weeks ago, this is where it had ended. I couldn't make out his face, but I could always see his eyes. They were an unforgettable, chilling, icy blue. So cold was the blue that most would think they would freeze you to the bone. Yet in the dream, when I looked into his eyes, they seemed to melt my heart and enthrall my soul. Rather than freeze me, his eyes reminded me of home, the ice-capped mountains of Alaska. I sensed him approaching and felt his arms wind around my waist. Turning towards him, I made eye contact with him and he smiled. For the first time in the dream, his whole face was clear to me when he stepped out. His face was tanned and had a chiseled but spiky, unshaved jawline. It was a satire which acknowledged it was morning. His hair was a dark shade of brown, almost black, and he swept it up and out of his eyes. I smiled as he held me, admiring every detail of his face. His nose had a little crook, one of the few imperfections that he had. Yet it was what makes him seem all the more perfect. I noticed a little scar above his eyebrow when I reached out to touch it. Then, I woke up. Shaking the dream from my mind, I threw my covers off and welcomed the cool Alaskan air. Slipping out of bed, I splayed my toes on my soft white fur rug before making my way over to my closet. Grabbing a warm flannel, black puffered jacket, and jeans, I headed into the bathroom to shower and get ready for the day. Following that, I brushed through my damp brown hair, braiding it, and then headed downstairs. Turning into the kitchen, morning Mama and Papa, sliding into a black still at the kitchen counter. My mother walked past me, grazing my head with a kiss while my father turned around across the kitchen aisle and smiled. Morning, Evelyn. How did you sleep? Really well, actually. I grinned, resting my elbows on the counter and resting my chin in my hands. My father nodded his head, a way of saying great, before passing me a fork and eggs. Thank you. I grinned before digging in. As I ate, I looked at my parents and admired them. My mother had frosty blonde hair and green eyes with smile lines that outlined them and somehow made them all the more beautiful. This was paired with surprisingly tanska. My father had white hair that was once strawberry blonde, or so I was told. His eyes were a stormy grey. Together they made a beautiful pair, hair colours almost resembling the Alaskan snow. I, on the other hand, had honey brown hair and almost the same colour to match. The bridge of my nose had freckles speckled across it and my skin was a creamy pale colour. I could not have looked any more different from them. But the reason was well known to me. I knew I was adopted. My parents had told me from a young age. It had never bothered me, and I never desired to meet my birth family. I simply didn't care because I knew that I was incredibly loved by the people who had raised me, and they were my family no matter what. So what are your plans for today, sweetie? My mom implored. It was fall break and I was immensely happy to have a relaxing week off from college, where I had applied to colleges across many states. I had chosen to attend a university only a few towns over. I simply loved my parents and I valued too much to not be a 30-minute drive away. I didn't think I could ever truly leave. Well, I volunteered to read for the children at the library again. Today. And then, I was going to help Mrs. Peters shelf books. Oh, I'm so happy you're doing more volunteer work. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It warms my heart that you always want to help our community. That being said, it all sounds wonderful, but you need to make sure you get home by 5 tonight. Your father has a very important business associate visiting tonight and having dinner with us at 6. Mom stated. My dad had meetings with associates and other mayors of towns a few times a year, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I really didn't know the extent of what my dad did as mayor or in his business, but I had heard a few keywords over the years like rogues, territory, alliance, and pack. Whatever those words meant, I had no idea, but I wasn't concerned with the politics of mayoral duties. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No worries. I'll make sure to get home by 5. I slid out of my seat and gave both my parents a kiss before grabbing my purse and leaving to go to the library. Walking into the library, I was instantly met by the sweet aroma of parchment and vanilla. The library was one of my favorite parts of our small village. Books lined the oak walls from the bottom to the top, and 2 books met large windows that encircled the top of the library walls. Through them, you could see the snowy mountain peak speckled with spruce that surrounded our small valley. I approached the large circular counter, which stood in the center of the library, glancing towards the back left corner where I knew a rocking chair, colorful carpet, and children sitting on beanbags awaited me. It was the children's corner where kids' books and storytime took place. Children would come in large flocks and listen to story after story diligently. It was one of the few things children could do in our town, something I held with a bit of pride when I remembered the towns over where children turned to iPads rather than books. Evelyn, so good to see you. An old feminine voice gushed. Looking back in front of me, I smiled seeing Mrs. Peters enter the circular center of the library checkout. She was a plump woman with white wispy hair wrapped up in a bun and glasses perched on her swapped nose. She had a jolly look to her and easily could have been mistaken for Mrs. Claus. You as well, Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The children are over there waiting for you. She laughed with a wink. It was no secret in our town that I was the children's favorite story reader. I laughed and thanked her before heading left towards the children's reading corner. Rounding it, I watched as a sea of tiny heads turned around to face me, soon followed by a plethora of smiles gleaming at me. I greeted the children before grabbing a few books from the shelf. What books shall we read today? 7 hours later. Running my finger along the spines of books, I found the novel. Enthusiasm, in my hands. Rightful place. I had read to the children for a few hours before taking a break to eat lunch and drink tea with Mrs. Peters in front of the library furnace. Whatever I stayed for lunch, Mrs. Peters would tell me stories about her husband and son before they passed in the accident. I knew Mrs. Peters missed them deeply by the way her cheery face grew somber when she spoke of them, but I also knew that the library and the people in it brought her joy. Sometimes, in more tentative moments, she put her teacup down and reach out to me, grasping my hand. In those moments she would smile and whisper a thank you to me for keeping her company, to which I would always respond by grasping her hand back and thanking her for doing the same for me. It wasn't that I was lonely. I had my parents and my friends, but our town was small. Sometimes I felt this gap, like something was missing from me. On days I spent with Mrs. Peters in the library, I could wish that underlying worry away. After I had finished lunch with her, I spent the next few hours helping Mrs. Peters put away book. I looked down at the special edition item in my hand. It had a golden spine, and I admired it before flipping it to look at the title. A History of Lycanthropus. Each word was carefully printed in golden calligraphy. Mrs. Peters, I called out, looking down at the book. Yes, Evelyn, the short woman called back, as she came around the corner, huffing. Where does this book go? I don't see an author. I reached down carefully on the ladder to pass her the book. Mrs. Peters took the book into her hands, wiping her eyes and then widening them a smidge. Oh my, I don't know how that got in your cart, she mumbled. What was that? I asked, clarify. I scrunched my eyebrows, wondering what she was mumbling about. Oh. She looked up, meeting my gaze. It's just a restricted section book, that's all. Oh, I muttered in acknowledgement, watching as she began to pad away on the blue carpet to take the book to the restricted section. The restricted section was full of books only my father, the mayor, and the town council could access. The few times I had come across the books while working at the library, I found they all had odd titles related to mythical and mystical things. I told myself it was restricted so that disinformation would not spread. But deep down I had an odd feeling that there was something important, even sacred, that those books held. Looking down at my watch, my mother's words echoed in my mind. You need to make sure you get home by 5. Your father has a business associate visiting tonight and having dinner with us at 6. I widened my eyes, realizing that the clock already read 5. Sliding down the ladder, my feet hit the ground with a soft plunk. Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes. She stopped her feet and turned around to face me. I need to head home and get ready for supper. I paused. I hope that's not a problem. The aged woman smiled at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not dear. Wouldn't want to make the elf. I mean your father, I mean they. She stumbled over her words. Wouldn't want you to upset your father and be late for dinner. She smiled. Giving her a questioning glance, I smiled at her, picked up my bagel, and hugged her. Yes, well, I'll see you tomorrow. She smiled and watched as I headed towards the door, shouting behind me. Yes, see you then, dear. Thank you. And with that, I passed through the library's large oak doors into the frosty air, heading toward home. Mom, Dad, I'm home. I called into the house. I took off my scarf and coat and hung them at the door. "Wonderful, sweetie. Please get ready, our guest will be arriving shortly," my mom shouted from somewhere in the house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called back. I ran up the stairs. Glancing at the clock in the hall outside my room, I realized it was already 5:30. Running into my bedroom, I threw my purse on the ground and went into my closet. I frantically looked through my clothes for a dress nice enough for a business meeting. I pushed back rack after rack until I came across a silky emerald green dress I owned. It had a V-neck with capped sleeves. At the top, the middle section hugged my waist before being followed by a pleated lower half that reached my ankles. Taking the silky dress into my hands, I grinned knowing it was exactly what I needed to wear. After putting it on, I got to work on my makeup. I preferred my makeup to be very minimal and natural, using a tinted moisturizer, bronzer, eyeshadow, mascara, and pink lip gloss. My makeup was complete. My hair was naturally wavy, so I simply ran a brush through it. Double-checking my center part was still even. Grabbing my new heels, I slipped them on just as the doorbell rang. Moving with purpose, I quickly made my way downstairs and into the foyer. There my father stood, waiting, in a navy suit, with a white collared shirt, while my mother stood in a lovely white dress that was knee-length, with heels clicking across the hardwood floors. I ran over to stand beside her just as my father opened the door. "Alpha Smith, it's nice to see you," stated the velvety baritone voice of the stranger at the door. In an instant, my arms were covered in goosens and I felt a shiver make its way up my spine. But I brushed it off as being from the Alaskan air pouring through the door. The stranger reached his hand out to grasp my father's. "It's wonderful to see you as well, Alpha Alexander. Welcome to my home. But please call me John," my father responded with a stoic face yet a small smile. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But if you insist on being called on, then please call me Maximus." The voice rang out. I found myself in awe of such a name and wondered about the kind of person that might possess it. The name Maximus carried strength and fortitude to it. It was a name only someone of power could possess. I would be pleased to. "Now, please come in. I know the Alaskan air is quite cold." My father smiled, motioning for the man to enter. As the man walked through the door, I had to stop my jaw from going slack. A deep aroma, rich in cinnamon and pine, filled the air. The man who had stepped and towered over my father. No small feat since my father was 6 foot. The man had to have been at least 6'3" and was dressed in a charcoal grey suit. But it was not his figure which had caused my shock. No, it was when he turned towards me. I'm sure my eyes must have practically bulged out of my head because when his eyes found mine, they were the same icy blue eyes that had been haunting my dreams for weeks. His face was the exact same one I had seen the night before in my dream. His figure was as familiar to me as my own soul. And as I came to that realization, a feeling ripped through me, like my soul being torn out of my chest and then colliding into another. My life was felt as if it was tearing itself in half. In an almost dream-like state, I could almost swear I saw a golden force of energy I recognized as my own tearing in half of itself with me receiving his half in return. I stood silent, feeling my breath grow ragged as I reached a hand to my throbbing temple. Pressing my fingers to it, I suddenly began seeing black dots. Feeling uneasy, I stumbled back 1 step and tripped over my heel before falling towards the ground. Darkness enveloping me. Before I fully left, I felt 2 warm and large calloused hands catch me as a baritone voice whispered into the darkness, "Mate." Chapter 2, Maximus cold air grazing my shoulders. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blinking and rubbing my eyes. Sitting up, I looked around my mahogany room. Something was different. My eyes came in contact with the other side of my bed, and I noticed the bed and pillows were indented with covers peeled back. I placed my hand here, feeling the faded warmth. Someone had slept there. I stretched my tan arms above my head, flipping my grey duvet off my legs. I got up. I looked down and slipped on my slippers, noticing I was shirtless with my flannel pajama pants on, before stumbling towards the two large doors of my bedroom. Walking down the hall, I noticed the house was flooded with light. Looking down from the banister, I could see the living room. A large screen TV was playing a children's show, and the couch and floor surrounding it were covered in toys. I wandered down the stairs, walking past the living room and towards the kitchen. As I got closer, a sweet fragrance made its way to my nose as it wafted in the air. I instantly recognized the smell as butter and blueberry pancakes. Stepping into the kitchen, I looked across the aisle, by the stove, where I spotted a woman. Her back was turned towards me, but I instantly knew she was my mate. Her long brown wavy locks cascaded down her small figure, ending at her butt. She must have been 5'5" at the tallest. I watched as a little boy came up to her and tugged on her shorts. She turned towards him with a large smile. Her honey brown eyes lit up at the sight of him. Suddenly a new small figure emerged, a little girl with the same golden tresses as my mate, as well as crystal blue eyes. "Daddy," she exclaimed before leaping into my arms. I caught her and spun her around, kissing her forehead. I blew raspberries to her cheeks, listening to her precious giggles, and then placed her on the ground. Then, I strode around the aisle and walked up to my mate. I wrapped my arms around her waist and she turned around, looking up and gleaming at me with a bright smile. Her button nose was adorable and dusted with freckles. She had a small dimple at the left of her mouth. As she continued to gleam at me, she reached out to touch my face. I shot up in bed in a cold sweat, glancing around me. My house was the same as it always was. Cold, silent, and empty. Plopping my head back down with a huff, I felt my breath grow heavy and loud, as anger built up within me. I was furious that the moon goddess had taunted me for weeks with the angelic sight of my mate. A mate I would never meet. A mate who likely didn't exist. Most werewolves met their mates on their 18th birthdays, and if not then within the next 2 years. I was 25, which despite human standards meant I was almost assuredly mateless in the werewolf world. It was a rare occurrence to not meet your mate, but I was not the least surprised. Rumors had flown since before I had even turned 18 that I would be mateless due to the atrocities I had committed. So on my 18th birthday, not a single person held an ounce of shock. Most of the parents and young girls who had attended seemed to sigh in relief that they were not fated by the moon goddess to be with me. I clenched my fists, again thinking of the dream. This was the first dream I had been able to touch her. In every dream previously, just as I had gotten close enough to reach her, I would wake up, looking at my arms. They tingled, remembering the false reality of holding her in my arms. It made it all the more taunting. Her small figure had fit mine against mine like a puzzle that had been finally put together. With a sigh, I looked over at the clock. 9 a.m. Time to get up. I huffed, wiping a hand down my face and forcing my feet onto the floor. Today, I had a meeting with a small allied pack, known as the Ice Valley Pack, that was only a few hours away. My pack was the largest pack in the United States, Night Wind, and it made sense considering we owned almost all the territory in the largest state in the United States, Alaska. There were a few smaller packs that lived in Alaska like the one I was about to visit, but they were mainly small rural villages that were peaceful. The alpha of the Ice Valley Pack had been a close friend of my father's for many years. That is, until my father passed a few years ago. I remembered going as a child to see the small town which the inhabitants of Ice Valley called home. It was a warm and safe feeling place despite the tempestuous weather of Alaska. I was going to both renew the treaty we had, as well as to just see my father's old friend. I could have sent my beta, but I knew I had been cooped up in the confines of my home for too long. Something about Ice Valley had always called to me. It had a softness to it that I didn't have words to describe. Despite the widespread rumors about me, no one in Ice Valley shouted at me. I was welcomed with warm, hospitable arms, carefully putting my best suit on, I headed downstairs. Upon entering the kitchen, I looked into the dark room, remembering the dream in which it had been so light and airy. The absence of her presence was all the more painstaking. Feeling a buzz, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. I rolled my eyes seeing my beta's name. Connor. Flash across the screen. What's this ass want now? I grumbled, swiping answer. What? Are you sure you are okay with going? Today? I know you haven't had the easiest time these past few weeks, Connor rambled on the phone. I pinched my forehead. Connor, I fucking told you. I need to do this. I'm the alpha, remember? I heard silence on the other end. Sighing, I scrunched my face. Connor, I'm sorry. That was really unnecessary of me. I appreciate you looking out for me, bro, but I seriously need to do this. I'm getting stir-crazy. Look. I get it, man. I just was trying to help relieve your burden. You got this, though. Connor replied. Thank you. I'll update you when I get there. Bye-bye. I had spent 7 hours driving with a few short stops for food and bathroom breaks. The whole time I had been restless because my wolf was on edge. I tried to brush it off as likely being from the dreams which I know irritated us both. But it was like he was expecting something big to happen. I pushed it out of my mind, trying to focus on the important task of arriving at the Ice Valley Pack. I was almost there, and I was just ready to sit down, eat, and then get this treaty signed and done with. As I passed a wooden sign which read, "Welcome to Ice Valley," I drove into the small downtown. A few coffee shops and small businesses lined the strip, emitting a soft glow into the dark Alaskan evening, the sidewalks covered in a sheet of snow. As I drove past, I noticed a medium-sized wooden building with large oak doors that had windows outlining the rim below the roof. If I hadn't looked more intently, I would have thought it was a church, but I soon realized it wasn't as my eyes fell upon a small sign which said library. Driving past, I promised myself I would come back the next day to see what books the inside held. I winded down a few small roads before finally pulling up to Alpha Smith's residence. I turned off the car and stepped out, looking at the building in surprise. I had stayed there once before when I was young, but I had forgotten how quaint it was. Alpha Smith's house was a stark white medium-sized Victorian, which almost blended into the terrain. It featured a round porch. The home was located on a small street that housed a few other homes, spaced out a bit from the others, but still close. That was the main thing that surprised me. Most Alphas preferred privacy and would never dare let their home be in a neighborhood. It was clear Alpha Smith preferred the neighborhood feel. Approaching the house, I glided up the steps and knocked on the door before taking a step back. Behind the door, I heard what sounded like heels lightly but speedily clicking across the floor, followed by the door opening. I was greeted by a man whose peach face held soft wrinkles and whose hair was white, despite him having grown older since I had last seen him. I instantly recognized him as Alpha Smith. Alpha Smith. It's nice to see you, I greeted with a nod and firm handshake. It's wonderful to see you as well, Alpha Alexander. And please call me John. The Alpha greeted with a gentle smile. He was wearing a nice black suit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But if you insist on being called John, then please call me Maximus, I replied with a small smile. I already liked the Alpha's kind and calm presence. Behind his smile, I could see clearly that he held an underlying strength, a kind of power that didn't need to be exhibited through false grandeur because it simply radiated from him. I would be pleased to. Now please come in. I know the Alaskan air is quite cold, John said as I walked through the entry. The second I passed through the door, something in the air changed. I felt like I was submerged in warm water. I was engulfed in the sweetest fragrance I had ever smelt. It smelled like roses, lavender, and fresh cotton. Turning toward the source of the smell, my eyes widened, and I felt the air being knocked out of my lungs. Standing before me was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, the girl from my dreams, my mate. As her gaze widened, we locked eyes. Her honey-colored orbs drew me in, and I found myself entranced by the green rims they had in the golden speckles. It was like I was transported to a warm summer day, like a breeze had brushed through green pastures, relieving the heat. My soul felt as though it reached out from my chest and separated, binding itself to her own. I was so lost in the pools of her eyes that I failed to notice her stumble slightly. I watched in slow motion as she began to fall the ground. In lightning speed, I was there catching her in my arms just as her eyes closed. Holding her warm body to my chest, I nuzzled my nose into her hair, inhaling deeply. "Mate," I whispered into the foyer air. Chapter 3, Evelyn. I woke up to a pounding reverberating through my skull as light shined into my eyes. Groaning, I pushed my elbows into the bed, moving to sit up and look around the room. I was in my bedroom with a small portable monitor beeping next to me, connected to my finger and chest through wires. In addition, an IV drip was connected to my arm. As I shifted it around, I looked down and realized that my clothes had been changed to a t-shirt and sweatpants. "Oh my goodness, you're awake," my mother exclaimed, rushing over to hug me. As she pulled away, I noticed that she had deep purple circles under her eyes and a crinkled forehead. She looked entirely drained. "Oh, let me grab drive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Kaylee is here as well. I'll make sure she knows," my mother exclaimed before rushing out of my room. Below my bedroom, I could hear muffled but loud masculine voices arguing, although I wasn't sure what it was about. I pulled back the covers, thinking about laying on the ground to try and listen to the conversation. Before I could though, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Quickly pulling the sheets and bedspread over my legs, drive. Grady, the only doctor in our small town, walked in with a slight bow to her head. Her black hair was pulled into a unique braid, a semblance of her Inuit heritage. "How are you feeling, Mrs. Evelyn? You had quite the fall." I paused, taking a moment to think about how I felt. "My body feels a bit strange, odd, tingly, and my forehead aches a bit." Her eyebrows knit together as she reached into her bag and pulled out a stethoscope, blowing hot air onto it. She brought it to my chest, moving it around my heart and lungs. "Everything sounds normal." She stopped and glanced at the monitor. "And your vitals look good. You're going to be just fine." She smiled at me and patted my shoulder before removing my IV and packing up the monitors. Then, she walked to the door and paused. "That being said, I think there is someone here to see you." My eyes widened and I smiled, looking as a girl with black hair and caramel skin pushed past drive, Grady, and dashed to the door. I squealed as my best friend launched herself on me. She squeezed me into a tight hug. "Oh, I was so worried about you. Taylor Amara Q. Grady. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "She passed out a few hours ago," Drive Grady exclaimed. She rolled her eyes as I giggled at her. Okay. Mom, I'll be careful with APA. APPAA was the Inuit McMayla had given me when we were children. She told me it meant sweet. When we were younger, I used to share the cookies my mom had sent me to school with Kayla, leading to the nickname. She let me try Arvik. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tea wasn't my favorite, but I tried to pretend to like it so that I wouldn't offend her, leading to her saying I was as sweet as the cookies were. "So how are you feeling, APA? I don't know." I paused, trying to collect my thoughts. What even happened? I'm not entirely sure. Kayla's gaze left mine, looking to the bed absently, and in my gut, I felt the stinging sensation, almost sickness, that she was lying. Kayla never lied to me. I grabbed her hand, forcing her attention on me. "Kayla, do you know something?" She sighed. "I think you should ask your parents." She offered a dejected half smile. I sat there silently, trying to comb through my memories for answers. I remembered my father's business associate walking in, and after that it was a blur. I couldn't remember how I fell, how I got to my room, Nothing. In fragments of my memory. All I was left with was the sharp, almost stabbing feeling that something was missing from me. I glanced around my room, eyes searching for answers, but I couldn't seem to find one. Looking around the room absent-mindedly, my eyes made contact with a suit coat sitting on the corner of my bed. "What's this?" I asked, reaching to pick it up. "Oh, that's Mary Alexander's." My mother chimed in, walking through the door with a cup in her hands. "Kayla, I think your mother is waiting for you to leave." Kayla nodded her head and gave me a tight squeeze. "I wish I could tell you everything," she whispered in my ear. "Feel better." As she got up to go, I grabbed her hand once more. "What?" But Kayla simply shook her head and left, offering me a soft smile as she walked through the door. My mother glanced at her before bringing me the cup, which was filled with peppermint tea. "I thought this might help you feel better." She smiled. "Thank you, Mom." I smiled before taking hold of the cup and sipping the tea. Hating the silence that fell as I sipped the tea, I decided to ask an earlier question. "Oh, Mom, did you change my clothes?" I asked her. "Oh, I did. I hope that was all right." I simply smiled and nodded, in relief. For some reason, I had this lingering sensation someone had touched me, and I worried that the same person might have changed my clothes. She started to get up to go, but I stopped her. "And Susan, Mom, what happened and why did I pass out? How long was I out for?" I'm not entirely sure, honey. Your father's associate walked in and then you simply passed out. You were out for about..." She paused and looked at her wristwatch. 12 hours. "Maybe you overly exerted yourself trying to get home," she proposed. I couldn't help but notice that she was biting her lip before she walked over to give me a kiss on the forehead. Besides how long I was out, everything she told me seemed to be teeming from the brim with lies. It was an outpour of them that I didn't know was possible for my mother. In a sense of urgency, I felt compelled to investigate as soon as she left. "If you need anything, give me a shout." "Honey," she smiled before exiting the room. I waited until the door shut all the way before I scrambled to the floor. Pressing my ear to the ground, I listened for the voices I had heard arguing earlier. They were much more muffled now, but with my ear to the floor I could make out parts. She made, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Stop me." She should be. Me, a masculine baritone spoke. "And otter. No dosentino. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Count." I heard the voice I recognized as my father seemingly argue back. As each second passed, anxiety threatened to burst within me as I wondered what they might be arguing about. I tried to make out their conversation, but the harder I tried, the more my head seemed to spin. I realized I needed to get downstairs and into the room below mine, my father's study. Slowly standing up, I tiptoed slowly towards my door. It wasn't an action done out of fear, but rather knowing that my mother, the warrior she was, would throw a fit if she saw me out of bed. Additionally, considering I was intending to eavesdrop on a conversation, I realized I needed to take precautions. Opening my door hesitantly, I winced as it barely squeaked when I had gotten it halfway open. I slipped between the door and the door frame, slowly closing the door and carefully monitoring my surroundings. Creeping to the end of the hall, I peered down the stairs, noticing an absence of anyone. I tiptoed down the stairs, avoiding planks I knew creaked from years of sneaking to the kitchen late at night for a snack. As my feet made contact with the hardwood, I heard my mother's voice and my eyes shot wide. Immediately outside the front door, the door directly in my line of sight, my mother was saying goodbye to the Gradys. My previous self fled from me as I scrambled to the dining room and then to go right into a hallway. I paused in the hall, listening as the door opened and my mother's footsteps echoed on hardwood floors. She paused for a moment, and I held my breath, hoping she wouldn't come the same way I had. To my relief, I heard her footsteps trail off, a sign she was headed towards the kitchen. Turning back towards the hall, I passed by my parents' bedroom and a storage closet, heading to the end where my father's study was. The nearer I got to the study, the more prominent the voices became. The male voice arguing with my father sounded strikingly familiar, plaguing my brain with questions of his identity. She is my daughter. I will not allow you to rip her away from the only life she knows. Not to mention the harm you put all of us in if you expose our identity. I heard my father yell. I stood in shock. My father had never yelled in front of me before. It made me all the more wary of what was going on. You and I both know that is bullshit. For the few that there have been many successful human and werewolf mates. For God's sake, your mother-in-law is a human. The baritone snapped. I paused, almost laughing at the preposterousness of their statements. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Werewolves. Were they playing some sort of board game? Dungeons and Dragons but make it dens and wolves. My curiosity only grew. I was now within 3 feet of the door, and I could peep into it through a crack that had been left open. I could see the back of a tall and bulky man sitting across from my father. His arms were crossed, making his muscles clear through his button-down shirt. His hair looked slightly disheveled, and what I could tell had once been a pretty tie now hung and tied around his neck. My father sat across from him, hair in disarray with looming darkness under his eyes. It was an unusual sight, to see my father in a state outside of order. I neared closer, now standing only a foot from the door. My father rubbed his temple. She is my little girl, I simply can't allow. The man stood up, arm on each side of the table, tightly gripping it. Alpha Smith, I understand she's your daughter. I know that you love her. He paused, sighing and sitting back down. But I have zero intention to harm her. Quite the opposite, actually. I want to care for her, love her, understand me. She is my mate. You simply cannot keep me from her. His sentence made me pause my steps, my stomach sinking and yet in some way fluttering at the same time. I was beyond confused about my involvement in their conversation, but the term mate struck a chord within me. This time my father stood, fuming in a way I hadn't seen before. I do understand, but understanding does not mean I can allow for this to happen. My father yelled. The sound reverberated through the house and I flinched, accidentally tapping the door the slightest bit, making the door creak. I stood frozen in horror as I watched both of the men's postures tense. The seated man slowly stood up from his seat, almost robotically. Then, he breathed in deeply and muttered "Ah." As he turned towards the door, I shifted, pressing my back to the wall adjacent, holding my breath. As he opened the door, foreign strength overtook me, and I decided not to cower. I stood and turned towards him, only for my eyes to widen. Upon making eye contact with him, memories of the night before flooded into my brain. A scramble of unexplainable. My skin felt like it was electrified simply standing in the man's presence. I felt a bit woozy again, and in some way, the man could tell. Whoa there. Tentatively stepping towards me and offering me a hand. Don't want you passing out again. I gently smiled and took his hand, gripping his upper arm, shocked by the relieving cooling effect on the electricity he seemed to have. He slowly walked me into my father's study, my cheeks burning at my hand resting on his arm for support. Would you like to sit? The man, whom I now remembered was named Maximus, asked me. I simply nodded and muttered a thank you as he let go of my hand and pulled out the chair he had been sitting in moments before. I sat down and he pushed the chair in for me, before standing beside me. I couldn't help feeling a creeping sadness at no longer holding his hand. It obstinately traced upon. I looked at my father, expectedly awaiting what he would say. Chapter 4, Maximus. I had been in the midst of arguing with Alpha Smith when the door creaked, alerting us of someone's presence. I rose from my seat slowly, before inhaling deeply. I had earlier smelt my mate but assumed that I simply smelled her since we were in her house. I had clearly been mistaken. Verbally uttering "ah" at my realization, I headed towards the door. To my surprise, My mate had not run away and hidden that she was spying, but instead turned towards me, shoulders rolled back in strength in her eyes. I felt a sense of pride warmly fill my chest as I looked down at the strong woman who was my mate. She would make an incredible Luna. Despite her strength, though, I also knew she was only human and that the mate bond could be difficult on their bodies. I watched as her strength faltered and she looked as if she might pass out again. "Whoa there," I laughed, tentatively stepping towards her and offering her my arm. "Don't want you passing out again." She offered me a soft smile and held onto my arm. I felt the mate bond as soon as her skin came in contact with mine. As a cool, almost water-like sensation passed through my arm, I slowly walked into the Alpha's office, a feeling of victory passing over me as he glared at a hand touching my arm. I didn't care how old he was. Alpha Smith held true to his reputation of his intimidating demeanor. Trying to ease the tension, I turned to her. "Would you like to sit?" Adorably, she nodded and muttered a thank you, letting go of my arm as I pulled out the chair. She sat down and I pushed the chair in for her, before standing beside it. I felt a renewed strength with her by my side. Despite missing the feeling of her hand on my forearm, I noticed her tracing her palm, and was overcome with joy at how delicately the mate bond was already forming. "Evelyn, we were in the middle of a business meeting. Why did you?" Alpha Smith found himself cut off. "Dad, I'm not a child and I'm not stupid. I'm 19 years old and I also have ears that work well. Are you proposing that I'm incapable of hearing or understanding when my name is used in a discussion?" Shock passed through me at the boldness of her assertion. She was undoubtedly intelligent, and I had only just met her. The old man groaned, wiping a hand down his face and sighing. I watched as he contemplated how to answer. I quickly realized it was a window of opportunity. "Miss Evelyn," watching as she turned in her seat to face me, "since you fainted, I felt very apologetic for potentially causing you any harm. And so your father and I were discussing me extending my visit to make sure you have fully recovered. I also wouldn't want to add any stress to your father's plate and continue business negations until he is able to clearly consider my offers." I glanced at the Alpha as I stressed the words, having to contain a smirk at his glaring. "Oh, I see." She paused and looked at her father with a soft smile. "That's an incredibly kind offer." I smiled in return, looking to the grimacing Alpha. I knew by extending my trip I could work to both woe Evelyn and convince her parents to let me tell her the truth. If they could see the mate bond between us in effect, I hoped they would be more accepting. I simply couldn't live without her. That being said, I turned towards Evelyn in surprise. "I really am feeling better though. I wouldn't want you to have unnecessarily extend your trip," my mate thoughtfully said. She looked at me with her golden orb shrouded in concern. And yet, I saw a hesitation she held. She bit her lip and it took everything in me not to stare. I had a feeling but a minute part of her that felt the mate bond was pushing her to let me stay. "Really, I insist on making sure you have a full recovery. If I'm right, you have to go back to school anyway in 2 weeks. Please just allow me to stay until then so I can make sure you're all right." As my daughter said, "That is not necessary, Alfie Alexander." The Alpha was cut off. "Mr. Alexander, if it's that important to you, we would be happy to have you stay with us." My mate gleamed. "Miss Evelyn, thank you for your understanding. And please," I paused and met her eyes, "call me Maximus. If that's the case, then please call me Evelyn. Miss Evelyn makes me sound like I'm old." She laughed. My heart pounded in my chest at the quickly ended and yet melodious sound of her laughter. It was like watching butterflies be free from a cage, and hearing a symphony for the first time. I wanted to hear more. My reverie was broken by the sound of a grumpy old Alpha's voice. "Well, if that's all, Evelyn, then would you mind giving us the room to discuss business?" Her father turned to her and asked. She nodded her head, but I didn't miss the suspicious glance she tossed his way. If my earlier observations had been correct, my mate was very intelligent and also direct. She was purposely avoiding something. I was curious to know what it was. She walked up to him, offering him a hug and kiss on the cheek before exiting. My eyes followed as she trailed out of the room, noticing her peek over her shoulder to look at me, and then furiously blush when her eyes met mine. I felt electrified. When the door shut, I expected the alpha to lash out at me, but instead, when I turned around, he simply sighed. Maximus, you will have the 2 weeks to spend with her. Only those 2 weeks. Then it's up to her. I won't allow you to tell her she is your mate, but if you can woo her and get her to return home with you, which won't happen, then it's up to you. His eyes met mine, his face set firm in an air of finality. I knew this time there would be no argument. There would be no argument because I agreed. Even if I could take the old man out, right then and there with my bare hands, not even considering my pack, I couldn't harm the father of the love of my life. 2 weeks. I nodded with a smile. Thank you, Alpha Smith. I paused, remembering my original intention of being there. And the peace treaty. Yes, we will renew and sign the peace treaty. It was dinner time, and Evelyn's mother had insisted she stay in bed all day. She refused to let me go and check on her, much to the agitation of my wolf, who was pacing and whining in concern. When she finally came out for dinner, it took all the control in me to not grab her and bundle her into a tight hug. I acted with restraint and simply asked her, "How are you feeling?" "Well rested. Thank you for asking." She pushed around the peas and carrots on her plate. "Besides fainting." I paused as she chuckled. "How have you enjoyed your time off from school?" "It's been wonderful. I always miss my parents even if I make regular visits on the weekend." She smiled endearingly at them. "Yes, Evelyn and us have always been very close. She even refused to move to a college more than a few towns over." Her mother smiled back. "That's wonderful." I smiled, images of my mate and our children from the dream crossing my mind. Looking at her, I imagined the doting mother and kind wife I could already tell she would make. Her father chimed in. "Evelyn is so devoted she even refuses to date anybody." The old man grinned at me. "Dad," Evelyn groaned before looking at me and then down at the peas. "That's not entirely true. I'm just. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't see relationships as something that's for fun. I think it's serious and something with the goal of marriage long term. Most guys don't seem to understand that or share that same sentiment." I half smiled. It was a wonder her parents hadn't figured out she was a werewolf's mate, considering her perspective. It seemed the mate bond had always held her back from having a relationship with anyone. "That's a sentiment you and I share." I smiled at her, leading to a beautiful rose-colored grace in her cheeks. "What is it you are studying?" I asked in an attempt to change the topic. "Business administration. I'm hoping to one day be able to help my father with his business and also maybe open a business of my own. I want to bring more infrastructure to Ice Valley and help our town grow." My chest warmed as I thought of what an amazing Luna she would make. She already demonstrated Luna's thoughtfulness and kindness so well. "How is the program at the school you're attending?" "Oh, it's all right. But to be frank, it isn't the best." She shrugged. Evelyn turned down Nuclear. "You Washington, Princeton, and Yale all to stay close to home." Her mother sorrowfully smiled, turning towards her daughter. "Selfishly, I'm glad you wanted to stay near us. But it's bittersweet that you couldn't go to the school you deserve." We continued on our dinner, the topic changing to address her father's plans to build on current infrastructure and boost Ice Valley's economy. I proposed different ways I could help, but, in the back of my mind, I couldn't help the wheels turning in my head about how to make my mate fall in love with me. As we said our goodnights, I caught Evelyn in the hall. "Evelyn." She paused her steps and turned around. "Yes, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Taking tentative steps towards her. She got flustered as I got nearer. I was happy by my presence's effect on her. "Well, I don't know if I have any plans tomorrow. Would you mind showing me around town then? It looked nice yesterday evening when I drove past." I rubbed my head, glancing to the floor. Unbeknownst to me, she was staring at my flexed muscles as I did so. "Oh, of course. Sorry. She rubbed one of her arms. I'm a bit tired. I would love to show you around town, though. She smiled. Wonderful. Thank you. I smiled back. Good night. Good night, Maximus. She whispered back. She walked down the hall quietly, heading into her room. Then, I slowly headed towards the guest room at the other end of the hall. Getting in the room, I took off my clothes and folded them, placing them on the large brown oak dresser in the guest room. I put on my flannel pants, looking into the mirror that hung above the dresser, placing my hands on both sides of it. I spoke aloud to myself. I'm going to get her. Chapter 5, Evelyn waking up. I found my stomach churning and full of nervous butterflies. I thought about the night before, when Maximus stopped me in the hall. I was walking down the hall towards my bedroom when I heard, Evelyn. I paused my steps and turned around looking to see our guest, yes. I was nervous as I watched him come toward me. His large stature towered over my smaller frame. It wasn't that I was fearful. No, certainly not fearful of him. But I feared the raging feeling inside me that made me want to walk straight up to this man, a practical stranger, and hug him. What are your plans for tomorrow? Taking more tentative steps near me. I got flustered as he grew nearer. I internally scolded myself for acting like a middle school girl in the presence of a cute boy. Well, I don't know if I have any plans tomorrow. I trailed off, twiddling with my fingers. Was he going to ask me out? What, no? Stupid Evelyn. There's no way. I mentally facepalmed. I had never been entranced by a guy like this in my life, and the feeling was overwhelming. Would you mind showing me around town then? It looked nice yesterday evening when I drove past, he said, rubbing his head and glancing to the floor. My mental scolding had clearly not worked, because instead of answering immediately, I found myself staring at his flexed bicep as he rubbed his head. He cleared his throat nervously. Oh, of course. Sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rubbing one of my arms. I'm a bit tired, I said, trying to excuse my jumbled speech. I would love to show you around town, though. Wonderful. Thank you. Flashing a beautiful set of pearly white. Good night. Good night. Maximus, I whispered back. I turned away from him, heading down the hall to my bedroom, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched. As soon as I got to my room, I took a sigh of relief, leaning against the door. If a few minutes in this man's presence had this effect on me, I couldn't imagine what a few hours of a tour would do. I twiddled with my fingers before deciding I needed to go to sleep. I now found myself out of bed and combing through my closet, in desperate need to find something cute to wear. I found myself mentally chastising Alaska for forcing me to wear so many large layers. I searched and searched until I found a nice light brown sweater. It had an oversized turtleneck so it didn't feel suffocating. I grabbed my thermals and jeans and layered up before grabbing a scarf and my puffy black coat. When I had first woken up, I had braided my hair and so it swung behind me as I headed out of my door and downstairs. Turning into the kitchen, I was surprised to find it empty and decided to start making breakfast. I grabbed some toast and placed it in the toaster, and then filled up a kettle with water and started to heat it on the stove. While those were being made, I began to scramble and pour the eggs into a hot pan. Humming to myself, I failed to notice the person who entered the room. Footsteps made their way toward me, and I remained oblivious until a velvety baritone that sent shivers down my spine whispered, "What are you making?" Jumping up, flicking eggs off the spatula and onto none other voice, Maximus. Mortified, I stumbled over my words. Oh my, I'm so sorry, I had just been, before running to grab a towel trying to get the eggs off of his nice cashmere turtleneck. An eruption of laughter stopped me dead in my tracks as he gently took the towel from my hand, fingertips grazing my hand. He easily wiped the egg away. I'm sorry for startling you and laughing, Evelyn, but that was hilarious. I smiled up at him in return, relieved he wasn't angry but still feeling guilty when my eyes came into contact with his rue and cashmere sweater. I'm so sorry about your sweater. I apologized, feeling horrible. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He paused and met his cool blue eyes to my own. There are more important things in life than eggs on sweaters. After saying that, he cracked a smile and I couldn't help smiling along. His energy was indescribable and seemed to entangle me within it. Well, I better finish cooking, I said, turning around. Just as I reached out to grab the spatula, it was snatched away. I looked to see Maximus, large, calloused hands wrapped around it. I owe you, he explained with a shrug. Playfully rolling my eye, agreed. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll take you up on that. A few minutes later, Maximus and I were sitting across from one another at the table sipping Lady Grey tea and eating toast and eggs. So I started. The phrase was meant to catch Maximus' attention, but I was surprised to find I already had it when I looked up from my eggs. What would you like to see in Ice Valley? A thoughtful expression passed over Maximus' face as he rubbed his stubbledy chin. My fingers tingled as the sudden desire to reach out and touch it hit me. I was broken from my thoughts as he replied, whatever you think is most important is fine by me. How do you define important? I leaned forward and rested my chin in my hands. By whatever is important to you, he said nonchalantly with a shrug. I told myself that the statement was probably just because I'm a local. It wasn't anything deeper, and I was simply overthinking. Yet deep down, I yearned for it to be deeper, that he wanted to see what I wanted to see. There was something special about the man in front of me that made me melt in his presence. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I said with a grin. Then the first place we should start is the library. I watched as he smiled and seemed to mutter more to himself than me. The first place I had wanted to see. A short walk later, my favorite place was in view. I began to skip toward it before stopping and realizing I was supposed to be a tour guide, not a wandering tourist. Welcome to my favorite place. I grinned, arms stretched out and aiming at the little white building. We walked until we stood outside the large oak doors and I grabbed one, opening it for Maximus. However, he stuck his arm out over the top of my head, hand holding the door. He bent down to say in a hushed tone, "Ladies first," whispering my thanks, and turning away before he could see the blush filling my cheeks. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked around and called out, "Mrs. Peters." The sweet woman came puffing around the corner a few moments later. "Oh, Evelyn," she exclaimed with a smile in warm greeting. She turned and looked at Maximus through her rimmed glasses. He stood behind me in an almost protective manner, chest puffed slightly. I watched as her face seemed to pale a bit, and her smile faltered. She turned to Maximus and bowed her head. "Welcome ALP, Mr. Alexander." I turned to them both with a raised eyebrow. "How do you know each other?" I asked Mrs. Peters seemed a bit flustered, but Maximus stepped forward quickly to explain. "As you know, your father and I are dividing business negotiations and that regards infrastructural plans here in Ice Valley. I can only assume that your father, out of courtesy, let residents know in advance who I was so that I'd have a good impression. Is that right, Mrs.? To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Turning towards her with a smile, she furiously nodded in response. Yes, exactly," I said in response. It made complete sense that my father would want the town to put its best foot forward toward our guest. Yes, well, speaking of putting our best foot forward, I'm giving Maximus. I noticed the way Mrs. Peters' eyes wide and ever so slightly at my use of his name. A tour of Ice Valley, and this is our first stop. Mrs. Peters, would you do the honors of showing Maximus my favorite place? Mrs. Peters grinned, her smile lines raising, as she nodded. "Oh, it would be an honor. I'd love to." Maximus smiled sheepishly, rubbing his neck as Mrs. Peters linked arms with me and began to drag me towards the first section of the library. She stopped, realizing Maximus wasn't following, and waved him along. As we wended through the library cases, Mrs. Peters rattled on about the history of the sections and what kinds of books they housed. She would stop and pull a book out from each section, talking a bit about it, rather than get annoyed or look bored. Maximus would look at each book thoughtfully and offer her a small smile. As we began to walk past the children's section, Maximus paused in his footsteps. "What's this section?" Stepping onto the colourful carpet and walking towards the wooden rocking chair. "Oh, this is the children's section and story time area," Mrs. Peters answered with a grin. I watched as Maximus gently picked up one of the books, hands grazing over the cover. At that moment, a few of the children I regularly read to walk through the library door and it leaned into our section. Miss Evelyn, a little girl named Rose, squealed. She rushed over to me and hugged my leg. "Hey Rosie, how are you?" Crouching down to her level, the little girl grinned at me, revealing a missing front tooth. Then, she told me all about the book she had just read about a princess and a pirate. I nodded and hummed in response to her story. Then, another one of the children, a little boy named Michael and his twin sister Michelle, walked up to me. They were two of the most beautiful children I'd seen, with mahogany skin and green eyes. "Miss Evelyn, are you here to read us a story today?" Michael asked with wide and hopeful eyes. I looked to Maximus, who was staring at us with an intent look on his face as if he was studying something. I turned back to Michael. "No, not today, bud. Today I'm giving a friend of mine a tour of the library." "OW, Rosie, Michelle," and Michael whined in a chorus. "You should read to them." A voice sounded over my shoulder. I looked at Maximus, who held a soft gaze at the kids. "Oh, I don't know." I trailed off, trying to be a good tour guide. "Really? I insist." Offering me the book he had been holding. "Oh, all right." I relented with a laugh. I turned towards the children. "Just this one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." They nodded in response. Taking the book from his hands, I looked at the cover. Little Wolf. It was titled. A small grey wolf sat alone on top of a hill with trees around it. I walked over to the rocking chair and sat down. Then, I opened the book as the children and Maximus sat on the rug and beanbags. Once upon a time, there was a little wolf who lived by himself in the forest. He tried to make friends with the creatures of the forest by chasing bunnies, tails, and catching geese in his mouth to give them rides. But the animals always ran away from him. This made the little wolf very sad and lonely. But then, one day another wolf came along. She had a beautiful auburn coat and the little wolf was instantly entranced. He spoke to her and they soon fell in love. Soon, the wolf and the girl wolf were inseparable. They would go on long adventures together, crossing streams, crossing rivers, and climbing mountains. When the animals of the forest saw how sweet the little wolf was, they soon realized he had simply been lonely and trying to be friends with them. Soon, they befriended him, and so, he and his wolf mate lived happily ever after with the other wolves of the forest. The end. The children all clapped and smiled gleefully. "I love that story," squealed Rosie, her soft brown curls bouncing. "Me too," squealed Michelle. I noticed that Michael sat quietly on the carpet. "What did you think, Michael?" I asked him, leaning forward. It was okay. "Is something wrong, bud?" I asked him, eyebrows scrunching together. Michael was never quiet after a story. "What if I end up lonely like the wolf and never find a mate?" He teared up looking at me. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, Rosie shuffled across the rug and tucked Michael into her arms. "You won't be lonely, Mikey. Don't worry. I'll be here for you." She beamed. It was no secret Rosie had a big crush on Michael. Michael, being on the shy side, never said much to her, but I noticed the soft blush that filled his dark cheeks. "Don't worry, Michael." Maximus' voices from behind us. I saw him sitting cross-legged. "We all find our special someone eventually, even if it takes a while. he said, glancing up at me with a soft smile. His sentiment warmed my heart and I couldn't help but agree. Even if I hadn't fallen in love yet, I knew someone out there, maybe right in front of me, like Rosie and Michael, would one day fill that role. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, as much as I'd love to stay, I have a tour to guide, I told the children. Maximus stood up as I gave them each a hug before walking over to him. You're really good with kids. Thank you. I blushed, looking to the ground. It brings me a lot of joy to be with them. You may be good with them, but don't be having babies now, Mrs. Peters chimed in, rounding the corner. I turned a shade of red. You're young. You don't need to have children yet. You need to enjoy your years of youth. She scolded as if I had been seriously considering having children suddenly. Well, I appreciate the concern, Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That kind of thing is not happening anytime soon. I know how you young people are. She winked before walking over to me. Stepping to my side, she leaned in and whispered, I like him. He's a keeper. As I turned even darker red than I possibly could have thought, I could have sworn I heard Maximus chuckle. I questioned if he could have heard what Mrs. Peters had whispered, but knew it was impossible unless Maximus had super hearing. What she had whispered was way too low for any human to possibly hear. Any woo. Turning towards Maximus and clapping my hands together. Let's continue this tour, shall we? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Last stop, I declared with a finger pointed in the air. I had taken Maximus around town to the bakery, the children's school, town hall, and the post office. While walking, Maximus told me about his town. It's very large in comparison to Icevalley, but equally beautiful. It extends over a mountainous range, which sometimes has strong gusts of wind, leading to the town named Nightwind. There are beautiful blue hot springs that members of the community often use. He had paused and looked around the close neighborhood homes that shot off from the streets. And our homes are comprised of a lot more cabins, but we have a few neighborhood-style homes as well. Generally, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Members of our town live much further apart than here in Ice Valley, but being spread out doesn't diminish our sense of community. It is still strong. We do many activities together, especially in the summer. The more he had talked about Night Wind, the more I had wanted to visit. It sounded beautiful. Footsteps crunching in the snow. We arrived at our final destination. Welcome to Mont Clair Lake. While a frozen tundra, covered in snow, now Montclair was a crystal blue lake that reflected the mountains in the summer. Beautiful. Maximus breathed. I hummed in response. By now, the sun had started to set, and the colors refracted from parts of the lake and covered by snow, creating a kaleidoscope of color being cast over the mountainside. It was one of the most, if not the most, beautiful things in Ice Valley. I saw a bench by the lake in motion to Maximus with my hands. Come on. Before I knew what was happening, Maximus tenderly grabbed the hand that had been motioning for him. He held my hand so gently that I might not have felt it if it weren't for a feeling comparable to the passing of cool water flowing throughout in at the minimal contact. Led the way. My heart began to race and I quickly led us over to the beach, sitting down and quickly letting his hand go. Trying to distract from the fact we held hands, I turned my attention to the lake. Montclair is beautiful in the winter, but in the summer it's amazing. The water is tranquil and crystal clear. I love going kayaking with my friend Kayla. I paused and smiled. She wants to try and teach me how to row a new AK this summer. I didn't realize it, but as I spoke I traced the palm he had been holding absmestantly. I imagine it's wonderful. Looking at me, do you do any winter sports? Like ice skating on the lake? Oh, yes. I should have incorporated that into the tour. I looked to the darkening night sky. But it's going to be too dark to do it safely now. There are occasional areas of ice that are thin we have to look out for. Do you want to go tomorrow? I would love that. I looked at him, but he turned away. He told me he had a girlfriend, yet I saw eyes in his eyes. At that moment, I knew his secrets ran deeper than I could ever imagine. Chapter 6, Maximus. I don't care if it's a 7-hour drive. I need fucking clothes. I sneered into the phone. Connor, my best friend, and most importantly pain in the ass, was refusing to drive and bring me clothing. I had only packed a day's worth of clothes and it certainly wasn't going to last 2 weeks. Dude, you know I get carsick. My incompetent beta whined over the phone. I pinched my eyebrows together. Connor, if you don't bring me those clothes. So help me, goddess. I will. I stopped short as my mate walked into the living room. You will. My mate grinned at me with a knowing smile. Connor, just bring me the clothes. I've got to go. Wait. WHA, Connor was cut off as I hung up the phone. You didn't have to hang up on. Connor. On Connor for me. She shrugged. I would have waited. My wolf howled at the mere presence of my mate. She made kindness so simple. So easy. I was in awe of her. It had been a long time since someone had genuinely relaxed in my presence, and there was something fulfilling about it. It put a sense of calm in my spirit, while also mounting the pressure to not screw her up and lose her faith in me. I appreciate it, but I paused, thinking of what word to use in place of beta. Secretary will have no problem carrying out his task. I wouldn't honor the fool with the title of vice president. I stood up and looked at the ice skates swinging in my mate's hand. Time to skate. Yes, sir. She grinned. Her cheekiness took me by surprise, and I couldn't help the way my Adam's apple bobbed in my throat as I gulped. I coughed and then smiled. Led the way then. A short walk later, we were at Montclair Lake. In the daylight, the lake glistened and seemed to melt into the mountainous landscape. It seemed some other Ice Valley Pack members had decided it was a nice day for ice skating as well. As we looked around the lake full of people, an elderly couple sat on a bench snuggled together, watching as children. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And adults laughed, fell, and skated along the ice, sitting down on the snow-covered ground. Evelyn and I began taking off our shoes and putting on the skates. Have you skated before? Evelyn asked me, looking up from her shoes and biting her pink lip. I have. I nodded. I watched as her nervous lip biting intensified, and I knew I had to put a stop to it before I ended up staring like a creep. Have you? I asked her, with a raised eyebrow. She trailed off. I have. I'm just not particularly good at it. She laughed nervously. My friend Kale usually acts as my balancing pole. My coordination is horrific, she sheepishly admitted. Standing up, I offered her my arm. Who needs a pole when you can have a mountain? I winked. What I failed to mention was that I was also a terrible skater. A fact I may or may not have intentionally left out so the scheme I had concocted would come together. She rolled her golden eyes before her pale fingers gingerly grasped my arm. Moving slowly, I edged us towards the ice. Turning around, I shifted so that I was facing her and she was grasping both of my hands. She edged on the ice, and once she was on, I let go of one hand and came to the left side of her, still grasping her left hand with my right one. Here we go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We glided across the ice slowly but with ease. I looked at my mate's radiant smile, which filled me with my own sense of happiness. Oh my goddess, we are actually doing it. She squealed. Her golden, brown hair flew in waves behind her. I was so caught up looking at her that I failed to notice we were faltering, and so we fell on our butt, laughing together. We stumbled to get back up. Mountain. A fatite dino us one at that. I chuckled. We had just begun to get back into a groove of skating when a child came swerving by quickly on his skates. I tried to move to the side out of his way but failed to the fact I was holding Evelyn's hand. So, as I moved, I accidentally knocked her down, taking me with her. As she fell, I quickly grasped her waist and shifted so that I would take the brunt of the fall. I squeezed my eyes as my shoulder came into contact with rock-hard ice. OF, I released from under my breath as the wind was knocked out of me. I groaned, moving to sit up when I realized there was a weight on top of me, fully straddling me and arms around me. Evelyn sat up wide-eyed. Not exactly how I planned it in my head, but the outcome was good enough for me. Looking down at our position, she scrambled off of me. "I'm so sorry." She abated. She offered me a hand which I quickly took. I breathed in sharply as pain erupted through my shoulder blade as I sat up. I groaned. "Oh gosh. Are you okay?" she implored. Her eyebrows scrunched in concern as her eyes passed over me, looking for a sign of injury. I paused and reached towards my shoulder, moaning at the painful confirmation. I dislocated my shoulder, horror passing across her face. Evelyn grappled with her clothes, trying to find her phone. Pulling it out, I saw her dial a number. "What are you doing?" "Calling emergency services," she exclaimed, snatching the phone from her hand. She stared at me wide-eyed. "Hey now, what do you mean now?" "No hospital," I declared. "I hated doctors." "Oh no, you don't. You need to be seen by a medical professional right now," she insisted, reaching out to grab the phone from my hands. I pulled it back, over my head, ignoring the searing pain. In an effort to grab it, Evelyn ended up half clinging on top of me, one knee diving into my thigh as the other dug into the ground. She reached in reach before face planting into my chest, face turning red with embarrassment. She huffed, "Give me the phone." "Maximus." "No, Evelyn. I will not go to the hospital." "ERGH," she exclaimed, throwing her hands into the air. "At least compromise with me. Your shoulder needs to be popped back into place." I thought about it, knowing she was right. "The doctor can meet us at your house," I conceded. She smiled before putting a hand out for her phone. I gave it to her and she quickly moved backward, off of me, dialing the number. She stopped me as I moved to stand up. "No, not like this," she said, looking at me, gripping my shoulder with one hand. The next thing she did left me dumbfounded. I watched as she stripped her jacket off and her shirt, leaving herself in just a thin tank top. Taking her cotton shirt, she came near me again. "This is going to hurt," she warned. Taking the shirt, she wrapped it into a makeshift sling around my arm and then pulled it tightly to tie it, causing a sharp pain to radiate through my arm. I watched as she hid her beautiful curves right back under her black puffy coat and then moved to help me up, arm around my waist and my good arm slung over her shoulder. We began the trudge back to her house. As we walked, she called Drive, Grady, letting her know about the situation. 15 minutes later, we were making our way up the little white house's steps and through the door. She removed her coat before helping me into the dining room to our left. Her father sat at the table, glasses perched on his nose as he read the newspaper. Looking up, we were met with wide eyes. I watched as he glanced between his shirtless daughter and me, who had her trapped around my shoulder. He narrowed his eyes, opening his mouth to question us when Evelyn quickly stopped him by saying, "Maximus dislocated his shoulder. Why are you here and not hospital?" her father asked, voice laced with concern. Despite it though, he continued glaring at his shirt around my shoulder. "Someone was stubborn and insisted on coming home. So, Drive, Grady is on her way," she answered, narrowing her eyes to chastise me visually. A few minutes later, Drive, Grady was rushing through the door and inspecting my shoulder as I sat on the couch. "Definitely dislocated." She nodded her head. "I'm going to have to pop it back in. Since we aren't at a hospital, I can't offer you anesthesia." She turned and looked at Evelyn, who was seated next to me. "Will you hold his hand while I do this?" Evelyn nodded and reached for my hand just as her father went no. Evelyn looked at her father bewildered as he chuckled and scratched his head full of white hair. "I mean, I would be more than willing to have Maximus hold my hand. Not happening. No, that's okay, Dad. I've got it. Evelyn smiled up at her father. He offered her a half-hearted smile before shooting me a glare. Evelyn took hold of my hand as drive. Grady counted down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dew crack. Searing pain went through my arm as my shoulder popped back into place. I squeezed Evelyn's hand until she whispered, Maximus, I'm sure this really hurts, but you're kind of hurting my hand. I quickly let go, turning to her and inspecting her palm. Shit. I'm sorry. I mumbled, carefully inspecting her hand and seeing it a dark shade of red. Forgetting her humanness, I selfishly let her hold my hand and get injured. Unashamedly, I thought about how I should have let the old man hold my hand instead. However, when I looked at my blushing mate as I slowly released her hand, I had no regrets. My mate had held my hand, fallen on top of me, straddled me, and I even saw her semi-shirtless. I could care less about the injury. I had gone through every male wolf strain in a matter of 2 hours. You'll need to rub this. She handed me a bottle full of some sort of numbing lotion. Onto your shoulder. Also, I sit and limit your range of motion. By limited range of motion, you mean no lifting anything, even as small as a teacup for 3 days. Humans need at least 3 days to recover from an injury like this, she said with a mischievous grin, since my mate's father insisted that I pretend to not be a werewolf. Might as well seize the opportunity presenting itself. I could already feel that my shoulder was almost fully healed, but my mate didn't have to know that. Laying in bed, I heard a knock on the door. Come in. The scent of roses, lavender, and fresh cotton filled the room as my mate came bouncing in, her arms full with a tray of food. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She placed the tray on the nightstand, helping me sit up by propping up a pillow behind my back and then moving the tray to my lap. Thank you. I smiled at her. I reached out to grab a spoon and winced at the strain I felt in my shoulder. I guess I wasn't quite as healed as I thought. Oh, that's right, drive. Grady said for you to avoid lifting things. Evelyn stood silently for a moment, brown hair swaying as she clasped her hands and shifted from foot to foot. Would you like help? She asked in a soft tone. Yes, I would appreciate that. I nodded, sitting on the edge of the bed. Evelyn took the soup bowl off the tray and into her hands. Then, she carefully lifted soup to my lips, opening my mouth. There was something so intimate about being fed my chest at the feeling of being cared for. I had only known her for 3 days and I already felt an outpour of love towards her. We were silent for a while, her feeding me soup, and occasionally blowing on it. But the sweetness of the room soon went tense, as if a thunder cloud was looming over us, waiting to strike. Something was off with my mate. Maximus, she started, pausing to meet my gaze. Yes. I shifted so that I was leaning forward a bit. I'm clearly better. Why have you really decided to stay? She asked me. I don't mean to be rude and question your intention, but I heard the other part of my father and your conversation. She trailed off. I'm very confused. My eyes widened as I realized she must have overheard the parts of me yelling about her being my mate. I remembered the skeptical glance she had cast my way as she exited Alpha Smith's office. I just didn't know why she hadn't brought it up earlier. What exactly did you hear? She began to blush. Well, I might have misheard, so please don't be offended if I'm entirely wrong. But, I smirked, leaning forward more. We were now only a few inches apart. I heard you say, I want to care for her. She paused and I knew what came next. Love her. Understand me. She's my mate. You simply cannot keep me from her. She quoted. She sighed. My father and you had mentioned me only moments before, so I can't help but assume that her is. You, I finished. Yes, me. I stared into her eyes. before my gaze flicked to her lips and back up again. I wanted nothing more than to show her how much I loved her, to explain how I was her mate, and prove myself to her. But I couldn't. I couldn't risk her father making me leave. I hesitated, watching as she leaned forward, golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Her eyes looked wide with trust. Trust I was about to have to break. I was referring to my partner, my other half. I watched as her smile began to droop and she cleared her throat, trying to conceal the building tears in her eyes. I wanted to reach out and kiss her tears away, and let her know she was that girl. But I couldn't. What does my father have to do with your relationship? Turning away from me, trying to hide the salty tears I could smell. He wants to keep me away from her. She lives here in your town. I paused, thinking how to phrase it. I guess he is protective over her. Silently, she nodded her head. I couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking. I hoped a girl hadn't come to mind that her father might try and protect. That makes sense. She turned around, eyes red. My father is protective over the people in our town. She half smiled and wiped her nose. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I think I need to go. She got up to leave, and I let her. Chapter 7. Evelyn. My head pounded as I ran to my room. It was as if I was drowning in an abyss of my own sorrow as breath was stolen from my lungs. Snort ran down from my nose as tears blinded my vision. I jumped onto my bed, burrowing my face in my pillow. Why? Why did I think he could like me? Why did I have to be so upset? Why did he have to be in a relationship? I was overwhelmed by the destructive, suffocating sensation preventing air from entering my lungs. I had never suspected to have such strong feelings for a man I barely knew, and here I was spilling tears over him. I felt like someone had hit me with a train. I cried until I had no tears left to spill, and all that was left were hiccups as I breathed in. I turned my face away from the pillow and faced my bedroom window. By now, night had fallen and a stream of moonlight crossed my face, illuminating my red, swollen eyes. Closing them, I fell asleep to the moon's comforting glow. The next morning I walked into the kitchen, my hair a frizzy mess and my face puffy from the night before. I saw my mother preparing breakfast and Maximus sitting at the dining table. "Morning, honey. How are you?" my mother asked, turning to me with a smile. Her eyes widened as she took in my appearance. She opened her mouth to voice concern, but I simply shook my head at her. She closed her mouth, shooting me concerned glances. "What's for breakfast?" I asked, ignoring her question. "Eggs and toast." She smiled. She passed me a plate and I took it, uttering a thank you, before sitting down at the table. I sat across from Maximus and I couldn't help but notice the way he was staring at me. His eyes were boring into my head as I looked down at my plate and ate my food. "Are you all right?" he whispered to me from across the table. I looked up at him, my raw eyes threatening to sting and spill tears again. "I'm fine." I offered him a half smile, but it appeared as more of a grimace. He raised his eyebrows and his mouth barely gaped as a look of shock passed over his features. It was like I had hurt him through my choice of words and my expression. A twang of pain erupted in my gut at his face, and I felt immobile and mute. I wanted to express my true feelings, but was rendered unable to. I wanted to tell him I had thought he liked me and that the past few days were special to me. I wanted to tell him I had been enthralled by his presence and opened my heart in a way I never had before. I had never given a guy a chance to even really spend time with me, but as I sat there, I knew he owed me nothing. He was simply a kind business associate of my father's who wanted to learn more about our town and have a fun stay. I was just the mayor's daughter and a tour guide in his eyes. Just fine. I pushed my chair back from the table and turned towards the stairs, tears welling up. "Actually, I think I feel a bit ill. I'm going to go up to my room." I paused and turned around to look him in the eyes. "I hope you enjoy your breakfast." Walking up the stairs, down the hall, and to my room, I plopped on the bed and grabbed my phone, dialing in a three-way call with the numbers of people I knew would answer. It only rang once before it and face with black braids appeared on the squealing. "Okay. Hi, Kay. I grinned. Kayla's bubbly energy always pulled me out of a mood. A few seconds later, another face. This one a girl with a soft pale face and blonde hair appeared in the screen. Hey Maddie. I smiled softly. In 6th grade, Kayla and I met Maddie and she completed our group. She was soft, spoken and very sweet. She had always had a kind word for everyone. It might have had something to do with the fragility that she herself possessed. She was sensitive and in some ways, it made her all the more in tune with how others were feeling. Hey, I'm so sorry I didn't get to check in on you the past few days. I heard about the fainting spell but was visiting my grandfather. Maddie, I assure you it's all right. I know how sick Mr. Weaver is and I want you to spend as much time with him as you can. Maddie's grandfather had raised her. She never explicitly told us, but it was clear there was abuse in her family before she moved in with her grandfather. He had been a very sweet and protective man, with a robust bushy mustache. He used to bake us muffins after school and then show us how to chop wood, saying that a girl needs to know how to keep herself warm. When he was diagnosed with stage 3 bone cancer this past year, we were all devastated and Maddie had barely left his side. She switched to an online university simply so she could be with him each day. Thank you. She smiled. But now to more important matters. What's up? Kayla asked for them. I opened my mouth to answer but was cut off. And not just how you were feeling but what's going on. We never go this long without speaking to one another. So what is going on? Maddie asked, her blue eyes pleading with me. I sighed into the phone, knowing my best friends knew me too well. I'm having, I paused not knowing how to say it, boy trouble. I watched as my friend's jaws dropped and guests rang out on the other line, making me chuckle. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Did you? Evelyn Maysmith. Just say you were having white trouble. Kelly exasperated. Yes, who's he? She demanded through the phone. I want to tell you guys. I do. But, I trailed off. Evelyn. Maysmith. You must tell me. Kale, a wind through the phone. Yes, please tell us. Maddie insisted. Guys, I want to tell you. But I want to tell you in person. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Scratching my neck. Usually, I would argue with you. Kayla spoke. But my mom is making me bring a sling over for Mr. Alexander's arm, so I will see you then. And as long as Maddie can come. We are getting coffee afterwards, and you're spilling your guts out to us. I can make it. I'll meet you at Huck's after you drop off the sling, Kayla. Maddie chimed in. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I concede. You guys have a deal. See you soon. Kayla smiled. Bye, Kay. See you in a bit. I see you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Now with hair brushed, makeup done, and dressed in jeans and a green V-neck sweater, I ran down the stairs shouting, I've got it. I swung open the door saying, hey, only to pause with wide eyes. I was met with the unfamiliar face of a man with caramel skin, curly brown hair, and green eyes standing in a leather jacket, with a white shirt and black jeans. Definitely not Kayla. Iron high. The man awkwardly waved. Is this the Smith residence? Yes. And you are? I asked, staring at the man with furrowed brows. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Connor. He stuck his hand out to shake. Maximus is my secretary that I mentioned. Maximus strode over, standing to the side of me. I glanced over my shoulder, noticing he was now slightly behind me. You're here to bring Maximus's clothes then? He nodded, but I couldn't help noticing the way his eyes widened and glanced at Maximus when I had said Maximus's name. Please, come in. He stepped through the foyer, and I felt something soft along my back. Glancing down, I saw Maximus, hand hovering over the small of my back. Unable to decide if I was happy or angry at him for doing that, I stepped away quickly, walking over to Connor, who had seated himself on the couch. "I'm sure it's been a long drive. Can I get you anything?" I asked with a smile. "Coffee would be great." His green eyes staring into my mine. There was no doubt that he was an extremely attractive man. But despite that, I couldn't look at him without images of Maximus popping into my head and blocking the sight of him. Walking into the kitchen, I went to pour a cup of black coffee before pausing and walking back into the living room. Black, all with cream and sugar. Cream and sugar. Thank you. Something about his high-energy personality reminded me of Kayla's own bubbly nature. There was this excited sweetness he held. I went and made him the drink before bringing it to him. As I was walking in, I heard a she, asked by Connor, followed by a yes from Maximus. The constant mystery and secrets that seemed to be hidden from me were beginning to become all too alarming. I felt on edge but smoothed it over with a smile. "Oh, thank you." Connor chimed in front of me, peering around Maximus at me holding his coffee. I nodded and handed it to him. I heard footsteps behind me and heard my father enter. Obeyed to Connor. "Welcome." Connor stood and shook my dad's hand with a smile. "Thank you, sir. I know your drive was quite long. Will you be staying the night?" "If you wouldn't mind." "Sir, that would be great." Connor flashed my dad his bright white teeth. "Of course, son. Any time." Turning to me, my dad wrapped an arm around my back and guided me towards Connor. "You seem to have met. But Connor, this is Evelyn, my daughter." He turned to me. "And Evelyn, this is Connor Castillo. His father Carlos Castillo and I are very good friends." "Oh," I smiled, turning to Connor again. "Well, it's very nice to meet you. I'm sorry if I seemed rude at all when you walked in. I was expecting my friend to be at the door." He shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, forget about it. I figured that you had been waiting for someone." He and I stared at each other for a moment, and I heard a growl rip through the room. I shrieked and jumped back, grabbing my dad's arm. "What was that?" My father and Connor glanced around the room. "What was what?" My father asked me with his blue, crinkled and concerned eyes. "What growl?" asked Connor in a confused manner. "You didn't hear that?" I glanced around the room to ask Maximus, only to see Maximus had left at some point. Just at that moment, the doorbell rang. Running to the door, I swung it open and had it and body collide with mine. "Hey, Pierre." Kayla grinned, wrapping me in a bear hug. "Hey, Kay." I felt myself starting to get suffocated by her grip. "Kay, I love you too. But could you please loosen your grip just a tad?" Letting me go so quickly I almost hit the floor. Kayla's eyes widened. "Oh, I'm sorry. Evelyn." "Ready to get coffee?" "Yeah, let me just go grab my purse and a jacket from upstairs." Running up the stairs, I grabbed my purse that was hanging by the door and put on my tan long-line coat. Walking down the stairs, rummaging through my purse to make sure my cell phone was there, I was surprised to find Connor chatting it up with Kayla. She laughed heartily at something he said, and he stepped forward to hear something she said, responding in an eruption of laughter. "Oh, Kayla, I see you've met Connor," I acknowledged as I walked over to her. "Oh, yes." She smiled. "Ready to go?" I asked her as I put gloves on. "Yeah, let's go." She turned and peered over her shoulder, waving at him. "Nice meeting you, Connor." "Nice meeting you as well." As the door shut, I grabbed her arm and sped walk away from the door. Once we were a few yards from the house, I giggled at her. "Okay. What was that about?" Kayla blushed. "Okay. I admit it. He is very, very attractive." I looked at her confused, but she shrugged as we walked. "He isn't the one for me." "How do you know?" "You only just met him." "I just know." She shrugged again. We walked the rest of the way in silence. I looked around at the snow-crescent town we lived in admiration. We walked past a few stores I have known since childhood, and for the first time in a day, a warmth filled my soul. The woes of boy trouble were forgotten as I admired my sweet town. The familiar smell of roasted coffee and pastries filled the air, an indicator we were near Huck's. Huck's was the best coffee shop in all of town. It was owned by Mr. Huckleberry Don, A thin man who was 5'3" and whose wife had passed a few years prior. He had a son, Huckleberry II, however, who helped run the shop with his wife, Mrs. Crystal Don Mister K, as the town called him, also had two grandchildren in their late teens who helped run the shop. Walking through the faded red storefront, we walked into the bakery. I scanned the room, eyes falling on a girl with braided blonde hair and a light blue turtleneck. She looked up and her blue eyes met mine. "Hey, Maudie." I smiled as I walked over to her. I wrapped her into a hug. "Hi, E. We're going to go order, we'll be right back." Walking over to the cashier, I ordered a huckleberry mud pot. It was a latte with huckleberry syrup, chocolate syrup, cinnamon, steamed milk, and espresso, and its delicious flavor never failed to surprise me. Kale ordered the huckleberry and cream latte, which was essentially the same drink, but with white chocolate and topped with heavy whipping cream. Sitting down at the table, the girls looked at me eagerly. "So," Kayla asked me before taking a sip of her latte, "getting a frothy mustache in the process, Mr. Alexander?" "Maximus, my father's business partner, I trailed off, failing to find the words to describe him, watching my friend's widening eyes. "He makes my heart beat in a way it never had before. My heart races when I'm around him, and yet I'm not nervous. I feel at complete peace. It was like I met him and was suddenly entranced and enthralled by his presence. The past 2 days we've gotten to know each other, and all I've wanted to do is be around him." I blushed, pushing a piece of hair behind my ear as I thought about falling in him while ice skating. He seemed so perfect. "Until," Maudie asked, leaning forward in a fervid manner. I overheard an argument between my father and him, and I thought I was the topic. How his words didn't make sense. Something about a mate, and wanting to love her. My shoulders drooped. I crossed my arms to hug myself, and my voice dropped to a whisper. And so I asked him who he was talking about. I paused, looking at my friends whose faces dawned with a sense of realization and sadness for me. He has a girlfriend in town that my dad is preventing him from dating. So, the last few days were simply me being a tour guide to him, and likely meant nothing, despite the fact for the first time ever he's a guy I felt something. I caused an overwhelming sadness enveloping me, something in my soul stirful. Instantly, I was swarmed into a hug and whispered condolences from Maudie, while Kayla gripped her mug so hard her hands turned red, speaking of the ways we could torture the man, who needs chemical castration when a good old knife does the trick. Kayla nodded to herself. "I'm so sorry, my sweet tea. Another great guy will come along and see how amazing you are," Maudie consoled. The stark contrast made a sense of laughter bubble up inside my chest until I found myself laughing at Kayla's semi-empty threats. "It's okay, guys. I'll be okay," I assured my friends with a soft smile, the tears that had been welling in my eyes from sadness shifting to tears of laughter. Changing the subject, I turned to Maudie. "How is your grandfather holding up?" She let go of me, sitting back into her chair, staring down at her cappuccino. She sighed, shoulders dropping. "No improvements. The doctors say he only has a few months to a year left to live." Seeing her crestfallen face, I took my turn to comfort Maudie, wrapping my arms around her small frame. "I'm so sorry, Maudie. I'm here for you always if you need anything." She offered me a half smile, tears silently pouring down her face as she sniffled. "It's okay, Mads. Let it out," Kayla whispered, patting her back. Within moments, Maudie silently sobbed into her arms. I felt my own worries fade away from my mind, seeming like silly and trivial matters when there were more serious things like death at stake. "Maudie, you never leave the hospital. How about you and Kayla come over for a bit? I'll make tea and we can watch some movies and get your mind off things for a couple of hours," I asked her tentatively. "I don't know. Grandpa, Mr. Weaver would want you to live your life, Maudie. You will be right back by his side this evening," I urged my friend. She sighed before nodding her head and giving me a soft smile. Waking through the front door, I shouted, "And I'm home," to my parents as my friends, and I entered. As we entered into the foyer, I saw Maudie's face scrunch up as she smelled the air. "What is that smell?" she asked in a confused and yet slightly inner voice. I sniffed the air. What smell? She looked at me incredulously. That smell. It's all in the air. It's like vanilla, cinnamon, and sandalwood. From the other room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I heard muffled voices and footsteps coming towards us. What is that? Connor stopped his sentence as he walked into the foyer, staring wide-eyed at Marty. The two seemed to be in a trance-like state, staring at each other before walking up to one another. Their hands linked and I watched as they paused, looked at me, and Connor coughed. What's your name? The wonder he tried to hide evident in his voice. Madeleine. She blushed. Madeleine, would you mind stepping outside with me for a moment so we could get... He paused, glancing at me. And then Maximus, who had entered the room. A word alone. She simply nodded, hand linked in his as he walked them towards the door and out of the house. The room paused in awkward silence as I balked at what on earth had passed before me. Moments before we had walked through the door, and now Maudie was right back out of it, hand in hand with Connor. I shook my head, placing my fingers to my temple as I felt a headache beginning. Walking into the living room, I sat down on the couch, rubbing my temple. It seemed there was always this unwritten rule of body language and mystery that was laid before me, shrouding my vision. When I was younger, its appearance had been less so. But now it was unavoidable. It was like an itch I couldn't scratch, growing larger and larger. I made up my mind that I was in dire need of investigation. Kayla sat down wordlessly beside me, and we sat in silence. A few minutes later, Connor and Maudie walked in, with Maudie glancing over her shoulder and sending a soft smile to Connor. Sorry about that. Turns out Connor and I know each other. She blushed. So ready for this sleepover. I knew it was going to be an interesting night. Chapter 8, Maximus. I raced through the forest, dirt and snow grinding beneath my paws as I embraced the earth. Trees covered in snow flew by me and melted into a sea of green and white as if racing through a tunnel. My vision was clouded in anger. I knew I had no right to be angry. How could she know? She didn't know I was her mate. And any closeness I had fostered over the past few days was destroyed in the single lie I was forced to tell her. But she had looked at Connor with a smile that hadn't graced her face since I had stolen it, and it had enraged my wolf. I had found myself racing out the door, stripping my clothes, and running into the forest. A fire had burned in my veins that I didn't know how to put out. My black fur coat stood out starkly against the white winter world that enveloped me. I ran and ran until all anger had been drained and all that was left was a hollowing sorrow. My pulse began to slow as I went from a sprint to a run, to a trot, to a walk. My pace became more leisurely as I slowly crept away from the forest edge and towards the white home I had initially run from. I sat down, tucking my tail beneath me, as I looked up at my mate's bedroom window. She was standing in front of the window, her beautiful hair in a French braid. She wore a cotton tank top and shorts pajama set that had a blue floral pattern on it. If I had been in my human form, I might have had to clear my throat at seeing her gorgeous figure being defined. She is beautiful. I grinned to myself. I was so entranced looking at her that I failed to notice the person across from her until she threw her head back, covering her smile and placing a hand on the person's shoulder. I tensed up before looking and seeing her friend Kayla on the other end. My shoulders dropped. Kayla was snorting as my mate laughed and turned to look at someone else. A girl I hadn't seen before entered the room. She had blonde hair that was tied into a braid on the side and a soft glow to her skin. Something about her seemed familiar. I was surprised when I inhaled, trying to catch her scent, and found the overwhelming smell of Connor masking it. I shook my head, pawing my snout before inhaling again. But still, the scent remained. Lucky bastard. I realized. Connor had found his mate. I laughed as best a wolf could at the petite girl who handed my mate and Kayla tea. She was so opposite to Connor. Connor was a loud jester at heart, always making a scene and whining. Indifference. This girl was quiet and observant, sitting down beside my mate and silently sipping tea, occasionally throwing in a quiet laugh. masked by the girl's own laughter. I refocused my attention on my mate. Her laughs had died down as she focused intently on her blonde friend who suddenly seemed saddened. She half smiled at Connor's mate, softening her eyes and offering her a hug as the girl began to cry. There was a gentleness to my mate as she held her friend close to her, offering her a smile and words of assurance. There was a strength in her kindness, a regal ity of sorts. She made empathy seem like an art form. I laid down now, continuing to watch my mate from afar. I let hours pass by, watching her every move and behavior attentively and noting each unique detail. I noticed how she got tired very early in the evening, yawning and fighting to keep her eyes open. I noticed the way she would widen her eyes before bursting out laughing. I watched the way she twisted and played with the tip of her braid when she zoned out. Before I knew it, her friends were asleep on a pallet on her floor and she was turning the light off and crawling into bed. She reached towards the curtain and moved to close it when she paused. I froze as her eyes landed on the place I was laying in the forest. Despite the white around me, the trees cast a nice shadow on me which I hoped covered my outline. She stared for a few moments, in a way that made me feel as if she was boring her eyes into my soul and seeing me. Not seeing me sitting as a wolf, but seeing the inward parts of my soul, the destroyed and destructed, and reclaiming them as the healed and hopeful. But my hopes were drained as I watched her draw the curtain shut. Sighing, I stood, shaking my body, and then slowly walked back towards the house. I was in the middle of the yard when the creak of a door opening and soft footsteps padding on snow raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Turning towards the source, I growled, showing my teeth, and instantly regretted it. Seeing my mate, she gasped and started to back away, wrapping the trench coat she had thrown on tightly around her. I quickly dropped to the ground in a submissive pose. Perplexity clouded her features as she looked at me with hesitancy. Please don't be afraid. I couldn't handle it if she was afraid of me like everyone else. Her steps paused and she sighed. She whispered under her breath, I hope this isn't a fatal mistake. She kneeled down to the ground and put a hand out for me to sniff. I was about 5 yards away from her and I slowly stood. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 10 feet later, and we stood only 5 feet away from one another. She moved from kneeling to sitting, her eyes wide. I'm not going to hurt you so long as you don't hurt me, she whispered. Never. I'll never hurt you. I neared her more until my nose was touching her palm. She let out a laugh, catching me off guard, and I pulled away quickly. Oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. Your nose simply tickled my hand. She smiled. Her smile was radiant as it was every time. I walked up to her again, this time avoiding her hand and instead going towards her face. It made her close her eyes and hold her breath. Her lips were pursed as she made a puff of fish face and I laughed internally, licking her face. Her eyes shot open as she began to giggle at my licking. Her hands moved to push me away as she giggled again. Stop. Higher it tickles. I continued my assault of kisses on her face. Her hands then began to stroke my head softly. Is this okay? She asked tenderly. In response, I laid down and rested my head on her lap. She continued to stroke my fur, a soft sigh of passing her lips. I closed my eyes, allowing the warm sensation of my mate's skin to overtake my senses. Before I knew it, my mate's eyes began to droop as well and her breathing grew heavy. The mate bond's effects at work again. She tried to stay awake, but knowing she needed sleep, I emitted a soft hum, similar to a purr, from my chest. The sound was often used by male wolves to calm their mates in times of crisis, but due to my mate's humanity and fatigue, she was especially susceptible. She soon slumped over, head resting on my body, and arms around me. Her breathing evened out, a sign of deep sleep, creeping out from under her arms. I went over to my clothes. As quickly as possible, I transformed into my human form, bones cracking into place as hair left my body. I threw the clothes on and went over to my mate, sweeping her up into my arms. For a moment I just allowed myself to stare at her face. Even in the dark of night, She was stunning. Her skin glowed in the moonlight. Her freckles stardust against her skin. Warmth filled my chest at the feeling of my mate's body held against my own. I looked at her lips, staring greedily at the soft pink curves that graced her face. I leaned forward. Our breasts intermingled, and just when I was a hair-breadth away from my lips touching her own, my breath caught in my throat, and I stopped myself. No, I wouldn't steal a kiss from her while she was sleeping. I wasn't the animal they claimed me to be, and I wouldn't allow myself to be. Pulling away, I sighed and walked towards the house, gently opening the screen door. I carried her into the living room, through the foyer, up the stairs, and to her room. I crept in her room quietly, knowing I was in the presence of two other wolves. I carefully stepped over the blonde and froze when she mumbled. Eyes wide, I glanced down and realized she had only rolled over and was talking to herself in her sleep. Releasing a breath I hadn't known I was holding, I stepped over Kayla slowly. I grinned when she didn't wake up, carefully laying my mate down on a bed. I smoothed some baby hairs from her face and gently held her cheek. So beautiful, I whispered. I heard a growl behind me and widened my eyes. Quickly turning around, I saw Kayla sitting up, with nails sharpened and glowing eyes. As soon as they were there, they were gone. She sighed in relief. Oh, it's you, she whispered. What are you doing? She asked me with a glare, glancing between me and my sleeping mate. Then, her eyes made contact with the coat Evelyn was wearing and she mumbled. She softly smiled at me, and then surprised me with a wink, laying her head back down on her pillow and rolling over to face the wall. Chuckling, I turned back to my mate. I carefully removed her coat and shoes and held them in my arms. I turned around to leave before sighing and turning back to her. I pulled the covers over her and then bent down, lips hovering over her forehead. I hesitated before closing my eyes and pressing a kiss to her smooth skin. Then, I left just as soon as I had been there. I took her things downstairs exactly where they had been, as if she had never been gone outside at all. I walked over to the screen door and locked it, moving the curtain to cover it. You really are a sucker, aren't you? I jumped in the air. Fucking hell, I whispered underneath my breath. Connor snickered and walked over to me with a smile. You are so whipped, man. Connor, what about you? When has Connor Emilione or Damien Castillo ever stayed up past 12 p.m.? His tanned skin paled 3 shades as he widened his eyes. Connor was everything but a good liar. He wore his heart on his sleeve, a trait I had always been slightly envious of, not feeling compelled to bury your emotions. He scratched his head. I don't know what you're talking about. He shrugged nonchalantly, and it was my turn to snicker. Wouldn't have anything to do with wanting to watch over the blonde upstairs who's covered in your scent. He raised his hands. Okay, you got me. Then, he stuck his hands out to his sides and wiggled his fingers. Surprise. I met my mate. I chuckled before hugging him and patting his back. I'm happy for you, man. He smiled sheepishly. Thank you. Bro, I'm happy for you too. A thought struck me. Why isn't she sleeping in the same room as you? I asked, rubbing my chin. My fingers grazed over stubble, and I made a mental note to shave in the morning. It was very unusual for mates who had just met to not mate right on the spot, or at least move in together immediately. He scratched his head. Well, obviously your mate is human and we wouldn't want to cast suspicion. But he paused as if unsure how to say it. I think something else is going on. She's everything I've ever dreamed of, but she's really scared of. I don't know. Something. Teachmate Bond was practically screaming at me to be gentle when I met her. So I asked her how she wanted to go about things, and she asked to act like we already knew each other for Evelyn's sake and to take things slow. I nodded my head, remembering the girl had wept into my mate's arms. She was definitely dealing with demons. I would know. However, whether they existed in her past or present was unknown to me. Enough about our mates. How about we get some sleep so that we can greet them in the morning? He responded with a nod, a troubled look crossing his features. Connor was a carefree type. It was unusual for him to be anxious. Hey, I paused and grabbed his shoulder. She's going to be okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He looked into my eyes and smiled. Thanks, man. He paused. It's going to be okay for you two. He nodded at me, as if confirming what he said was true, with a grin, and then turned away, headed to the other guest room. I stood silent, frozen to my spot, looking at the mahogany wood beneath my feet. I hoped that was true. Chapter 9, Evelyn. I awoke, my arms reaching out blindly, as my hands searched for the soft fur of the black wolf. My hands came in contact with a smooth plush surface. I shot up, found myself in bed, and gasped. I was in my bed, covers on, with Kayla and Maddie sleeping soundly on the floor by me. I shook as I took in my surroundings. I could have sworn that I had fallen asleep outside the night before. I had seen a beautiful black wolf from my window and had become entranced by it. The sensation of seeing such a beautiful and dangerous creature had become overwhelming, compelling me outside. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It had bared its teeth at me and I was going to run away. But then, it strangely laid on its belly and whined in submission, as if saddened to see me scared of it. Surprisingly, though, the entire time I hadn't been scared. It was because of that lack of fear that I had approached it, allowing it to lick me and rest its head in my lap. All while petting its head, it had started to purr when I fell asleep. I rubbed my temple, thinking I was going crazy. No, I definitely saw the wolf. I got out of bed quickly and stepped over my friends carefully. I didn't want to wake them in the early hours of the morning. The sun had barely risen. The second I was out the door, I raced down the stairs, to the front door. I went to the coat rack and found my beige trench coat, hanging exactly as it had been the day before. I pinched my eyebrows together, finding myself at a loss for words. I made my way into the mudroom. I found my boots neatly lined up exactly as I always left them. My breathing grew heavy as panic overtook my senses. Was I hallucinating? Dreaming? Is something wrong? Jumping into the air as I looked at Maximus. "Oh, you scared me," I gasped, holding a hand to my chest. "Sorry," he apologized, hands held up in an act of surrender. "Is something wrong?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked again. The room suddenly felt small as he stepped in, walking towards me slowly. "Oh, nope." I scratched my head. I was just checking my shoes were still there. He gave me a firm look and crossed his arms. I was suddenly made all too aware of his intimidating demeanor and physical strength. Yet I was weirdly at peace in his presence rather than nervous. Despite my con, I also knew I was a horrid liar and decided to concede to offer a half-truth. I just had a weird dream last night that I wore my shoes out. I shrugged my shoulders. I was just checking they were still here and I didn't leave them in the forest or something. I laughed. He stared at me with an intense gaze before cracking a sly grin. Good thing it was just a dream then. I frantically nodded before pushing past him and heading towards the staircase. I paused at the bottom as I held the knob and looked at him. "Thanks for checking on me." I smiled and met his eyes. Blue eyes. "But get some sleep." I ran up the stairs before he could respond. Opening the door to my bedroom, I saw Kayla and Maddie already awake. "Where?" She yawned. "Were you?" Maddie asked, rubbing her eyes. I rubbed my neck, just checking on something. I shot them both a smile as a playful grin crossed Kayla's face. "Not someone?" she asked with a raised brow. I paused, looking between my friends frantically as Kayla wiggled her brows and Maddie tried to stifle a laugh. "No." "Oh, well." Kayla began to laugh hysterically. "You actually did see him this morning." "I wasn't checking on him," I insisted as I threw my hands into the air. My friends just responded by snickering. "What about you, Maddie? You seem to be getting a bit cozy with Connor last night, Flipping the table on my friend. Her pale skin turned a deep shade of red as a smile crept onto her face. Maddie stumbled over her words. "Then?" She laughed, and soon Kayla and I joined in laughing at her loss of words. The night before we had watched a movie and Connor and Maddie had snuggled up on the couch together. I'd been shocked when she let him rub her back and actually cuddled into his side. Maddie was very hesitant around people in general, especially men. Her past unsaid hurts would emerge at times when a man stepped a little too close to her, or someone raised their voice as she shut down and seemed to lose her ability to speak. But something about Connor was different. Maddie seemed to light up at the sight of him, and there was a gentleness he held that I think made her feel safe. It was odd she hadn't mentioned knowing him before, but with the knowledge of her grandfather's condition, it didn't surprise me it had slipped her mind. After the laughter had died down, Kayla turned to both of us. "All right, enough about your boy crushes." She rolled her eyes. "I think it's time for breakfast." She stood up and went running out the door. Maddie and I followed suit, running after her. We came to a halt when we entered the kitchen and found Connor and Maximus cooking breakfast. My parents sat at the kitchen aisle, my father drinking coffee while my mom watched them with a smile. I raised my brows. "Wow, everyone is up early this morning." My mom turned to me with a smile. "Well, I heard a weird noise, as if someone was rushing around the house. But then I smelled the delicious smell of food being cooked and found these two making omelette." She turned to the guys with a grin. "Stay as long as you want if it means I won't ever have to cook breakfast again." The guys chuckled as Maximus chopped up omelette ingredients and Connor whisked eggs. "So you guys cook?" I asked with a raised brow. Connor grinned. "I don't. This one, however," he nudged Maximus' arm playfully, "is a cook." Maximus shrugged his shoulders and met my gaze, cracking a smile. "I grew up cooking since my dad couldn't cook to save his life." Everyone in the kitchen chuckled. I watched as Maddie walked over to Connor and whispered something. He nodded and then reached an arm around her to grab an egg, showing her how he was making tea omelets. She blushed at their proximity and I felt a weird nudge of jealousy tug at my stomach as I watched Maximus cook, wanting to join him. Before I could even think about it further, words flew out of my mouth. "Do you need any help chopping, Maximus?" He looked up at me in surprise. "Yeah, that would be great actually." Soon, stacks of omelettes were piling up as Kayla sat down by Mom and watched us. She'd held a cup of coffee in her hands and took a sip. "You're right, Mrs. Smith. I could get used to this too." She grinned cheekily. My mom laughed and I snorted. After breakfast had been made, we all sat down and ate, an awkward tension building as we ate breakfast. My dad had sat at the head of the table with Connor to his right, and Maddie beside Connor. My mom and Kayla sat to the left of my dad, leaving me and reached between Kayla and Maximus. Silence took over the table as we ate quietly, my dad glaring in Maximus' direction ever so often. I couldn't piece together why my dad was so furious at Maximus when he had initially met him upon his arrival. It had been with so much warmth that I was left perplexed as to why the warmth had been stripped away so quickly. "Tea omelets are very good, boys," my mom told them with a smile, in an attempt to cut the tension. "Thank you, Luna Smith." Connor smiled. The table shook as I heard a sound like a kick come from under the table and saw Connor scrunch his face up. Connor turned to my father, offering him a glare. "Thank you, Mrs. Smith," Maximus said through a clenched smile. Everyone at the table seemed to grow increasingly tense at the strange interactions. When Maximus shifted awkwardly in his seat looking at my father's glare, I'd had enough. "Dad, is there something you care to share with the table?" I asked abruptly. My dad's glare dropped as he looked at me in sincere concern. "Is something wrong, honey?" I rolled my eyes. "Dad, seriously, this table feels like a bomb is about to go off. And yet your eyes are doing more destruction with the glares you are throwing." The table, which I thought had been silent before, grew even quieter as everyone froze. Then, one by one, people got up. Connor excused himself with Maddie trailing behind, followed by Kayla, X5 and my mom. It was just my father, Maximus, and me. "Evel, and you simply don't understand. No, I am not about to allow myself be dismissed again." "What?" did Maximus do? I gritted out, raising my voice. My stoic father flinched. I never raised my voice. Laughter bubbled in my chest as realization dawned. Is this because he is here for his lover? I asked, baffled. I hadn't thought my father was capable of stooping so low. My dad's jaw dropped open as fury clouded his features. He stood up and pointed an accusatory finger. You bastard, did you? Maximus raised her hands to hand in a way that demanded silence and respect as his steel eye sliced through my father's words. I think there has been some miscommunication about my lover. Mr. Smith. Whatever the case, I am not going to bother you any more with my presence. We will clearly not agree on this matter, and so there is no point in staying. He turned to me. I'm sorry for not staying longer, but my shoulder feels better and you are well. His eyes screamed at me that there was more that he wanted to say, but instead he turned back to my father. Connor and I will leave by the end of the day. And then he was gone. I turned to my father with tears in my eyes and anger burning in my soul. Honey, I understand you are angry. T'Eternal extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, you don't know this kind of anger. I paused, looking at him with my mouth agape. How could you be so selfish? How could you allow something so small block you from doing business with someone who could bring immense infrastructure to our town? Evelyn, I can't lose a member of our town. I laughed as tears spilled down my face. Dad, if it was me, I'd get it. I noticed his eyes widen a measure. But is his interest in relationship with a girl at worth losing an amazing business partner? My father stood silent, holding the chair in front of him as he paled like a ghost. Heck, Dad. What if it was me? I whispered, shaking my head. Would that really be so bad? Would it be worth risking so much? An aching pain seemed to knot itself in my stomach at the thought that it wasn't me. He stared at me, eyes filling with tears as he shook. I sighed and then walked up to him. I wrapped my arms around him tightly, rubbing his trembling form. I'm sorry, I yelled, Dad. I love you. I just don't agree with your actions. I'll always be here for you, though. You know that, right? No matter what, I'll always be your daughter. I asked, looking into his eyes with a soft smile. He wrapped his arms tightly around me. I know, honey. Tears spilling down his face. I know. A few hours had passed. And Kayla, Muddy, and I tried to make it up to our visitors by taking them to Marie's Diner, another locally owned favorite. Marie's was owned by Marie Monique Ordwell, an immigrant from France. She had moved to Quebec in her teens, and when she reached her late 20s met her husband at our remote Alaskan village. She would tell tales of her life in Nice, France, and Quebec, Canada, most stories revolving around the culture and food. The diner she had was more of homage to her French roots, featuring splendid pâtissiers and food items. Going there seemed to lighten the mood, as we ordered an arrangement of sweets and foods to enjoy. Despite the cheerier disposition everyone held, I still felt melancholy. When I left my dad, it was as if he was a hollow ghost, mulling over something. My dad had never been the kind to have regrets, but I think my words had struck some chord deep within him. He seemed shaken to the core about something. I just wasn't sure it was as simple as Maximus having a relationship with someone in our town. Everything all right? Connor asked, voice laced with concern. I looked up and realized he was speaking to me. Everything is fine with me if it is with you guys. I plastered on a smile. I seriously can't apologize enough for my father's behavior this past week. I don't know how I can make it up to you. Maximus tentatively placed a hand on my shoulder. It's all right. Believe me. Some people hold a special sense of protection over the ones they love. His eyes stared into mine as if trying to convey a hidden meaning. And no matter how much I tried to drink them in, I found myself still thirsting for ounces. You are so incredibly understanding. No wonder you're a good mayor. I laughed. He let out a dark laugh. You are one of the only people who has ever said that to me. No, I bought with a sarcastic smile. His face turned serious. No, honestly, thank you. I found myself surprised by the sincerity he emitted. After an hour of enjoying the diner, I offered to pay for everyone. Maximus and Connor had protested, but I argued with them, saying that it was their final meal and so it was my job as a hostess to pay. They finally conceded. Heading over to the counter, I smiled at Miss Marie. Bonjour. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She smiled. Her brown hair was in half up. Howl look and she wore a pretty floral apron. Comment test, si tu puis, tu vous aider? She asked me in French. I had taken courses throughout high school and often practiced with her at the diner. I'd like to pay for our table. S'il vous plaît. It's on me. She winked. Non, Jeannie pux pos faire. I can't do that, please let me pay. I pleaded with her. She leaned forward. The truth is, you're bohum over there. She glanced in the direction of the table staring at Maximus. Hayden requested I didn't tell you. I widened my eyes, thanking her before heading over to the table with crossed arms. All done? Kayla asked. I nodded, responding with a hum and giving Maximus a pointed look. Awesome. I've got to head out, but I'll see you soon. Kayla smiled, offering me a hug. I've got to get going too. I need to see Grandpa, Maudie said with concern laced in her voice. I'm going with you, Connor announced, following behind Maudie as she nodded wordlessly with a smile. After they had all exited, I turned to Maximus. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked in an annoyed voice. Yup, he smirked. I rolled my eyes and then softly smiled. Thank you. I looked around, well, seeing as everyone has already left. What would you like to do as your last thing in Ice Valley? He smiled and said something that took me by surprise. The library. Walking through the oak doors. Maximus looked through the books with care. He mumbled under his breath. No, shaking his head a few times as each description seemed to fail him. I followed along silently, feeling at ease in the comfort of his presence. I would miss him horribly. In the short time I'd known Maximus, his care and attention had been baffling. He was so kind and held such a calmness in his spirit that I couldn't help but enjoy his presence. I felt there was so much more beneath the exterior he presented that I wanted to unearth, and yet I was blocked from it. If him being in a relationship hadn't already been a block enough, his leaving surely would be. Do you have a favorite book? He asked me, breaking me from my reverie. I blushed and swept a piece of hair behind my ear. I do, but he asked with a mischievous grin. It's a children's story. You'll think it's silly and won't like it. I laughed. A twinkle in his eyes. Try me. Rolling my eyes playfully, I walked over to the children's area, eyes combing the shelves for the book. My eyes lit up when they landed on the old cover. It was worn by countless children reading it, but still featured a maroon, colored rose on the cover. Grabbing it, I turned to face Maximus, who was standing patiently, hands behind his back. Here it is. I paused before handing it to him. Feel free to laugh. He took the book into his hands from me gently, caressing the title, less cover and opening it to reveal the story name. His brows rose as a smile tugged at his lips as he read the name. This is your favorite book. Though his usual velvety voice sounded almost husky and full of emotion, it was as if something about it choked him up. Yes, it is. I started to shift from foot to foot nervously as I failed to read his reaction. Anxiety pooled in my stomach as I realized he probably thought I was stupid for liking such a story. A few moments passed and I found the silence unbearable. I knew you'd think it was silly. I reached out to grab the book and instead found myself pulled back towards him as he pulled the book away from my grasp. I don't think it's silly at all. He smiled and I noticed tears well up in his eyes. I think it's quite beautiful. My brows drew together at the tears in his eyes and I stepped forward, gently his hand. Are you all right? I asked, voice laced with worry. Usually, I'd be embarrassed by expressing such a reaction openly towards this man. But with him leaving the next day, I refrained from burying my emotions. Oh, he loved wiping a tear. I'm fine. I gave him a pointed look. No, truly. I am. It's just that this is a story that always filled me with so much hope when I was younger. He paused and smiled at me. It's always been my favorite. It filled you with hope? I asked in confusion. You're not a beast, though. A laugh that seemed to echo from the depths of his soul emerged at that moment. It was a laugh that spoke of 1,000 pains endured and a deeply set damage that lay in his soul. He avoided my question. Do you believe in it? Do you believe a beauty? He paused, and his striking blue eyes met mine. Could love a beast? Is a beast redeemable? My gaze softened. Yes, I whispered, stepping closer than before. The smell of the forest and deep roasted coffee invaded my nostrils. I believe even a beast is deserving and able to receive love. Silence filled the air as silent tears poured down his face. It was strange to see a man who I sensed was so strong cry. I felt humbled that he would allow me to see that vulnerability. Evelyn. He paused and waited for me to look at him, yes. My gaze, which had wandered to the floor, looked back to his. I lied to you. My breath caught in my throat. What do you mean? Dread pulling in my stomach. I think somewhere deep down, you have known. He followed it ominously. You never bothered to ask who she was. She was a lie. I knew who he was referring to. His girlfriend who supposedly lived here. He was right that in some capacity I knew. When he told me about her, I had thought he was lying to an extent. But I had also thought that my logic in believing he was lying stemmed from my own desire for him to be lying. If it was a lie, then I had a chance at pursuing him, being with him. And I whispered, Evelyn, that day, when you heard your father and me discussing, I will. And you. He groaned. What I'm trying to say is, oh fuck it. Dropping the book, he stepped forward and grabbed my waist, looking deeply into my eyes. He was searching for something. Maybe permission. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find. Because the next second, he was grasping my head softly and pressing his lips onto mine. His lips were gentle against my own, and for a moment I froze in shock. The next moment, I was lightly grasping his forearm and melting into the kiss. Our lips explored each other in tender newness as warmth filled me from the sensation. Then, just as soon as his lips were there, they were pulled away. I stood breathless, lips tingling, as he rested his forehead against my own. Before I could utter a word to express my utter confusion, shock, and awe, I'm sorry, and stepped away, scooping up the book and disappearing in inhumane speed. I was left dumbfounded and rattled. The library stood silent as if he had never been there. I touched my lips and found myself beginning to tremble. I staggered towards the rocking chair in the kids' corner and sat down. Leaning forward, I wrapped my arms around my knees and began to sob. I was utterly wrecked by confusion and emptiness at him leaving. How could he leave me like that? With more questions than I had ever had before. My tears outpoured so much that I didn't notice Mrs. Peters' approach until a small and soft hand touched my back and rubbed it. Looking at her through my fountain of tears, she smiled sadly at me and offered me a blanket and a cup of tea. With shaky hands, I took the tea as she wrapped me in the blanket. She leaned down and grabbed my free hand, offering it a squeeze before walking over to the library counter. I continued to cry as I sipped the tea and listened as she clicked numbers into the telephone. I heard her whisper softly but was too drowned in myself, pity to take the time and try to decipher what she was saying. A few minutes later, the oak doors we shared open as cold air and snow entered the library, followed by my mom covered in snow. Mrs. Peters pointed to the kids' corner and my mom over to me, with a frown. Oh honey, her voice cracked. Green eyes scrunched up in worry. She walked over to me and wrapped me in a hug before grabbing the blanket and teacup and handing them to Mrs. "Eternal extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." I heard her whisper to her as she moved to help me leave. Her arms wrapped around me. We walked towards the oak doors and I paused my steps. Turning around, I smiled through my tears at Mrs. "Eternal extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." "Thank you." She simply nodded in return. When I arrived home, I went upstairs silently and changed into pajamas before climbing into bed. I heard the muffled argument of my parents. "I can't believe you, John," my mother yelled. "You scared away and our daughter's happiness. Sylvia, listen." "Oh no. Don't you Sylvia listen in." I closed my eyes, drowning out my parents yelling. Just as I was drifting to sleep, the hairs on my neck stood as the chilling feeling of being watched filled me. I sat up and glanced out the window, swollen eyes combing the forest. Just when I had muttered to myself, "It was nothing," I saw him. I saw the wolf. A man chooses to leave his soulmate to avoid hurting her, but fate brings them together again. Chapter 10. Max and I crept to the forest edge, paws digging into the dirt. I lifted my snout up, sniffing the air, eyes owning in on the second-story bedroom window. Back turned to me. My mate lay in bed. My soul burned as I stared at her, remembering how I had fled the library. I knew if I didn't leave I would mark her then, and even if I didn't, I never would let her go. She would hate me if I did it. So I ran. I was broken from my thoughts as her parents' shouts reverberated from inside the house. I raised an ear to listen. "I can't believe you, John," Luna Smith yelled. "You scared away the man who was your best friend, son. You scared away a good man, a kind man, your daughter's mate. And now you have ruined our door short at happiness. Sylvia, listen." I heard him pause. "Oh no. Don't you Sylvia listen me. I will not take that bull crap, John. You're right." I heard him seethe. My head rose and my eyebrows with it. "You are right, Sylvie." I didn't hear the rest because the sensation of being watched snapped me out of my eavesdropping. My eyes made contact with my mate's, who was now sitting up and staring at me from her window. It was unsurprising considering I was staring at the window. Teach-mate bond likely startled her. I moved to head back into the forest where I'd leave to go home when I saw her eyes widen and her run from her bedroom. Moments later, she was slipping through the screened door and put into the cold Alaskan air. She had nothing but boots, sweatpants, and a tank top on as she clutched her shoulders. The biting Alaskan cold was already turning her shoulders pink, and I growled at the thought. Her footsteps pulsed and I realized my mistake. Laying down and exposing my belly, she dropped her shoulders and released a sigh, walking towards me tentatively. When she was a yard away, she knelt down into the snow and extended a hand towards me. I stood up and walked toward her. I decided I would not be hesitant this time and walked right up to her face. Her hazel eyes explored my face, reaching a hand out to softly touch my head and pet it. When I stood still, she smiled lightly, bringing her face into the moonlight ever so slightly. Enthusiasm in the moon's glow. The freckles that dusted her face were evident. A soft reminder that even in Alaska the sun still shined. I noticed tears well up in her eyes as she petted me as her strokes became slower. Soon she was releasing hiccups and I felt my stomach become sick. I did this to her, trying to alleviate her tears. I licked her face and she half-heartedly laughed. "Thank you," she sniffled out. Hesitantly, she wrapped her arms around me and hugged me. I leaned in, sniffing her hair and tucking my head into the crevice of her neck. Wiping a hand to her nose, she pulled back and gently pet my face. "Can I talk to you?" She paused as if expecting an answer and then laughed. "You probably think I'm an all-human for being comfortable with you, but you are clearly a weird wolf, it doesn't really matter. Plus, maybe you're a coping mechanism I've created in my mind, and this is all actually a dream," she rambled. Then, she paused as if realizing what she had said. "Wolfie. Can I call you Wolfie?" I licked her face in response and she smiled, making my heart flutter. "Wolfie." Her voice cracked and tears poured down her cheeks again. "There was this guy and I really liked him. He showed me a flicker of what love could be, and I've never loved anyone. At least, romantically." She looked at the sky. "He was so beautiful," she cried. So beautiful." I looked at her as inquisitively as a wolf can and she laughed. "Oh no, I don't mean how he looks. Well, he is beautiful. But no, Wolfie, I mean his soul. I found myself awe-stricken, stuck to my place in front of her. Did she really call my soul beautiful? I wondered in bewilderment. Yet the most beautiful soul I've ever encountered. I sensed something deeply broken, deeply misunderstood, and yet his gentleness exceeded bounds. His grace had no end. His attention and his dedication were astounding. She sobbed into her hands. I found myself astonished at how much she understood me in such a short period of time. She had seen into the very depths of my soul, and instead of finding the broken ugly, she found beauty. I listened as she cried, and my soul began to ache more and more. I wanted nothing more than to shift and sweep her into my arms. To tell her that she was everything to me. That she was beyond the beauty of the stars in the sky, and words couldn't describe the bounds of the beauty of her own soul. But I was frozen, stuck. Because I wouldn't, scare her away from me. Her father's threats didn't matter anymore. But losing her did. Wolfie, he left. He was everything and he left. And I'm nothing. He was everything, though I'm left with a sinkhole of emptiness that I didn't know existed before I met him. Once again, her arms were around my neck holding me, and I just basked in the moment. I basked in what little time I had left with her. I had to return to the pack at some point, and I couldn't bring her with me. I couldn't be selfish even if I wanted to. Ripping her away from her life where she was so clearly happy, so clearly in tune with every member of her pack, would be like tearing a vital organ from a person. She was integral to this town, and without the town, she wouldn't survive. I wish he would come back. She mumbled. I wish he was here. She held me until her body slumped over in a deep sleep, nuzzling her with my snout. I checked she was sleeping before unwrapping myself from her arms and moving away, shifting back to my human form, and getting dressed. I scooped her into my arms. Warmth filled my chest, and I was struck with terror at the thought of never seeing her again, never holding her again, never touching her, smelling her, kissing her again. I clung to her like a lifetime, knowing the longer I held on, the closer I got to bringing her down with me, the closer I got to taking her away and never turning back. Sighing, I slid through the door of her home. The shouting had ceased and silence had fallen over the home. I worried about testing my luck a second time. This was the home of an alpha after all. But I found myself undisturbed as I carried her to her room and laid her on the bed. Sitting beside her, I carefully removed her shoes so that she wasn't woken up. Then, I pressed a kiss to her forehead. I wish I could stay too, I whispered. But I can't. I brushed the hair out of her face and held her face gently. She nuzzled her face into my hand on instinct in her sleep, grasping it with her tiny fingers and pressing it further into her cheek. I smiled softly as tears plagued my vision. Everything hurt. Leaving hurt. But I couldn't stay. Standing up, I pulled the covers over her body. Leaning down, I pressed one more kiss to her forehead. This one long and heartfelt. I poured my mourning and irreverent love into it. The impending separation seemed to be slowed by it until I found I forced myself to pull away. And then, I left. I had left. Left for good. Or at least that's what I had told myself. But it was the next night, and I found myself once again at the edge of the forest, looking at Evelyn's window. This time, her back wasn't to me. She was staring into the forest, golden eyes searching. When her eyes landed on me, I saw a small smile grace her lips. She ran from her room and I heard her soft footsteps sprinting around the house. She came out in a nightgown with a large trench coat on her boots again. With a smile, she walked over to me, and I sat down letting her hands peruse my wolf face and pet me. She sighed. Wolfie, you really are a wonderful dream. I tilted my head at her. It was the only way I could think to question the fact she thought I was a dream. She looked at me and giggled, rolling her eyes. Oh, come on. You can't expect me to think this is real. That a wolf would let me pet him and talk to him freely. I nodded my head. Her eyes widened as she gasped and fell back on her butt. I snorted at the funny displacy. You understand me. A real wolf wouldn't understand me. She laughed. I walked towards her, nudging her to sit up with my head. She responded. Pressing herself up and wrapping her arms around me, I emitted a hum in response. Did you, Jasper? She laughed. I growled slightly, making her eyes widen. She put her hands up. Okay. Placing my head in her hands, and then in the crook of her neck. Wolfie, I'm so sad I feel sick. My soul is aching. Why am I so miserable? Do you think he will ever come back? Tears welled up in her eyes. I know it's ridiculous because I only just met him. How could I feel things so strongly towards him? But I just have this feeling. She paused and pulled my face back from her neck to make eye contact with me. That he is special. My heart swelled up and it took everything in me not to shift and wrap her in my arms. To tell her she was the most special thing I'd ever encountered. Her heart was pure gold and I was thinking to capture it and make it entirely mine. My heart beat for her. And her alone. But I couldn't. I couldn't steal her away from the reality in which she was so happy. Why do you think he lied? Wolfie. She thought aloud. I mean, well, I about a girlfriend. She pouted, looking to the snowy floor. I would say it was because he was disinterested in me, but... well, then that wouldn't account for the kiss. For a few moments, she was silent, sitting in deep thought. I wished we had a mind link so I could press into her thoughts and dispel her worries. I saw the way she crinkled her forehead together, and I wished I could smooth the lines of trepidation away. Leaning forward, I licked her face and she offered me a small smile. Thank you, Wolfie. She smiled. I should probably go to bed, but I want to stay here. Using my snout, I pushed her to lay down and she giggled. What, are we sleeping in the Alaskan wilderness? I huffed in agreement, curling my wool from around her active stance. She rested her head on my back and my upper body lay adjacent to her own. I listened carefully as she fell asleep before once again, shifting, getting dressed, and carrying her into the house. As I entered, I felt a change in the air and I quickly turned around, eyes coming in contact with Luna Smith. She sat at the kitchen counter, chair facing me. It's not what it looks like, I began, but Luna Smith raised a hand to silence me. She stood up and walked around the kitchen aisle, looking at her daughter with a soft smile and then at me. Maximus, you belong together, she sighed, and relief flooded my chest. But I sensed her words were the beginning of something I would not care for. But, Maximus, you cannot keep doing this to her. You are only temporarily alleviating the mate bond. And soon you will not be able to leave. I stood silent, Evelyn snuggling her head into my chest. I had never been a man to show my emotions. I was taught from a young age not to. But, at the Luna's words, I felt tears fill my eyes as I looked at the precious being who held my entire world in her small hands. How could I let her go? I questioned myself. Luna, one more night. You can see her one more night, Maximuson, then you must go if you do not plan to stay or bring her with you. I nodded, turning to carry Evelyn up the stairs. And Maximus. I turned around and faced her. Her green eyes looked sorrowful, and for the first time in my visit, the Luna looked aged and tired. I'm sorry, she whispered. I nodded my head, a tsunami of emotions filling my chest. Carrying Evelyn to her bedroom, I laid her on the bed gently, pulling back her soft pink covers and tucking her beneath them. I looked at her sleeping form in despair. Tomorrow night would be my last to glimpse at her face again. My last to look at her eyes, to see her smile. I knew the next night would be my last to see her ever again. I had debated even going to the forest edge. I considered just driving home and not turning back. But I knew I couldn't avoid saying goodbye. As I walked towards the house, I found her waiting for me, beneath the twilight of stars. Evelyn stood in the middle of her yard, arms hugging herself. I walked to her slowly, tentatively. I wanted each moment to be extended as long as possible. Wolfie, she whispered in a sigh. Her breath filled the winter sky in a cloud of smoke as she smiled. Walking to her, she instantly sat down, taking me into her arms. Oh, how I would miss her tender affection. We sat in silence as she continued to hold me, petting my fur. You know, Wolfie, I'm starting to think this isn't a dream after all. She paused, but then I'd have no explanation for how I have ended up in my bed each morning. She sat quietly before suddenly laughing. Unless, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You carried me or something. If my wolf eyes could have widened, they would have. But luckily for me, the twinkle in her eyes told me she didn't believe that for 1 second. It was all a jest at her own confusion. Wolfie, tonight I'm not going to whine about a boy. I'm not going to cry anymore. At least, I'll try not to. I'm going to tell you about my dreams. I wagged my tail, excited to hear about what her wishes for the future were. She laid down on the Alaskan floor, and I joined her as she looked at the stars. One day, I want to have a beautiful home made of oak and mahogany, a large cabin stashed away in the woods, with high ceilings and a large kitchen. The kitchen will have beautiful granite countertops and plenty of space at the aisle for a large family to sit around. The master bedroom will overlook a mountain or maybe a lake. My heart stopped in my chest. The home she described was my own, word for word. Her intricate details mapped out my home. And I want lots of children. She paused. Maybe 4 or 5. And I'll read to them in a library in the house. Oh yes, I forgot to mention that. I will have a grand library, full of a massive collection of books and complete with a fireplace. My husband and I, we will read stories to them every night, huddled around that fireplace. Pain, searing pain was filling my body. Her dreams were surreal, so close and yet so far, so chained away from my grasp. I was going to suffocate. Her dreams were my own and yet I couldn't fulfill them. It will be a cozy place, a place of love and warmth. She smiled. My home will be a dream itself. I stood up, my legs shaking. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle the pain of her presence, of imagining a future that couldn't exist because I was going to hurt her. Being near her was unbearable and I wanted to run away, and yet when I saw her sit up and concern paint her face, I found it more unbearable to go. I looked into her eyes, trying to convey the beauty I found in her dreams, trying to speak understanding through the vision of a wolf, and as if by some miracle she could read my mind. She rested her forehead against her own and rubbed her hands along the sides of my body. Thank you for listening, Wolfie. You are a true friend. And, as if on cue, the mate barn took hold of her, as she yawned and slumped against me. Before lying down to sleep, shaking, I shifted and changed, sweeping her into my arms as I muffled my sobs. Sitting on the ground, I clutched her to my chest, rocking back and forth. My soul was being ripped away from me. My entire being felt like I was on fire, scorched from the incoming burn of leaving. But I gathered myself together and stood up, carrying her into her house for what truly would be the last time. Walking into her bedroom, I laid her down, but instead of letting go as she usually did, she held on. The mate bond seemed to sense that our time was up. Knowing it was my last chance to hold her, I slipped into the bed with her. Rather than prying her fingers off me, I allowed myself to bask in the feeling of holding her in my arms as she laid on me, snuggling her face into my chest and breathing deeply. I smelled her hair, the beautiful roses, lavender, and fresh cotton smell that had become ingrained in my brain since I met her. Suddenly, I heard her breathing change and I heard a small gasp. Raising her head ever so slightly, Evelyn's eyes half opened and widened. Max, she whispered as her voice shook. There was a sense of awe and almost relief on her face, but I knew I couldn't let her stay awake. Panicking, I quickly released my hum, knowing that it would put her to sleep, rubbing her back. I soothed her back to sleep, as she mumbled my name over again. Soon, her breaths returned to normal, and with all my willpower, I pulled myself away, dragging myself out of the bed. I tucked her sheets over her and kissed her forehead and then her. They were soft and tender. Those lips that had smiled and laughed so many times in my stay stood still and breathless in her sleep. I'd never see her smile again, but it had to be this way. I couldn't uproot her from her life. She would never be happy with me. She would never love me if she truly knew what made me so broken. And even deep down, if I knew that maybe that was a lie, because Evie was the most loving person I'd ever met, I still convinced myself otherwise. "Goodbye, Evie," I whispered, leaving her sleeping form. This time, I headed to the front door, knowing my car was hidden at the front side of the house. As I reached the door, I was surprised to see Alfie Smith standing there. His eyes looked tired, and when his gaze met mine, the happiness I expected to see was instead a look of pure mourning. "You don't have to leave, Maximus." I was wrong. His voice broke. "My daughter, she cares for you so much, Maximus. Please don't leave without her." And for a moment, I thought about wrapping her in my arms and taking her away to the cabin in the woods. "I can't do it. John, I'm sorry, but you were right. She is better off here." And I turned away, walking out the door. Each step was full of searing pain as I walked down the pathway, away from the home. I turned back to stare at a little white house. This was Evelyn's home, not mine. Getting in the car, I sighed and pushed my hair out of my face. I pushed the key into the ignition bit. The car released a soft rumble and I drove away. Chapter 11, Evelyn. I groaned. Maximus. My face shot up, as I found myself lying on my stomach. I groaned, pushed my matted hair out of my face, and sat up. My head ached as my dream from the night before came to the forefront of my mind. I had awoken to an odd comfort. Warm, strong arms encircled me, and I felt fingertips tracing my skin. My eyes were heavy, and yet I willed myself to open my eyes. I found myself lying atop a strong masculine body, and my eyes searched for his face, Max. My voice shook. In that moment, his cold blue eyes seemed like waves willing me to sleep. A soft hum filled the air, lulling me like the ocean's waves. It seemed familiar, as if I had heard it before, but my mind was too tired to place it in the basket of memories that filled my head. I felt soft hands caress my back as kisses were pressed to my forehead. And with that, I melted back into the world of sleep. It was an odd dream, as if my psyche was taunting me with wishes to be with a man who left without a word but "I'm sorry." His departure seemed to haunt me. Am I really so obsessed with him that I dreamed he was in my bed? Pain seemed to erupt in my soul as I realized that Maximus was gone. It was an ache of absence that the dream just reinforced. My room and my house, which had once felt so warm, suddenly felt cold and empty, lacking. It lacked him. Sighing, I got out of bed and grabbed a hoodie and sweatpants from my closet. I looked in the mirror, taking in my sunken eyes. The ghost-like face in the mirror made it truly look like my soul had left me. Breathing deeply, I braided my hair and grabbed a bit of concealer, trying to cover my exhausted features. I had promised to go with Maudie to visit Mr. Weaver today, so no matter how crappy I felt, I knew I had to pull myself together, for Maudie's sake at least. Walking downstairs, I saw my parents sitting at the kitchen aisle. They both looked at me expectantly, as if awaiting me to say or do something. I noticed how they both looked exhausted. My dad's white hair, which usually looked thick and wavy, was unkempt. His tanned skin looked pale, ghastly. My mom looked slightly better, but she looked aged, as if 5 years had passed in a matter of days. I stood in silence for a moment, just staring at them, and they stared back. My dad peered at me through his reading glasses, and my mom twiddled her fingers around a thermos of coffee. Is something wrong? Pulling my brows together, the trance broke as my mom awkwardly laughed. "Oh no, nothing, honey. We've just been a bit concerned about you. You know, this is the first time you've come down from upstairs in the last couple of days." I was incredibly confused. The last few days felt like a blur, with memories of a strange wolf in my dreams clouding my vision. I grasped my forehead and realized she was right. I had mostly slept all day and stayed in my room the last couple of days. "I am fine, Mom." I gave her a half smile, which I quickly realized appeared to be more of a grimace. "Are you sure?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, My dad looked at me in concern. He stood up and walked over to be grasping my arm softly. You know you can talk to me, right? I nodded my head as he whispered. Good, and kissed my forehead. This coffee is for you, sweetie, Mom said, handing me the thermos I had seen earlier. Thanks, Mama. I smiled with a sigh. I better get going. I looked down at the cup and hesitated. I didn't want to go. Something felt off about me, but I pushed the feeling aside and looked at both of my parents with a soft smile. Love you guys. Love you, honey. My mom smiled. Stay safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My dad called behind me. I snatched my purse and coat that were hanging by the door, before grabbing my keys. The hospital was too far to walk to from my home, so I opened the garage, seeing my blue 1988 Chevy CK15 truck. BLU. That was her name. Getting in the car, the familiar smell of diesel and my parents filled my nose. This car smelled like home. It had been my dad's first car, and when I turned 16, he gifted me good old blue. I treasured her, especially the fact that even with 70, 0 miles, she still ran well in winter. Turning the car on, I backed out of the driveway and headed to the hospital. You made it. Maudie wrapped me in a large hug. Pulling back, I smiled at her. I noticed her blonde hair was down in waves, and something about her overall demeanor just seemed relaxed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I couldn't miss seeing Mr. Weaver for the world. Looking behind her, I saw Mr. Weaver laying in the hospital bed, wires attached all over his body, and a live drip in his arm. The hearty man with the bushy mustache had been reduced to a frail and slight man. He was pale and his face lacked color. I was surprised when my eyes met someone else in the room. My breath caught in my throat. Connor. What is he doing here? His head had been resting on the bed beside Mr. Weaver, and he sat up quickly, hearing his name. What happened? He searched the room with his gaze, relaxing when he saw Maudie and I. Oh, you scared me. He breathed out a sigh. He smiled and stood up. Hi, Evelyn, how are you? I tried to come up with words but found my mouth glued shut as I stared at him. I thought that he and Maximus had left. If he was here, did that mean? What are you doing here? I asked, gaping. He swallowed and scratched his neck. I wanted to meet the man who raised the love of my life. My eyes widened and my mouth was left agape. Well. That was quick. I looked between Maudie and Connor with a finger waving between the two of them. So you guys? You're a couple. Maudie laughed and smiled. A smile I hadn't seen grace her face since Mr. Weaver's diagnosis. Taking Connor's hand in her, she smiled up at him, and then looked back at me. Well, I was going to wait a little longer to tell you, eh? I love you so much, so I wanted you to know, but... Well, I didn't want you to freak out like you are now. My gaze softened and I smiled. Maudie, trust me, I'm not freaking out. I'm only a little surprised, that's all. As long as you're happy, then I'm happy too. And reached out, giving her hand a squeeze. I turned to Connor. So if you're here, then Maximus. Please say he is here. Connor offered a sympathetic frown. He went home. Evelyn. I nodded my head, ignoring the stinging feeling in my eyes. Pain riveted through my soul. I felt nauseous. For a split second, I had allowed myself to hope. Hope that maybe Maximus wasn't gone after all. But he was nonetheless. Evie. Darling, is that you? I heard a voice croak. Wiping my tears, I whipped my head around towards Mr. Agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mr. We. Calling him the childhood name I had known him by, he cracked a laugh in return, which soon sputtered into a cough, and I helped him sit up. Worry coursed through me, the bones I felt poking out of his back as I helped him. How are you, Mr. Weaver? I asked, holding his hand. My golden eyes searched his stone blue eyes. "Oh, I'm okay, Evie. Just taking it one day at a time. Cancer may be in my bones, but I'm still just as strong." He winked at me. He raised an arm and pretended to flex a muscle. However, I didn't miss the way he silently winced when doing so. I laughed at his antics, hoping to keep the mood light and cheery. "How about you, darling? How are you? Any boys I need to beat up for your old man?" I smiled but looked to the ground, unable to meet his gaze. No boys. Good. They couldn't handle Grandpa Weaver anyway. He began to cough and soon it turned violent. Maudie rushed over to help Mr. Weaver returned to laying down and Connor was at her side. "Why don't we let you rest, Mr. Wee?" I whispered. He nodded his head and gave my hand a squeeze. Thank you for seeing me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I smiled as tears filled my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mr. Weaver. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Letting go of his hand, I looked at Maudie, who was holding back tears of her own. Connor rubbed circles on her back and I watched as she turned and wrapped her arms around him. He kissed her forehead, choosing her softly. "Want to go get lunch?" "Meds?" I asked her gently. She turned around and faced me with red puffy eyes. No, thank you. I think it's best I stay with Grandpa." She tried to offer a smile. Nodding, I gave her a hug and waved goodbye to Connor. Looking out at the deserted road, I noticed my vision getting a bit blurry. Blinking my eyes, I refocused on the road. I smiled as I glanced up at the large snow-covered mountain tops that surrounded us. What do the mountains look like where Max lives? I noticed myself feeling a bit faint and sick. I shook my head though and rolled my shoulders back, eyes staring intently at the road. Suddenly, pain filled my abdomen like cramps and I groaned. "Ugh, what is wrong with me?" I questioned aloud. Luckily, I was turning the corner onto my road and our little white home was in sight. Pulling into the driveway, I stumbled into the house. I took off my coat and shoes, and hung my purse and keys by the door with shaky hands. I inhaled deeply and held a hand to my chest. "How was seeing Mr. Weaver, honey?" my mom asked as I made my way into the kitchen. Fine," I muttered. "I need water." I grabbed a glass and my hand shook a bit. Filling it with water, I raised it to my lips only for it to fall to the ground and shatter. I screamed as glass entered my foot. Crap. "Oh my gosh, honey," my mom yelled. She hurriedly cleaned the glass while my dad helped me limp over to the couch. "I'll cold drive." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He stated urgently, running to grab his phone. Within 10 minutes, drive. Grady and Katie and Kayla were at the house. Once again, and looking over my wounds. "Goodness. Evelyn, how did this happen?" she asked me, voice laced in concern. She had pulled all the glass out and was now bandaging my foot. "I don't know, drive." "Grady, I don't know. I've been feeling a bit lightheaded and shaky and I just lost grasp." She hummed, grabbing a thermometer and taking my temperature. "You are running a low-grade fever. 99.5. Spend the next few days resting." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "It sounds like you just have a small cold. You'll be better in no time." She smiled. "Will do." I nodded. Kayla gave me a hug. "Feel better, APA. I know you'll be good in no time." I smiled at my friend as she and her mom left the house. Closing my eyes, I decided I would try and sleep it off. I woke up shivering. The surface beneath me felt cold, almost frozen. I looked up and expected to find the white living room ceiling and instead was met with a starry sky. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sat up and saw a bloody trail of footprints sunken into the snow from the house, leading to the spot I sat in, her curved entering. I quickly looked to see I was bleeding through my bandages. Blood was pouring from my feet and tainting the white snow. Panic filled my senses as weight filled my chest. I felt like I was suffocating. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dread. I began to cry as I took shallow breaths. I heard the glass slide door creak and slide open as my dad came running out of the house. Oh my gosh. Honey, he yelled. He ran at a speed I didn't know was possible, as if he was teleported from the house to the yard in a blur. He wrapped me up in his arms as I sobbed. My tears clung to his robe as he picked me up and rushed me into the house, laying me on the couch. What happened? My mother came running into the room, searching my face in a panic. I was too shocked to even respond. My lips quivered and I hugged my arms to myself. My entire being seemed numb and I had a violent and fearful urge to go back into the forest. My parents wrapped me in blankets, and my mother hugged me and quickly rubbed my back to warm me. I heard my dad on the phone with Drive. Grady and I faded into sleep. I was startled by the feeling of cool ointment on my feet, and something being bound around them. I opened my eyes as Drive. Grady prodded my lips. Open your mouth, APA. Open your mouth. A filthy tasting elixir entered my mouth, then I gagged. No, no. Swallow, Evelyn. Swallow, she gently commanded. She patted my back as I drank it. Within moments, I found myself dozing back off to the land of dreams, and all I could see was him. Weeks passed, and something was terribly wrong. Hair pulled back. I lurched into the toilet seat. The empty contents of my stomach revealed as green bile was ejected from my mouth. My throat burned and the aching pain of my stomach was torment. Flushing the toilet, I caught my breath before standing up. I caught my reflection in the mirror. Faded freckles, dull hair, sunken eyes, almost brown, hollow face. For the last 3 weeks I had become violently ill. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We thought it was an infection from my foot, but that soon was proven wrong when test after test came back negative. Every day I fell more and more ill. I lay back down in bed moaning as pain shot through me at contact with the bed. I had chills, a horrible fever, couldn't keep any food down, and had lost at least 10 pounds in a few weeks. To make it worse, every time I closed my eyes, all I saw was him. He haunted my dreams. His face always turned away. We stood in a field. It was summertime by the lack of snow. I tried to run to him, but I couldn't. My feet were stuck in the mud. Soon, I was sinking. I screamed his name. He turned around. He ran towards me in fear. But it was too late. Drive. Grady had no idea what was wrong with me, and my parents even called specialists, all of whom were flabbergasted by my condition. There was no explanation as to what had happened. 3 weeks ago I had run a small temperature, and been a bit shaky. Now I was sitting at death's door, waiting for him to open up. My parents tried to hide their concern, but I heard their muffled whispers. John, she's going to die if we don't do. There must be. My mother sobbed in the hall. Sylvie, she's going to be okay. My dad tried to reassure her, but I knew by the tremor in his voice that he didn't believe it either. My parents went to bed and I found myself alone in my room, staring at the ceiling as black dots filled my vision. I felt like I would fade from consciousness. Lying in bed, darkness clouded my periphery, and then suddenly, I felt a tug in my chest, almost as if coming from my heart, and the pain became searing, like I was stabbed with an iron knife. I muffled my sobs, knowing my parents were outside the door. They peeked their heads to check in, and a moment they had left and I heard them go downstairs. I sprung up in bed. I was weak, but the unyielding feeling compelled me. No, forced me. At this point, the pain had intensified to a scorching burn. It threatened to smother me to death. I felt suffocated, but the moment I stood up, I began to feel a small release, like air seeping out of a tiny hole in a bowl. It was minimal, but there. And so I began to walk. And the more I walked, the more the pain released. I walked out of the house and into the forest. Far from my home, I felt like I was following a song, a whisper calling to my soul. My eyes closed, and in some way, I was conscious and yet asleep. Yet, I trusted the whisper to guide my feet through the forest. The pain was getting lighter and lighter. My feet made contact with a smooth, cold surface. Step, step, crack, glacial cold, frigid to the bone. No air. Eyes open. It's everywhere. Looks up. Panic. Beneath ice. Open mouth for breath. No air. Drowning. Conscious fading. This is the end. Darkness. Welcome. Goodbye. Max chapter 12. Maximus after hours of driving. I was back to my pack. And yet, it felt foreign. I turned onto the dirt road, looking at the rusty and dilapidated night wind sign. It seemed like it was from a memory of long ago the way it was aged. I peered through the dense tree line, eyes scanning my periphery. Then, it came into view. My house. The large 2-story wooden cabin was set back deep in the woods, far away from the rest of the pack which lived closer to town. As I parked the car and entered the large home, the silence was deafening. 20-foot high ceilings made of mahogany left the space lacking warmth. It was freezing in the house, so I walked through the foyer to the living room. I walked to the fireplace, placed firewood in it, and began a fire. As I watched the wood catch flames, I couldn't help but remember Evelyn's dreams. So late, and I felt myself compelled to go to another part of the house. Leaving the fireplace, I walked up the balcony of stairs to a room I hadn't entered in years. The library. Passing shelf after shelf of dusty books, my eyes came into contact with a rocking chair and fireplace that hadn't been used in 20 years. I kneeled before the fireplace and felt tears sting my eyes as I looked at it. I will have a grand library, full of a massive collection of books and complete with a fireplace. My husband and I, we will read stories to them every night, huddled around that fireplace, she said with a smile. But, instead, I sat in a dark library. There was no warmth, no fireplace glow. It was covered in dust, untouched and unseen. It would never hear the giggles of children or sighs of contentment. It would remain haunted by the absence of her spirit. Ugh! God, why? I yelled into the abyss, fingers gripping my hair. No one could hear me. No one could hear my shouts. No one could hear my cries, hugging my knees to my chest. I sobbed over and over again until I felt sick. I cried for the woman I could never have. I cried for the family I would never have. I cried for the loss I hadn't experienced. I felt like I was regressing to the little boy who had been so weak again. You disgusting being. You're cursed. She screamed at me. She threw a glass at me and I dodged it, hiding behind a counter as it shattered against the wall. I was 13 years old, but that didn't stop her from hating me, from hurting me, stomping around the corner. The women looked deranged. Her red hair was in disarray and her eyes were filled with rage. Come here, you murderer, she screamed. She lunged at me with a knife, and I ran out of the house and into the forest. Harder. I willed myself to get to safety. I ran and ran until I entered the old cabin, running into the house. I climbed the banister and entered the library. Sitting at the fireplace, I held my knees to my chest and sobbed. Then, something clicked in me, like a circuit had been wrong all along and suddenly went into place. Pain shot through my body as bones cracked into places they never had before. I shifted for the first time. Most children would be scared, but I wasn't scared, no. I was ready for revenge. Standing up, I shook the memory from my mind. I rolled back my shoulders, the memory triggering a strength within me. I refused to mope around. I had a duty as an alpha. Standing up, I walked to my bedroom and changed into a flannel shirt and jeans. Exiting the house, I hopped in my car and drove to the pack house to immediately begin work. I looked up at the stars as I exited my car. Like everything, they seemed to make me think of her. My soul seemed to be screaming at me to hop back in the car and go and get her. To snatch her up and tell her how much I love her. To apologize and hold her. And never let go. But I refused the mate bond's call. The massive log building that was 3 stories high faced me, and I walked towards it. It was late at night, so I didn't expect many people to be there. Passing through the doors, I instantly felt their stares. I smelt their fear. I hated it. It was like my skin was crawling. They were repulsed by me. And I of myself. I remember when I first smelt fear. I remember standing in the shower scrubbing my skin wishing it would go away. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. I scrubbed until my skin bled. But, no matter how raw my skin was, I couldn't get rid of the stench. I had allowed myself to get caught up in the fantasy of Ice Valley, in the falsity of her words, and I'd forgotten who I really was, a man who was feared not loved, the place where I was supposed to be at home. I was more of an outcast than anything. Looking up, I shot glares in the direction of the few people who had stared at me, and they looked to the ground whimpering before quickly dispersing. I had no doubt I wouldn't encounter another soul again. They would all likely mind link each other to stay clear as they always did. Walking into my office, a person quickly stood up. Hello. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hello. Gamma's Xerxes. I nodded. The man stood tall, spine straight, as his onyx skin stood in contrast against his white T-shirt. Caleb Xerxes was my second in command. My Gamma. He had served as a general in Ghana, fighting off guerrilla warfare fighters. Because of this, he had a militant presence and also a strong ability to follow orders. Anything to report from patrol. I asked him, grabbing a folder from my desk which held any and all notes on reported abnormalities. We captured some rogues in the Southern Territory. Caleb spoke. They don't seem to pose immediate harm to the pack, but further interrogation may be necessary. I think there's potential they could be of harm. I nodded my head, flipping through the notes he had made about them. 11 p.m. Tuesday night. Strange sounds heard at the southern border. Scent picked up by junior pack watchmen. 2 children found. Refused to answer questions about why they were on pack property. No adult rogues in sight. 10-year-old girl. Defensive and will not answer questions. Seems agitated. Had knife. 5-year-old boy. Scared and timid. Appears to be mute. Possible further evaluation is needed to ascertain the threat level presented. Please tell me you're fucking kidding. I turned to Caleb with a glower. Caleb held my gaze firmly, but I saw the way he shifted his shoulder ever so slightly. A sign of discomfort. No, sir. What is there to joke about? Looking pensive. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I glared. They are fucking children. There is nothing more to talk about. Find a family suitable to take care of them immediately if their parents can't be found. Caleb nodded his head and left swiftly. Thinking of the poor children, I couldn't help but think of my Ev. She would have raced down and swooped those children into her arms herself. She would have comforted them and read them stories. She wouldn't have thought for even a moment that they could be dangerous. Goddess. She seemed to haunt my thoughts. Even now, I could practically smell and see her, sitting down at my desk and looking around. I suddenly was made aware of Connor's absence. Dialing his number into the phone, it rang a couple of times before it picked up. Hey Maximus. What's up? Connor sounded exhausted. What's up with you, Connor? You were supposed to be coming back today. What happened? Listen. Maximus. Moddy won't come back with me. I tensed. A fear grappling my stomach at the thought of my friend losing his mate too. Connor was too good for that. Connor wasn't like me. He deserved his mate. What do you mean she won't come back with you? Her grandfather, Mr. Weaver, the man who raised her, is seriously ill. Maximus. He is going to pass in the next few weeks or months. Molly won't leave his side and I don't blame her. So, as long as it's okay with you, I'm going to stay with her for a few weeks. And then she has agreed to come back with me. I let out a sigh of relief. Yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Lilburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's fine. Man, take care of her. I wanted to ask him how Evelyn was even though it had only been a day. But I restrained myself. Forget about her, Maximus. Forget. She's better off without you. Maximus, don't you want to know about now? And I hung up the phone, turning to my desk. I looked at the pile of paperwork before me with a sigh. Picking up a sheet, I began the long and tedious process of signing and denying requests. Contract, alliances, and so on. I was back to the same mundane lacking existence as before. But I would bury myself in piles as high as my ceiling if it meant getting my mind off of her. Weeks had passed, and with every growing day, I felt my resolve weaken. I was growing weak from the strain of being away from my mate, and my wolf seemed to push to the forefront as a result. My temper was short. Where the hell is my coffee? I growled at a secretary in the office. I'm sorry, Alpha, it there's spilled. She stumbled as tears poured down her face. My nails had elongated and dug into my desk, scratching it. With all the control I had in me, I gritted my teeth and pushed my wolf down. Get out was all I was able to grit out. As the secretary fled in fear, I yelled at almost anyone who came near me. Gammas Xerxes had knocked on my door for a status report. Why the fuck are you knocking at that door? Status report. Sir, he said with a gulp. Oh, a fucking status report, I said in a sing-song voice. It auntie. The report. It's out. I slammed my hand down on the desk and it broke. I was slowly losing sanity, losing control. I had always been a harsh alpha, but this was a new level of madness. I grew concerned I might actually hurt someone in my pack if I continued to stay at the pack house for work. So I moved all my work to my house. Sitting at my desk in the house, I put my face in my hands. I was starting to feel not only agitated but a bit ill. I groaned knowing who I needed to call. I had to call Connor. Connor always offered up the best advice. He was always there for me even in the times I didn't want him to be. Dialing his number, it rang before picking up. Hey Maximus, what's going on? And I explained. I told him everything that had happened. My agitation, my loss of control, my fear of hurting pack members. Sighing into the phone, I could almost see Connor rubbing his temple. That's not good, Maximus. That's not good. Yeah, I knew that part already. I rolled my eyes. Did I think I might know what's going on? My ears perked up. I think you seriously need to come down here. Evelyn's been. No. I shouted at him through the phone. Just no. Stop trying to bring her up. Every time I call you, you try. Do you know how much it fucking hurts each day? Do you know how crazy I am going? If I didn't deserve her before, I certainly don't now. I'm fucking sick. Connor, I could hurt her. The other line was quiet. Connor didn't say anything for a moment. You're weak. Rage burned inside my soul and I felt it threaten to bubble over. What did you just say? You are fucking weak and pathetic, Maximus Octavius Alexander. Your mate is fucking sick. And you've had no idea because you have been too weak to acknowledge she even exists, Connor. I'm fucking finished. You are too weak to admit, even face the fact that someone could actually be capable of caring and loving you. Well, I'm not dealing with your shit anymore.
Grow a pair.
Get off your ass and come here. Help your fucking mate because she is dying. And I have a hell of a feeling it's your fucking. And he hung up. In an instant, rage took over. I slammed my hands down on my desk, splitting it in two. Claws grew as I slashed a wall beside me. I refused to restrain my wolf any further. I shifted into my wolf and ran through the house. then into the forest. I was sprinting in a direction I wasn't even sure of. Just where my instinct took me. I was furious with Connor, but I was more furious with myself. Connor was right. I was weak. I ran for hours. My rage was released with each pounding paw hitting the ground. I ran until my anger had melted away. Night had fallen, and the forest was eerie. I paused in the middle of a clearing, ready to turn back home because I was too weak to face her. I turned around and was ready to run away to my life of misery. But I hesitated as worry and apprehension filled my mind. Is she okay? I seemed to get an answer as a sudden sharp pain filled my body. I felt a sense of urgency. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Strike me. And it wasn't mine. No, it was hers. Panic and pain started to fill my abdomen, and I began to run in the direction that I felt led. It was like an invisible string was leading me through my wolf. Harder run. I had to get there. My paws padded against the dirt as I pushed myself to run at a speed I didn't know was possible. I wouldn't let another person die because of me, not another person I cared about. And then, I found myself digging my paws into the ground, as dirt and snow sputtered behind me. I had halted myself in front of an icy blue lake. She's here. I know it. I searched the horizon and then I saw it. A crack in the ice. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I froze in terror as my stomach sank. No, no. No, Evelyn, no. And then I sprinted. Shifting into my human from mid-run, I dove into the cold abyss, knowing my naturally high body heat meant I could withstand the frigid water. Looking through the water, I saw her there. She was sinking to the bottom, her eyes closing, as air bubbles left her mouth. In swooping motions, I propelled my body towards her and wrapped my arms around her waist. Her eyes blinked open for a split second before she went unconscious again. I was able to see the hole we had both come in through, and I dragged conscious body through the water and to the surface, pulling us out. I landed on the ice and began to cough violently. Grabbing Evelyn, I tried to get a pulse and found a faint one. Putting my head to her chest, I felt blood rush from my face. She wasn't breathing. Placing my hands on her chest, I began compressions. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. I mentally counted each one. Then, I pressed my lips to hers, blowing in air. I placed an ear to her chest. Still, not breathing. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. Again, I pressed my lips to hers, blowing in air. Still not breathing. Please. Evelyn, please. I began to cry. I need you. I'm so sorry. 1, 2. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 7. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I tilted her head back and blew air. UCK, Evelyn coughed violently. Relief flooded my chest. As I turned her on her side, water was expelled from her mouth and she hacked. I put an ear to her chest and heard shallow wheezing breaths, but breaths nonetheless. Sweeping her into my arms, I flew through the forest, smelling the trail she had left. Please be okay. Please be okay. Please don't die. Please don't die. I can't lose you. I can't. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for a sign of life. My eyes found a small cabin and I raced towards it. Bursting through the doors, I came into contact with none other than Drive. "My agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." "Oh, my goddess," she exclaimed, and eyes wide. She took in Evelyn's form. She rushed over to me. "I'll get Alpha Smith. Get all her clothes off and wrap her in blankets. Hold her to your chest. She's human, so her body temperature needs to be raised immediately." I nodded, quickly removing layers of Evelyn's clothes, shielding my gaze from her body as I did so. I quickly wrapped her in blankets, noticing when I looked at her face that her lips were blue. She was so frail, so pale, so dead-looking. I wouldn't have thought she was alive if it weren't for tremendous shaking. I was horrified. I pulled a blanket around myself before I picked her up and sat before the fireplace. Seated up, I held her to me while feverishly rubbing her back. "Come on, Ev. Come on," I whispered. "I'm so sorry. Evelyn, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't leave again." I kissed her temple as her previous shaking seemed to slow down. What the hell happened? I turned to see Alpha Smith looking at me pale as a ghost. The mate bond told me she was in trouble. I found her underneath the ice at a nearby lake. I whispered Drive. Grady came over to us, feeling Evelyn's forehead. "She's still too cold. She likely has hypothermia. You'll need to stay here for the next few hours." I nodded my head, pressing a kiss to Evelyn's forehead. I saw her father watching us. His face spoke of a million unsaid waves of anger. But, with his daughter's head on my chest, sitting on the brink of death, he wasn't going to say a word. I shifted my body so that we were laying down, closing my eyes and inhaling her soft cotton and lavender scent. Arms held tightly around her, I knew one thing at that moment. I was never going to let her go again. Chapter 13, Evelyn Water. It's everywhere. Looks up. Panic. Beneath ice. Open mouth for breath. No air. Drowning. Conscious fading. This is the end. Darkness. Welcome. Goodbye. Max said he was like an angel, descending into the frigid abyss that would take us both in its arctic claws. I closed my eyes, happy to hallucinate his beautiful being one more time. I could die happy knowing the one man I had ever felt something for had been the last thing I saw. Darkness. I gasped for air, shaking. No, no, no. I was gasping for air. I couldn't drown. My eyes short open and they were met with gelid ones. Ice capped mountains of eyes that I would recognize anywhere. She rubbed my back. "You're safe. Evelyn, you're okay. I'm here," he whispered softly. His arms were wrapped around me, and I was in a cocoon of warmth and safety. It contrasted so greatly with the deathly grasp of cold I had felt just moments before. I was dead. That was the only explanation. Is this teacher afterlife? My eyes welled with tears. No, no. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not the afterlife. You're alive. This is real. I shook my head furiously as hot tears poured down my face. It isn't possible. This can't be real. Maximus couldn't, wouldn't, possibly hold me. No, no. No, it can't be. I sobbed as I began to hyperventilate. I felt our seating shift as Maximus sat up with me in his arms. He grabbed my hand, which clung to the blanket around me, and moved it to my chest. Evelyn, feel that. Do you feel it? He asks me in desperation. I felt where he placed my hand. Thump, 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 thump. I felt and nodded. You're real. You're alive. He exasperated. No, no. Why you? Why you can't be real. And Max W. wouldn't be he, here? I watched his face grow weary as he sighed. He grabbed my hand and shifted the blanket so half of his chest was exposed. He grabbed my hand and placed it on his chest, whispering, "Do you feel that, Evelyn? Do you feel that?" Thump, 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 thump. I was shocked. It wasn't possible. And yet it was. I'm real. Evelyn. I'm real. He lifted my hand to his cheek and held it. My hand skimmed over his jawline and then skimmed his lip as my hands began to shake Max. I whispered. It was broken. It was hollow. And it expressed my innermost turmoil and relief all in saying his name. Yav. Yeah, it's me. He smiled as tears poured down his face. Oh, how did you? And how am I? Why did you? He paused my rambling, gently placing a finger to my lips. I'll explain everything. Everything. I promise you. And I will answer every remaining question you have until you're satisfied. But right now you need food and rest. So, please let me take care of you before I answer. He pleaded. His eyes shined with sincerity and I couldn't help but nod. He got up and walked over to the stove and only then did I realize we were in Kayla's home. I added that to the mental list of things I needed to ask Maximus. Here you go. This soup should hopefully make you feel better and regain strength drive. Grady called it her healing soup. He smiled as he passed me a bowl and spoon. As I went to grab them, I noticed the blanket around me. I am without clothes. My cheeks turned bright red. His eyes wide and I saw him flush, as the tips of his ears turned red. Oh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He stumbled as he lifted a spoonful of the soup to my mouth and I didn't realize how hungry I had been until that moment. We sat in silence, Maximus pausing to blow on the soup before guiding it to my mouth. It gave me a sense of déjà vu to when I had cared for him when he had injured himself. So many questions threatened to flood my mind, but I kept them at bay, deciding right now I needed to live in the moment before me. I needed to absorb and take in the warmth and comfort of space and time before it escaped my grasp. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back on the couch after eating my last bite of food. Drifting into sleep, I felt an additional blanket be placed on me. I heard hushed whispering and shifted, mentally willing the voices to quiet as I tried to return to the land of sleep. But the voices persisted, and inhaling deeply, I cracked an eye open and quickly shut it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A soft fan and voice whispered. I fully opened my eyes and looked toward the sound. Mama. I smiled to myself. She rushed towards me as I moved to sit up. Helping me, I saw my dad look at me with hollow eyes. He approached slowly as my mother hugged me tightly. We were so worried. Sweetie. My mom's voice cracked as she buried her head further into my neck. I felt her tears as they trickled down my nape. My father sighed, and I turned toward him. He kneeled down and placed a hand on my face, eyes turning glassy. My precious girl, my gift. He smiled through his tears. Papa, what is it? My voice broke, revealing my concern. I glanced behind him, seeing Maximus' towering figure standing in the shadows of the fireplace. He was dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants. His head hung low, shoulders dropped. What is going on? You know how much I love you, right? How I would do anything for you. My dad asked me, drawing my attention back to him. Of course, Dad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laughed through my sniffles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's something you need to know. I looked from my dad to my mom, who held equal tears in her eyes. Honey, I'm sorry we kept this from you. But we love you. We were just trying to do what we thought was best. She murmured, squeezing my hand. I felt panic fill my chest. Dim seemed to look overhead, threatening our reunion. You're scaring me. My voice shook. Evelyn, I'm not a mayor. My father stated, eyes searching my own. Confusion hit me first as I looked at my father in bewilderment. What do you mean you're not a mayor? I'm like a mayor. I'm an alpha. But, rather than the leader of a group of humans, I'm the leader of a group of what, Dad? Tu agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked as fear took hold and my breath grew faster and shallower. Of werewolves. Eyes wide. I stared at my dad in horror. What kind of sick joke is this? I questioned in a whisper. I began to stand up, holding my blanket tightly around myself. The second I stood, I began to get lightheaded and my vision turned black as my parents grabbed me and pulled me back down to the couch. Honey, it's not a joke. Your father and I, she motioned between them, we are werewolves. Everyone in the town. We are all werewolves, my mother stated. I shook my head furiously, back and forth, holding my forearms. And no, you are not. Hot tears poured down my face as I looked into my parents' eyes in disbelief. Yes, my father was cut off. Prove it. I snapped at him. My father stood up and stood quietly for a moment. He was completely still. Then, he nodded his head. He motioned to Maximus, who came over to me slowly, approaching me as one does a timid puppy. May I? Motioning with his hands. I gulped and nodded, wrapping an arm around his neck as he picked me up bridal style. Following my father out the door, we stood in the middle of the woods. It appeared to be evening by the darkening color of the sky. My dad stood still again, before inhaling deeply. He took off his shirt and pants, and I looked away when he moved to strip down further. For a moment, all I could hear was the winds rustling through the trees. Crack, pop, crack. Sounds of bones breaking made me go still as I slowly turned my head back around. Right where my father had been standing, a grey wolf stood. I shook my head as my lip trembled. And no. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maximus held my head against his shoulder, rubbing it as I sobbed. I felt us move back into the house before he placed me back down on the couch. Then, he stepped back into the shadows. A few moments later, my mother and father walked through the door. How could you? Why would you hide this from me? To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We thought it was best. My mom breathed. Al was lying to me what was best for me. I'm 19. 19 years of lies. What else have you hidden from me? I questioned. We were protecting you. My father shouted. You were in more danger as a human in our world. Knowing about our world would make you an easy prey if an enemy came along. I couldn't let you get hurt. You are our gift. And we never would have had to tell you unless... My face drained. Unless what? I murmured. Maximus stepped out from beside the fireplace's shadow, towards me. It felt ominous and I knew another part of my reality was about to shatter. Then, approaching slowly, he kneeled before me. Would you give us a moment alone? Maximus whispered, turning to my parent. They nodded and left the house. He stared at me and sighed as if he already knew what I would ask. Are you want to? I whispered. He stared at me, his icy eyes searching mine before he nodded. I nodded my head in return, processing what I had just been informed of. Why didn't you tell me? I asked as tears began to pour down my face once more. He reached a thumb out and wiped them, a pained look crossing his features. Evelyn, when you first saw me, before you passed out, your eyes went wide. Why did they do that? I paused, thinking. My dreams. But it was a silly answer quietly. Was it because you met me in your dreams before you met me in real life? My eyes shot open as I inhaled sharply. How? I couldn't finish asking. Because I dreamt of you to Evelyn. I wished for you for years. His hand, now cupping my cheek. Every werewolf has a second half of their being. A soulmate. My other half. His words from weeks before came to mind. It can't be, not. My voice dropped to a whisper as I trembled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, you. I thought of the girl he had referenced for weeks who my father wouldn't let him see. But I needed confirmation. She was me. She was me all along. I was the girl my father wouldn't let you see. I asked him, tears pouring down my cheeks as I looked at him deeply. Yes, Evelyn. Yes, it's you. It's always been you, he whispered as tears began to pour down his own cheeks. Deep pain was etched into his face as if he was wounded by not telling me. I reached my hands out, gently wiping his tears with the pads of my thumb, before leaning forward and touching our foreheads. He wrapped his arms around me, holding me closer. Silent tears of loss that had poured down my cheeks were replaced by silent tears of joy. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. All these weeks of heartache. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Of misery, of despair, they were worth it at that moment, just by hearing that I was his other half. Even still, though, my world had been torn apart. As if sensing my pain, Maximus held me tighter as I began sobbing into his shoulder. I felt overwhelmed and like I was suffocating from all the information I had received. Everything I had known and thought about the world crumbled before me. I cried until my eyes felt heavy and Maximus gently lifted me up the couch. As he let go, I reached out an arm to stop him. See, could you get me close? He offered me a sympathetic smile and nodded, returning with a large T-shirt and sweats. I grabbed them eagerly. Maximus turned around to face the fireplace as I put them on. The second they were on, I realized they were his, by the strong inward smell that radiated from them. I pulled a blanket on top of my legs. You can turn around, I murmured. Turning, he looked at my form and I realized how pathetic I must look. My eyes were surely swollen from the crying, and tears remained gently streaming down my face. I sniffled and wiped my nose with the back of my hand. He frowned and walked over to me. Kneeling down, he pushed my hair back from my face and cupped my cheek. It's going to be okay. Evelyn, it's going to be okay. I know it's a lot, but things will get better. I nodded silently, offering him a half smile to try and thank him. He grabbed a pillow on the couch and propped it behind me as I moved to lay down. However, when I went to close my eyes, I found it feeling impossible. I turned over multiple times, too many questions plaguing my mind. Max. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Yes, he answered, turning around. Would you? Never mind. My cheeks turned pink. He walked over to me. Anything you want. Evelyn, all you have to do is ask. Would you mind holding me and letting me ask you questions? He grinned and nodded. I scooted over on the couch, as he laid beside me and wrapped his arms around me as we faced each other. I had expected his arms to feel foreign and the experience uncomfortable, but instead I felt like I was exactly where I was meant to be. His arms held comfort and safety. His arms felt like home. So I began. All along, my dad. He stopped you from telling me. I gazed at him, mesmerized by his sculpted face. Yes, I wanted to tell you immediately, but your father wouldn't let me. Oh, did you know I was in trouble? Holding me a bit tighter as if needing comfort himself. I had this feeling of panic overtake me. Pure raw fear. It was terrifying and I knew that you were in trouble. Mate bond often allows mates to know if their mate is in trouble, but it's unusual to feel it when you aren't. Bonded. I watched as Maximus blushed and scratched his neck. Could I don't want to overwhelm you with this. And I mean, no, I'll tell you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Another time, he smiled and nodded. Another time, thinking of what I'd ask next. It was my turn to blush. Maximus gave me a quizzical look. What are you thinking about? He grinned. I hesitated, as my cheeks began to burn even more. The library. Why did you kiss me? Because I wanted to from the moment I laid eyes on you but couldn't. But, in that moment, a smile graced his face as he looked down at me. I was so enraptured in the beauty of you, body and soul, that I couldn't help but kiss you. He looked at me for a moment, watching the blush that made my cheeks grow redder. Can I ask you a question, Evelyn? Watching the sly grin that crept on his face and knowing I might regret the wrong answer. Yes. How do you feel? About? He motioned between us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know it's a lot and it's just, are you? Uncomfortable. Because I wouldn't want to make you feel. I cut him off, pressing my lips to his. Tenderly, I moved my lips against his own, before pulling back with heat flooding my face. I felt like I had an adrenaline rush as I stared at his gobsmacked expression. I am nervous, and I am unsure how to navigate this but I know you make me feel things I've never felt for another person in my entire life. And I know you make me happy, and I know I want to be around you. And I paused, unsure if I was confident enough to proceed with what I wanted to say next. But I pushed my nerves aside, and I know you feel like home, and so even if I need time to process, there's nowhere I'd rather be than here with you, right now. Smiling, Maximus pulled me closer in his arms and looked down at my lips, eyes flitting back up to mine. You're amazing, he breathed, eyes searching mine. May I? He asked, looking to my lips. Yes, I whispered. In a swooping motion, his lips connected to mine. I knew this kiss wasn't like the previous two. It wasn't tentative and reserved, but it was still delicate and tender. His lips moved against mine with eagerness and care, as if he hadn't seen me in 1,000 years and he was giving me his all. His teeth grazed my lip, requesting entrance, and without a thought I accepted, allowing ourselves to explore each other in a kiss. When we finally pulled away, we rested our foreheads against each other as he held me close, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Maximus whispered, "You're everything to me, Evelyn." I closed my eyes and whispered, "What's next?" I felt calloused hands grab my chin as I opened my eyes. Maximus' face had turned serious. "Evelyn, you were sick." "Yes, and?" I asked, confused. "You were sick because of me." "What do you mean?" I muttered as he caressed my cheek. Mates can't be apart for long without getting ill unless they are mated. And I wondered what that meant, but didn't interrupt. For human mates are much more delicate. I didn't know, but for human mates, being away from their mate for too long can drive them to the brink of. This time I sought ear on his face as he looked at me deaf. "I'm so sorry, Evelyn. I'm so sorry." He sobbed into my shoulder. "Schmucks. It's okay. You did it now." I rubbed his back. "But I should have. I should have realized that if I was suffering you would be too. I was too much of a coward to do what was right." "What was right?" "Max, what do you mean?" "Evelyn, I can't leave you here again, or the same thing will repeat. You have to come back with me and live with me if you want to live." "Have to?" "He doesn't want me to live with him. He doesn't want me. Please tell me he wants me." I nodded my head thoughtfully. I didn't want to uproot you from your life. Let's just go to sleep and talk about this tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked with a half smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nodded with a whisper. He closed his eyes, and I found myself unable to stop looking at him. I was worried he was going to fade away and never be seen again. "I feel your eyes, Evelyn." He opened his own. "I'm not going anywhere. Ev," he looked in my eyes. "I'll be right here when you wake up again." Nodding my head, I thoughtlessly grabbed his hand and held it as I closed my eyes. The reassuring feeling of warm water, of energy, that passed between our wrists, a reminder that he was right there with me. Chapter 14. Maximus with quiet steps. I neared the doorway, peering into the room. I watched as Evelyn unfolded clothing and piled them into a suitcase. Upon further examination, I saw silent tears pouring down her face. Knocking on the doorframe, I stepped into the room as her head shot up in my direction. "Oh," she whispered. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. "Hi," she muttered with a half-smile. I kneeled before her, watching as she continued packing her belongings. "Evelyn," I muttered. "Ev," I said louder and more clearly this time, clasping her hand that had been reaching for a pile of folded shirts. She turned her head and looked at me meekly. "What?" "Max, you know it's okay to not be okay, right?" I asked, searching her golden eyes. "You don't have to be okay." I know." She nodded as a few tears strayed down her face. "But I just..." Her gaze held an air of expectation, as if she was waiting with trepidation for something to come. "I don't want to do this right now. It's just a lot." I nodded my head thoughtfully, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I wasn't going to press it now, but I could tell something deeper than moving was bothering her. When the time came, I would find out what it was. Standing up, I left the room, leaving her to pack her bags in silence. Rounding the corner, I knocked into someone. I heard a groan. "Oh, fudge. Oh gosh, I'm sorry." I apologized, recognizing my mate's friend. "Don't worry about it." She smiled, waving her hand. She peered over my shoulder and down the hall before leaning in and whispering, "How is she doing?" "Best she can be, given the circumstances." I paused, mulling something over as she started to walk past me. "Kayla, I don't want to screw up here. You're her best friend. Am I missing something?" How bad is moving away for her? Kayla offered me a small grin. "She will be okay. She just needs time. And as for moving, just make sure she feels at home." Home? My house was not a home. I didn't even know if I was capable of providing one. But maybe with Evelyn there, it could be. I knew it would be. The dark memories that seemed to haunt me might flee from the walls in her presence and be extinguished from existence. I'm ready." I turned around in the kitchen and looked at Evelyn, who had Kayla standing next to her. She had 4 suitcases, all full of her most precious belongings. Even though I could have bought her an entirely new wardrobe, I insisted she brought every item that was precious to her. To force her to bring nothing, to start completely over, would have been a monstrous act. "You be safe, okay? FaceTime me whatever you can. Oh, I love you so much, APA. Don't let me down. You continue to be your marvelous self, okay?" Kayla asked as she wrapped her arms around Evelyn. "I'll be okay." Evelyn smiled as she squeezed Kayla. Pulling away, the 2 girls wordlessly expressed their love for one another. "I'm going to go, okay? I just wanted to say goodbye," Kayla muttered, wiping her tears on her sleeve. Evelyn nodded and watched as her friend left her home. I moved to step forward and felt a firm, calloused hand grip my shoulder. Turning around, I faced Alpha Smith. He reached for my hand in a shake, and I took it, noting the firm pressure he placed. Leaning forward, "Take care of my daughter. Guard her with your life." Despite the wrinkles on his face, white hair, and lanky structure, Alpha Smith was anything but fragile. He was a force to be reckoned with. He cemented that fact with his handshake. I nodded while shaking his hand, a subtle seal of agreement between us. Evelyn would never know harm if I had anything to do with it. "Honey, I love you. If you need anything at all, give me a call." Her mother consoled her daughter, wrapping her in hug. I watched the mother and daughter quietly cry in each other's arms. "Mom," Evelyn raised her hand to her mother's cheek. "I love you. I may not understand why you did what you did, but I love you." And she paused and looked into her mother's eyes, a tender grin making way to her face, eliciting butterflies in my stomach. and I forgive you." Mom Luna Smith lunged forward, holding her daughter tightly as she sobbed. Alpha Smith my side and walked up to the duo, wrapping his arms around them both. "I love you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stay safe." He spoke with care, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She grabbed his forearm. "Dad, I love you and I forgive you too." It was moments like this, watching her, that I couldn't help but be in awe. Most would have seethed and pulled away at their parents' betrayal, but Evelyn was steadfast in her loyalty. She was able to have understanding amidst her confusion. It was one of the reasons I loved her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wasn't ready to tell her yet. Luna Smith stepped aside, allowing father and daughter to give each other a large hug. Pulling away, Evelyn looked at me with eyes that indicated she was ready to go. Nodding my head, I walked towards them, grabbing some of her bags, while her father grabbed the others. We loaded the trunk of my car. I shook Alpha Smith's hand one last time and found myself surprised when this time he pulled me in for a hug. Arms wrapped around me. He spoke lowly. "I trust you. Maximus, I trust you." Trust. That was huge. A feeling of comfort washed over me knowing that my mate's father trusted his daughter with me. "Thank you, sir," I whispered before getting into the car. Evelyn grabbed the door handle and opened the car door. However, her face held apprehension. She looked at the seat, up at me, and then back at her parents. "Evelyn," I whispered. She whipped her head around, looking at me with a large watery gaze. "Say goodbye one more time." Nodding, she ran from the car back up to her parents and wrapped them in a hug. The trio hugged for a few moments, her parents muttering sweet nothing and words of comfort to her. Then, she waved goodbye, getting in the car, and closing the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned to ask her, "Ready?" She nodded with a smile. She wiped her straying tears with her sleeve. As I pulled away from her childhood home, I glanced at Evelyn, who stared intensely out the window. She watched as the scenery of her neighborhood faded from view, and as we passed through her town, a bittersweet smile crossed her face. I turned on my blinker, turning down a road towards the library. "What are you doing, Maximus?" Evelyn asked. Her exterior was calm but her voice edged with alarm. I grabbed her hand and gave it a squeeze before parking the car. She turned to me, eyes wide and questioning, as she stared at the old oak building. "Max, why are we here?" I held up the book I had taken from the library weeks earlier, making an O sound. She nodded in realization. I got out of the car and Evelyn stayed put. Walking around, I opened her door and she looked at me in surprise. "Come on," I urged, reaching out a hand for her to take. "Maximus, I can't." Her voice cracked as she glanced at the library. I saw how her form crumpled, but I also knew she would regret not saying goodbye. "Come on, Ev. Come on," I whispered as I unbuckled her seat and grabbed her hand gently, deciding not to fight against me. Evelyn followed my gentle pull and got out of the car. Walking towards the library, I felt her tremble slightly as she fought her grief. I held her hand tighter, giving it a gentle squeeze. As we walked in, Mrs. Peters glanced up from the circular desk. She glowed at Evelyn and glanced at me, offering a wink. Everything was set. "Hi, Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Evelyn whispered. The jubilant woman walked in large strides despite her tiny legs and wrapped her arms around Evelyn. "You didn't think you could leave without saying goodbye, did you?" I eyed Evelyn and burst into tears, and Mrs. Peters rubbed her back in consolation. There, darling. Everything is going to be fine." She smiled through the tears that had emerged on her own face. Turning to me, Mrs. Peters offered a grin. "Alpha Alexander, Would you endeavour and do me a favour and return that book to the children's section? I nodded and took a step towards Evelyn, then walked with her to the children's section. As we approached the corner, stifled giggles could be heard and I had to stop myself from grinning. Surprise! A chorus of voices shouted. Evelyn shrieked and then laughed. Holding her chest, tears streamed down her face as she glowed at the 12 children she knew and adored. Each child was a regular listener at her story times, and Evelyn knew each of them incredibly well. Arms reaching out, Evelyn managed her best to hug them, as they gathered in a circle around her. "We will miss you, Miss Evelyn." Rosie pouted. "Oh, Miss Evelyn the most," Michael declared, puffing his chest up. "No, I will." A little girl in pigtails, who I hadn't met, argued, crossing her arms. Soon, all the children were arguing as a chorus of no's filled the air. Evelyn laughed but soon stopped as a strong hacking sound filled the air. Evelyn raised her head, looking around the room. The old gentleman paused and coughed. I will miss Evelyn the most." I watched as Evelyn's eyes softened, spotting Mr. Weaver, Maudie, and Connor, carefully stepping away from the children. She walked up to Mr. Weaver with a sense of we Mr. Weaver, she breathed. "What are you doing out of the hospital?" The old man sat in a wheelchair, arms looking gaunt as he breathed through a nasal cannula. He hacked more. Maudie put a hand on his shoulder and smiled down at her grandfather. "He insisted he come and see you off." She looked up at Evelyn. I'll admit I wasn't for it at first, but she paused and smiled. I wanted to say goodbye too. Evelyn grinned, stepping forward and wrapping Maudie into a tight hug. The two girls clung to each other for a few moments. "I'm going to miss you so much," Evelyn whispered. "I'm going to miss you too," Maudie sniffled. They released their hug, hands holding one another. Tears filled Maudie's eyes and she moved to wipe them. "Don't cry," my mate's voice broke. "If you cry, I'll cry and we can't have that." She laughed, blinking back tears. I turned to Connor. "Thank you for bringing them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." This meant the world to Maudie. "See you in a few weeks." "Let's hope for a few months." Connor winced. A reminder that him being back would mean Mr. Weaver's death. I nodded, then turned my attention back to Evelyn and Mr. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Evelyn had thought to do the same, as she turned from Maudie towards Mr. Weaver and a somber smile broke out on her face. "Mr. Weaver," she muttered, bending down to his level. "You didn't think you could." He paused and coughed. "Leave without saying goodbye now, did you?" He smiled through trembling. Tears filled Evelyn's eyes. No, I didn't." She wrapped her arms around him in a hug. "Now I need you to do something, Evelyn, Mr. Weaver stammered. She nodded. "Anything, Mr. Anything. Go read a story to those kiddos." He grinned, winking at her, with a smile. Evelyn nodded, standing up and making her way over to the rocking chair. The children of Ice Valley flooded around her in anticipation. Grabbing a book from the shelf, Evelyn sat down and began the story. I leaned against the library shelf and watched with a smile as she elicited large sounds to aid the story. I watched her eyes grow large describing certain parts, making the children giggle. I admired how she would lower her voice and whisper when calamity was going to strike. The children were entranced by her display and I found myself to be entranced as well. But it wasn't by the story. No, it was her. I imagined her reading to the pups from my pack, in our large town library. It had lacked use for the last few years, but I knew Evelyn would want to revitalize it when we got to North Wind. I imagined her reading stories to our own children, the way they would giggle and smile as she used words to transport them to lands of old. My heart eared in happiness and in fear at my thoughts. Happiness at what was to come, and fear that it would never happen. Going to North Wind might change everything. Eventually, Evelyn would notice the whispering. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The darkness that hung over North Wind, and she would ask questions that would likely lead to her hating me, seeing me as the monster my pack seemed to see. I was broken from my thoughts when soft hands grabbed my own and a cool feeling passed through my wrist. Hey Max, my mate's tender voice questioned. She must have finished reading. I looked down at her with a grin. She was radiant, beaming up at me with a smile. I loved how when she was this close, I could see her precious freckles. Her eyes were large and seemed to hold the wonders of the world in them. Ready to go? I questioned. Yes, I'm ready. She smiled with a nod, waving goodbye to the children. Mutty, Connor, and Mr. Weaver. We walked towards the doors. Evelyn stopped and gave Mrs. Peters a large hug, whispering thanks into her ear. Stay safe, sweet girl. Mrs. Peters smiled, holding Evelyn's cheek. She leaned in, hugging Evelyn, and whispering in Evelyn's ear. But she knew I could hear her, and enjoy the handsome man. I heard a small gasp and chuckled to myself as Mrs. Peters winked over Evelyn's shoulder. Blushing furiously, Evelyn waved goodbye and walked up to me, taking the hand I had put out for her. Her small fingers slipped into mine, fitting perfectly, as we exited the library and got into the car. Max, Evelyn said, turning to me as I started the engine. I asked as I faced her. Thank you so much. She smiled before leaning and unpacking my lips. I stifled my surprise and simply smiled. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hours passed, and Evelyn sat silently in the car. She stared out the window, occasionally smiling or pointing out an animal, a pretty sight. The silence wasn't heavy and stifling, though. Rather, it was peaceful and tranquil, laying over us like a weighted blanket. At one point, Evelyn had fallen asleep, and I admired her with a smile. In her sleep, she mumbled my name. Then, she reached a tentative hand out, searching for my own, shifting and turning until I grabbed hers. Then, her whole body leaned towards me as her delicate fingers wrapped around my own. Looking at our surroundings, I decided it was time to wake her up. Evelyn, I whispered, kissing the back of the hand I held. She groaned, shaking her head. I chuckled. Evelyn, we are getting close. Blinking open her eyes, she yawned and looked at our connected hands with a blush. Oh, she grinned, looking out the window. By now, night had fallen and it was dark out. I expected her to release my hand, but instead she held on loosely. Peering out the window, the night warning sign came into view, and I quickly pointed it out to Evelyn, even though I knew her vision wasn't as good as mine in the dark. We wound through the roads and then my home came into view. Turning into the long driveway, I pulled up to the house and heard an audible gasp from Evelyn. Is everything okay? I asked her, searching her body for a sign of harm. She turned to me with a look of astonishment. Max, this was what I described to the WOLAU. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is it. She gaped with a grin. I smiled at her, getting out of the car and walking around to get her door. Walking her up to the house, I opened a door. The high ceilings towered over us, and instead of being mortified by the emptiness, Evelyn smiled in delight. This is gorgeous, she explained, walking towards the large windows which looked out over the lake. In the dark, the moon seemed to illuminate them, flooding the house with light. She turned to look at the fireplace and smiled even wider. Have you always had this? She asked in wonder. Yeah. I nodded. Yeah. I can't believe this is your home, she whispered, looking around in awe. It's strange how dreams can be real. Our home, I muttered in correction. Home, The word seemed foreign when it rolled off my lips. I had referred to the cabin as a house for so long, seeming to be voided of what the feeling of home truly was. I had been told years before that the cabin, the house I occupied, had once been full of light and love, full of laughter and joy. It had been a home. In the first few years of my life, even I remembered the warmth it held. My father would hold me and tell me bedtime stories by the fire with animated faces and voices. He would tell me stories of my mother's kindness in life with exuberance and passion. Despite my birth being the reason she died, not once did he blame her death on me. No, that blame and shame came later. But in those early years, my time with him was cherished. He told me about the moon goddess plan, and how all things happened in a season for a reason. Most of all, he told me about mates, how wonderful they were, and what a blessing from our Creator they were. He told me my mother would want me to know about the beauty of having a mate, how she would tell me to cherish and love her, how a mate would cherish and love you. Looking at Evelyn's beaming face, I felt the stories of old reigniting something in me, a sense of hope and vision. I hoped that one day my mother's teaching would become true. One day my mate, my beautiful mate, would make this dark place a home. Looking at her, a light in this dark house, I knew it would come true. Soon, it would be our home. Chapter 15, Evelyn. Pulling away from my home. My beautiful childhood home. I stared with a longing gaze out the window. Slowly, my small neighborhood faded from view, and as we passed through Ice Valley, tears filled my eyes as a gentle smile filled my lips. I will miss this place. Suddenly, Max turned on the car blinker, turning down an old familiar road. I scrunched my brows in confusion. What are you doing, Maximus? I tried to keep my face passive, but my voice betrayed me with a slight tremble. I was anxious. Max reached out and grabbed my hand, giving it a gentle and reassuring squeeze, before pulling up to the library and parking the car. I turned to him with wide eyes and then looked back to the old oak building. Max, why are we here? He offered a half smile, holding up the book he had taken from the library weeks earlier. Oh, I breathed out faintly. He got out of the car and I sat still, expecting him to go in without me. There was simply no way I could face Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. However, Max surprised me, walking around the car and opening my door. Come on. Reaching out a hand for me to take. My body trembled with dread, as a nauseous feeling pulled in my stomach. Maximus. I can't. My voice cracked as I looked up at the library. The library had been a part of my home just as much as my house had. It had books that had supported me in times of trouble, and the library had Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My grandparents had died long before my parents found me, and in many ways, Mrs. Peters was my grandmother. To say goodbye would be too much to bear. I looked at Maximus again, his hand outstretched to mine. Come on, Ev. Come on. Reaching his arms across me and unbuckling my seat, he gently grabbed my hand. I realized then that not saying goodbye to Mrs. Peters would be more unbearable than doing it. So, rather than fight against Max, I let his strong but tender grip pull me out of the car. I trembled as we approached the library, fearing how I would handle saying goodbye. Tears fought to surface, but I fought harder against them, feeling Maximus give my hand another reassuring squeeze. As we walked in, Mrs. Peters glanced up from the circular desk. She gave me a vibrant smile and then glanced at Maximus, giving him a wink. My forehead crinkled. What is going on? Hi, Mrs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered with a smile. With enthusiasm. She walked in large strides and wrapped her arms tightly around me. You didn't think you could leave without saying goodbye, did you? Wrenching guilt poured into me, and I felt like I was punched in the gut, bursting into tears. All I could muster was, "Aye, Mrs." Peters rubbed my back in consolation. There, darling. Everything is going to be fine." She smiled through tears that had begun to pour down her face. Turning to Maximus, Mrs. Peters offered a cat-like grin. Something strange was definitely going on. "Alpha Alexander, would you and Evelyn do me a favor and return that book to the children's section?" He nodded, taking a step toward me before we walked to the children's section. I heard a strange muffled sound before I found myself shrieking and laughing as a chorus of voices shouted. Surprise. Tears streamed down my face as I smiled in at the 12 children I loved. Each child was a regular listener at my story times. I reached my arms out as they swarmed me, doing my best to hug them in a group before hugging each child individually. "We will miss you, Miss Evelyn," Rosie declared with a frown. "Oh, Miss Evelyn the most." Michael butted in, puffing his chest up and clearly aiming to impress. It garnered a giggle from me, which I concealed by putting a hand to my mouth. "No, I will," Anna argued, crossing her arms. Her blonde pigtails bobbed as an angry expression passed her face. Before I knew it, every child was arguing as a chorus of no's filled the air. I laughed but found myself pausing and looking up as a strong coughing sound filled the air. A rough voice passed and coughed. "I will miss Evelyn the most." My eyes fell on Mr. Weaver, who was accompanied by Maudie and Connor. The children parted, allowing me to walk up to Mr. "Agent extraordinaire, Mademoiselle Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Sadness and joy at seeing him filled me. "Mr. Weaver," I breathed, almost shaking my head. "What are you doing out of the hospital?" He sat in his wheelchair looking gaunt as he breathed through a nasal cannula. "Coughing more." Maudie put a hand on his shoulder and smiled down at him, hoping to spare him the pain of an answer. He insisted he come and see you off. She looked up at me. I'll admit I wasn't for it at first, but she paused and smiled. I wanted to say goodbye too. I grinned, stepping forward and wrapping Maudie into a tight hug. We clung to each other, neither one wanting to let go. "I'm going to miss you so much," I whispered. "I'm going to miss you too." Maudie sniffled, releasing our grip on each other. Our hands held onto one another. Tears filled Maudie's eyes and she moved to wipe them. "Don't cry." My voice cracked, revealing my despair. "I'll cry and we can't have that." I laughed, attempting to blink back tears. I turned from Maudie towards Mr. Weaver and a somber smile filled my face. "Mr. Weaver," I muttered, bending down so that he and I were face to face. I didn't want him to feel weak. I wanted him to feel level with me. "Idie didn't think you could." He paused and coughed. "Leave without saying gee, goodbye now, did you?" He smiled through trembling. My eyes filled with tears and this time I couldn't hold them back. They poured down my face as I choked out, No, I didn't." I wrapped my arms around his tiny frame tightly, knowing well this would be my last time to hug and see him before he passed. "Now I need you to do something, Evelyn," Mr. Weaver stammered. I nodded. "Anything, Mr. Anything. Go read a story to those kiddos." He grinned, winking at me. It pained me to do so, but Mr. Weaver didn't have to know that. So, plastering on a smile, I nodded. I stood up and made my way over to the rocking chair, grabbing a book from the shelf on my way, sitting down in the chair. My children flooded around me in gleeful anticipation, beginning the story. I forced my feelings of sadness and lost down. The children didn't need to see that. They needed to see the Evelyn they knew and loved. The Evelyn I still was, even if so much had changed. Using my usual character voices, I tried my best to make the story come alive, looking at their beaming and intrigued faces. Oh, how I will miss them. Maybe if I was lucky there would be children in North Wind I could take under my wing. Children I could read to. Amid the story, I glanced at Maximus' face. He appeared to be in deep thought. His light blue eyes seemed deep blue like the ocean for a moment. I looked at his dark hair which was swept out of his eyes. We hardly knew each other, but an image of the children I had dreamed to mind and warmth filled me. Maybe I will have my own children to read too. Refocusing on the story, I carried on. When the story was finished, I embraced each child in my arms, telling them that I would do my best to visit. Walking up to Maximus, I couldn't help but grab his calloused hand, breaking him out of thought. The strange and yet wonderful sensation of energy passing through our wrists broke out the moment I did. "Hey, Max," I questioned. He looked down at me with a grin. There was something so beautiful about his smile. It was indescribable, like a warm fire in a winter storm. The feeling of comfort passed from my head to the tips of my toes as he gleamed at me. "Ready to go?" he asked gently. "Yes, I'm ready." I smiled with a nod. I waved goodbye to the children, Muddy, Connor, and Mr. Weaver, and we walked towards the doors. I stopped when I saw Mrs. "Eternal extraordinaire, Madeline. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Letting go of Maximus, hand as I wrapped her into a large hug. "Thank you for everything, absolutely everything," I whispered. "I'll miss you so much." Pulling away, she looked down at me with a smile. She held my cheek. "Stay safe, sweet girl." She leaned in for one more hug and whispered, "And enjoy that handsome man." I gasped, eyes going wide. Mrs. Peters pulled away, my face so pink she laughed. I waved one last goodbye. Before walking up to Maximus, I took the hand he put out for me, noting how much tinier mine was in comparison to his. We exited the library and got in the car. Sitting and staring at the library, I was filled with contentment and my prior sadness seemed diminished. It struck me, then, that Maximus had been the one to plan it all. Our coming to the library was no sheer accident. It was him all along. A feeling of tenderness washed over me as I found myself overwhelmed by his kindness and thoughtfulness. I whispered as he started the engine, turning to face me. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Without a thought, my hands reached out to his face and I leaned in and pecked his lips. Pulling away, he smiled down at me, looking as if he had conquered the world. My heart thundered in my chest as his velvety baritone voice whispered, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Evelyn," I heard a whisper. Soft lips kissed the back of my hand, as a rough large hand that was warm and familiar held it. Ignoring the whisper, I shook my head and groaned. A deep chuckle rumbled out into the silence of the car as I became more aware of the presence beside me. "Evelyn, we are getting close." Blinking my eyes open, I took in Maximus's face. He offered a small smile, and I grinned back. Yawning, looking down at my hand, I blushed, seeing they were connected. "Oh," I whispered, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear with my free hand. Before looking out the window, night had fallen. I took in the new terrain. We were high in the mountains, the tall familiar trees of Alaska enveloping us. The area seemed more rural than Ice Valley in some way. A difficult feat. "There's the night wind welcome sign," Maximus whispered, pointing out into the dark tree line. I leaned up in my seat, looking into the dark, lightly illuminated by the car's headlights. A black rusty sign with yellow letters read, "Night Wind." I smiled at the sight. Next turned down a multitude of roads until we were on an icy dirt road, one far secluded from the main highway. Looking out the car window, a 2-story cabin came into view and my heart skipped a beat. Is this his home? My question was soon answered as we turned into the long driveway that led to the monumental home. As Max pulled up to the house, I gasped. Closer up, it was larger and grander than I had expected. A beautiful log porch wrapped around the front. Max didn't seem ecstatic to be home, but I was thrilled. Cabins always seemed to be warm and inviting places to me, places I dreamed of living in. "Is everything okay?" Max asked me. I turned to him and saw him looking my body up and down, causing me to blush at the intensity of his gaze. I began with a smile. This was what I described to the WLRU. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is it. I grinned. I gaped at the house which seemed to fulfill my dreams. He smiled at me, getting out of the car and walking around to open my door. Thank you. I followed his lead as we walked up an illuminated path to the house. I waited in anticipation as he opened the door. Stepping over the threshold seemed to be sealing my fate, and I shook with nervousness but buried it down. This was going to be my home. I needed to embrace it. So, with trepidation, I stepped into the house. I looked with wide eyes at the hive-altered ceilings, loving the openness they gave the house. The beams that went across them were a beautiful detail. Stepping further into the house, I was in awe as I approached towering windows that looked out onto the terrain. A massive lake outstretched behind the home, with large mountain peaks surrounding it like a hug. The stars and moon reflected on the lake, flooding the plain with light. This is gorgeous, I exclaimed, turning to face Maximus. My eyes fell on the fireplace. An overwhelming sensation of gratitude and joy swept over me. It seemed unreal. The house seemed to be pulled directly out of the dreams I'd had since I was a little girl. Have you always had this? I asked in disbelief. Had he purchased this home for me? Could it be possible he already owned a home that fit my exact description? Yeah, he nodded, tucking his hands into his pockets. Yeah. I was struck with the incredibleness of that fact. It was like a perfectly crafted story by an author. I can't believe this is your home, I whispered, looking around in awe. It's strange how dreams can be real. Our home, he muttered in correction. I grinned at that thought. It didn't feel like my home yet, but I knew it would. This house had everything but a feminine touch. The furniture was dark, and the atmosphere was domineering. It seemed like a female hadn't been in the house in years. But I knew with time and attention it could be made beautiful. It was that future prospect that I held on to. I held hope in the could-be, rather than focusing on what the house was not. Want a house tour? Max asked, snapping me out of my thought. I turned to him and nodded with a smile, taking his hand into my own. He led me through a small corridor into a room adjacent to the living room, which turned out to be the kitchen. My gaze widened and my heartbeat quickened. It was identical to the one from my dream weeks prior. If I had any doubt now at this soulmate business, it was extinguished. Letting my hand slip from his, I took soft steps towards the island, and then to the stove. Reaching out a tentative hand, I allowed my hands to rub over the grey marble countertops. The kitchen had beautiful wooden cabinets and copper-toned faucets. I felt a feather, like touch, graze over my shoulder. Evelyn, are you all right? Max asked, voice laced in concern. I turned around and nodded. It's just... I trembled slightly at the reality I was going to admit. I dreamt of this place. This place is where my dream was. A small smile tugged on his lips. Mine as well. I raised my eyebrows at his admission, knowing we very well had dreamt the same thing. It was strange, and I knew I'd have to ask him more about it later. Max cleared his throat, ready to see the rest. I nodded. Max showed me the downstairs bathroom, a guest room, and the dining room before he took me upstairs. There were 2 stairs that led to the top, a room sitting in between both. What's in there? Pointing a finger in its direction. I'm saving that for last. Walking to the left, Max stopped in the middle of the hallway. That, he pointed to 2 large doors at the end of the hall, is my room. If you need anything, he turned to me and looked me in the eye. And I mean anything at all. Come and get me. I nodded. And that, he pointed to a door that was to the left of the large doors, is my office. I'm in there more often than my bedroom, so just knock and check in with me there first. Again, I nodded, noting that important fact. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's go this way. Max said, leading us to the right. We walked down the hall, passing the mystery room. Those? Max pointed at 2 rooms on the left of the hall. Our guest rooms. We walked past the first one, and then past the adjacent, looking at a room that was across from it. A beautiful oak door stood before us. This is your room. Maximus twisted the brass knob, opened the door for me, and allowed me to enter first. Stepping in, the room was painted in light lilac, one of my favorite colors. The bed was a queen, featuring a white duvet covered with a quilt that had small lilac-colored flowers on it. There was a dresser, and walking around the bed towards a door to my left, I found a massive walk-in closet. It held many racks on both walls and shelving for shoes on the back wall. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I walked around the bed, to the right of the room, opening the door. A bathroom was revealed. It had a large glass shower, which was placed beside a deep tub that overlooked the mountains and lake through a large adjacent window. I stood silent for a few moments, admiring the view and absorbing the care and attention that had been put into the room. What do you think? Maximus asked. His voice was confident as usual, but I felt a tad of nervousness roll off of him, as his hands interlaced behind his back. It's perfect. Let me get your luggage, Max said, before I could protest and offer to help. He had left. A few minutes later, he came up with 2 of my suitcases. Thank you. I smiled, taking the suitcases from him. You didn't have to do that, you know, I added with a grin. He was so gentlemanly. Of course I did, Max stated like a fact. And I don't mind doing it. He glanced down at his watch. If it's all right, I'll get the rest of your luggage in the morning. It's 12 a.m. I want you to get some sleep. I nodded. Good night, Evelyn. He half smiled, walking towards the door. Good night, Max. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Following behind him so I could close the door, he paused in the doorway, turning around. If you need anything again, anything at all. I cut him off, pressing a kiss to his lips. I pulled away quickly, looking up at his raised brows. I'll get you, I nodded. As I went to turn around and shut the door, Max put out an arm and caught it. I felt arms snake around my waist, pulling me back and turning me around. Dipping his head, Maximus kissed me softly, moving his mouth against mine, until I responded, wrapping my arms around his neck. He pulled me tighter against him, delving into my mouth further and deepening the kiss. It felt so right. He felt so right. He released me, hands gripping my hips as he pressed his forehead to mine, opening my eyes. His ice blue ones bore into mine, his pupils dilated and somber. Maximus had once described a mate bond, and in some way, I felt it then. It was as if I could feel his feelings. He was happy, but he also had a lingering feeling of being afraid. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wasn't sure, but his eyes seemed to be trying to convey his fear without a word being shared. I reached out a tentative hand, brushing hair out of his face, and in doing so was reminded of my dream. With a smile, I whispered, Good night, Maximus. Good night, Ev, he whispered back, slowly pulling his body away from mine and leaving. I tossed and turned in bed, my breath growing shallow, the confines of my mind stuck in a loop of torture. No air, dying. Help, help, Max. Next, the icy clutch of the water wrapped around me. I shot up in bed in a cold sweat, fighting away the cold water's frigid grip. I gasped for air, but none would fill my lungs. Hyperventilating, I swatted at the frigid grip. No. The cold was trying to drown me. Air. I need air. Evelyn, it's me. Max spoke into the silence. I opened my eyes, looking up at him through tears as he released his grip on me. I felt without clothes and vulnerable. Under his gaze, my demons had come out and here he was, witnessing it all. I'm sorry, I cried. I continued to fail to fill my lungs with air despite waking up. No, he hushed me, pulling me back in. He held my back against his chest, gently rocking me as I suffocated on nothing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I fought to get air. Doom seemed to be taking over my being. I am going to die. Evelyn, you're having a panic attack. Max whispered in my ear. I want you to find 5 things you see and say them out loud. Through my wheezing, I looked around me. At arms. Breath. Breath. Sheets. Breath. Pillow. WS. Breath. Ed. My breathing was still shallow, but I felt the panic and looming distraction I had felt begin to withdraw. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good. Moving his hands to rub my shoulders. Now, say for things you feel. W, warmth. S, sheet. Soft CL, clothes. I paused hyperventilating, placing a hand on my chest. Why you? Name 3 things you hear. He whispered. B, breath. T, the AC. Wind. My breath was beginning to even, despite it being shallow. To things you smell. Pine. Coffee. 1 thing you taste. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply this time, tasting a subtle bit of mint from my toothpaste. Mint toothpaste. Max hugged me tightly and hummed as I leaned against him. My mind was calmed, and I was enveloped in a feeling of safety. The warmth that radiated from him, paired with his strong arms around me, assured me. As I faded into the land of dreams, I felt him lay us down, and slowly tried to pull away. Reaching my hands out, I grabbed the collar of his shirt and whispered, "Please don't leave. I don't want to be alone." Max whispered, "Are you sure?" Evelyn. I nodded without opening my eyes, arms reaching out. Normally I would have felt embarrassed by my behavior, especially with the chuckle Max released, but at that moment I knew I needed him. Feeling the bed dip, I turned over on my side, as Max wrapped his arms around my waist. In a cocoon of comfort, a soft and all-too-familiar hum emitted from his chest, and I found myself pulled into the land of sleep. I slept well, knowing no nightmares would plague me with Max by my side. Chapter 16, Maximus. I woke up grinning to myself. My mate's precious body snuggled against me, my arms wrapped around her. Opening my eyes, I looked down at her beautiful sleeping face. It was so calm, with a small grin painting her pink lips. It contrasted so greatly with the night before's terrors that I may have forgotten they existed, yet I couldn't. I woke up with a start, hearing screams from down the hall. My eyes shot wide as I sprinted to Evelyn's bedroom, hearing her cry my name. Fear overtook my senses in a way I hadn't felt in years as panic filled my chest. Swinging the door open, I saw Evelyn shaking from hyperventilating in her sleep. I walked over to her and gently shook her, calling out her name. No. She sobbed, sitting upright. She was awake but refused to open her eyes, every sign of panic on her face. She tried to shake my arms off, but I held her tighter. "Evelyn, it's me," I assured her, trying to rub her arms. She blinked open her teary eyes, and I released my grip on her. Her face was sullen and she continued to try and force breaths and to no avail. "I am sorry," she cried. No, I hushed her, wrapping my arms around her. I held her against my chest, her back to me, gently rocking her. She continued to hyperventilate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I began to fear her lack of oxygen. "Evelyn, you're having a panic attack," I whispered in her ear. "I want you to find 5 things you see and say them out loud." I knew the signs of a panic attack all too well, and luckily had learned ways to cope with them from my therapist drive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Evelyn nodded, scanning her periphery. She breathed. She breathed. Sheets. She breathed. Kilo. WS. She breathed. B. Bed. Her breathing was still small and incomplete gasps as I tried to get her to continue. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good, I assured, rubbing her shoulders. Now say for things you feel. W. Warmth. S. Sheets. Soft CL. Clothes. She placed her hand on her chest. Why you? Name 3 things you hear. I whispered. B. Breath. T. BAC. Wind. Her gasps had decreased to small shaky breaths and relief began to fill me. To things you smell. I urged her. Pine. Coffee. I lightly smiled at her noticing my scent. One thing you taste. She closed her eyes and smiled. Mint toothpaste. I hugged her tightly, her breathing now even. I had been so scared that she was gone. So scared she was hurt. I was relieved that she wasn't. But holding her tightly relieved my inner wolf's anxiety about her well-being. I began to softly hum, hoping to calm her further. I felt her begin to slacken in my arms and I moved to gently lay her down in bed. Reaching for the cover, I went to pull away and cover her when she reached her hands out and grabbed the collar of my shirt. In a small voice, she whispered, "Please don't leave. I don't want to be alone." My heart thundered in my chest. She wanted me to stay. Me she felt. Safe. I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness fill me at that. Still, I didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerable state and her be uncomfortable in the morning. Are you sure? Evelyn. She nodded without opening an eye, arms reaching out. I chuckled to myself at her adorable behavior. Something about her tender affection only drove me to want to take care of and protect her more. Sliding into bed, Evelyn turned on her side, as I wrapped my arms around her waist. Holding her against me was heaven, my own sleeping angel tucked safely away in my arms. Beside her, I felt that not only I could protect her, but, in some way she could protect me. My grin only widened at the memory. Then, realization struck me. I hadn't had nightmares. Every night since that night, I had been burdened with ceaseless nightmares. Nightmares of them. My mother turned to me. "You killed me, you evil child. I wish you had never been born." Her screams echoed in my mind. In the nightmare I was in my childhood flesh, tears pouring down my face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Don't call me Mummy," she snarled. "You never even knew me." I hiccuped. "I didn't know my birth would kill you." I'm sorry, Mommy." "Who are you talking to, Max?" a little boy asked. I spun around. The scenery had changed to a forest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where it all happened, I was suddenly older. In my awkward 12-year-old body, long skinny limbs which didn't fit my large stature. I asked in shock. My eyes went wide and I rushed towards him. My arms reached out, ready to snatch him up in my arms to safety, away from the evil of the world. Out of the corner of my eye, a dark figure flashed by. Blood, matted hair, broken bones, the mangled corpse of a 7-year-old boy. I heaved the contents of my stomach, tears and snot pouring down my face, wiping my mouth on my sleeve. I looked up and was transported to the basement of my childhood home. Looking around, I made eye contact with her, the mean aunt. She gave me an evil grin. "You killed your mother." She stepped forward with a silver chain, a gloved hand holding it. "You killed your brother." She stepped forward again, the chain grating against the cement floor. You are a curse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She screamed at me. You deserve to be punished. I nodded. My body sagged. I deserve to be punished. Crack. Pain. Crack. Pain. The silver chain slammed against my back, making it raw and bleed. No one believed you. Crack. No one believes a monster. She screamed. No one saw the rogues that day. No one smelled them. It was an illusion I created in my head, they said. You killed Charlie. She let out a mangled sob. Almost a scream. You killed my baby. She roared, slamming the chain against my back. That time it dug deep into my skin and I couldn't help but let out a scream. Me. I am a murderer. I deserve this. Hey, are you okay? Evelyn asked me, gently touching my jaw. I flinched and she took a sharp breath in. I shook my head, snapping myself out of it, and grabbed her hand, holding it back against my cheek. Yeah, I'm fine. I let go of her hand and shifted my weight to my elbow. How are you? I asked her, gazing into her eyes. I was concerned Evelyn could be suffering from PTSD from falling in the ice. Mates were already protective but nature, and my wolf was growing increasingly agitated. My primal instinct to mark her was growing by the day, but I found that being near her and touching her helped to placate it. I'm okay. She feigned a smile, but the slight shrug in her shoulders and downcast gaze let me see right through it. Evelyn, I whispered, pushing a tendril of her golden hair behind her ear. You know it's okay to be struggling, right? What you went through was, I don't want to talk about it. Her voice cracked. Tears welled up in her eyes and she wiped them with her hand. I'm okay, she whispered and looked at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded, whispering an okay, before hugging her more tightly and pressing a kiss to her forehead. Releasing her, I offered a smile. What would you like for breakfast? She rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. I couldn't help but notice the way her tousled hair glowed from the sun shining through the window. It illuminated her pale skin, making the freckles that dusted her face and arms stand out. She looked ethereal and I reminisced in the moment. Enthusiasm. She pressed together. I'll eat anything. She smiled, getting out of bed. Evelyn followed, slipping on her UG slippers. We walked down the corridor, and then the stairs down to the kitchen. Opening the fridge, I pulled out eggs, bagels, cream cheese, and fruit, and placed them on the marble countertops. Is this okay? I turned and asked her. She smiled and nodded. What can I do to help? I don't mind taking care of everything if you want to rest for a bit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't want her to have to do anything, but especially not after last night. I felt on edge and cooking was a safety hazard. No, I want to help. Honestly, please. What can I do? She asked with begging eyes. I was immediately rendered unable to say no as I looked at her adorable begging expression. I looked around the kitchen for something safe she could do. Why don't you set the table? She smiled eagerly and nodded, immediately going to work to find all the items. While she did that, I began scrambling eggs and popped the bagels into a toaster. I also began brewing some coffee. In a few minutes, I stopped crumbling the eggs, and the coffee pot beeped. I'll pour you some, Evelyn called to me, walking quickly to the coffee maker. I watched in slow motion as her foot caught under the kitchen mat and she fell forward, rib cage connecting with the marble corner of the aisle. I raced towards her, catching her before any more damage was done, holding her in my arms. My heart raced and I felt my eyes darken. My canines threatened to protrude into my mouth. My wolf side was threatening to emerge. My wolf and I were one, my wolf like my subconscious guide. But it pushed so much to the surface, It was as if it was chanting to me, mark mate, protect mate, mark mate, need to mark mate to protect mate. Max, I'm okay. I pulled her into my chest, squashing her against me. As I burrowed my face into her hair and shoulder, I took deep breaths in of her scent, roses, lavender, and fresh cotton. Max, Evelyn squeaked. I held her a few moments, allowing my wolf to calm down and retract back to the confines of my mind. Then, I slowly released her, taking in her wide-eyed and confused expression. I'm sorry, Evelyn. I've been on edge since we arrived, and when you got hurt, my wolf was trying to surface. I needed to calm down. Her face only grew more perplexed. You always mention your wolf. Is it like a Willa? I raised my eyebrows and grinned. Split personality. She made a hilarious face as she shrugged her shoulders and whispered, yes. I chuckled. No, it's not. More like my animal instincts as a werewolf. When I'm in my wolf form, or a threat is perceived, my wolf comes to surface more, and those instincts are pushed forward. But I don't understand. You weren't in your wolf form, and I'm not a threat. I stepped forward, tenderly holding her shoulders and leaning down more so she could look me in the eye. But most of all, my wolf wants me to protect my mate. The family unit is the most core value of being a wolf. We are pack animals, and our mates are the most important thing to us. I gazed into her eyes, noticing a small smile that she tried to hide tugging at the corners of her mouth. I was filled with a sense of contentment at the admission, as I gazed down at her blushing face. Well, Evelyn cleared her throat. Should we eat breakfast? I nodded, pressing a kiss to her forehead before turning her around and placing my hands on her shoulders. Leaning in, I whispered in her ear, would you please go into the dining room and let me do the rest? She nodded soundlessly, taking a step forward toward the dining room. And don't get hurt, I called out to her. Sighing, I waited until she was out of sight before gripping the kitchen island. Even her being the slightest bit out of my sight was driving my wolf insane. I should have known that after her almost dying, my wolf would be driven mad. But I didn't think it would be this bad when she was living with me. I needed to mark her for my wolf and my own sanity. But I wouldn't do it unless she wanted me to. It was her decision, and just because I needed to didn't mean I didn't want her to decide for herself. Sooner or later, I would have to explain. But for now, I loaded the plates up with food and brought them to my smiling mate. Maximus, why can't I help? My mate half-wind. Half demanded an answer. I had refused to allow her to help me clean the dishes, and now as I cleaned the pots and pans I continued to refuse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She glared, crossing her arms. You do know I am actually capable of washing dishes without hurting myself. Right. I turned to her sighing. As much as I had admired her headstrong nature since we met, at this moment, I really wished she would stop. Watching her do anything gave me a threatening anxiety. My shoulders sagged, knowing I had to concede. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I paused, handing her the sponge and pan. She sent me a gleaming smile in return, taking it from my hands. It all proved worth it as I reacted by having a fluttering in my stomach and catching my breath. She was radiant. The joy that exuded from her came in contagious waves. She hummed to herself as she washed the pan, and I watched each hand movement carefully. She scrubbed up and down until it was spotless. Before rinsing the soapy suds off in warm water, she placed it on the drying rack before turning around and facing me. She jokingly huffed, crossing her arms. A smile played at her lips as she turned and glanced at the pan she had just washed. I am not incapable of basic tasks, Maximus. I grinned, and stepped forward. I know. I conceded. I've just been worried about you. Evelyn's eyes softened a bit, looking up at me with a delicate expression. There was a sweetness in her gaze as she gently grabbed my hand. She gave it a tender squeeze before saying, "I know, Maximus. But I'm okay." Yes, she was okay now. But she hadn't been. She still wasn't truly. Although the light had returned to her eyes, and her skin's color had returned to it, she was still much thinner than how I had left her over a month ago. Images of her limp, almost dead body drenched in icy water flashed in my mind, and my wolf pressed forward again. I took her hand and placed it on my cheek. I closed my eyes, deeply inhaling her scent. When I opened them, "Want to watch a movie?" She nodded her head with a smile. When I turned to walk up the stairs, she shot me a questioning gaze. I motioned for her to follow, turning down the corridor that her bedroom was on. I opened up a door that was adjacent to the guest rooms. Walking in, Evelyn gasped and then widened her smile. We had walked into my movie theater. The walls were covered in dark paint, with small dim light. It had a screen that took up the right wall, and a rows of plush red seats. A popcorn machine sat in the corner of the room. "What movie do you want to watch?" I asked her. I pulled out an array of discs, each with a movie label. She glanced over my arm, at the discs I had pulled out. "The Quiet Place." She smiled. I raised my brows in surprise before nodding, a grin tugging at my lips. We sat down next to each other on the velvet seats and looked up at the screen. I watched with amusement each time Evelyn's eyes would widen or her breath would catch in her throat. When the movie had progressed and the mother was giving birth with the monster right around the corner, Evelyn's hand flew to mine, squeezing it and shutting her eyes tightly. Seizing the moment, I moved the cup holder between us and put an arm around her, allowing her to bury her face into my shoulder. We finished the movie, and Evelyn turned to me with a smile. "That was so good." She smiled before blushing when she glanced at our intertwined hands. "Want to watch another?" I asked her with a mischievous grin. The rest of the day was spent watching movies together and playing games. Throughout the day, we learned more about each other. Evelyn's favorite food was chicken pot pie. My favorite was steak. Her favorite movie was A White Christmas, which was also mine. Her favorite animal was elk, while mine was obviously wolves. In addition, I quickly discovered that my mate was incredibly competitive, especially when it came to Scrabble. "Xylophone." She smiled, looking at me with a victorious grin. We were both laying on the carpet in the living room, the Scrabble board almost full. 6, I spelled out. There was no more room on the board. Evelyn grabbed the notepad and pencil I had given her, adding our final points. I watched as a slight grin emerged on her face that she quickly stifled. She cleared her throat, and the winner I SSCCS. She paused with a grin at me. She sat up on her knees, rolling her arms and turning from side to side. "You are a cheater." Nearing her more. "Oh no, I am not," she denied in a light tone. She backed away as I got nearer. Moving from her knees, she fell back on her butt and I laughed. "Do I have to force you to admit your guilt?" "I'm not guilty." She narrowed her eyes, smirking. "Well, I guess in that case." I trailed off before reaching my hands out and tickling her. She was flat on her back at this point, as I leaned over her and tickled. No," she laughed and gasped. Stop." She laughed again. I continued my assault. "Admit it, you're a cheater," I urged, continuing to tickle her. No, fine. She laughed. Yes, I am." I stopped tickling her and laughed. She crossed her arms and looked up at me with a glare. "I am not a cheater. Do I need to tickle you again?" Her eyes went wide. No, you do not." I laughed and looked down at her beautiful form. Her golden tresses were spread out on the carpet, her cheeks with a rosy color to them from laughing. I leaned down towards her, brushing a piece of hair out of her face. This close, I could hear her heart beating wildly in her chest. Or was it my own? Her breath caught in her throat, and before I could question myself, I leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her lips, I pulled back and found myself surprised when she reached her hands out tentatively and gently grabbed my face. She pulled me in to kiss her again. Our lips softly pressed against one another. Then, she wrapped her arms around my neck in a hug, and I pulled her up, her seated in my lap as she buried her head into my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her, basking in the feeling of a hug. I hadn't been hugged in years, with the exception of an occasional embrace from Connor. But that was different. That wasn't the sheer affection of being hugged. It felt nice. It felt really nice. Pulling back, Evelyn smiled at me. "This has been really fun. Thank you for a great day. I'm sure you had more important things to do." I chuckled and shook my head. There is nothing more important for me to be doing but what I am right now. A blush so red it extended from her cheeks to her ears spread across her face as she tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear. "Well, nevertheless, thank you." She smiled. She stood up. "I think I'm going to head to bed." I stood as well, worry filling my heart. "Please, get me if you need anything," I reminded her. She smiled and nodded. "I will." I watched as she went up the stairs and away from view, feeling my wolf practically claw at me from the inside to go after her. Taking a deep breath, I waited a few minutes from downstairs, hearing running water and clothing being put into drawers. Then, I heard the slightest creak of a bed. Walking up the stairs, I sat on the floor outside her bedroom, leaning against the door. I would stay all night long if it meant making sure I was there to ward off her nightmares. He whispered to me in the gentlest voice. Every alpha has his Luna, and in that moment, I felt like I had the whole world. Chapter 17. Evelyn. My entire body shook. Cold, so cold. Icy water engulfed my vision. My lungs burned in my chest as I gasped for air only for icy water to stab at my mouth. I wanted to scream for help but couldn't. I shot up in bed, gasping for air. The door of my room was thrown open as Max strode across. I started sobbing uncontrollably as he wrapped his arms around me and held me. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need air. I clawed at my throat, trying to will myself to breathe as I gasped. Max picked me up before sitting down, with me cradled at his lap. He gently rocked us as I sobbed and gasped. "Evelyn." "Shit, that's okay." He paused and then moved hair out of my face. "Okay, look at me, Evelyn. Look at me." His hand cradling my face. I listened and looked at him despite my erratic heart rate and tear-filled vision. "Breathe in with me. Breathe in for seconds through your nose." To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked, motioning to himself. I shakily nodded, slowly breathing in through my nose with him. "Now we are going to hold for 7 seconds. 1, 2. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 7. He counted as we held our breath. I fought the urge to gasp in air. "Now release for 8 seconds through your mouth." Slowly we both exhaled, the shakiness in my throat diminishing. Again, step by step, he did it with me again, then a third time, and finally a fourth time. By the end, the desperate need for air had subsided and my mind felt calm and at ease. "See," he whispered, arms wrapped tightly around me as he rocked me. "You're okay. You're okay, Evelyn." I closed my eyes and rested my head on his chest. Nodding, he continued to rock me back and forth, humming a soft tune that sounded familiar, like a whisper of a memory filling my ears. But as soon as the familiarity had filled me and I searched my mind, he had switched the tune. "Okay, Evelyn, I'm going to go now." He began to release me and lay me down. The second he let go, and we lost contact, the warm feeling of energy exchanging flowing between us left and panic filled me. And, no, please don't leave, I gasped, reaching out. Whoa. Shit's okay. Laying beside me and wrapping me into his arms. I won't go anywhere. Extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll be right here, I promise. In the dark room, I nodded my head, feeling safe in the comfort of his strong arms. They caged me and made me feel secure, like my personal fortress of protection. Nodding off to sleep, I couldn't help but think, I love this. I love him. I grinned at the realization. The following morning, Max and I sat down for breakfast. He made eggs and toast, and had conceded to allow me to cut up some fruit after a little arguing. Evelyn, Max began. I looked up at him from my plate of food. I asked him with half smile. I need to talk to you about something serious. My eyebrows furrowed, and I moved my plate to the side, leaning my grey sweater-covered arms onto the table. What is it? I asked, voice revealing my concern. Evelyn, I know you said the other night you didn't want to talk about it. My gaze softened. My smile dropped, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. Anxiety bubbled up in my chest, knowing what he would say next. He leaned forward. I'm concerned about you, Evelyn. These nightmares. They're not nightmares, I whispered, looking at the table. What? Gaze full of concern. I looked up at him fully, eyes connecting. They're not nightmares. They're memories. My voice trembled. It is a memory. I let out a strangled sob. Maximus stood up and walked around the table, kneeling in front of me. What is it, sweetie? I had never heard such tenderness and softness in his voice. It was as if the usual roughness had been polished clean, and all that was left was a pure and raw voice extending kindness. I dream of tea that night. Tea, the lake, tea, the tears pelted down my face like a storm. He cut me off, wrapping his arms around me and holding me. Shit's okay.丨Extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He held me in his arms for a few seconds, and I breathed his scent in deeply. Something about the pine and cinnamon that clung to him was comforting. He pulled away slowly, holding my arms and looking at me intently before pushing a piece of hair behind my ear. Do you want me to sleep with you from now on? I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but... I threw my arms around him and clung to him like a child on a tree. Silent tears poured down my face in joy. He just understood me so well. He was so patient with me and so empathetic. My thought from the night before echoed in my mind again. I love him. I love him. I love him. He pulled back and looked at my face, eyes going wide as he looked at me in concern. Did I do something wrong? He exasperated. I laughed and smiled, wiping my tears with my hand. No, not at all. I paused and he looked at me in concern. My eyes softened. You just make me so happy. He grinned and leaned down towards me, wrapping his arms around my waist. He looked at my eyes and then my lips, and then my eyes again. I nodded with a smile, as he pressed his lips against mine. In a harmonious sync, our lips melted against one another, warmth cooling throughout my body as he tightened his hold on me. Our kiss was like a dance, each partner moving in turn. His hands went up to my head, fingers softly intertwining into my hair. We both pulled away breathless and with a smile. You make me happy too, Evelyn. He gazed at me and held my chin. Then, he pressed a kiss to my forehead and wiped my tears. What can we do to make this day good for you? He asked me thoughtfully. Could you show me North Wind? I asked him. He looked at me thoughtfully and nodded whilst holding my hands. I just need you to know something, Evelyn. His voice changed, apprehensive, yes. I slightly concerned by the change in his tone. My pack, my town. I am a leader for them. Like your father. An alpha? I asked, remembering the term my father had used. He nodded. Yes, an alpha. And well, to my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My pact, that is. They my past. He ran a hand through his hair. A nervous habit I noticed he had. There's a lot of assumptions the people that live here have made about me, about the person I am outside of ruling. If you have questions, please ask me. Just don't run away if you hear things that unsettle you from them. Hear me out first. Please. I stared at him in confusion, brows narrowing. How could anyone think of Maximus as anything but sweet and gentle? I knew he had a tendency for strong language and authoritative tone. But he was a leader. That was part of the job. What do you mean? What happened in your past? I asked him, leaning forward on my chair. It's hard for me to talk about. I know I said a lot, but I don't want to burden you more right now with the stress you're under. I promise I'll tell you later. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked me with sincerity. He seemed to search my eyes with apprehension at my reaction. Gazing into his eyes, I smiled and nodded. Maximus had my full trust. I had only known him for a little over a month, and still, he made me feel safe. He made me feel protected. He made me feel cherished. Whatever had happened in the past, I knew Maximus would explain it all to me. Standing up, I told Maximus I was going to get ready and run upstairs. I threw on a white long-sleeve shirt, jeans, black boots, and a brown wool trench coat as well as a white beanie. I did my makeup and brushed my teeth. A few minutes later, I was downstairs and ready to go. I heard Maximus call behind me. I turned around and smiled. Yes. My eyes widened slightly as I took in his appearance. He had shaved, his sharp jaw ever more evident. He wore a navy knit layered on top of a white shirt. With jeans, the shirt physiqued to perfection, highlighting his sculpted arms. I heard him chuckle and I blushed, staring at the ground, realizing that he had caught me checking him out. He stepped forward, changing the subject to help me avoid embarrassment. Let's get going then. I looked up and nodded, following him out the door, cheeks still burning. We climbed into his silver Audi RS, the plush interior enveloping me. I hadn't noticed the first time I had climbed into the car how nice it was. The stress of leaving home had probably absorbed all my focus. However, being in the car for a second time, I realized how fancy it was. I sunk into the seats and admired the dashboard. Maximus got in, closing the door and buckling his seat belt. I turned to him and smiled. So where are we going? A sly grin spread across his face, and I felt butterflies in my stomach as he pulled out of the driveway. You'll see. I lowered my head to the side and gave him a blank look. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked in a sarcastic tone. You're not going to tell me? He grinned and shook his head. Nope. He popped the pea. I jokingly huffed and leaned back in my seat, crossing my arms and watching our terrain. We left the dirt road that Maximus has occupied and turned onto a paved one. Little by little houses came into view, sprinkled throughout the trees. I remembered how Maximus had told me weeks before that the homes were much more spread out than in Ice Valley, and it was incredibly apparent. However, a few streets later, we came to a road where houses, albeit spread out, were not shielded from view by the forest. It was a sea of log cabins spread throughout the snow-topped forest. Turning once more, I gasped. I knew we were in the mountains, but I hadn't expected the town to look as it did. Beautiful wooden buildings were built into the mountainside, densely packed together in contrast to the spread-out homes. It was stunning. Wow, I breathed. Maximus half smiled and looked up at the town as we drove up the mountain. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I nodded, looking and seeing a surprising multitude of people. Werewolves, friends, couples, and teens walked up and down the mountain, a few children running around beside them. a collection of people that appeared to be out of a fairy tale. We were halfway up the mountain when Maximus turned into a flattened parking lot, a small wooden building behind us. Is this it? Looking through Maximus' foggy window at the building. Yes, he smiled, turning the car off and opening his car door. Hugging my coat tighter as a cool gust of wind blew snow into my face. It certainly wasn't cold night wind without reason. Maximus, who had been standing slightly in front of me, paused and stepped back, wrapping an arm around me and rubbing it down my shoulder as we walked. I leaned my head against his shoulder and smiled. His attention to detail was evident even with the smallest of gestures. Walking around the building, a wooden sign hanging at the door made me pause and smile wider. Harriet's Cafe and Bookstore, the sign read. I grinned up at Maximus, pecking his cheek before pulling away and quickly going towards the door. He followed behind me, chuckling. I felt it instantly as I entered the warm atmosphere. A fireplace stood in the corner of the cafe, pumping out releasing hot air. All around me was a myriad of books, covers old and new, small black circular tables crammed against the walls, and to my right, a large coffee bar made of a rich brown wood stood. Behind it, a calcboard listed out an assortment of warm and delectable drinks to choose from. I was so enraptured in the place that I failed to notice the fact the bookstore had gone silent. Eyes staring widely, standing frozen in place. I was broken from my reverie when Maximus made a noise in his throat, almost like a subdued grunt. I turned to him, noticing the tense expression on his face. Then, I looked around and noticed that people in the store had begun bowing their heads. Eyes pointed to the ground. I turned around the back to Maximus, shooting him a look of confusion. He cleared his throat and stared out at the group of people. You may rise. His voice was deep and velvety, similar to when he had first met my father. There was a richness to it that commanded power and respect. It was different from the light tone he used with me. His tone then carried weight, like a pungent odor. I looked at him with a brow raised and he shook his head. Come on. Taking my hand and leading me to the counter. A young woman with curly auburn hair and brown eyes wore a black apron and a white long-sleeve shirt, and stood behind the bar. She looked up at us and I couldn't help but notice the way she shook. It certainly wasn't from being cold, as the place was not only pumped full of warm air from the fireplace but what I suspected was a heater. She looked at me for a moment, eyes wide and looking baffled, before Maximus cleared his throat. Oh, eight. She stumbled, painting on a smile. I noticed the way she avoided Maximus' gaze, but would glance at mine. How can I help you? You guys, I smiled warmly and giggled in an attempt to ease the tension. Hi, I said in the sweetest voice I could muster. I watched as her shoulders dropped slightly. I looked up at the chalkboard, noting the fact they had eggnog. Eggnog after Christmas. I asked her with a brow raised. She looked slightly alarmed but scratched her neck. Oh, it's kind of a specialty around here. A speciality. Is it good? She smiled and nodded. One of my favorites. Perfect. Could I please get one? She smiled and nodded, grabbing a cup and a pen. Oh, and what name is that for? Evelyn, Luna Alexander. Maximus cut me off. A collection of gasps rang out in the bookshop as people looked at me, even more bewildered than when I had walked in. When I made eye contact with them, they looked down immediately. I turned to Maximus, looking at him in confusion. Max, I began, cut off by more sharp intakes of breath. What was wrong with these people? Why did you say Luna Alexander? My name is Evelyn, silly. I teased him. His eyes got slightly darker. His pupils dilated as he leaned closer to me and whispered in my ear. Every alpha has a Luna. He pulled back and I released an O, remembering Connor calling my mother Luna Smith at the dinner table. I figured it must be a term for an alpha's mate. Suddenly, I felt embarrassed by the people's stares, realizing they now knew what I was to Maximus. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I still wasn't entirely sure what that entailed. I noticed the barista now shaking, avoiding eye contact with me as well. My apologies," she stumbled. I tried to relieve the tension with a smile, but it couldn't be helped. Nothing I could do seemed to ease the tension in the shop. Maximus ordered his drink and stood by the coffee bar waiting for our orders. "Why don't you look for a book? To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He turned to me and asked. I glanced behind me to my left, noticing the two girls whispering at a table and glancing in my direction. Deciding to ignore the stares, and nodded with a half smile. "I'll be right back," I spoke lowly, although I knew with their wolf hearing. The whole store probably heard me, walking down to aisles of books. The store's size seemed to grow more apparent. I walked past non-fiction, sci-fi. "To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Even a Christian book section, before finding myself stumbling upon the children's section. My heart ached as I looked at it, missing my kids back home in Ice Valley. I felt a tug at my jacket and gasped. A little boy jumped back from me at my gasp. I widened my eyes. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you," I whispered. Maximus came running around the corner, two drinks in his hands. "Is everything okay?" Anxiously looking me up and down, I nodded and touched his face lightly. "Everything's fine, Max. This little boy just startled me, that's all." Maximus looked down at the little boy, his hardened gaze and posture softening. "Oh," he spoke with a soft smile. "I'm sorry I see you." The little boy apologized, eyes cast to the ground. Just like everyone in there, the boy couldn't make eye contact with me. I knelt down so I was eyes level with him, gently lifting the little boy's chin, directing his gaze into my eyes. "That's all right, sweetheart. Did you need something?" I asked him gently. I don't know if I should ask," he said, looking towards the ground again. "Oh, you can ask me anything." I smiled down at him. "I don't bite, I promise." I winked. "Well, I heard LPPALs and say you were his Luna. Is that TWW?" he asked me in a cute high voice. I laughed and glanced up at Maximus, who gave me a nod and a soft smile. "Yeah, that is true." "Okay." Turning around. "What's your name?" "Sweetie," I asked him. He turned around and shot me a smile. "I'm Beatty. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Trying to stifle my smile at the sweet boy's pronunciation. "None," he nodded. "Well, it's very nice to meet you, Brady." He beamed at me. "Nice to meet you, TWW." He looked over his shoulder. "Mommy might want me." I looked over his head. Towards the corner of the store he was looking. "Why don't you head over to her? I'll see you around." He waved back at me, skipping around the corner towards his mother. I stood up, a sense of elation filling me at my contentedness. Maybe I could read to the children here in Northwind too. I turned to Maximus and he grinned down at me. "What?" I asked him with a laugh. "You're just so amazing with kids." He spoke softly, eyes twinkling in the soft bookstore light. Something in them seemed to share a hint of the future we had in store. I blushed looking down. "Well, thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Handing me my cup, I smiled and took it from him. "Yes, please." We walked over to a table to sit down. I took off my jacket and placed it on the chair. Max put his coffee down at the table, just as I was sitting down. Maximus' phone rang. "Yes," he asked, picking up the call. I watched his expression grow dark as he cursed under his breath. "I'll be right there," he said, hanging up the phone. The dark look on his face light, and as his eyes softened, looking at me. "Evelyn, I'm so sorry, but something has come up at the pack house. I need to go." "Okay," I said, standing up. "Wait." Holding a hand out. "Why don't you stay?" "What?" He scratched his head. "Why don't you stay and enjoy your drink and pick out some books for the house?" I wanted you to have a day to take your mind off. And you'll blaze through the books in a few days anyway, won't you? I breathed out a laugh. I guess that's true. My face grew serious and I scrunched my brows in concern. Are you sure I shouldn't go with you? He shook his head. No. Stay here and enjoy. If you need anything at all, give me a call, okay? I nodded with a smile as he kissed my forehead. Then, he grabbed his coffee off the table and exited in a hurry, door flying open with a gust of cold wind and snow, before slamming shut. Sitting at the table, I awkwardly sipped my eggnog, noticing the silence around me. Even though I wasn't looking around, I felt eyes on me. After a few minutes of quiet, I decided I couldn't stand sitting alone. I stood up and walked towards the rows of shelves, searching through the books. After minutes of combing through, I had found a few books but was having a hard time deciding on one. I glanced up searching for help, only to notice the barista from earlier standing in the book section staring at me. The moment I caught her eyes, she spun around, pretending she hadn't been watching me. I stifled a grin. My brain waged a war with itself over asking for help, but a few moments later I decided it couldn't be helped. I cleared my throat. "J'aimerais extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm," I asked, stepping forward away from the books. The curly-headed girl spun around and looked to her left and right before pointing at herself me. She squeaked. Yes," I replied nervously. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear with my free hand. "Would you mind helping me choose a book?" I noticed the way the girl's green eyes brightened slightly. "Yes, I'd love to help." She smiled. She walked over and looked at my arrangement. "Wow, you have great taste," she exclaimed before looking away from me nervously. I looked at my shoes. "Thank you." She picked up 2 books and turned her head to the side, before turning and looking at me. "Are you more of an action or romance book kind of girl?" I laughed. "Romance for sure. My kind of girl." She wiggled her brows and I laughed. Without a word, she handed me one of the books, which had a blue cover with a heart made of ice. "This is definitely your story." She smiled lightly. Her posture seemed to have relaxed immensely from our earlier interaction. "Thank you so much," I exclaimed. "J'aimerais extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." She half smiled, turning around to walk away. I'm sorry. Would you mind telling me your name?" I asked her. She turned around, her hands laced behind her back. "I'm Maggie." I reached out a hand. "I'm Evelyn." She looked at my hand nervously. I don't know if I should hold your hand," she remarked nervously. She tried to laugh but seemed uncomfortable. "Is it because I'm human?" I asked with scrunched brows. She seemed surprised. You know." "Well, of course you would know you are." "Sorry," she stumbled. I laughed. "No, it's okay. I'm sure humans don't come here very often." No, they don't," she softly spoke, eyes drifting towards the ground. "So it's because I'm human?" I asked her lightly. She looked up slightly alarmed. No, it's not that." She couldn't complete her sentence as she frowned, trying to complete the sentence. I trailed off, slowly removing my dangling hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I just moved here, so I thought. Never mind." No, she shook her hands frantically and stepped forward. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I would love to get to know you. It's just She leaned in and whispered. "You are Alpha Alexander's mate, right?" "I am." My brows crunched together. I'm sorry, you probably think I'm so weird, it's just. I didn't think he'd appreciate me fraternizing with you. I'm a low-ranking pack member." I laughed and she looked at me like I was insane. "Max?" I asked with a giggle. "I'm sure Max doesn't mind who I make friends with." "J'aimerais extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm," she asked in genuine surprise. I tilted my head. "Of course not. Why would he?" "Well, Do you want more eggnog? She asked me, lightly changing the subject. It threw me off, but ignored it. Sure. Maggie and I talked for hours. It turned out we had many common interests. We both loved books and coffee, and we also both loved Gilmore Girls. I laughed at a joke Maggie made, a sense of contentedness filling me at making a new friend. Maggie's laughter died down and she looked at me a bit more seriously, leaning forward. Evelyn, could I ask you a question? Oh, of course, I exclaimed, sipping my eggnog. She looked down at her coffee for a moment thoughtfully. Alpha Alexander. He's not. Never mind, she shook her head. I leaned forward. Not what? Not controlling. I mean, she looked around us and leaned in to whisper. He really let you call him Max. The smile that had been on my face began to drop as a sense of dread and concern filled me. Still, I laughed it off. No. I shook my head. No, he is not controlling at all. Maximus is sweet and gentle and kind and loving. And yes, he does let me call him that. I leaned away from her, a sense of unease building in my stomach. Maximus had warned me, hadn't he? But I hadn't expected this. The question might have been light, caught to an extent, but nonetheless, it spoke of a mistrust that lay in his community. Oh no, I've made you uncomfortable, I'm so sorry. She bit her nails and looked at me with concern. No, it's fine. I shook my head and held my temple. Why did you ask? Yeah, it's not important. She shook her head. No, Maggie. Whatever it is you have to say, say it. I nodded, encouraging her. She looked around in concern. The coffee shop had mostly emptied by now, only a customer or two lingering in the back aisles. She leaned forward. Most people think Maximus is. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one expected him to have a mate, that's all. And you're so. Suolo. I asked her, breathing out a laugh. So sweet, she said with a sense of bewilderment. I sat back in confusion. Maximus was one of the sweetest people I knew. He was tender and affectionate and kind. This was a person I loved. Why do you think he's cursed? I asked, tilting my head. Maggie, who was already pale, turned the color of a ghost as the blood drained from her face. Her face looked hollow and sunken and her eyes widened. Why, you don't know. She trembled. Oh, goddess, I've screwed up. What don't I know? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I leaned forward, grabbing her shaking hands. I can't. Maggie, I spoke, my tone wary. I took a deep breath in. Tell me. My voice came out almost as a command, something strange to its tone, as if a sense of regal ity had washed over me, as if I had sung an elusive melody that forced listeners to hold my attention. A glazed look crossed Maggie's features. Alpha Alexander's mother died giving birth to him. His younger brother was found murdered in a forest. The Alpha S soaked in blood. Maggie had tears build up in her eyes and she looked as if she was trying to stop herself but couldn't. Oh, beat was our Roguesby, but no set was found. And then his stepmother was found. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Murdered by him. The trance broke and Maggie sobbed into her hands. I am sorry, I shouldn't have told you that, but your voice it. I reached out to apologize and touch her shoulder. Before I could, she got up from the table at lightning speed and fled from me. My own form began to tremble as I sat wide-eyed. I took in sharp breaths. My Max couldn't do that. No, he couldn't. Yet, a small part of me wondered if it could be true. I began to shake violently. My mind raced as my heart pounded in my chest, questioning everything. It seemed like time froze in place, and I was stuck in a fear-laced trance, my mind somewhere entirely else. I didn't hear the door swing open behind me, boots crunching on the snow that was beneath them as they entered. I didn't feel the gust of cold wind biting at my face. I didn't even hear my name called. It was only when calloused hands touched my shoulder ever so gently, an angel's feather of a touch, that I jumped in my seat wide-eyed. I turned around, knowing exactly who I'd find. Maximus. I shook, tears in my eyes, as I met his concerned ice blue ones. We need to talk. Chapter 18. Maximus. I drove up the mountain, excitement coursing through my veins. I had a feeling Evelyn was going to love the place I was taking her. Seeing a familiar wooden building, I pulled aside and I parked in the parking lot behind Harriet's. Is this it? Evelyn asked me, looks across from me through my foggy window and at the building. Yes, turning the car off and opening my door. Evelyn hopped out of the car and followed. A gust of wind brushed against my face, and a smile made its way to my lips as I remembered where our town had received its name. I turned around and looked at Evelyn when I heard a small sound escape her lips which sounded like Brits. Looking at her, I noticed the way she was holding her arms, and I stepped back, wrapping an arm around her. Then, I rubbed up and down her shoulder at a fast pace as we walked around the corner. Hoping the action would warm her slightly, she leaned her head against my shoulder, and I grinned from ear to ear at the contact. Holding her close to me warmed my soul. There was something about having her near me that made me feel stronger, like I had something worth being strong for. When we came to the front of the building, Evelyn paused and smiled. Her smile is brilliant. She turned to me and grinned even wider, before pecking my cheek. In hurried steps, she quickly went towards the door. I followed behind her, chuckling to myself at the precious action. If it weren't for the cold biting my cheeks, the small blush that painted them might have been evident to her. As I entered the all-too-familiar store, I felt warmth pour over me. Evelyn's brown hair flicked from side as she took in the bookshop and cafe. A large fireplace stood in the corner of the cafe, releasing warm air. Books, old and new, lined the shelves. Small black circular tables crammed against the walls, and a large coffee bar made of a local brown wood stood. It was serene, exactly why I had brought her. I had come a few times prior late at night when no one else was present so that I could soak up the atmosphere. However, it was midday, and the small shop was packed with pack members. I felt myself grow rigid as I felt their stares. Rolling my shoulders back, I looked for their gaze with intensity. I wasn't unwelcome to stares, but I was to theirs. Their stares reeked of judgment and fear, and I snarled at the moment we walked through the door. Evelyn turned around, looking at me with confusion. Turning around again, she looked towards people in the store who had begun bowing their heads. Eyes pointed to the ground. It was a sign of respect in many packs. It was something I was used to, but watching Evelyn's body tense, I knew it was strange to her. She turned to me, the confusion only more evident on her face by the scrunched expression it held. I cleared my throat and stared out at the group of people. "You may rise," I commanded in my alpha voice. I watched as the people slowly looked up, eyes still averted from me. I was used to it, but still, every time I saw people's fear its tongue. It was why I avoided leaving my home except for pack work. No one I ruled trusted me except a select few. I looked at Evelyn, who raised a brow at me. I simply shook my head at her, not wanting to explain. "Come on," I whispered, taking her hand and guiding her to the counter. If I hadn't known who the young girl at the counter was, her curly red hair would have let me know immediately she was a member of the Travis family. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought to myself, questioning if I had properly recalled her name. Glancing at her name tag, I confirmed. I tried to make an effort to know my pack members' names, even if they didn't care to know me. She looked up at us and I immediately noticed the way she shook. I concealed it, but the movement made me uncomfortable and angry. It was simply another pack member fearful of me based on stories and half-truths. It seemed that my time with Evelyn had allowed me a momentary escape from it. But standing there, I was only reminded that my pack members, the fear of me was very real. I noticed her brown eyes dart to look at Evelyn, eyes wide and looking baffled. I knew when I had left the house with Evelyn that I would have to confront the truth with my pack members. I had not made a formal announcement about my mate, but after today the word would spread quickly. I cleared my throat hoping to cast a questioning gaze away from my mate. "Oh, hey. She stumbled, painting on a smile. She avoided my gaze but glanced at Evelyn. "How can I help you? You guys. I mean..." My sweet mate smiled warmly and giggled in a clear attempt to ease the tension. A comforting figure seemed to emerge from her as she said, "Hi," in the softest, most delicate voice I had ever heard come from her lips. It was so genuine and endearing it took everything in me not to swoop her up in my arms and capture her lips. Her entire being screamed of the motherly instinct innate to Aluna. Maggie seemed to relax slightly, the strength of Aluna's voice already offering her ease. "Eggnog after Christmas?" Evelyn asked her with a brow raised. Maggie's eyes wide and as she tensed in alarm. She scratched her neck. "Oh, it's kind of a specialty around here." "A speciality? Is it good?" Evelyn asked gently. She smiled and nodded. "One of my favorites." "Perfect." Evelyn smiled warmly. "Could I please get one?" Even in the midst of a clear power dynamic, Evelyn still amazed me with the etiquette and politeness she held towards others. Her tactics worked in easing tension as Maggie smiled and nodded, grabbing a cup and a pen. "Oh, and what name is that for?" Looking up at my mate. Luna Alexander." I cut her off. I would not have my mate mistaken for anything less than she was to me. A collection of gasps rang out in the bookshop as people looked at Evelyn with wide faces. When she looked at them, they looked down immediately. "Max," she turned to ask me a question. She was cut off as everyone took in a sharp breath. Irritation at their reaction filled me, but I had to hold a grain of understanding. No one had called me Maximus, let alone Max since Charlie. But Evelyn didn't know that. To the people of Nightwind, though, they could only assume the worst. I smelled the fear rolling off of them as they clearly worried I might lash out at my own mate. I was furious by the insult of it all. The fact they could think I would grow angry with my own sweet mate, the woman I held to be the most precious thing to me in the entire world. I reeled in my anger as Evelyn looked at me with a teasing smile, cooling the furnace in my soul. "Why did you say Luna Alexander?" "My name is Evelyn, silly." She shook her head and laughed. Desire hit me like a ton of brick, and I felt my pupils dilate. Leaning in, I brushed my lips against her ear and whispered, "Every alpha has a Luna." She shivered, and whispered no. As I masked a triumphant grin, the previously calmed barista was now shaking again, avoiding eye contact with the both of us. My apologies," she stumbled. Evelyn attempted to calm the tension again with a smile, but now even she couldn't manage to remove it. I ordered a black coffee and stood with Evelyn by the coffee bar waiting for our orders. I sensed Evelyn's discomfort from the strange stares of the people around us and their hushed whispering. I turned to her and whispered, "Why don't you look for a book?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I hoped the physical separation from me, while it pained me, might help remove tension. I heard Evelyn audibly sigh, in response before nodding with a half smile. The trip had become much more stressful than intended, and I mentally scolded myself for taking her out when we could have been happily snuggled up on the couch at home away from the judgment of others. "I'll be right back," she whispered to me. She walked around the corner down and I love books and I turned back towards the coffee bar. The barista was evidently nervous as she spilled hot espresso on her hands and then muttered apologies for gasping. Deciding to avert my gaze, I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket. Looking down, I saw missed messages from Gamma's Xerxes. Gamma's Xerxes 10:30 am, disruption at northern border. Gamma's Xerxes 10:45 am, update, potential rogues. I felt apprehension tug in my chest as I read that. Rogues were usually easily handled, but after a multitude of recent rogue attacks at our northern border, I felt nervous. Gamma's Oxys 11 An. Update, dead border patrol found. I glanced at the current time. It was 11:30, and I hadn't received any more updates from him. I shot him a quick text, asking for an update as Maggie placed the drinks on the counter and then whispered, "For you, Alpha," tucking my phone into my pocket. I thanked her and grabbed the drinks I heard come from around the corner. It was Evelyn. Without a thought, I took off running through the store, down the aisle towards her, not caring about the hot drinks in my hands that threatened to spill. "Is everything okay?" I asked as I rounded the corner. I looked Evelyn up and down for any sign of injury but found none. She stepped forward with a gentle smile and lightly touched my jaw. "Everything's fine, Max. This little boy just startled me, that's all." She motioned behind her. My posture relaxed as a little boy that must have been around 3 years old came into view. "Oh," I spoke with a soft smile. "I'm sorry I see you." The little boy apologized, eyes cast to the ground. Evelyn knelt down before gently lifting the little boy's chin, directing his gaze into her eyes. "That's all right, sweetheart. Did you need something?" she asked him tenderly. Her motherly nature oozed off her in waves. I don't know if I should ask," he said, looking towards the ground again. "Oh, you can ask me anything," she exclaimed with a wide smile. "I don't bite, I promise." She winked. "Well, I heard all PPALs and say you were his Luna. Is that TWW?" I stifled my chuckle at his pronunciation. Evelyn laughed and glanced at me for confirmation, and I nodded with a smile. "Yeah, that is true," she told him. "Okay." Turning away from her. "What's your name?" "Sweetie," she called to him. He turned around and gave her a baby-toothed smile. "I'm Beatty. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Putting her hand to her mouth as she tried to hide a smile. "None," he nodded. "Well, it's very nice to meet you, Brady." She beamed at him. He smiled wider. "Nice to meet you, TWW." He looked over his shoulder, towards a corner of the store. "Mommy might want me." Evelyn followed his gaze. "Why don't you head over to her? I'll see you around." She waved at the boy. He waved back, skipping around the corner towards his mother. Watching her brief interaction with the boy, I couldn't help but think, she will be an amazing mother. I grinned like a child with a prize at the thought. "What?" She laughed at my expression. "You are just so amazing with Kit." I spoke from the heart, hoping she would somehow read the desires of my heart through a smile. She blushed and looked down at the floor. "Well, thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Handing her cup, she smiled and took it from me. "Yes, please." We walked over to a small black table that sat by the front window and door. Evelyn removed her jacket and placed it on a chair. Placing my coffee on the table, Evelyn sat down as my phone rang. I glanced down at the screen and saw it was Gamazerxes. "Yes," I asked, picking up the call. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "It's confirmed." Gamazerxes began. I had a sense of fatigue unusual for him in his voice. "Alpha, they are coming in waves. There is dozens of them. We are doing our best. But we need your help." My chest tight, and as I glanced toward Evelyn, an overwhelming need to keep her and my pack safe filled me. "I'll be right there," I told him before hanging up the phone. "Evelyn, I'm so sorry. I apologized, but something has come up at the pack house. I need to go." "Okay," she said, standing up. "Wait. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Holding a hand out. I didn't want to alarm her, so I took a deep breath and calmly asked her, "Why don't you stay?" "What?" she asked in confusion. I scratched my head, trying to come up with a half-decent excuse. "Why don't you stay and enjoy your drink and pick out some books for the house? I wanted you to have a day to take your mind off. And you'll blaze through the books in a few days anyway, won't you? I asked her. She breathed out a laugh, much to my relief. I guess that's true. She shrugged. She looked to the floor, a look of concern painting her face. For a moment, I feared the mate bond had somehow shared a shred of my worry with her as she asked me intently, "Are you sure I shouldn't go with you?" I shook his head. No. Stay here and enjoy. If you need anything at all, give me a call, okay? She nodded with a smile and I pressed a kiss to her forehead. A silent promise I would come back. Rogues were not something to be taken lightly, but especially an attack of this scale. I grabbed my coffee off the table and exited in a hurry, the door flying open and slamming shut behind me. Sprinting to my car, I hopped in and sped away from Harriet's. When I was 10 miles out from the north border, I hopped out of my car, stripping my clothes and shifting into my wolf at an unimaginable speed. My bones cracked and reshaped, my body making way for black fur. I shook myself, and then took off through the forest, dirt digging beneath my claws. As I neared the border, the metallic smell of blood filled my nose and I growled. I heard barking and the sound of snapping. Coming to a halt, I took in the scene before me. A multitude of wolves from my pack were fighting off scruffy-looking rogues. The rogues were distinct with their matted fur, small stature, and red eyes. But more than that, they each had a distinct goal kill. They were out for blood. I looked through the crowd, pinpointing who I assumed must be their leader. A grey she-wolf slightly larger than the rest, with a white streak of fur running along her side. Then, I pinpointed Gamma's Xerxes. He was a black wolf with a silver underbelly, and I watched as a small wolf bit into his shoulder. He snarled and easily disposed of them. More charged at him, and I pounced into action, snapping wolf after wolf's neck in my teeth. Xerxes and I stood tail to tail, tearing through vicious rogue after rogue. In a matter of minutes, Xerxes and I stood in a snowy field covered in blood, with every wolf that had helped from my pack equally covered. Seeing one remaining rogue, the leader, I stalked towards her and she snapped her teeth at me, releasing a ferocious growl. I growled back, but as an alpha mine was fiercer, I stalked towards her growling, trying to force her into submission. An alpha's growl could make even the strongest wolf kneel, but rogues were unpredictable. I barked at her, commanding her to shift, but she shook her head, her piercing almond eyes threatening a challenge. She continued to refuse. And so finally, I shifted. Shift, I barked out in my alpha voice. Weakly, the she-wolf whimpered, bowing her head and shifting. It was an older woman, maybe 50 years of age, and her hair was silver with a white streak. I kneeled down and took her chin in my hand and yanked her forward. "What are you doing on my land?" I spat out at her. She glared at the floor. I elongated my nails, allowing the tips to ever to slightly sink into her skin. Not enough to bleed, but enough to hurt. "I'm not going to ask again," I glared. "So, tell me why the fuck you are trespassing and attacking my pack." A singular tear went down the she-wolf face as she met my gaze. A hardened and stoic expression across her face. "Where are the children?" she asked me. The question took me off guard, and I retracted my claws, standing and stepping back from her. I stood silent, arms crossed, glaring at her. She stood, and I heard Caleb, Gamma's Xerxes, growl behind me along with my Delta, Matthias White. I raised a hand to silence them. "I asked you a question, you alpha scum." She spat on the ground. Her eyes began to grow red, a sign of her losing control to her wolf. Rogues could only last so long without a pack. The longer without, the more feral and unpredictable they became. I stepped forward. The terrified children that came into our care, malnourished. I stepped forward. Uncared for. I stepped forward and she growled. "I'm loved. Lies, you piece of sh." She charged at me and I caught her by the neck, stopping her. I wagged my finger. I wasn't finished. She glared. "The children are safe and happy." I spoke with malice. It was true. The children had been well cared for by my pack, but I felt contempt at the wolves' accusatory nature, considering that everything I said about the children's state when I found them was true. I found it all the more contemptuous. Suddenly, the she-wolf I held sniffed the air, and her eyes widened. "You bastard," she shouted, arms swinging at me as her claws elongated. "What did you do to her? What did you do? Where is she?" she screamed. Her nails scratched down my arm, leaving a trail of blood, and I dropped her on the snow as she tried to come at me. "Where is she?" she screamed again, trying to continue her assault. My men stepped in, grabbing her by the arms and restraining her as I looked at my arm in shock. I was rarely injured, let alone by psychotic rogues. Xerxes, who had put parts on, pulled out a wolfbane concoction from his pocket, injecting it in her neck. Even as she faded into sleep, she continued to scream about some girl. Watching her body go limp, I felt myself grow deeply disturbed by the outburst. One moment she was asking about the children, the next she was screaming about some girl. Albeit, one of the children we had rescued was a young girl, but I hadn't harmed her. I hadn't even met the little girl. Watching Caleb and Matthias place the woman into a black van to escort her to the cells, I decided I would visit the girl tomorrow and try to find answers. I wanted to know who this woman was and why she and the other rogues were hellbent on invading and killing my people. I walked up behind Caleb as he closed the door to the van. "Xerxes, any idea how this whim infiltrated our land or who she is?" I asked him. "They killed 2 wolves who were on parole. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." They appeared to have memorized our shift patterns and infiltrated. As for the women, he glanced back at the van. "I've never seen her in my life." I nodded my head thoughtfully, resting a hand on my chin. "Double the border patrol guards, and have the shifts on a random weekly rotation starting Monday. Until this is figured out, no one is to be out past 11 p.m. Are we clear?" He nodded and bowed. "Yes, Alpha. We are clear." I nodded, watching as he and my Delta drove away. Sighing, I walked back to my car and put my clothes on, holding up my sweater. I cursed under my breath, realizing my arm was covered in blood which would stain my sweater. Shaking my head, I decided I'd stick to my shirt and pants and simply explain the blood to Evelyn when I came to get her. I was anxious to get her after what had just happened, a fear that had already been building for her safety, only amplified by the day's events. My mind swarmed with questions, but I found no answers. I had never seen the women before and I wasn't sure how she and the children were connected. All I knew was that we had a rogue issue on our hands and that only meant one thing: danger. Pulling up to Harriet's, I hurried out of the car and flung the cafe's door open. "Evelyn," I called to her with a smile, seeing her back turned to me. My eyebrows narrowed when she didn't respond. Stepping forward, I noticed her entire form shaking, and listening closely, I heard the raggedness of her breath and her erratic heartbeat. The drowning of panic flooded my chest, and I felt like I couldn't get an air. "Evelyn," I breathed, lightly touching her shoulder. She jumped, a sharp intake of breath passing from her lips as she turned to look at me wide-eyed. I felt a sense of alarm as I took in her ghost-like appearance. All the blood had drained from her face and her eyes were reddened full of tears, downcast towards the floor. Before I could even say anything, she spoke just above a whisper. "Maximus." She shook. She looked up, honey eyes meeting my own. "We need to talk." "Okay," I whispered. I moved closer to her slowly, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "What's going on?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Her eyes widened again and her breathing grew shallow. She stuttered. I followed her gaze and realized the hand I had touched her shoulder with was attached to my arm, which was covered in blood. Blood," she whispered, sounding faint. She gasped a few times before I watched her eyes roll back. Her head fell backward, and I quickly caught it, along with her body, and picked her up. I pushed the hair out of her face and looked down at her, still being in growing concern. Looking around the cafe, I found it eerily empty. I listened closely, only to hear a faint sniffling. The salty smell of tears that were not my mate's filled my nose. Stepping forward with Evelyn in my arms, I walked through a row of books towards the back. A black door that read, "Employees only," stood there, and I grabbed the handle only to realize it was locked. I knocked on the door. A shriek echoed out, followed by muffled sobs. "Maggie, open the door," I commanded. Please. I didn't mean I," she stumbled as she unlocked the door. As soon as it was open, she fell backwards, cowering in fear and sobbing. She hugged her knees to her chest, her face buried in them. I didn't, forgive me. Oh, I'm sorry. I took a deep breath in, not wanting to scare the young women anymore, and certainly not wanting to wake my mate. "Maggie," I spoke calmly, "tell me what happened." Her lips quivered as she spoke. Evelyn asked me what happened. WYW? We all say why, what I owe you? She trembled too much to finish the sentence. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I gritted out, doing my best not to growl. She nodded shakily. "What did you say to her?" Glaring, I wasn't going to say anything. I swear, BB, but you SEDTH is voice L, like you're a alpha voice, and I couldn't stop N myself. Her voice cracked. I tried T to S, stop IS, swear. I raised a hand to silence her and looked down at my unconscious mate with burning questions. It was unheard of for a mated Luna to use an alpha voice, let alone an unmated human. Knowing I needed to focus on the questions Evelyn would be asking, rather than the questions I had for her. "Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "That will be all," I told her with a nod of my head. I heard Hardly breathe out shakily, in a sense of relief and horror all in the same breath. Turning towards the door, I walked out with Evelyn tucked in my arms, and then out of the cafe, placing her in the car. I buckled her into her seat before pressing a kiss to her forehead. I felt annoying fear building in my gut. Fear I'd never kiss or touch her again. Fear I would lose her forever. I knew my past would come to light eventually, but I hadn't expected it to so soon. So soon, and not on my own terms. Sighing, I closed her car door and walked around the car to get in on my side, driving us home. Laying in my bed, I wrapped my arms tightly around Evelyn, hearing her steady breaths. My head laying on her chest, I listened to her heartbeat, reassuring myself she was there. The day's events had rattled me, and I knew once she woke up I would have another battle to fight. I was so terrified of losing her. She had become my entire world. If she would hear me out, I would tell her not only everything about me, but everything she meant to me. I was startled by a sharp intake of breath. Sitting up, arms on either side of Evelyn, I pulled back and watched as her eyes fluttered open. "Max," she whispered, eyes softening. "Hi, sweetheart." Brushing a piece of hair behind her ear. I need to talk to you," she said in a serious tone, sitting up. Despite the gravity of our circumstances, I couldn't help but admire the two-us-less look her hair had. She was just so beautiful. My heart squeezed as I braced myself for what was to come next. "Okay, Angel. Okay, let's stop." I nodded, pulling back to give her space. Her legs were crossed, and I leaned back on the headboard, crossing my arms, sitting perpendicular to her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Max," she said, horrible things about why you..." She started. I noticed the weight ears welled in her eyes. Her gaze fell to her hands, which were fiddling with the hem of her shirt. "I need to hear from you what happened," she whispered. "Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Oh, okay," she asked, looking up at me in slight surprise. She seemed to have expected I would avoid the topic. And in honesty, a part of me wanted to. However, I couldn't leave her in the dark any longer. I loved her too much for that. And I wanted to tell her. But if she said it back, I wanted her to love me, the real me. If she didn't know who I was taking away the chance for her to do that. I took a deep breath and then looked into her eyes. They were chasms of a warm summer's day, and I felt them release the tension in my shoulders, a calm pouring over me. When I was born, I began. My mother died in childbirth. Losing a mate drives most wolves to insanity. It's supposed to be the equivalent of half of your entire being dying, draining you of power. Most mates die of despair. I looked at Evelyn, trying to gauge her reaction. Her eyes had softened ever so slightly, but her face remained stoic. It was a silent reminder of her internal strength. But my father, he was too stubborn to die. He decided that leading his pack was more important, so he found someone to fill in my mother's place. My eyes dark and a bit at the thought. "Why, you can do that?" Evelyn stuttered. I realized the implication of my words as my eyes wide, and I uncurled my arms to grab her hand. "You can, but it's incredibly rare, only documented a few times in our history." I looked into her eyes and lifted a hand to caress her cheek, speaking lowly. "And I would never want another person besides you." She blushed and gave me a slight nod, beckoning me to continue the story. I pulled back from her, knowing that the next part would make me angry. I didn't want to touch her in case my claws came out. My father, he never was able to fully love me because of my mother's passing. He wasn't cruel, he was just detached. But the women, she made him happy for a few years. I spoke blandly, remembering a small period of time when my stepmother had treated me with kindness. But then my little brother was born. Memories flooded of a sweet, chubby-faced boy with red hair and tanned skin. My best friend, someone who always loved me and never held my past against me. "Your brother?" Evelyn asked with furrowed brows. "Yes, my brother." I smiled softly. He was my best friend. His name was Charlie, and he loved everyone and everything. He would carry spiders out of the house and relocate frogs. I let out a dry laugh. He even loved dogs, which most werewolves hate. I looked intently at Evelyn. He was my world. But then something happened. I trailed off and looked towards the wall. I'm sure she told you I was a monster. That I killed my brother." Evelyn gulped, and one glance in her direction confirmed that was the case. I chuckled darkly, a tear slipping down my face. No one believed me about what happened that day. Not even my own father. I burrowed my face into my chest, my hands caging my head. The echoes of the past seemed to haunt me. I let out a silent sob, and was shocked when small arms wrapped around me, and my hair was smoothed back with gentle hands. "Maximus," Evelyn asked me in a tender voice. What happened?" Shakily, I looked up at her, my lip quivering. I was 12 years old. Charlie was only 7. I bit out. "We were playing hide and seek in the forest. I found Charlie in a clearing and was confused. He was always a very good hider." Evelyn squeezed my shoulder in reassurance. He looked like he had seen a ghost. His entire body was shaking. I called to him, and then he screamed my name. It was only then that I saw the wolf. It moved so fast, Evelyn eyed. I began to sob, and Evelyn held me in her arms, choosing me. She crawled into my lap. Then she wrapped her arms around my neck, allowing me to bury my head in her chest and hug her tightly against me. There was blood. So much blood. I didn't make it in time. I was too young to shift. When they found me, there was no trace of a rogue. No scent in the air. Nothing. Absolutely nothing but my blood-soaked body and my little brother lying limp and mangled in arms. I sobbed, and she held me. She held me. In all my life, no one had ever held me before. No one wanted to touch me, let alone hold me. No one wanted to comfort me. And here she was, hearing the truth and still not thinking of me as a monster. But I still hadn't told her the rest of it. Evelyn, I spoke shakily, pulling away from her. Her brows pulled in concern and she wiped the tears flowing down my face with her thumbs. Yes, Max? She asked me in concern. There's one M, more thing. Okay. She nodded, bracing herself. After the incident, my stepmother she. I thought of how to explain and struck me. I gently picked Evelyn up by the waist and moved her off me, before crawling off my bed and standing in front of Evelyn. I took another deep breath. What you are about to see, Evelyn, no one knows about. Or at least no one knows how I got them. She moved towards the edge of the bed, sitting on her knees. That what? I pulled my shirt over my head and Evelyn gasped. I looked at her face and saw nothing but pure horror painted over it. I had gotten so used to the marks. I forgot how they appeared to others. Jagged lines marred my entire chest. But that wasn't even the beginning of it. I turned around and Evelyn sobbed behind me at the sight. My entire back was covered in deep raised gashes. Years of silver chains beating into my back, ramming the skin, leaving their mark. I heard the bed dip. Her feet patted again the ground and approached behind me. Oh, Max, she cried. See, could I? I nodded my head. Her soft warm hands gently traced a scar and I felt her fingers tremble. I turned around, looking at her red puffy face as tears flowed down my own face. She wrapped her arms around my neck. This is why you killed her, she whispered. No, I whispered, and she pulled back and looked into my eyes. I killed her because she finally tried to kill me. Evelyn let out a strangled sob, grabbing me again, but this time tighter. Her hold on me was impregnable, and she sobbed into my shoulder. I picked her up and she wrapped her legs around my torso, our bodies melding together. I sat down on the bed. After a few moments, her cries died down, and she pulled away from me. This was it. She was going to reject me. She was going to tell me I was a monster. Max, yes. I gulped. My entire form shook. I love you, she whispered. Why you? I stuttered. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I breathed. I love you with my entire being, Maximus Alexander. You are caring. Her voice cracked and she wiped a tear trailing down her face. And you are compassionate. She smiled. You are kind and gentle. You are not a monster. You have become everything to me and I love you, she confessed. My wolf howled within and elation took over my being in full force. I grabbed her head, intertwining my fingers in her hair and putting her in. I hungrily pressed my lips against hers, devouring her mouth. Our tongues entangled themselves in a battle as she allowed me to win entrance to her mouth. I pressed her body against mine, not able to get enough of her, pulling away, out of breath. I pressed our foreheads together. I love you too, Evelyn, I whispered. I love you so much. Every fiber of my being lives for you. I want nothing more than to protect you, to cherish you for the rest of my life. You are my everything. She smiled widely at me, tears streaming down her face as pressed our lips together. Working my way from her mouth, I pressed a stream of kisses down from her face to neck, finding the sweet spot on her collarbone. Her hands tightened around my neck and she groaned. Evelyn, I whispered against her skin. Can I make you mine? She pulled back slightly, and I felt myself grow disappointed. Maximus. She trailed off. I already am yours, she whispered. That was all it took. My restraint fled as I once again peppered kiss down her neck into the crook. My teeth elongated and I brushed them against the spot, making her entire form shiver. This is going to hurt. I'm sorry, I whispered, before sinking my teeth into her neck. She screamed as I clapped down harder, rubbing gentle circles on her back. Her hands gripped my shoulders tightly, nails digging into the skin. I tightened my grip before releasing my teeth slowly and licking the wound. Made saliva help soothe and heal wounds faster. Evelyn instantly went limp against me, falling asleep in my arms. Wrapping my arms around her waist, I laid down beside her and pulled her into my chest. My body released a hum. For the first time in my life, I knew I would sleep entirely at peace. My mate was safe and tucked away in my arms. I woke up with a sharp pain in my neck, but he gently pulled me into his arms. Chapter 19, Evelyn. I groaned. My eyes felt heavy as I opened them. The prior day's events flooded to me, and a mixture of despair and joy filled me. Dismay at everything Maximus had gone through, but joy at what had taken place between us. Suddenly a smile spread across my face. No nightmares. Not a single one. I had slept the soundest sleep I had had in months, completely feeling safe. I moved to sit up in bed only to groan again at the sharp pain that went through my neck. Hey, take it easy, Maximus whispered. I looked at him over my shoulder as he lay still in bed. Head tousled. He reached out an arm and without close it around my waist, pulling me in beside him. My back was to him and he buried his head into my... A feeling of contentment washed over me. His body was warm and strong. I felt like I was in impenetrable armor with his arms around me. He is my safety. I felt his breath fanning against my skin. And he leaned in closer, peppering kisses up my neck gently. How do you feel? He asked me tenderly. I turned around, facing him. His blue eyes made me feel like jelly as my stomach flipped. He had always been undeniably handsome, but something about him in the morning streaming light made him angelically so. It streamed through his tendrils of dark hair, giving them a soft glow. His tanned skin was illuminated by the sun's rays. I'm happy. I smiled and paused. My hand made its way into his hair, gently playing with a piece. He looked at me with affection, and I almost felt bad admitting the second half. And so, his smile turned into a scowl instantly as he pushed back my hair to reveal my aching shoulder. But the longer he stared at it, the less he began to scowl. His mouth twitched. "Eternal extraordinaire, my noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I asked him with a laugh. He looked at me and reached out a hand. He gently held my face while stroking my cheek with his thumb. "You're mine," he whispered in awe like he didn't believe it. I gazed at him through my lashes and smiled. "I love you," I whispered, pressing a gentle kiss to his lips. "I love you too. I love you so much it hurts." He smiled at me. I realized then, I had never truly seen Maximus smile. This smile crinkled his eyes and showed all his pearly white teeth. This smile was joyful and triumphant. This smile held promises of smiles to come. It was like the sunshine in the room had been embodied by him. He was like the sun. He leaned in and pulled me closer in his arms. Holding me, he pressed our lips together once more, but this was much more passionate and drawn out. Each movement of his lip against mine was slow and tender, like the kindling being added to a fire. The more he kissed me, the more a passion I didn't know I had within me burned. He filled my body as emotions I didn't know possessed filled me. Just as soon as it started, it stopped as Maximus pulled our lips apart. I found myself breathing heavily, gasping for air, pressing my swollen lips together. Max leaned his forehead against mine and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Ev, but I have to go." My eyes shot open. Go, where? I asked, almost in a panic. A strong feeling pulled at me, commanding me to be near him. He laughed and pressed a kiss to my forehead. The mate bond's already establishing itself, I see. I tilted my head to the side and playfully rolled my eyes. Subconsciously, my hand, which was on his chest, pressed closer along with my entire body as I leaned into him. "I'll be back by the end of the day," he told me sincerely. "I have a rogue issue I need to investigate." Oh my goodness, yesterday. I realized. His bloody arm flashed in my mind. I grabbed his right arm and went to look, only to find it completely healed. Not a scar in sight. How he shrugged. "Wolves heal quickly." Still, worry flooded my chest. How could I so easily have neglected to check on him? He pulled his arm back and found my gaze. "I'm okay, Ev. I'm okay," he said softly. His gaze held an intense sincerity. A weird sense of peace and assurance washed over me, almost like the feeling was not my own. So these rogues. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I trailed off and asked. He swept some hair out of his face. They are wolves that have broken away from their packs. The longer they are from their pack, the more they lose touch with their human side. They attacked the pack yesterday. It's why I had to go. My eyes softened as I heard that. That was why he left. Why you didn't tell me. What if my voice broke as the worst of thoughts washed over me? Why am I so emotional? Phew. He gently hushed me, stroking my head. He held my chin. Nothing was always going to happen to me. But I promise I'll tell you what's going on next time, okay? I just didn't want you to worry. I nodded and sighed. Well, if you have to go. I knew that duty called him, but all I wanted was to be near him. I didn't want him to leave. Not after what he had just told me. As if sensing my thoughts, a grin played on his lips as the corner of his mouth quirked up. If you wanted. He trailed off, a teasing grin playing on his lips. What? I asked, crushed lie, blushing when I realized how desperate I sounded. He laughed and I buried my head into his shoulder, trying to cover my rosy cheeks. He pushed my hair back and lifted my chin. I could always use someone amazing with kids to help talk to two young wolves we took under our wing recently. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked him with a smile. I have bit my lip. Only if you promise you can undertake one very serious task. He told me seriously. I nodded. I need a kiss from my beautiful mate before I can get ready for the day. I giggled before lightly pecking his cheek. He opened his mouth and in took a breath. Feigning shock, he raised a brow at me. You call that a kiss? I rolled my eyes and leaned in again, pecking his lips. And he looked around the room, with a force-thinking face. No. I still don't think that was a kiss. I giggled before pressing my lips softly against his this time. And he quickly held my head, pressing our lips together more, perusing my mouth with his tongue. Our lips moved in wave, like motions against one another, to seas coming together in a storm of dominance. However, my storm lost, and I melted against him, one of his hands coming to the small of my back. As we pulled apart, he chuckled. Now that is a kiss. Hello. I answered the phone. I was in the middle of getting ready when my cell rang from a number I didn't recognize. Hi, a sweet voice spoke through on the other end. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hey, how are you? How is Mr.? To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grandpa. Oh, he is not good, Evelyn. We think, her voice broke. See Connor and I think we will be back at the pack in a few weeks. Oh, I trailed off. I'm so sorry, Molly. My heart ached for my sweet friend. I knew without a word from her that she had been through immense drama in her life, Mr. Weaver was her flotation device. I could only hope she wouldn't drown without him. It's okay. She whispered, voice breaking. It's his time. I was silent for a few moments, at a loss for what to say. I had sniffling on the other end. But enough about me, Molly. I began, wanting to protest. No. How are you? Evelyn. It was like Molly to deflect. But I had a feeling continuing to talk about Mr. Weaver's expected passing would only do more harm than good, so I obliged her. I caught her up on the last few days and all that had happened. She squealed when I told her about Max marking me. When I asked about her and Connor, she said things were going well and they were taking things slow. I smiled at the thought of my sweet friend being with someone who made her happy. We promised to catch up again soon, and she promised to regularly update me on Mr. Weaver's condition. Nervous excitement coursed through me, making my stomach flip as we climbed into the car. I was finally going to meet more pack members. Maximus told me he had a special role for me to fulfill as Luna. The word children instantly making my ears perk. Looking at the stoic man beside me, I couldn't help the smile that made its way to my lips. His hair was slightly ruffled, and his face cleanly shaven. He wore a well-fitted blazer and a white button-up shirt. The first few buttons, I had dressed more simply in a long white skirt and a baby blue turtleneck sweater. "Where are we going?" I asked him. "We call it the pack house." He told me, concentrating on the road. "It's a building where we conduct all official business, and underneath is a prison we keep rogues in." I gasped. "The children know." No, he quickly said. "I'm sorry," he said, glancing at me. "I didn't mean to raise my voice. But we would never keep children there. Never. A child isn't responsible for their parents' actions, and we don't really know why these children are here in the first place." I nodded and grabbed his hand, giving it a squeeze. I felt a weird sense of insecurity washing over me. It felt like his own. I asked him. "Yes," he asked. "You know, I think you are a good leader." "Right." He muttered a curse and then chuckled. "You can feel my feelings, can't you?" "What?" I asked in confusion. "I'm sorry," he began. "I forgot to explain." "But you can. So the four feelings I felt have been you." "Yeah, they have." He smiled softly and glanced at me. "Thank you for the reassurance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He kissed my knuckles before turning back to the road. "I should have explained it more to you. Everything. I just didn't have the words. But after marking you, you and I are now able to feel each other's feelings. And we can talk to each other in our minds. We call it mind linking, what?" I gasped and looked at him with wide eyes. "We are here," Max announced. We pulled up to a magnificent building. It was at least 3 stories high, purely made of logs. Max parked the car at the very front. "Can you hear me?" Max asked. Of course I paused and looked at Max with wide eyes. His mouth hadn't moved. What? "We can talk to each other in our minds. Just close your eyes and imagine your mind has gates that open up." He spoke in my mind, still in total shock. I slowly shook my head and closed my eyes. I imagined my mind being a floodgate and water pouring out of the gates. I thought. "Hi, beautiful," Max responded. I opened my eyes and grinned widely at him, leaning forward in my seat. "That is so cool," I exclaimed, grabbing his hand. He laughed and gently gave my hand a squeeze. "If you need me today, for anything, just call my name in your mind and I'll come." I nodded my head and pecked his lips before he opened his car door. I went to open mine, but as my hand reached out to grab the handle, I heard, "That me." Finding myself bemused by this newfound ability as Maximus opened the car, I smiled and whispered a thank you as he put his hand on the small of my back and led us into the building. I found myself surprised by the plethora of people walking around. Men and women alike were dressed to perfection in pressed business wear. Although I was dressed up slightly, their outfits made me pale in comparison. The women were beautiful, with slicked back hair and clear skin. Every single one of them were built to perfection. I started to feel insecure just looking at them. I played with the hem of my sweater. Maximus glanced down at the action and grabbed my hand, making me feel steady. He leaned down and whispered in my ear, "Let's go." When we entered the room, the myriad of people seemed to fan out, each lining the halls, bowing their heads. My chest tightened and my breathing grew shallow. I felt uncomfortable knowing that their scrutinizing gaze was trained on me. But Max once again reassured me, squeezing my hand gently. I pressed closer to him, clutching his arm as we walked down the hallway. Not a single person stood out of place or so much as moved a muscle. There was an odd stillness to the air, almost an echo of silence. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Luna." Maximus and I whipped around, and the person instantly lowered their head again. My eyes scanned the group when they landed on fire-red hair. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked with a smile. She looked up with wide eyes and then immediately looked to the ground again. I let go of Maximus' hand. Then, I strode over to her, my heels clicking across the wooden floors. The closer I got, the more I noticed she was shaking. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tilted my head to see the face that was downcast, confirming it was her. You are my yes, she asked, continuing to look to the ground. Maggie, please look at me. She looked up slowly, eyes wide and cautious. Hi, I beamed. He asked. I laughed and looked around the room, which was still gazing away. The only one whose eyes were trained on me was Maximus, who was carefully observing from afar. Yes, hi. That's it. I was a little taken aback by her and stepped backward. I watched Maximus take a step forward and I shot him a look. No, I mentally told him. Yes, just hi. I just wanted to say hello. I thought we had become friends. Maggie's face became perplexed as she narrowed her brows. But why yesterday? I nodded and looked at Maximus with a smile. I trust my mate. He explained what happened. I don't blame you for what you said. It allowed us to talk about things. Maggie raised her brows. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought you might punish me. I felt a shift in the room as those who held their gazes at bay looked up. My chest tightened, and once more my throat felt constricted. I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or cry at the comment. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I grabbed her hand. I just want to be your friend, but I certainly don't want to obligate you to anything. I dropped my hand and smiled, turning away. Wait, I heard a whisper. I asked, turning around. Maggie looked sheepish. I want to be your friend as well, Luna. A smile broke out on my face and I stepped forward and hugged her. I felt her tense under my arms before relaxing, hugging me back. She sniffed the air. She looked at me in shock. I pulled away from her and tucked a piece of hair behind my ear. I realized the wolves must have been able to smell my mark. I waved a hand in the air flippantly. Can we get coffee soon? That would be great. She smiled. Wonderful. I'll contact you soon. I told her before turning away. I knew I could get her number from Max. Bye, I waved. Bye, she waved back. I took Maximus on and he smiled down at me, kissing my forehead. You did great. He told me. Thank you. I whispered to him aloud. We winded through a few halls, Maximus pointing out how each served a different purpose. Some halls were for meetings, others dining. The one we were going to was for guests who visited the pack. After a few tours, we came to a guest room door. Max turned to me and took my hands. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There are 2 children. Both were found as rogues who crossed the border. I've heard the girl is a bit combative. We haven't been able to have her let anyone near her. Xerxes. He motioned behind me, at a tall brawny man with dark skin, urged. We'll stand guard in the room. All I need you to do is see if you can get them to open up. Find out why they came here and who and where their parents are. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked me. I nodded and smiled. He lifted one of my hands and kissed my knuckles. Get me if I need anything. I rolled my eyes playfully at the words he had repeated to me since I had arrived in Night Wind. I will. I told him, standing on my tiptoes to peck his lips. Now go. Get to work. I told him with a light push. He smiled and nodded. walking away and turning a few times to stare at me. It was strange how painful it felt with each step he took away. A strange mournful feeling filled me as if a part of myself was being stolen away. I wondered if it was how Maximus had felt all this time. I turned to Xerxes and stuck out a hand. "Nice to meet you." He stared at my hand, keeping his arms crossed behind him. "Nice to meet you as well, Luna. Not a handshake kind of guy?" I asked, cracking a smile. He looked down at my hand and then glanced down the hole where Maximus had just been. "I don't think your mate would appreciate me touching you, especially now that you are freshly marked." I blushed and nodded, bringing my hand down. "Shall we?" I asked him. He curtly nodded, and I opened the door. He followed behind. I heard a chair slide as I opened the door and a young girl jumped up from her seat. She had been seated at an old oak desk that was along the wall in the bedroom. To her left was a large queen bed. A vanity laid against the wall nearest to me. She looked to be about 9 or 10, with what looked like it might be blonde hair caked beneath a mountain of dirt and dangles. Her green eyes contrasted greatly with the dark muck covering her face. Her face was hardened and she glared at me. "Who are you?" she demanded. She shifted her step, standing slightly in front of another chair. I raised my brows and looked, noticing a little boy who couldn't be older than 5 with blonde hair that was similarly dirty but paired with blue eyes. "I'm Evelyn." I smiled, stepping into the room. The girl snarled and glared at me. "Don't take another step forward. Don't you dare," the young girl commanded. I raised my hands and paused my steps. "What is your name?" I asked her. "What?" she asked in disbelief. I asked what your name is. "I'm not telling you. What is your name?" Directing my attention to the little boy seated behind her. He started to answer. "Shh, don't tell her." The little girl whipped around and commanded him. "I'm not here to hurt you." I spoke softly, taking another step forward. "I'm just here to get to know you. Stay away," the little girl growled. I then noticed the way she was eyeing Xerxes behind me. I turned and glanced at him. "How would you feel if Xerxes left?" I asked her. I looked over my shoulder to the Gamma, who looked like he wanted to object. She scrunched her brows. "Luna, I really don't think. Just wait outside," I told him in a kind but firm voice. He sighed and nodded sharply. "Yes, Luna." He stepped out and I turned back toward the young girl. "Now," I said, "will you please tell me your name?" She gave me a side-eye glance. "No," the little boy chirped suddenly. "Miles, no." The girl ran to her brother and exclaimed in a hushed tone, "We aren't supposed to tell them." I stepped forward, getting closer to the young girl and boy. "Who said you couldn't tell me?" I asked hesitantly. My brows narrowed at the strange comment. She didn't answer, just glared more. "I just want to help you. Didn't your parents tell you to tell strangers their names when you get lost? I just want you to find your way home." I spoke softly. The little girl's eyes suddenly looked down and the little boy began to cry. "We've no home," she spoke. "Everybody's got a home," I whispered. I took slow steps forward until I was standing beside the bed, only a few feet away from the desk. "Can I tell you guys about mine?" I asked softly. The girl crossed her arms and opened her mouth to refuse. But before she could, the little boy sniffled and nodded. I began, sitting on the edge of the bed. I was raised in a town called Ice Valley. I told the children about my childhood and my favorite stories for almost an hour. Miles had smiled and giggled while the little girl sat stiff as a board. Her demeanor only lightly relaxed as I got to the end, her shoulders sagging ever so slightly. But that was more than likely from being tired. "Tu agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I asked if they were hungry since it was late noon and they reluctantly nodded. I had Xerxes bring us a meal. The little girl glared at the food suspiciously. "How do we know you haven't poisoned it?" she asked cynically. My heart shattered. What these children had been through, I did not know. But for a question like that to come from a child's mouth, I knew it must have been horrendous. "I can take a bite out of each sandwich or we can mix them up." "Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I promise you, nothing is poisoned. She looked at the sandwich with a glare before taking a hesitant bite. I followed her, as did Miles. We are in silence, her casting me glances every few seconds. Are you the Alpha's mate? She asked me. I nodded my head with a smile. I am. She glared. I find that hard to believe. Her words stung. Is it because I'm human? Does she think I'm too weak to be an Alpha's mate? I swallowed my insecurity and asked her, what makes you say that? She shrugged and then looked a bit sheepish. He is just supposed to be so scary and mean and you are not that. Not at all, she admitted with a slight shrug. A small smile made its way onto my face, but I hid it. How about some board games? I asked them, clapping my hands together. A few hours of board games later, I had just put our last game away when the little girl whispered, my name is Mira. Mira. I smiled and turned to the little boy. And Miles. It is very nice to meet you both. The little girl sheepishly grinned. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I spoke softly. You and Miles are a little bit. I looked for the right word to not offend the children. Detray? The little boy asked in a sweet voice. I hummed and nodded. Do you want me to start you guys a bath? I promise you won't have to leave each other's sides. I don't know. Mira trailed off looking at Miles, but the excited grin plastered across his face must have won her over. Okay. She nodded. But you have to come with us. I smiled and nodded. A few minutes later, I had gotten Gamma's Xerxes to draw a bath for the children and I helped little Miles wash his hair. Then, I stood and waited outside of the closed curtain for him to finish bathing. When he got out, I wrapped him in a fluffy heated towel and rubbed his hair. Why don't you get changed in the clean clothes? I had Mr. Xerxes get you. The little boy grinned widely and nodded. I had asked Gamma's Xerxes to get them fresh clothes while they bathed and he told me my sweet mate had already had the clothing brought. I smiled to myself at his forethought. Mira, your turn. I called to the little girl who had insisted on sitting outside the bathroom door. She opened the door, and Miles walked into the bedroom. Wait, she told him. He paused his steps. Miles, stay close, she commanded. The little boy nodded before she let him go. I had been crouched down, so I stood and smiled at her. I'll leave you to it. I headed for the door. She gave me a curt nod, closing and locking the door behind me. Standing outside of the bathroom, little Miles walked up to me and handed me his little grey sweater. WNEWP me, please. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I exclaimed. I knelt down and slid the little sweater over his head. He had already cottoned some soft cotton pants on. Miss Evelyn, he whispered softly. His sweet voice made me grin yet. I asked as I helped him get his other arm through the sweater. Would. He played with his fingers and brushing a bit of his now apparently stark blonde hair out of his face. Could you hold me? He mumbled. I nodded with a grin, and picked him up, propping him on my hip. I hummed and rocked him side to side. He put his head into the crook of my neck and my heart imploded. There was something so endearing and touching at the trust Miles had placed in me. Trust to hold and protect his small little body gently. I held him a bit closer at the fort. After a few minutes, he fell asleep in my arms and I walked him over to the bed. The large bed had a wooden frame with a canopy. The air was warm from Gamma's Xerxes stoking a fire in the fireplace which lay in the corner of the room. Tucking him under the covers, I pressed a kiss to his forehead and smoothed back his hair. I switched off the light and stepped out of the bedroom for a moment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was greeted by a nod from Gamma's Xerxes who had been standing guard. I had noticed his demeanor had changed ever so slightly over the past hours, a gentle crinkle in the corner of his eyes forming. In some way, It seemed like his way of smiling. A few minutes later, the little girl slowly turned the doorknob and walked out of the bedroom wrapped in a towel. She looked out meekly. "How was your shower?" I asked her. "Good," she responded softly. I noticed the strange look that crossed her face. "Your clothes are in the dresser." I motioned her back into the bedroom. "Thank you," she whispered before scurrying off. A few minutes later, the door creaked open again. "Luna," the little girl whispered. She was dressed in a soft white cotton pajama set we had gotten her. Little forest animals created a pattern on it. "Yes. Would you please brush my hair?" Again, I found myself touched. I nodded silently and followed her into the dark room. The only light emitting was from the fireplace's soft glow. I guided her towards the vanity which had 2 seats. I had brought a hairbrush with me in my purse, and so I pulled it out and began to gently brush her hair. I started slowly at the bottom, ever so careful considering the tangle she had. We sat silent, her green eyes trained on me in the mirror. "My mommy used to brush my hair like this," the little girl whispered. I tried to appear unfazed by the information, but internally I saw my chance. "She doesn't anymore?" I asked her, continuing to work my way up her head. "No, mommy and daddy were 8, hurt by a bad guy." "A bad guy?" She turned and looked at me, tears filling her eyes. "I is the alpha going T to H, hurt Fran. The alpha wouldn't hurt anyone," I assured her, rubbing her back in concern. "Who is Fran?" "Fran T, takes care of me and N Miles." Mira sniffled, rubbing her nose on her sleeve. She cast a glance at her brother. "She showed us how to take care of ourselves." "But what about your pack?" I asked her in confusion. "The bad man is in the pack," she mumbled. I felt the little girl begin to shake and I decided my prodding was enough for the day. "Look at that," I exclaimed, changing the subject. "Your hair is all brushed." I held her shoulders and looked at her in the mirror with a smile. "You have beautiful blonde hair," I complimented her. She smiled back with a sheepish grin. Then, she turned and faced me, mumbling, "Thank you." "You're welcome," I whispered back. She jumped off the chair and crawled into the bed beside her brother. I stood up, grabbing my purse and hairbrush. When I reached the door, I glanced back at their sweet sleeping forms. "Have sweet dreams," I whispered. Chapter 20, Maximus. I led Evelyn through the halls of the pack house. Her hand gently held my fingertips. As we passed through, I pointed out each section and what purpose it served. I grinned at Evelyn's precious expression, brows narrowed in concentration and head bobbing as she listened intently to what I said. She was so dedicated to being a good Luna. "Goddess, I am blessed." After showing her the majority of the house, we came to the guest corridor. It was completely void of people, as I had ordered, except a few wolves at the end who stood guard. Walking up the guest room door, I smelt the children and hushed whispering. I turned to Evelyn and took her small hand and captured it in my large one. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." There are 2 children. Both were found as rogues who crossed the border. I've heard the girl is a bit combative. We haven't been able to have her let anyone near her. I told her. "Galm Uxes." I motioned behind her to Caleb, who had been waiting on my command. He stepped forward like a soldier, back straight as a board. "We'll stand guard in the room. All I need you to do is see if you can get them to open up. Find out why they came here and who and where their parents are. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I asked her. I hoped I wasn't overwhelming her. A lot had been thrown at her in such a short period of time, but I needed her help. If anyone could get a child to open up, it was Evelyn. I had seen her gentle nature with children at hand. She was like a lulling melody to them. They seemed to naturally flock to her, one of many attributes that naturally made her an excellent Luna. Evelyn nodded and gave a lopsided grin. "Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful." I lifted one of her hands and gently kissed her knuckles. "Get me if?" If I need anything. She cut me off and playfully rolled her eyes. I sighed, knowing I must sound like a relentless mother hen. I simply worried about her. I will, she assured me. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked my lips, a rush of heat passing through me at the contact. Now go. Get to work, she scolded me, giving me a light push. In honesty, the push wasn't hard enough to even make me budge, but I obliged her and moved with a chuckle. Then, I shook my head and smiled, walking down the hole. Each step was painful. Having newly marked her, my usual apprehension slightly diminished and yet heightened, all in the same. I wasn't scared to leave her anymore, but instead, I just didn't want to leave her. She was my other half, and it was as if I was ripping it away by leaving her. I looked over my shoulder a few times, checking if she was okay. Gamma's Xerxes stepped closer to her to speak with her and made eye contact with me. I watched as Evelyn stuck out hand for him to shake. Don't you dare. I linked him. My gaze narrowed at him and I saw my mighty Gamma reveal an inch of fear in his eyes. I smirked, knowing he would listen as I turned down the hall. I wove through the massive building, going down a large flight of stairs to the second, and on the first level, passing through a corridor, I came up to a large silver door. It was the only silver on all of the pack's land. Delta White stood outside it waiting for me. He bowed his head and muttered, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Status report. I asked him. The rogue is still belligerent and refuses to answer questions. She keeps insisting on seeing the children, asking what we did with. He paused momentarily. A woman she refers to as her, although she won't say who her is. I nodded my head thoughtfully, placing a hand on my chin. I had no idea who the woman was referring to. We had no other rogues in our possession except for herself and the children. "Thank you, Delta White," I said to him. He raised his brows in slight surprise and I rolled my eyes. My mate's good manners were clearly rubbing off on me. "Follow me," I told him. I placed my hand on a green scanner, a light passing up and down, scanning my hand like a copy machine. The door beeped and a large click sounded, signaling it unlocked. I quickly closed my mental channel with Evelyn. Despite how much it pained me to not feel her presence, I certainly didn't want her feeling the emotions that would be coursing through me as I interrogated the rogue. I grabbed the handle of the door, the one part not coated in silver, and opened it. Matthias followed behind me closely. The area was dark, and if it weren't for my wolf vision, I may not have been able to see a single thing. I walked down a set of old wooden steps. They creaked beneath my weight. The smell of rust, old blood, and mold filled my nose, and I scratched my face in disgust. At the bottom of the stairs, my shoes clicked against the cement floors as I walked past a few cells. "Ugrat," my old woman's voice seethed. I stepped in front of a cell, brows raised. "You," I spoke, gazing intensely at her. Peering through the shadowy darkness, I made out the silver-haired woman. She sat on the floor of the cell, legs crossed and hands in her lap. Her hair was matted in disarray and she was covered in blood. My blood. Making direct eye contact with her. "You are going to answer my questions," I told her with my alpha voice. The voice boomed and was deep and powerful. It could make the strongest of wolves fall to their knees. She crawled forward, glaring at me. She opened her mouth and I waited for her to say something. She spat in my face. Thick saliva dripped down my brow. "Fuck you," she gritted. I slowly lifted a hand, wiping the spit from my face. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I lowered my voice. "I am going to ask my question and you are going to answer me." I leaned in closer towards the bars. "Why are you?" She lifted a finger and flipped me off. My wolf practically clawed at my insides, begging to be unleashed and show her just who she was disrespecting, but I kept him at bay. I had a bargaining chip. "Okay," I said with a shrug. I stood up and turned around, hands behind my back. I thought we might discuss the children next, but... Where are you going? The woman screamed. I turned to face her. Why? You just essentially told me to fuck off. Didn't you? You don't want to talk. That's fine by me. Again. I turned around. Where are the children? She spoke softly. I smirked to myself but dropped it as I turned towards her. I tilted my head. Oh, so you do want to talk? I taunted. She stood in her cell and came dangerously near the silver bars. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She demanded. I wagged a finger. I asked the questions. You give me answers then. Maybe. I shrugged for effect. We can talk about the children. I paused, knowing the blow of my words would hopefully bring sense to her. I mean, so long as they are alive by the time we are done. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I knew the children were safely tucked away in the care of my mate, and not a hair on their head would be harmed. But she didn't know that. And it was what I had to barter with. I watched her eyes widen and a gasp escaped her lips. You really are an evil bastard, aren't you? Her lip trembled. Depends on who you are talking to. But I'm talking to you. I stepped closer. And if you have any sense about you and ever want to see those children again, you will answer my questions. She seemed to stiffen before dropping her shoulders and nodding silently. Why did you attack? Silence. That's it, you're wasting my time. I turned around and motioned to Delta White. Get the children ready for executio. Stop. Wait. She yelled. I faced her once more as tears filled her eyes. Why did you attack? I demanded again. An evil, vengeful glint filled her eyes. Because you killed them. Killed who? I asked her. My eyes narrowed. Specificity was key. My Alpha and Luna. My family and friends. You killed them all. You are evil and don't deserve such a position of power. I stepped back, my face a blank mask despite my internal confusion at her words. I had killed. It was true. But never had I killed an Alpha and Luna. Never innocent people in packs. What are you talking about? I asked her. What am I? Her brows raised and tears filled her eyes. What? Talking about? She screeched. I'm talking about the massacre of the Evergreen Pack. The massacre. She laughed maniacally. And the audacity to act as if you don't know what I'm talking about when you have her. Who is this person you keep referring to? I questioned her. I stalked back and forth in front of the cell, racking my brain for answers. She remained silent, so I went on. You think I repeated for emphasis. Killed one of the strongest packs in Alaska. I was 6. I spoke in utter disbelief. It was almost laughable that the woman was so evidently deranged she could believe I would kill pack members at the age of 6. That fact she would attack my pack over something I clearly had no part in was even more obscure. 6 years old or not, you did it. She seethed. You were there that night with your father. You stayed in the pack house. The top floor with the Alpha's family. Yet somehow, she laughed maniacally. Yet, somehow you emerged completely unscathed. Bullshit. My brain was scattered as I tried to recall that night. In honesty, it was a lesser of memories for me. It was before my father married the woman. My stepmother. My father told me I needed to see how pack business was done, and I accompanied him on the trip. I met the Oaks, the Alpha's family. At the time they had a 5-year-old son named Eli and a baby daughter named Estelle. The night we visited, a freak fire started. I woke up to a rancid smell filling my lungs and burning them. Then, I woke my father, who picked me up and ran us from the building. I remember looking over his shoulder down the hall, where the Oaks were. As we ran, the fire had completely consumed the part of the pack house. Most of the pack survived, but a few upper-level pack members in the Alpha, Luna, and their daughter Estelle didn't make it. It was thoroughly investigated and deemed an accident of some sort. My father ruled innocent in the case. I had nothing to do with that fire. I told her intensely. No, it was you. I have a witness. I know a man who saw you do it. Just like you massacred the children who are in your care's parents. My jaw clenched in anger. I have not massacred anyone. I shouted at her. What is not clear to you? I have not killed any of the people you claim I have killed. But you killed your brother. Who's to say you wouldn't? Don't. You'd dare. Speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Brother, you know nothing. My claws elongated and I charged toward the prison cell. In a flash, I unlocked it, charging in and gripping her by her neck. My claws dug into her skin. As I squeezed the air from her lungs, flashes of my little brother's mangled corpse flashed in my mind, making me see red. I felt Tom's tug at me and I turned around, scratching them with my claws only to hear a wince and realize it was Matthias. I dropped the woman. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And trying to rapidly intake air, I widened my eyes to Matthias, quickly getting us out of the cage. Did I hurt you? I mind, linked him and asked. Nothing that won't heal. He responded and gave me the best half smile he could muster. While gritting his teeth, the woman croaked, What have you done with her? With who? I shouted, faced, turning red. Who is this ominous her you keep speaking fucking riddles about? If you hurt her, if you hurt the one things that is left, you, she breathed out a shaky laugh. You will be sorry. I'll be back tomorrow. We will be talking again. And this time, a devilish glint filled my eyes, rage consuming me. I expect more than a fucking riddle. I began to stomp away before I paused and stalked back towards the cell. My rage at her accusations culminated. And just so you know, the children you so clearly care about from your half, truth answers are doing absolutely fucking dandy. They are under the care of my loving and sweet mate who you wouldn't believe loves an evil bastard. As you put it, like me, I would never hurt a child. Never. Her face paled, a strange look crossing it as I stomped away, Matthias following while clutching his arm. I stomped up the stairs and exited the basement. I clutched my forehead, resisting the urge to groan. Matthias locked the door behind us and stood awaiting my orders. I turned to him with a glare. I want every detail you can get on this woman as possible. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Damn. Detail. And paused. And I want you to track down this supposed witness. He nodded his head sharply, turning to walk away. Oh, and one more thing, Delta. Matthias turned to face me. Call Alpha Eli Oak and ask him to come for a visit. Matthias nodded, before turning and walking away so fast he almost sprinted. My head ached from all the information I had to process. I hoped Evelyn had been luckier extracting information. Despite the strong urge I had to see her, I knew I needed to try and find every possible detail about the captive rogue as possible. I trudged through the pack house. Not a single person stood in my way, the anger emanating from me probably scorching them as I passed. I made it quickly to my office. A small pile of papers pertaining to possible leads about the women already stacked on my desk. I picked one up and began to read through it, going through the papers one by one. Hours later, the progress I had made was minimal at best. I felt myself nodding off, laying my head down on my desk. Just a few minutes, I told myself. Creak KKK. I groaned, hearing my arse door whine ever so slightly as someone opened it, awakening me from my sleep. Soft footsteps battered against the ground, and I let a soft growl out. Who is fucking bothering me? Just as I went to lift my head, a heavenly smell filled my nose. Roses, lavender, and fresh cotton. Goddess, that smells good. Soft hands brushed through my hair. Max. A soft, sweet voice whispered. A soft, uncalloused hand touched my shoulder. This must be a dream, I told myself, deciding I wanted more of the smell. I reached a tired hand out and grabbed the smell by its waist. Max, the soft voice gasped. I nestled my head into the neck and soft hair of the magnificent being, enveloping myself in the nice smell. I mused to myself. I ran my nose against the collarbone of the creature, not finding enough scent. A squeal sounded. My head shot up and my eyes opened widely. Evelyn, I mentally registered. My mate's hair was to use led to the side. Her neck exposes and a bright red blush filled her cheeks. I quickly realized that I had pulled her into my lap so that she was straddling me. Oh goddess, I'm sorry. I stuttered as I swept some hair out of my face. I groaned and rubbed my eyes. She giggled softly. Her soft, toned effort did not startle me nor made my heart soar. She shifted so that her legs were strung across my lap instead. I'm sorry I woke you. She apologized. No, I mumbled. Don't apologize. I'm glad you came and found me. She looked down sheepishly. Gamma's Xerxes and Delta White said you hadn't eaten anything, so I brought you dinner, she said softly. I looked to my right, seeing a plate full of delectable food piled high along with a fork and knife. I pecked her lips and smiled. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I grabbed the plate and placed it on her lap before cutting a piece of steak. I grabbed the fork and brought the food to her lips. She raised a hand and pushed the food back towards me. No, Max, she scolded. This is for you. You haven't eaten dinner yet. I told her with narrowed brows. The mate bond had reopened and I felt her panging hunger. No, that not tia. I took advantage of her open mouth forcing the food in. She reluctantly took it and chewed. I looked down at the plate to cut another piece, but she grabbed a fork and knife from me and cut a piece herself this time. Then, she raised it to my lips. I kept them closed and gave her a side eye that reflected. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She glared at me and I rolled my eyes, opening my mouth and obliging her. It was worth it when I saw the triumphant smile that emerged on her face. We took turns feeding each other until all the food was gone. She grabbed the plate and put it on my desk. I wrapped my arms around her waist and leaned my head on her chest. She leaned her head on mine and I felt her begin to become droopy. I gently picked her up. Where are we going? She mumbled to me half asleep. Guest room, I whispered, kissing her forehead. I carried us down the hall to the Alpha and Luna room of the pack house. It hadn't been used in years. I laid her on the bed and linked Gamma's Xerxes to bring me some clothes. A few minutes later, a quiet no sounded at the door and I found a shirt in my size and pajama shorts. I was not specific enough. I whispered, gently shaking her. She groaned. Clothes, I whispered. She cracked her eyes open and sat up, taking the shirt from me. She fumbled her sweater and I laughed, considering I had been the one sleeping only 30 minutes before. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered. I slipped her sweater over her head and then slipped the shirt on. She took her bra off under the cover of the shirt. Before slipping her skirt off, I saw a flash of her beautiful legs before she burrowed herself under the bed covers. Adorable. I stripped off my shirt and put on the pants. Crawling into bed next to her, she quickly migrated to me, and I wrapped my arms around her, holding her against my chest. My sweet Evelyn. Sleep well. Chapter 21. Evelyn. Breakfast plate and coffee in hand, I carefully made my way up the staircase. The last few days, Maximus and I had stayed in the pack house, the rogue issue too much to leave. As each day went by, he and I collected more information. The puzzle we were trying to solve was slowly coming together. I told him how I had learned the rogue woman's name was Fran, and it proved to be our only lead. Winding down the hall, I tapped my mate's office door with my foot. "Hi, sweetie." Opening the door, He pecked my lips before taking the plate and coffee out of my hands. He turned and set them on his desk before sitting back in his office chair. He ran a hand through his hair. "How is the progress going?" I asked him, walking around the desk to stand beside him. He asked without clothes, a large arm around my waist, pulling me in beside him, and pointed at a file. I picked it up, giving him a questioning glance, and he nodded at me. "Francesca H. Wilder." The cover of the file read Fran. I flipped it open and saw the image of a smiling woman in her 30s. She had a distinctive blonde streak of hair that stood out against the brown. Beside the image was another image, this one featuring a similar but much more aged-looking woman. She had grey hair with a white streak. Her face featured crow's eyes and deeply etched twinkles, reminding me of the rings of a tree. She scowled rather than smiled. It took me a moment to realize it was the same woman in both images. "What do you know about her?" I asked him, as I perused the file with my gaze. "Evergreen Pack family died in a fire. Close ties to the Oak family. We know she believes I am somehow culpable in the death of her family and her Alpha and Luna." He spoke softly. I turned and looked at him, brushing some hair out of his face. "Why would she think that?" "I was there the night of the fire." "But Ev..." He paused and looked at me with his ice blue eyes. "Ev, I was 6 years old when that fire happened. I had nothing to do with it." I scrunched my eyebrows together in confusion. "It's all right, though," he began. "The Alpha of Evergreen, the last surviving member of the Oak family, is coming to visit. Hopefully, he can help us find the source of this absurd accusation." I nodded and kissed his forehead, leaning my head on top of his. "Yeah." I smiled softly. "I'm sure he will help bring us answers." He looked up and I lifted my head. He swiveled his chair so he was facing me, hands resting on my hips. My stomach did a flip at the gesture, a soft blush fighting to fill my cheeks. "What about the kids?" he asked gently. "Anything more useful they've told you?" I thought for a moment. The sweet angels I had spent the majority of the past days with flooded my mind. Mira had slowly opened up and proved to be a sweet, gentle girl underneath her tough exterior. Miles had proved to be a competitive, fierce little fellow underneath his own sweetness. Mira still won't tell me more about the bad man, but she did tell me yesterday that her last name was Shear. Maximus asked, rubbing his chin. He hadn't shaved in the past few days due to stressing over protecting the pack, and a bit of stubble had grown on his face. "Shear, Shear. It sounds so familiar," he mused. "Could you see if Gamma's Xerxes could look into it?" He waved a hand dismissively. "No. Gamma's Xerxes doesn't specialize in tracking people down. Connor, on the other hand." He had told me before that Connor was his closest friend, more than just a beta. I knew he relied on him more than anyone else and had been struggling the past few weeks without him. "Why don't I give Maddie a call? I need to talk to her anyway, and she's always with Connor," I proposed. I don't want to bother them, they are going through so much," he began. "It's good I check in with her anyway. I won't prod, only ask for his help if the opportunity presents itself." He moved his mouth to the side, before reluctantly nodding. "Okay." I smiled and kissed his cheek. "I'll let you know what's going on after I talk to her." I turned to leave, walking towards the door. "Oh, and Max," placing my hand against the door frame. "Yes, Angel. I'm going to get coffee with Maggie today, if that's okay." I watched as his muscles tensed. Max wasn't controlling, but he was worried. Incredibly worried that someone would hurt me. A few nights before I had injured myself while getting ready for bed and he panicked. I tripped in the glass cup I was holding, soared through the air before shattering against the marble bathroom floor. I fell to the ground, my tailbone smashing against the surface. "Oh," I hissed with a cry. Glass dug into my foot. "Evelyn," Maximus called from the guest bedroom. The duo brattled. "Evie," he shouted before I could even respond. Max, his body slammed into the door, knocking it off of the hinges. "Oh my goddess," he exclaimed, taking in the glass-covered floor and my bleeding foot. His cool blue eyes widened in fright. He carefully stepped around the glass, picking me up and setting me on the bathroom counter. He wrapped his arms around me tightly, burrowing his face in the crook of my neck, inhaling deeply. I was so worried. He rushed out. He leaned back and cut to my face, looking me over. I heard you yelp and then I smelled blood and I thought, oh, thank the goddess you are okay. His voice broke. His eyes filled with tears and I wrapped my arms around him. I'm okay, Max. I'm okay, I assured him. He pulled away gently, lifting my foot, to which I winced. I'll be right back. He came back with a pan and broom and quickly cleaned the glass from the floor. Then, he grabbed some supplies from under the bathroom cabinet. This is going to hurt. He took tweezers and carefully pulled out all the glass. I gritted my teeth as he did so. Then, he took hydrogen peroxide and poured it over my feet, making me gasp in pain. I'm sorry, he whispered again. I mumbled, thank you. He applied ointment to my feet before wrapping them in gauze. I moved my arms to push myself off the counter to stand, but he reached out an arm to stop me, picking me up instead and carrying me to our bed. Then, he crawled into bed beside me. I glanced across the room at the splintered door frame and snorted. What's so funny? He grunted. You got hurt. The door frame. I laughed. You completely demolished it. He glanced at it and smiled, before turning serious. I'm so worried something is going to happen. I always think the worst. You're human. You could so easily be hurt by our kind. I nodded and scooted towards him, laying my arm across him and my head on his chest. I'm okay, Max. I'm okay, he said reluctantly. Yeah, that's okay. But could I have you take someone with you? I raised my brows. A bodyguard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked him, how about Delta White's mate? You haven't met Tina yet, but she's a high-ranking pack warrior. I hesitated, but the pleading and pained look on his face convinced me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked in surprise. Yup, just send her over here around 11 o'clock, and she and I will leave together. Okay. Grabbing the phone on his desk, more than likely to call his Delta and Tina. I shook my head with a smile, closing the door behind me. Pulling my cell phone out of my back pocket, I scrolled through my contacts. Then, I tapped Maudie's number, bringing the phone to my ear as it rang. Hello, a solemn voice answered. Oh, Maudie. Hearing her. Evelyn. Hi, Maudie. I smiled softly. How are you? Oh, Ev. Her voice broke. It's bad. D-day, drive. Gray said he only has a few more D-days. She cried. Oh, Maudie. I'm so sorry. It's okay. She sniffled. I have an amazing mate to support me. I heard a shuffle, almost like Connor was right beside her, which wouldn't have surprised me. I smiled softly at her having him. Maudie let very few people into her life, so her allowing Connor in meant something. How are things at the pack? Maudie asked. I hesitated. This was the opportunity to ask, but hearing Maudie's broken voice, I couldn't bear to tear Connor away from her. Things are run okay. We have a minor rogue issue we are handling, but it will all be taken care of. I tried to downplay the situation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbay. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What is really going on? I seem to have forgotten Maudie could hear a liar from a mile away. The girl had an odd ability to read people. It's bad, Maudie. We really need to track someone down, but... Here is Connor, Maudie said before I could even finish. I heard a shuffle and whispering before Connor's voice rang out on the phone. Just give me the details and a name, he said seriously. Miro and Miles Shear. The girl is probably around 7 to 9 and the boy is about for all 5. Their parents are both deceased and we don't know what pack they're from. We do, however, know they think it was Maximus' fault. Got it. I'll call Maximus by the end of the day, Connor replied. His voice was serious and tight, almost militant. It contrasted greatly with his usual light-hearted mood and it took me off guard. Thank you, Connor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Una. The phone shuffled again. Evelyn. I'm going to go. Maudie spoke sadly. Okay, Maudie. I whispered into the phone. I love you. Take care. Say hello to Mr. Weaver for me. I will, she whispered. Before hanging up the phone, I let out a deep breath, my shoulders sagging. I worried about Maudie. She just wasn't the same. Shaking my head, I wended down the wooden corridors, having memorized the maze of wooden arches within the last few days. A few turns later, I arrived at Mira and Miles's room. I raised my hand to knock on the door, but noticed it was cracked. My heart flung out of my chest and I quickly pressed it open. Looking into the room, my eyes came into contact with Gamma's Xerxes sitting on the floor eating with the children. My hand instantly pressed against my chest. I breathed a sigh of relief. Gamma's Xerxes, whose face had moments before been graced by an almost smile, tightened up as he shot a look towards the doorway. His eyes widened a centimeter, so small it was hardly noticeable as he quickly stood. I smiled and giggled. He shot me a confused look, narrowing his brows. Enjoy your breakfast, Gamma. I nodded to him with a smile, and from the cheery grins that spread on the faces of Miles and Mira, I knew I had made a wise decision. The Gamma was clearly a softy beneath his tough exterior. I hadn't noticed as much before, but over the last few days, I had noticed how gentle he was with the children. His tough exterior melted at the slightest notion they had been injured. I smiled to myself. Closing the door behind me, I looked at myself intently in the mirror, making sure my braid before grabbing my purse off of the dresser. I was exceptionally nervous to meet Delta White's mate, but I was sure all would go well. I glanced at my watch as I walked out of our room. 10:58. I walked quickly down the oak staircase, my heart pounding against my chest. When I reached the ground level, I looked around me. I wasn't sure what Tina was supposed to look like, and the lower level of the pack house was buzzing with people. I tightened my purse strapped to my shoulder, glancing around the crowd. Pack warriors buzzed around me, looking over schedules on the front desk, while other wolves scurried around with towering stacks of papers to be filed. I had hardly stepped foot on the lowest level since my arrival and I felt out of place, like a wasp in a hive full of busy bees. I was simply waiting for them to sniff me out. I stepped forward, away from the banister, and into the crowd of people, hoping if I could make it to the door Tina could find me. Nervous apprehension filled me as I walked into the crowd, worried that the second someone recognized me as the Alpha's mate, they would line the walls and cower. It was one thing to be revered, an entirely other thing to be feared. However, to my delight, as I passed people, they simply bowed their heads lightly and smiled. They smiled at me. Soft, gentle, but warm smiles. The good kind of smiles that lighten your day when it's been bad. A few whispered, "Luna," as I passed, but more as a greeting than a warning to the rest of the flock. I nodded my head back in recognition, muttering a gentle hello to a few that passed by. The more I walked and the closer I got to the door, the more the weight of anxiety that had been bearing down on me seemed to dissipate. I reached the door and stood there glancing around when I heard a squeal come from behind me. I whipped around quickly to look for the source, only to find strong hands gripping me in a bone, crushing. "Hugum," I uttered with a groan. "Hello," I wheezed. I heard a gasp as the bone crusher quickly let go of me. My eyes came into contact with a tall and strong-looking woman, who looked to be about my age. She had curled blonde hair, tart skin, and pair of vibrant blue eyes. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, her thick southern accent evident. "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" I'm so sorry, I was just so excited to meet you and now I've hurt you. She rambled, throwing her hands into the air and pacing as she spoke. I noticed the area still as people looked at each other, with wide eyes, and a few chuckled. I told myself I had to make a good impression on the Luna. I told myself, Tina, don't act like a crazy fan. Just introduce yourself like a normal person. Don't talk too much. She shook her finger as she acted out her own appraisal. And now look at me. She threw hands in the air again. I'm yapping on and on, and she paused her steps as if suddenly realizing what she was doing and turned to me with wide eyes. I am so sorry. Are you okay? I'm Tina. I had simply meant to introduce myself and then I took you off guard and, oh, forgive me, Luna, she exclaimed before dropping to the ground and bowing before me. I widened my eyes, almost entirely unsure what to do. But the more I absorbed everything she had said, the more laughter filled into my chest and began to bubble over as I began to laugh hysterically at the whole display. Oh my goodness. I chuckled, bending down and offering her a hand. Please stand. I laughed. All is well. I shook my hands. It's nice to meet you. You mean you're not mad? She asked in wide-eyed shock. No, I shook my head. No, not at all. Wow, she breathed. You really are as kind as everyone is saying. Oh, I blushed. I don't know if I would say that. I shrugged, feeling bashful. Nonsense, she exclaimed, clasping my hands. Oh, it is so nice to meet you. No, I hope we will become great friends. She wrapped her arms around me in a hug and I smiled. Evelyn is fine, I told her with a smile when she pulled away. Evelyn, she smiled. Would you like to go get coffee now? I would love that. She linked our arms and led us out the doors, into the snowy air towards a car. This just smells like heaven, Tina announced as we entered the coffee shop. I breathed in, closing my eyes. It sure does. Looking around, my eyes made contact with a smiling face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, I exclaimed, rushing forward and offering her a hug. This close, I realized her entire being was encompassed by the smell of freshly roasted coffee. Hi, Evelyn, she grinned, pulling away. I noticed a small figure gripping her leg. Who is this? Bending forward to try and catch a glimpse of the child, Maggie took a hand and placed it on the child's back, moving him into view. This is Brady, she said with a smile. My mouth gaped in a smile. Oh my goodness. I met him last time I was here at the shop. I hadn't realized you were his mother. Yeah. She smiled and looked down at him. I noticed then the similarity between them. He had a similar red hue of hair to his mother. The only striking difference was the tan of his skin and his bright blue eyes. Maggie, in contrast, was pale and had green eyes. A lot of people don't realize I'm a mom. I had him when I was 19, but he is all mine. I couldn't help but smile at that. I suddenly remembered Tina was standing there and awkwardly stepped aside and motioned her toward Maggie. Oh, Maggie. Tina, Maggie. I motioned. Nice to meet you. Tina waved. Maggie visibly paled and froze up for a moment before looking at my reassuring gaze and relaxing. I'm sure she recognized the Delta female. You're from the Travis family, aren't you? Tina asked with a tilt of her head. Her face appeared to be deep in concentration, struggling to find a lost memory. Yes, Maggie admitted hesitantly. There was an edge to her voice. So you're... Tina trailed off, asking an unsaid question. Yes, that's me. Maggie nodded, picking her son up and holding him to her chest. I looked between the two of them, eyebrows narrowed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I began to ask, but what are you guys referencing? Maggie looked down to the floor and back up again. My mate, H, he died 3 years ago when I was pregnant with Brady. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I quickly apologized, feeling horrible for intruding. No. She shook her head, beginning to rock Brady in her arms. He rested his head against her chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, she said softly, before looking down at her son. This little guy got me through it. I half smiled. The thought of losing Maximus weighing down on me. I couldn't fathom it. Tila noticed the tension and clapped her hands together. Let's get coffee. By the time we were leaving the coffee shop, Maggie and I had become close friends. It turned out we all had a similar love for reading and all equally loved children. Tina had been raised in a small town in Georgia, hence the southern accent. Her father was a beta for the pack, and when she was 16 she came with him to a pack summit in the middle of the country. When she was there she met a then 19-year-old Matthias White who had newly been appointed Delta. They hit it off and began to call each other regularly, while Tina had thought of him as just a friend and nothing more. Delta White had been sure he was her mate, so sure that on her 18th birthday he flew down from Alaska to surprise her. Well, apparently he did surprise her, because that morning when he showed up at her door with flowers she opened it while still in her pajamas. She was apparently so shocked to have found her mate she didn't even register. It was him, and simply jumped into his arms and kissed him. It wasn't until moments later, when she pulled back, that she exclaimed. Maggie told us about her mate. It turned out that she had named her son after his father. Brady Turner was her high school sweetheart. Even though they knew they might not be mates, they decided to date anyway and were ecstatic when Maggie turned 18 and they found out they were mates. They were expecting little Brady within 3 months of finding out. But unfortunately, there was a rogue attack for months later, and Brady was killed. Maggie sobbed telling us, and we all embraced, sharing such intimate moments together. We seemed to share an instant bond, and I knew these girls were friends I had made for a lifetime to come. Hey Eve, are you on your way back? Maximus mind linked. Yup, we are in the car and 5 minutes away. Good. There is someone important I want you to meet. Alpha Evergreen is here already. I asked in shock. I heard Max chuckle through the mind link. I was surprised myself. But he owes me a favor. I think he expedited his trip. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, I will see you soon, I told him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He told me, love you. Love you too. I smiled before closing the link mentally. I've been framed. Maximus's voice was filled with despair and anger. He was accused of multiple murders, while the real mastermind lurked in the shadows. Chapter 22. Maximus. I brushed a hand down my face and grunted. Papers were spread across my desk in disarray. They were paired with photos and files stacked high. I had done nothing but work my ass off the last few days, carefully trying to piece together the puzzle of the rogue attacks. But I wasn't alone. Evelyn had been tirelessly helping me day in and day out, spending time with Mira and Miles, trying to help us find answers. I looked up, hearing the soft patter of footsteps from outside the door and the sweet smell of roses and fresh cotton. Evelyn. I smiled to myself and walked to the door, hearing a small tap sound. Hi, sweetie. I glowed at her, opening the door. She smiled up at me, a plate and coffee in hand. My eyes roamed the plates of food greedily, her thoughtfulness always exceeding what I thought was possible. I pecked her lips, my hand gently squeezing her hip, before taking the plate and coffee out of her hands and setting them on my desk. I sat down in my chair, my brain racing as I looked at all the files. I huffed again, running a hand through my hair. How is the progress going? Evelyn's sweet voice asked me. She walked around my desk and stood beside me, gently placing a hand on my shoulder. I reached my arm out, snaking it around her waist and pulling her closer beside me. The reassuring flow of energy at our contact grounded me, the warmth of our bodies' closeness seeming to slow my anxiety. I pointed to a file labeled Francesca H. Evelyn picked it up, casting me a questioning glance as if asking if she could read it. I almost wanted to chuckle at her. She hadn't seemed to realize yet that all I had was hers. We were partners. She deserved to know every inner working of my life. I nodded at her. I watched as her eyes scanned the contents of the file. Eyebrows scrunched. I had read the file over maybe 100 times and knew it like the back of my own hand. A photo of a young Fran was in it, along with a new one. The photo's a contrast between young and old, happy and angry. What do you know about her? Evelyn asked me, gaze still fixated on the file. Memories of my interactions with Fran, the woman who thought me a murderer, flooded my mind, making my blood run cold. We know she believes I am somehow culpable in the death of her family and her Alpha and Luna. I spoke softly. Evelyn broke her gaze away from the file to look at me, the studious expression on her face making way for one of compassion. Her eyes softened and she tenderly reached her fingers out to brush some hair out of my face. Why would she think that? She seemed to whisper. I took in a deep breath and sighed. I was there the night of the fire. But Ev... I paused and looked at her, my body tensing. Ev, I was 6 years old when that fire happened. I had nothing to do with it. She scrunched my eyebrows together in confusion, an adorable expression she often had when she was deep in thought. It's all right, though, I assured her. I gently rubbed her back. The Alpha of Evergreen, the last surviving member of the Oak family, is coming to visit. Hopefully, he can help us find the source of this absurd accusation. She slowly nodded before offering a small smile and kissing my forehead. Then, she leaned her head on top of mine. Yeah, she answered. I'm sure he will help bring us answers. I turned my head to look at her, and she lifted her head, swiveling my chair so I was facing her. I rested my hands on her hips. What about the kids? I asked gently. Anything more useful they've told you? She paused and thought for a moment. Mira still won't tell me more about the bad man, but she did tell me yesterday that her last name was Shea. Lifting a hand to rub my chin, the rough stubble grated against my fingertips, a reminder that I hadn't shaved in a few days. The name Shea sounded familiar. A faint memory filled my brain before drifting away like a balloon. Shea. Shea. I repeated the name in hopes of finding the memory. It sounds so familiar, but I couldn't get the memory to resurface. Evelyn shrugged. Could you see if Gamma's Xerxes could look into it? I waved a hand dismissively. No, Gamma's Xerxes doesn't specialize in tracking people down. Connor, on the other hand. I miss Connor. He was my right hand, one of the few people I had ever trusted in my life. Being without him was like being a cripple without a cane. My eyes suddenly felt moist. Why don't I give Maudie a call? I need to talk to her anyway, and she's always with Connor. Evelyn asked gently. I wiped my arm against my eyes. I don't want to bother them, they're going through so much. I began. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's good I check in with her anyway. I won't prod, only ask for his help if the opportunity presents itself. Evelyn proposed. I moved his mouth to the side, questioning whether I should agree. Connor had only just let his mate, and yet here he was helping her with a loss before their life together had even begun. But I knew the pack needed him. If the opportunity presented itself, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. So I reluctantly nodded. Okay, I agreed. The corners of Evelyn's mouth tugged up and she leaned toward me, kissing my cheek. I'll let you know what's going on after I talk to her. She smiled. Turning to leave, she walked in quick steps towards the door, before pausing. Oh, and Max. Leaning against the doorframe. Yes, Angel. I asked her. I'm going to get coffee with Maggie today if that's okay. My whole body tensed, a sense of panic filling me. Ever since the attacks had started, I worried about nothing else more than Evelyn's safety. She had luckily busied herself with helping me at the pack house the last few days, so I hadn't had to worry much. But the idea of her not being in immediate proximity to me worried me. If something happened, who would protect her? Even the weakest stroke could easily maul her. Still, I couldn't hold her prisoner despite my fears for her safety. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I agreed reluctantly. Yeah, that's okay. But could I have you take someone with you? Evelyn raised her brows. A bodyguard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She asked pointedly. How about Delta White's mate? I asked with a shrug. You haven't met Tina yet. But she's a high-ranking pack warrior. A high-ranking pack warrior that can protect you from a rogue. Evelyn tensed a bit, hesitation filling her face. I looked at her with pleading eyes, hoping to convey how important it was to me. Her shoulders drooped and she sighed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked, a bit of surprise filling my voice. Yup, just send her over here around 11 o'clock, and she and I will leave together. Evelyn nodded. Okay. Grabbing the phone on my desk to call Tina, I heard Evelyn close the door behind her. The phone rang a few times before I heard a click. Delta White. Yes, Alpha. What do you think your mate would think about going out to coffee with my mate and her friend? I asked him. I heard a slight chuckle in the Delta's voice as if something was amusing. Let me ask her right now, he responded. Over the muffle of the phone, I heard him call out honey. Yeah, hun. A loud southern woman responded. Do you want to go to coffee with the Luna? Oh my goodness gracious. Is that even a question, Matthias? She exclaimed. Yes, yes, she replied. I heard Delta White chuckle. So Alpha? I snorted. Tell her to meet my mate at the pack house at 11. I responded. Sounds good. He chuckled before hanging up the phone. I put the phone down and opened my laptop, pulling up the Werewolf database of the United States. It was a private site only high-level pack members had access to. I hoped I could find the missing children in the database with the last name Shia, or at least their family. Typing away, I browsed through name after name, none matching the description of the children in our care. I was going to expand my search to something broader when the phone rang. Hello, I answered. Alpha Alexander. It's Alpha Oak of the Evergreen Pack. A deep but young voice rang out from the other end. Alpha Oak was one of the only other Alphas I knew who was young. Most were at least 50 years old, with many children. Alpha Oak, on the other hand, was 24, younger than me by a year. As far as I was aware, he was the youngest Alpha in North America. Many Alphas had an air of superiority to them, which I detested, despite how my own pack members viewed me. But Alpha Oak was down to earth, calm, and close with his pack members. It was likely the result of the trauma of losing his entire family and the majority of his pack at such a young age. The Evergreen Pack had been the third largest pack in the United States before its destruction. Alpha had spent the last 19 years rebuilding it. Oh, Alpha Oak, how can I help you? I know that the last time we spoke, you put emphasis on the urgency of me coming to your pack. I owe you a favor for your help with my pack a few years ago. I wanted to offer to expedite my visit. I wouldn't want to impose, but I can be there as early as today. Today? I asked in surprise. I clicked on my schedule for the day laid out on my laptop. Everything could easily be moved and rearranged. Today would be perfect. When should I expect you? The drive is about 5 hours. He mused. So how is 1 p.m.? Sounds great. I agreed. Wonderful. I will see you then, he said in a kind tone. Hanging up the phone, a feeling of assurance passed through me. With luck, the Alpha could provide answers to the rogue Wolf's strange accusations. Standing outside the pack house, I checked my cufflinks on my suit before standing tall. Delta White in Gamma's Xerxes stood next to me. A black SUV pulled up in front of me, stopping before a man opened the door and stood out. Alpha Oak. I hadn't seen him in a few years, but he looked almost the same. He was a tall man, roughly 6'3" with broad shoulders. He had golden brown hair, pale skin, and a honey-brown beard and mustache. He wore a brown suit and a white shirt. Alpha Alexander, putting a hand out in greeting. I took his hand in mine, shaking it firmly. A pleasure to have you here, Alpha Oak. I nodded. In case you don't remember, this is my Gamma and Delta. I motioned. He smiled and gave a small nod. Nice to see you again, Gamma's Xerxes and Delta White. Gamma's Xerxes bowed while Delta White allowed a look of surprise to cross his features. Then, he bowed as well. A pleasure, Alpha Oak, Gamma's Xerxes said proudly, holding a fist against his chest. Shall we? Motioning the Alpha towards the door. I think that's a good idea. He nodded, battling the top of his suit as he walked towards the door. I escorted him upstairs to my office, walking into the large mahogany room and motioning him to a chair across from me. He sat down, crossing one of his legs and leaning forward, hands clasped around it. So tell me, Alpha Alexander, how may I assist you? As you know, I began as I took a seat. Nightwind has had an ongoing rogue issue for the past few weeks, which has only increased in frequency as of late. Yes, he nodded, motioning for me to go on. During the last attack, we apprehended a woman who went by the alias Fran, but we have discovered her real name is Francesca Wilder. Alpha Oak's brown eyes widened slightly, a look of shock crossing his features. Fran from my pack. Paling a bit. So you know her? I asked, eyebrows scrunched. Know her? The Alpha asked, mouth almost agape. She was my nanny, an almost surrogate mother. This time my eyes widened. Your nanny? Well, this may be fortuitous after all. Your nanny appears to think I'm to blame for your parents, sister, and Pack's murder. I spoke seriously. The Alpha seemed to almost jump back in his seat in shock. Their murder? He asked, seriously leaning in. Why on earth she blame you? Seeming to be confused. I don't know, but I need your help. I spoke lowly, leaning forward. Whoever is behind this seems to be convincing groups of wolves that I'm to blame for the tragedies that have struck their packs. Alpha Oak took a deep breath in, leaning back in his seat. I noticed a gold ring on his finger, which he messed with in thought. A faint smile passed my lips, the action reminding me of Evelyn. And you are not responsible for these tragedies. Kumai Aiden extraordinaire, Marin Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. The Alpha confirmed, his gaze hardening on me as he asked. I slid out of my chair and leaned forward across my desk, hands placed on both sides. I swear with the moon goddess as my witness. I pronounced, gaze locked with his. I am not responsible. To each Alpha froze for a moment before relaxing and nodding slightly. Take me to her. I nodded in response, motioning for him to follow me. We wound to the halls of the pack house, an intensity growing with each of our steps. The closer we got, the tenser both I and I sensed the Alpha alongside me grew. Turning around a corner, a large silver door came into view. I heard the Alpha intake a sharp breath. I placed my hand on the green scanner, watching as the light passed up and down, scanning my hand. The door beeped and the old, familiar large click sounded. I grabbed the handle of the door, the one part not coated in silver, and opened it. Alpha Oak followed behind me closely. The metallic smell of blood filled my nose and I heard the Alpha growl. It couldn't have been easy for him to face someone who took care of him for so many years as a threat. We walked down the old rickety staircase, each step creaking. Reaching the bottom, our shoes clicked against the cement floor. Back again. Fran spoke in a snarky voice. We passed a few empty cells before coming to hers. She was sitting on the floor with her head down. Her hair looked disheveled, and she was covered in dirt. Her gaze remained glued to the floor. I looked at Alpha Oak, who seemed to have paled. His eyes were wide, the golden brown orbs almost glowing. He inhaled deeply and a shiny film covered his eyes. Franny, he voiced hardly above a whisper. The she-wolf's head shot up and her eyes widened. Tears filled her blue eyes and she stood up slowly. She reached her hand out before retracting it. Realizing there were silver bars between the melee, she asked, a voice quivering. Yeah, it's me. He smiled solemnly, stepping closer to the cell. Fran's entire demeanor softened as she looked at the boy. Their faces seemed to convey years of love that had never been lost, a sense of familial tie passing between them. I breathed out, a breath I didn't know I was holding, and suddenly her eyes darted to me and grew dark. A cold wall replaced her warm exterior, and she looked malicious. She jumped back from the bar. This is a trick, she screamed, voice shaking while pointing a finger. This is an evil trick. Bring the only person I have left in tormenting me. She clutched her head and sank against the wall, down to the ground, shaking back and forth, sobbing. The Alpha froze. Open the cell. Alpha Oak spoke, entire body rigid. Alpha Oak, I can't open the fucking cell. He turned to me and his eyes looked like pools of lava. A avidity I could only describe as one that might challenge my own filled his demeanor. We stared at each other, a battle of ice and fire in our eyes competing. But something in my heart tugged. Something told me I needed to open the cell. I huffed, walking a few paces from the cell to a keypad. I punched in a code and the cell number and it clicked open. Alpha O crushed into the cell, gathering the old woman into his arms and holding her. "Oh, Franny," he whispered. I waited for the old woman to do something, to attack, but instead, she clung to him and sobbed. "He killed them. Eli," she sobbed. "He killed them. Peter saw him. Peter told me." "You believe Peter, don't you?" she asked him, eyes searching his face. I watched a look pass on the Alpha's face, a sudden look of indignation. He locked his gaze with mine, a look that told me something was wrong and we would discuss it later. Then, he turned back and pretended to go along with what she said. "I know, Franny. I know." He consoled her. "I'm taking care of it, okay? I'm taking care of it. And no, you don't understand," Fran said, sitting up frantically and gripping the collar of Alpha Oak's shirt. I stepped forward and he shot me a look saying, "Don't you dare." I took a few steps back, realizing they might need a moment alone. I suddenly thought of Evelyn, a sense of worry filling me. I realized I could mind link her quickly and check in to placate my fear. "Hey Eve, are you on your way back?" I mind linked. I tried not to let my worry slip through the link. "Yup, we are in the car and 5 minutes away." Her sweet voice rang through my head, feelings of warmth and happiness seeping through the mate bond. "Good. There is someone important I want you to meet. Alpha Evergreen is here already," she asked in surprise. I chuckled at my mate's foresight. I was surprised myself, but he owes me a favor. He expedited his trip. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Well, I will see you soon." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Love you," I told her. "Love you too," she said sweetly. In the background I heard Fran repeating over, "and for you don't understand," while wailing. "What don't I understand, Franny?" Alpha Oak asked. "They have her," she whispered. She looked at me with a wild gaze, strangely full of fear for a woman who had held such a fortified exterior for so long. "He has her." Her voice shook. "Who does he have?" Alpha Oak asked. Fran looked away from him, seeming to avoid the question, her mind in a different place. I should have never left her with them. If she hadn't been in their care, this would have never happened. A human family would have been better, but that's not what Chloe wanted. Oh, I shouldn't have listened to Chloe. I shouldn't have listened. He would have never gotten his claws on her. Chloe Oak was Alpha Oak's mother. "Fran, what are you saying? Who did Mom ask you to leave?" the Alpha asked. The woman stayed silent and Alpha Oak shook his head, a frustrated look passing his features. He slowly stood up. He gave me a nod that said we should go and I nodded back. He exited the cell quickly, closing it behind him carefully. "Where are you going?" She cried out. "Don't leave me, Eli," she cried as we walked up the stairs. "Don't leave." The door loudly shut behind us. We sat across from each other silently in my office. "Alpha Alexander," Alpha Oak began. "Call me Maximus," I said with a half smile. Then, "Call me Eli," the Alpha responded with a grim smile. "Maximus, you have a larger problem on your hands than you think." I leaned forward in my seat. "What are you talking about?" "The Peter," Fran referenced. "If he is behind this, it can only mean horrible things for your pack." "Why, what do you mean?" "Before my family passed in the fire, Peter Melrose had challenged my father as Alpha. I believe it's why your father was visiting in the first place. Peter was a highly manipulative wolf who convinced half the pack to rise up with him. He was very charismatic and seemed to have some sort of tactic of hypnosis where he demonstrated authority almost to the extent of an alpha. He said there were two young wolves with Fran. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wolves not from my pack. That's correct. What was their last name?" I began. Eli sat back and took a deep breath. "It's Ifiad," he began. "She is the last name of a beta family that was recently murdered in a pack in Canada." I felt my heart drop both for the children and in sudden fear of the unknown. Suddenly, their absence from the database made sense. "Maximus, I think Peter is trying to dismantle packs and put the blame on you." Chapter 23, Evelyn Max. I called walking into the pack house with a bright smile. Tina and Maggie walked in behind me. I began to shirk my jacket when a pack member came up behind me and grabbed it. "Oh, you don't have to," I began to say. "I insist." "Luna," the young wolf said. He bowed his head and took it to the coat room. I heard a small laugh behind me and a delicate hand was placed on my shoulder. "You'll have to get used to it eventually." "Luna." Tina smiled and winked at me. I sagged my shoulders, playfully rolling my eyes. "I don't know if I ever will." I laughed. Yet, my words held the smallest twinge of truth in them, my secret insecurity surfacing. "Oh, you will," Tina assured with a reassuring smile. But despite it, my stomach churned ever so slightly, the prickly sensation of anxiety giving me goosebumps. For a moment, I found myself perplexed by the anxiety I was feeling. It seemed like it was mine and yet a foreign entity all at the same time. My brain flickered to Maximus and it was only then I realized he was missing from the front of the pack house. "Is something wrong?" "Evelyn," Maggie's soft voice rang out behind me. I was snapped from my thoughts and turned to look at both of my friends. With a smile. "Oh, everything's fine. I just thought Maximus would be down here. But it's okay. I'm sure he's simply preoccupied." I waved a hand in the air dismissively. I was sure he and Alpha Oak were simply discussing some of the recent pack issues together. It would explain the anxiety. "I had such a good day with both of you guys." I gleamed. I stepped forward and gave them each a large hug. "I had so much fun with you too." Maggie agreed, pulling away. "We should do this again sometime." Tina smiled. "We should." I agreed, practically melting at the sweet new friendships I was being enveloped in. "I'll talk to Maximus first and see what our plans for the week are. And I'll let you guys know when I'm next available." "Sounds perfect." Maggie nodded. "Absolutely splendid." Tina agreed, her southern accent ringing around the latter turn. "I'll see you guys soon." I waved at them, a smile wider than I felt I'd had all week spreading across my face. "See you," they said at the same time. They looked at each other and burst into a fit of laughter at their jinx, then waved at me as they walked through the pack house doors. I laughed and then turned towards the stairs, deciding I would go and find Maximus myself. Walking up the 2 flights of stairs, I found myself feeling a bit weak. It was true. It was much more exertion than I was used to, but the past few days at the pack house the climb had felt easier and easier. I pressed a hand to my forehead, inhaling deeply before deciding to shake it off and press forward. I called out, knocking on the office door. The door swung open and I began to step in with a smile when I realized the man in front of me was not Maximus. A tall man, who appeared to be in his early to mid-20s, stood in front of me. He had golden brown hair, but had a slight wave to it, and a mustache and beard. He stared at me with a measured gaze. "Hey, Angel. Come in." Maximus beckoned me. I smiled softly at the man before stepping past him and into the office. I quickly found myself next to Maximus, his arm linked around my waist, and I noticed the man give me a once-over. His gaze seemed more curious than predatory, but that didn't stop Maximus from pulling me closer. "Alpha Oak," Maximus began, his tone a bit serious. "This is my mate Evelyn. Nice to meet you." I moved to step forward and shake his hand, but Maximus held me tight. I found myself flailing ever so slightly and then trying to laugh it off. Casting Max a questioning glance, Alpha Oak seemingly shook his head ever so slightly, an apologetic look crossing his face along with a small smile. "I'm sorry." He chuckled and shook his head. "But have we met before?" I scrunched my brows, his face holding almost no familiarity except the feeling I had perhaps, met someone who looked similar to him before. "I don't think so." I trailed off. He said, his gaze locked on me. "Perhaps you've met in passing," Maximus suggested. "Evelyn's father is Alpha Smith of the Ice Valley Pack." "I've never met with Alpha Smith, but maybe you're right and we have met in passing." Alpha Oak politely nodded. His posture remained stiff though, the question in his mind remaining unanswered. "Whatever the case, it's nice to meet you. Even if it is again." "The same to you." He nodded. "Well," Maximus began, "you've been of incredible help, Alpha Oak. I think I will fill my luna in on what we have discussed and we can reconvene. I'm sure you're tired from traveling all day." "Sounds good," the Alpha responded, tipping his head in Maximus' direction. His eyes remained trained on me, his brows ever so slightly furrowed. He left the office, and instantly Maximus pulled me into his lap, burrowing his head in my neck. I laughed at his seeming jealousy. "I missed you too, Max." He pulled away, eyes piercing me with their intensity. The air seemed to change as I got the feeling this wasn't about the look the other Alpha had given me, but rather what he has discussed with my mate beforehand. "Maximus?" I asked him, my hand reaching out to caress his jaw. He placed his hand atop mine, closing his eyes and breathing deeply. When he opened them, they swam with tears. "Oh, Max," I whispered. "What's going on?" "I think I'm being framed, Ev." "I think I've been framed for years without even fully realizing it." "What?" I breathed out. This man, Peter, he, and then, and Charlie. "Oh my goodness, Charlie. This whole time. If only I had known." He began to sob into my shoulder, the kind of sob that bellows out almost into a wail, like waves of emotion crashing against a shore. Each cry broke into an explosion of might. "Sheh," I whispered, pulling his face close to my chest. I wrapped my arms around his neck, holding his head with my hands, gently swaying and caressing him. "Sheh." I hushed. I whispered sweet words of condolence into his ears, trying my very best to comfort him. "It's okay, honey. It's not your fault. You didn't know." I held him until his breathing slowed from a wail to a ragged inhale. "Evelyn," he gently whispered. "Yes, my love," I whispered, finding his eyes as he pulled his head from the crook in my neck. "Thank you for loving me. Thank you for letting me." I smiled gently. I took his face in my hands and pressed a soft kiss to his lips. It was tender and delicate, like brushing your fingers against a rose petal, sweet and soft to the touch. Pulling away, I felt like my eyes had turned to pools of honey, enumerated by the sight of my sweet mate. He was broken and beautiful and loving and kind. I felt a depth of love for him blossom in my chest like never before, and it felt like a flower blooming for the very first time. A strange sensation filled me as a flow of warmth spread through my chest. It was like a hug of emotion of the tenderest kind, and looking into Max's eyes, I had no doubt it was a reciprocation of love. I closed my eyes, allowing our foreheads to meet one another. I allowed myself to simply bask in the moment, the feeling too special to ever allow to fade. Dinner? I asked Maximus. He had just explained to me we'd be hosting a dinner in an hour with all of our pack members to welcome Alpha Oak and discuss the pack issues. I'm sorry to spring this on you. I know it's a bit last minute, but it's normal procedure to throw a hosted dinner when an Alpha visits to welcome them. My mind flipped to all the dinners I had participated in over the years at my home, completely oblivious to the fact they were werewolf meetings and part of some ancient protocol. It almost made me laugh. "Eternal extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I understand. I stepped on my tiptoes and wrapped my arms around his neck, and kissed his cheek. So I have to dress up for this kind of thing, or... Wrapping his arms around my waist and shaking his head. Something nice, but nothing crazy. And luckily for you, you look nice in anything. Oh, I giggled. Anything. And? He nodded. Someone is quite the flatterer. I guess we will have to put that to the test. His brows narrowed and a smirk played on his face. What does that mean? It means I'm wearing a trash bag to dinner, I announced. A trash bag. He stifled a laugh. What? I asked in faux shock. You think I wouldn't look good in a trash bag? Own. He laughed. I didn't say that. I fake glared. But you thought it. I called away from his arms and pointed an accusatory finger his way. He put a hand over his mouth and dropped his jaw, trying to conceal the chuckle filling his belly. No response. ITSKD. So you don't think I would be beautiful in anything? I smiled victoriously. No, his eyes widened. No, I didn't say that. He again held back a laugh. Oh no. I've caught on to you, mister, I declared with a laugh. Max stepped forward a few paces, and I back up, wagging my finger at him. You caught on to me? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes, I laughed. I nodded my head and crossed my arms. Yes, I have. Well, if that's the case. He trailed off. It's my turn to catch you now. I laughed, turning around and starting to run away from him. He chased me out the door of our room and down the hall. I squealed and laughed as he chased me, and he let out his own hearty laugh. However, a few paces into running I stopped, suddenly feeling out of breath. I placed a hand on my chest to lean forward. I got you. He laughed, wrapping me in his arms and lifting me off the ground. Max, I said softly. The laughter had left my voice. He froze, instantly putting me down and turning me around to face him. His hands came to both sides of my face. What's wrong, sweetheart? He asked gently. I shook my head. Never mind, it's nothing. I waved a hand in front of my face. Are you sure? He asked gently. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I shook my head again. I must have just tired myself out from being out all day. Okay. He nodded, not looking entirely convinced. Let's go get ready then. I nodded, feigning a smile as we slowly walked back to our room. But I couldn't ignore the knot in my stomach which screamed to me that something was wrong. So Alpha Oak, how was the trip from the Evergreen Pack to here? Maximus, Alpha Oak, Gamma's Xerxes, Delta White. And I sat around a large dining table that I hadn't known existed in the pack house. It was located in a grand dining room with ornate wooden carvings on the walls, full of etchings of humans and wolves, moons and stars. The ceiling was painted in a way that reflected the starry night sky, making you feel as though you were staring into the eye of the galaxy. It was good. Only a few hours. He smiled gently. He sat straight across from me, I to Maximus left and him to Maximus right. His gaze paused on my face for a moment, a behavior I still found strange, before Maximus let out the undertone of a growl. I reached a hand out underneath the table, squeezing Max's hand. I saw a tiny grin spread on his face which he tried to hide at the action. The Alpha suddenly looked a bit uncomfortable and he cleared his throat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's hard being away from my mate. My brows raised. Oh, you have a mate. I smiled brightly. Tell us about her. What is her name? He smiled softly, looking down at his plate. Her name is Isabel. We met when I was 10 and she was 9. I was still processing my family's passing. He grew quiet. Izzy lost her family only a year before we met, and she understood what I was going through. She has one of the largest hearts of anyone I've ever met. His voice cracked and he looked up at us. She was the one that urged me to help you more than anyone. She and I both know the pain of losing family. We don't want anyone in your pack. He looked around the table. To experience the same thing. My eyes filled with tears and I found myself reaching for a napkin to dab them away. His words struck a chord with me. This pack had become my family in only a few mere weeks. Looking down the table at Tina, a girl I had only just met today and yet knew would be a lifelong friend. And Maximus, my sweet mate who had become my entire life. I couldn't imagine losing anyone there. Maximus reached out a hand and clapped Alpha Oak's shoulder. Thank you for helping us, Alpha Oak. He spoke with sincerity. The Alpha nodded and gave a gentle smile. Let's not let the food get cold. Maximus smiled at the group at the table. Let's eat. Everyone smiled and began to chat amongst themselves. The sound almost like the swarm of a beehive. Looking down at my food, I suddenly felt a bit queasy. I held a hand to my temple and closed my eyes, rubbing it for a second. However, the nausea only came on stronger, like a sucker punch in the gut. Sweetheart, is everything okay? Maximus asked me softly. I responded. My mouth didn't seem to be cooperating, as if stuck with taffy. I was so nauseous I was sure if I opened my mouth I would throw up the contents of my stomach. Max asked again, his voice growing a bit louder this time. He placed a hand on my shoulder. I opened my eyes and looked at him, taking a deep breath, ready to force myself to speak, when suddenly I remembered I could mind link him. I feel like I'm going to hell. I mind linked. Hey, come here. Max stood up and everyone grew quiet. He looked around at everyone, with a fake smile. Please excuse us. Evelyn is not feeling well. Enjoy dinner. The second he uttered that, he picked me up from my seat and cradled me in his arms, rushing upstairs. The world passed in a blur and suddenly I saw our bedroom door flying open as he moved the cover and laid me down in bed. He reached a hand out to feel my forehead. You don't have a temperature, which is good. His brows narrowed in concern as I groaned. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. What can I do for you? He knelt beside the bed. Can I get you some water? Some tea? Maybe soup? Medicine? I cracked a smile through my sickness at his sweetness. I paused, catching my breath. I think I'm just going to try and sleep it off. Okay. He whispered. He stood and pressed a kiss to my forehead. He pulled the cover over me before going and turning the light off. I felt the bed dip and I turned to him with a groan. Why aren't you going back? Guest. Important. I whimpered out. I felt his arms pull me into his chest and he tucked my head under his chin. The most important place for me to be will always be with you, he whispered. I cracked a smile, closing my eyes and humming in response. I allowed sleep to envelop me, knowing my sweet mate would keep me safe. If only I knew he couldn't keep me safe from what was coming. Chapter 24, Maximus Gas. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thrashing. I shot up in bed, eyes scanning the room. What is going on? You ate, huh? Shaky, rattled breathing broke out beside me. I looked at Evelyn's sleeping form with wide eyes. She was shakily gasping in her sleeping like anything I had ever heard from her. I reached out a hand to shake her awake, but the second my hand came into contact with her skin, I flinched away, scorching hot. Her skin was searing in temperature. Evelyn. Reaching out again to shake her awake. She didn't respond, only continued to turn side to side with deathly sounding breaths. Evelyn. I shouted, shaking her harder this time. I realized her skin was drenched in sweat. I jumped out of bed to turn the light on, rushing over to her side of the bed. Her entire body was rattling, her skin pale and yet scorching red all over, all while she sounded as if she was suffocating. My stomach dropped, a fear overtaking me that I hadn't felt since the night she fell beneath the ice. Except this time, I was more scared because I had no idea what was going on. The door swung open and Gamma's Xerxes stood their eyes wide and only at a pair of sweatpants. Alpha, what? Get drive. Carson? Immediately. The Gamma's head hardly bobbed as he took off in a sprint. I ran into the bathroom grabbing towels and filling the tub with cold water. I rushed back, to the bedroom, grabbing Evelyn and putting her into the tub. If I couldn't get the temperature down. No, I couldn't think that way. Standing up, I rushed out of the bathroom, ready to go grab ice from downstairs when Alpha Oak stood in the doorway. What's going on, Alpha Alexander? Tone tense and concerned. Evelyn, I need ice. I breathed out. Frustrated, he was blocking my path. I've got it. The Alpha rushed out. Stay with your mate. He motioned me to stay and then flew down the hall. I ran back into the bathroom, kneeling by the bathtub feeling Evelyn's forehead. Ev, I whispered. Ev, you have to stay with me. You have to. I can't lose you two. I can't. Evelyn, you're the only good thing I've had in my entire existence. You are the only thing that is precious to me. I see, can't I began to sob into my hand, as if my palm could barricade my pain and stop the floodgates. Fast footsteps. Gasping. Not Evelyn. No, a different kind of gasp. "Qui agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Alpha Oak gasped, handing me a bag of ice. He held another one in his hands and began to open it. I followed suit. We dumped them into the tub together. I inhaled a shaky breath, looking at Evelyn's helpless and lifeless-looking form. The only consolation I garnered was from the loud rickety breaths that she inhaled and exhaled. I knelt beside the tub, grabbing Evelyn's hand and caressing it with my thumb. I could feel her pulse beneath my palm, slow and unsteady. My mind felt like it was fading, fear making me retreat. I felt like time was passing painfully slowly and silently. The only sound my mind could hear was her breathing. I was so focused I hardly heard the two new sets of footsteps entering the bathroom. "What's going on, Alpha?" A deep voice rung out I recognized as Drive. "Carson." It was old and weary, weathered by the years. I don't know. She was weak running earlier. And then, dinner she felt nauseous but she didn't have a temperature. My voice felt strained. I checked she was okay and then this I don't know what I did wrong. I choked up. I turned and looked at the doctor with tears in my eyes. He was in his late 60s, with grey hair and a face weathered by the years. He was short with a stout figure and a face that wrinkled around his mouth and eyes from years of soft smiling. He held his medical bag in one hand. "You did nothing wrong. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The old gentleman gently clasped a hand on my shoulder. "But I need to check her out without distractions." I shot up at his words. "You want me to leave?" I bellowed. Evelyn winced at the sound, and I immediately regretted it. "Alpha Alexander." Alpha Oak spoke gently. He walked up to me and gently grasped my forearm. "Your mate needs to be checked out by the doctor. I understand how you feel. I would feel the same way with my Izzy. But," he paused and looked into my eyes intently, "Evelyn needs to be checked out immediately. Let the doctor help her." His gaze was firm and kind, something that settled my inner rustling. I trusted him. For whatever reason, I trusted him. I gently nodded, relenting and leaving the room, followed by Alpha Oak and Gamma's Xerxes. From outside of the room I could hear the doctor rustling through his bag and pulling items out. Evelyn continued wheezing, and it took everything in me not to run into the room and scoop her into my arms, hoping I could somehow contain her illness. A sharp intake of breath inside the bathroom sent me running inside. fear taking over. The Alpha and my Gamma came running in behind me. "What's wrong?" I practically yelled at the doctor. He turned to me slowly, his eyes ever so slightly wide-drive. Carson was known for his calm demeanor, yet his expression said anything but that. If anything, he looked panicked. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." I don't know how to say this. He stuttered. I narrowed my brows and crossed my arms, casting a glance towards Gammas Xerxes, and Alpha Oku appeared equally concerned. "What do you mean?" I felt exasperated. "What is going on with my mate?" The doctor gulped. "You marked her?" "Yes," he asked. "Yes," I answered, curious as to where he was going with this. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." "Your mate appears to be an occult attune. You activated her gene." I felt the blood draining from my face, my bones feeling as cold as the winter wind. Occult attunes, an incredibly rare group of individuals who descended from humans and werewolves. They were named that from the Latin word hidden because they were completely human, except for an inactivated werewolf gene lurking in their blood. Occult attunes were rarely even discovered for being so unless a person was tested for it because they smelled, looked, and had all characteristics of human. It was only in the rare case of a scratch. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." From a werewolf in which the gene was activated, it would cause them to shift for the first time, completely unprepared. It was well known that the survival rate of someone with the occult attune's gene that had been activated was incredibly low from the stress, trauma, and shock of its suddenly happening. I killed my mate. I had no idea, but I did it. It seems I always somehow do it. I killed her like I killed everyone else I have ever cared about. She's going to die, and it's my fault. I began to see black dots clog my vision as a feeling of extreme illness took over me. I started to stumble backwards as I uttered, "Oh my goddess. I killed her. Whoa, whoa." Gammas Xerxes placed a strong hand on my shoulder. I inhaled a sharp breath, feeling as if I was dying. "Alpha Alexander." He said my name firmly, but I continued to feel like a bullet had run out by my ears. Sound seemed muted. "Maximus." The Alpha stepped in, grabbing my shoulders and roaring in my ears. He shook me with foreskin. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You can help her, Maximus. You can guide her through the shifting process. Help her." And suddenly, my senses were back. Sound filled my ears and I heard my mate's wincing. I noticed how her fingertips had sharpened and on the way her back bent in pain. I sharply nodded at the Alpha. In one large stride, I was by the tub and picking my mate up out of the freezing water. Her skin was still burning hot against my fingertips. She groaned as I carried her. Out the door, down the hall, down the steps. Out the door I went. I entered the freezing Alaskan air and walked into the woods. Evelyn in my arms. Coming into a clearing, I laid her on the snow. "Evelyn." I whispered her name and pushed hair back from her forehead. "Evelyn, my love. I need you to listen. I need you to listen, Evelyn. I know you feel a painful pressing on your conscience and like your body is snapping in half. Evelyn, you have to stop fighting the contortions. You have to stop fighting the migraine. Let it in." I whispered. Evelyn groaned and shook her head. "Evelyn." I raised my voice. "Evelyn, you have to listen to me. You will not survive if you don't accept this. I know you are in pain, but Evelyn, it's only painful once. It's only just this once. One moment of pain is worth a lifetime of living." She lay silent for a moment except the gasps. And then her eyes cracked open to look at me. They were filled with tears and I reached a thumb out to wipe them and caress her face. I miss Essie, kid." She whimpered out. "I know, love. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Tears seemed to waterfall down my face. But please, Evelyn, please survive. I love you too much to lose you. I couldn't survive it. I couldn't bear it. Evelyn, your so be precious T to M, me. I choked out. I leaned forward and pressed my forehead against hers and closed my eyes. Even if she accepted the shift, she might not survive. Even if she went through extreme pain, I might not still have her. I could lose her at any moment, and I was powerless to stop it. I felt like I was drowning, and yet I was watching her drown. Evelyn, I whispered. I love you. I pressed a kiss to her lips. Soft, slow, and painful. Each moment of my lips caressing hers was one more moment to say goodbye, and yet one moment potentially risking her life. I pulled myself away with what felt like the strength of 1,000 men. Please shift, I begged. Chapter 25, Evelyn. My entire body writhed in pain. My skull pounding as if struck multiple times by a hammer. My throat felt as dry and great white as a sandy plain. I tried to collect my thoughts, but they seemed to be blurred. Time standing still and yet melting together. What had happened? I questioned myself. I dove into the confines of my mind, perplexed as to what had led me to such a state. Memories of a body flooded and heated, then surrounded by an icy abyss came to mind. But all in flashes. I remember seeing the night sky with the stars twinkling brightly above my head and Max pressing a kiss to my lips. The salty taste of tears passed through them. He was crying. Why was Max crying? I felt confused as his words faded in undoubt. In undoubt. My head throbbed to the point all I heard was ringing in my ears. What was it he was saying? Evelyn. A cool hand pressed against my temple. Evelyn. Listen. I need. Listen, Evelyn. A painful pressing on you. Body is snapping. Earth. Stop fighting, you have. Stop fighting. Let it in. He begged. He sounded like he was in so much despair. It echoed like a cavern. I wanted to reach out and touch him, to comfort him. But what he was saying didn't make sense. I was in pain. Why would I stop fighting? I was sick, wasn't I? Didn't I need to fight the infection? I shook my head at him as much as I could and groaned. Pain shot through my body again, only hotter this time, as if my bones were metal rods being heated in a furnace. Evelyn. My blood ran cold. Something was wrong. I had to fight through the haze of my mind and listen. I had to listen to what he was saying. Evelyn, you have. Listen to me. You will not survive. Accept this. I know you are in pain. It's painful once. This once. Moment of pain. A lifetime of living. I didn't know what to do. Accept the pain. My mind raced and I fought against the horrible churning feeling inside me before cracking my eyes barely open. Tears ran down my face. So painful. So painful. I was in so much pain. But I trusted Maximus. I trusted him with my life. Maximus' icy eyes were full of tears once again, and he looked as if he was the one writhing in pain. Please, Evelyn. He begged. Please survive. I love you too much to lose you. I couldn't survive it. I couldn't bear it. Evelyn. Your so precious T to end me. I needed to live. I needed to live for life for Max. I closed my eyes and he pressed his forehead against mine. Evelyn. I love you. He pressed a gentle kiss to my lips and uttered something I hardly heard. I relaxed my entire body, allowing the pain to consume me. A fire burned over my entire body and I felt as if my stomach and bones were being broken over. Blazing heat. So hot my skin felt like it was melting off. Pain like 1,000 needles were coating my body and pricking my skin filled me. The pain was so intense. I felt my consciousness fading. Darkness. What had happened? All I could see was black. So much black. Had I lost vision? Died? No, I couldn't be dead. I couldn't be dead because a strong smell filled the air. The smell of pine. The smell was almost overwhelming, but I welcomed it because it smelled like home. It smelled like Maximus. It was as if Maximus' smell had been enveloped into a perfume bottle and sprayed all over the place. It was strange, and I had an even stranger desire to press towards it. I tried to stand and my legs felt weak. It was as if I had never used them before and was taking first steps like a newborn baby. Wait. My legs. I felt pressure on the surfaces of my body. Not just one. I cracked open my eyes and a furry thing was sticking at the end of my nose. I raised my hand to wipe it away, and my hand was not my hand. No, it was a paw. No. Panic set in as I looked down at my body and realized I was not. I was not a human. I was a wolf. I started inhaling quickly through my nostrils, wanting to cry out and yet stay silent at the same time. I was in the middle of a clearing somewhere in the forest and I was a wolf. It couldn't be possible. It wasn't. Yet here I was. Hey, a velvety voice rang out loudly into my ears. I jumped and then got in a pouncing position, baring my teeth and growling. Oh my. It was unnatural for me. Whoa. Ev? A caramel hand stuck out and immediately recognized mate. Did I just think mate? The realization was strange. A weird urgency to be near him filled me and a weird sense I wanted to see his wolf form. Is this what Maximus had meant when he explained the presence of his wolf? It was as if I was driven by a primal side. A side that was only driven by instinct. Eat clay. Family. Protect. I sat down on my haunches. A strange thought. And laid down on my belly to show I didn't see Max as a threat. I watched him crack a smile. Okay, Evelyn. I'm going to step right over there. He spoke and I growled. I didn't want him out of sight. Hey, I know. I'm just going to be 2 seconds and then I'm going to come out in my wolf form, okay? I sighed, relenting. Plus, a small part of me wanted to see him in his wolf form. Maximus stepped out of the clearing into the forest and I heard the strange sound of cracking followed by rustling. His scent grew stronger. I looked around me trying to see him when suddenly he emerged. Wow, he is beautiful. His black coat was shiny and brilliant, and he looked strong. As he got nearer, I realized just how massive he was for a wolf. He was almost 2 times my size. He approached me in slow strides as if letting me take him in and also allowing him to do the same. As he approached, he inhaled a deep breath and his eyes seemed to light up. Stepping towards me, he nuzzled my neck with his head, almost wrapping it around me. Then, he licked the sides of my head. I felt a weird pressing sensation in my mind, and suddenly I realized what it was. Hi, Ev. His sweet voice echoed in my mind. Hi, Max. I mentally smiled. I was so worried about you, Evelyn. So worried. But you are so strong. You survived. I'm so proud of you. I love you, Maximus. I love you so much. Evelyn, do you want to shift back? Will it be painful? I wondered. Just a tiny bit. But not nearly as bad as what you just went through. He assured me. Okay. How do I do it? All you do is imagine your hands, toes, and human body. Imagine the sensation of standing tall and being human. Okay. I told him. I'm going to step away for 2 seconds to shift myself. To my aching extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked me. Okay. I told him. I closed my eyes and began to imagine my human body. 10 fingers wiggled in my mind and 10 toes. I felt the feeling of snow crunching beneath my boots and my hands warming by a fire. I imagined myself high above the ground. Slowly, I felt the strange sensation of bones reorienting themselves and my body seemingly expanding. My body felt a tingly heat spread across it. The sensation was more like a back crack than the scorching heat I had felt before. My legs felt weak, but I found myself otherwise relieved when I opened my eyes. That was until the cold feeling of snow under my toes made me look down and realize a horrifying fact. I was but without clothes. My hands instantly went to cover as much of me as possible. I heard Max approaching and cried out, "No, Max, don't come over here, sweetheart," he gently assured. "My eyes are closed. I've got an oversized tee, shirt and a blanket for you. Promise your eyes are closed." "Yes, Angel." He sounded almost teasing. My eyes are closed. Oh, okay. You can come out then. He slowly emerged, eyes assumably tightly closed and a hand over his face. I couldn't help but catch the grin he had as he walked forward. His arm with a free hand was extended with a shirt in it. I snatched it from his grasp, turning my body away from him and throwing it on as quickly as humanly possible. Okay, Max. I began to turn around. I was cut off as a fluffy blanket was wrapped around me and strong arms lifted me from my feet into them. I gasped and then smiled softly. Strong, warm, and familiar arms. Safety, happiness, and home. What are you doing? I laughed, realizing I sounded rather hoarse. Your entire body is going to be drained for the next few days. He spoke softly, and I would be lying if I didn't admit I selfishly want to hold you in my arms. I whispered in awe. As I looked up into his eyes, I saw a plague of emotion flowing through them. I thought I lost you. Evelyn. His voice cracked. I thought I lost the one good. Max, I hushed, lifting a hand to gently caress his face. You will never lose me. I leaned my head up, pressing a gentle but tender kiss to his lips. The man might have been a giant. He might have been an alpha. He may have even been someone to be feared. But to me, he was a gentle and strong presence. He was a rock who supported me when I needed it most, protected me when I was scared, and cared for me, even when I didn't need it. He was everything. As I pulled away from the kiss, I saw a gentle grin spread across his face. What? I giggled and asked him. I just love you, he said, gleefully, pressing another gentle kiss to my lips. And I'm lucky no one else can see your beautiful legs now, he added with a teasing chuckle. I feigned a gasp, lightly hitting his chest. Maximus Alexander, I teasingly exclaimed. How on earth did I get stuck with such a mischievous mate? I don't know. He shrugged and laughed. But you're stuck with me. He pecked my lips and leaned his head against mine. Well, I'm glad to be stuck with you. I smiled, closing my eyes. I felt the gentle sway of walking as he carried me back towards the pack house. The gentle sway made me feel like I was being rocked away and away, far into the land of sleep. I would just allow myself to rest for a few moments. Where the hell is she? A roar sent me bolting upright in bed. I found myself tucked away in bed, clearly by my sweet mate. What are you talking about? I heard Maximus scream back. Fran was right. You have her. You have my sister, you sick bastard. Where is she? The voice roared again. My eyes widened as I realized the voice belonged to Alpha Oak. Stumbling out of bed, I stumbled towards the dresser drawers, my body still aching from the day before. I pulled a pair of sweatpants out of the drawer, groaning as I lifted my leg to put it through the hole. As I did so, I glanced up and realized the curtain was cracked open, revealing a pitch black outside. What is going on? Tossing a hand through my hair, I stumbled towards the door. A crashing sound sent me flying from my sleepy state and throwing open the door. Rushing out, I saw my mate and Alpha Oak crawling around on the floor and attacking each other. What is going on? I exclaimed, rushing towards them. Evelyn, Maximus exclaimed, eyes widening. His focus slipped from the Alpha, allowing Alpha Oak to land a blow to his face. Maximus growled and flipped the Alpha over. Panic took over, my entire being flooded with fear. Stop it, I exclaimed desperately, knowing they could easily kill one another. Instinct took over and I stomped toward them. Stop, I said. Stop, I shouted loudly. A strange baritone rang through my voice, something which spoke of authority and power. Alpha Oak froze, and his head snapped up to look at me. Eyes wide, he released his grip on my mate's collar, pushing him aside, and scrambling up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice was barely above a whisper. I looked to my left and right for who he was referring to. Estelia's, is it really you? His voice shook and tears began to pour down his face. Fear took over as the man who had just fought with my mate stalked toward me. I stepped backward, beginning to shake, and Max swiftly ran over, pushing me behind him. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed angrily. "Get away from my mate." I peeked my head out from Max's arm to look at the alpha. His gaze was hardened but softened when his eyes met mine. "You don't understand." He spoke softly and exasperated lie. He sounded choked up and looked back at my mate. "Hey Alpha, Alexander. I am so sorry but don't you smell that?" he asked with almost a laugh. "Don't you smell that is all over your mate?" Confusion and anxiety pricked all over my body. "What smell?" Maximus paused and glanced down at me, inhaling a deep breath. And then, for the first and possibly last time ever, I heard Maximus audibly inhale quickly and gasp. "Oh my goddess," he exclaimed, suddenly frozen and in a strange, almost hallucinogenic state like the other alpha. What a wrong. I shuddered it. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly feeling fearful and subconscious. "Evelyn, I don't know how to say this," Max said softly, eyes gazing towards the floor. "Say what?" I asked desperately. "Say what?" I had been through more shock and revelation in the past few months than most people had gone through in a lifetime. I felt confident I could handle whatever he had to say, and yet I was terrified. Their demeanors were terrifying me. "Evelyn." Max raised his head to lock eyes with me. "Evelyn. Elsa Oak. Eli is your family. He's your brother." Like a deer caught in headlights, I felt my entire body grow rigid and freeze. I don't understand." I shook my head. "That's not his, isn't your sister?" "She's not what?" The alpha's eyes filled with tears, and suddenly I realized how similar they looked to my own. A unique brown which held a golden tint. I felt like a plank had been pulled from beneath my feet and I was thrown into cold water. A splash of ice-cold reality sinking into the bone. He had pale skin. He had a similar hue of brown to my own. His hair color. Even his hair color was similar. The resemblance was uncanny. Too uncanny to be a coincidence. "Oh my gosh," I uttered in disbelief, tears following my own eyes. My hand lifted to cover my gaping mouth. I had so many questions, but only one came out. "BB, but how?" I whispered. "Cow, I don't know. I don't know. I thought you were dead." Voice sounding choked. "I didn't even recognize you. But when you shifted, your scent," he grew quiet. "You can recognize family members by their smell," Maximus whispered, his eyes still widened in shock. I stared stupefied at the man in front of me, the man who was my brother, and my mind went entirely blank. What does someone say to a person they didn't know existed? To a person who knew you and mourned you and you didn't even know them? I could only think to say one thing. "Hi," I whispered, cracking the tiniest smile while staring at him. "Hi," he cracked a smile in return. He stepped forward slowly before lifting his arms slightly and whispered with a shaky voice, "Can I?" And I nodded, stepping forward, allowing him to hug me. And suddenly, it was like everything clicked. Hugging him was strange, like hugging my father. Warmth flooded my body, as if it recognized him. The kind of warm, protective comfort that only a father or brother could produce. Within seconds, tears were pouring down my face, and I felt his tears hitting my shoulder. The pure emotion of it all setting in. In that moment, I had a brother. Chapter 26. Maximus' Mama. "Papa." Evelyn cradled the phone against her ear as she spoke to her parents. After everything that had happened, it was no surprise she wanted to catch them up. She sat on our bed, leaning against the headboard, legs crossed. Every once in a while she would reach for the hair tie on her wrist and snap it against her skin. The action made me grimace, but by now I knew it was her nervous habit. In hushed whispers, with the occasional voice break, she told them everything that had happened since she came to North Wind. Her new friends, To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and her newfound brother. Each time she spoke, I sensed the nervous breath she took. I could hear gasps ring out across the phone line as I watched from the bedroom doorway. Evelyn, I could have never imagined this. Had we only known. Her mother's voice broke through the line. I watched salty tears pour down Evelyn's face and moved to wipe them when I realized I needed to stand back for a few minutes. This moment was hers and hers alone. Oh, Mama. Evelyn cried. It's all okay. I'm so grateful you and Papa raised me. So grateful. I just wish you could meet him. Mama, he and I are so alike in such little ways. I stepped away from the doorway and headed down the hall to a guest room. Tings of anxiety crept under my skin like ice, but I mentally battered them away. Gently knocking on the door, an older woman's voice called, "Come in." I turned the bronze knob and stepped into the room, coming face to face with a woman I had only days before in a prison cell. "Evelyn's asleep now," I whispered into the hallway as I gently closed the door behind me. "Good. It's time we finally get the answers we are both looking for," Eli whispered back. We both knew we had to question Fran immediately about Evelyn, but decided it was best not to get her involved. After the toll of the last 24 hours, she was certainly not up to the task of meeting the woman who was an endless case of possibilities and could easily be implicated in the Oak family's death. We crept down the hall stealthily, working our way downstairs, and to the silver door that was becoming all too familiar. Unlocking it, we crept down the rickety stairs, across the cement, and toward Fran's cell. You found her, didn't you, Eli?" The woman's voice cracked out into the silence as we approached. Stepping in front of her cell, we could see the evident tears pouring down the woman's face. "Yes, Franny. Yes, I found her," Eli cried back. The air suddenly felt thick with emotion, as if a misty cloud had settled between us. The lines of who was a friend or foe suddenly seemed blurred. The women no doubt cared about the Oak's children, and yet so many questions lay unanswered. Questions that would determine exactly what she was. "Francesca." My voice cutting through the emotion like a sharp knife. She turned to me and glared, but there was a new softness in her expression that when we had previously spoken to her had been absent. "What?" Drawing the word out to lace it with menace. "Francesca, why was Evelyn?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Eli corrected, reminding me the women before me knew nothing about who my mate was except for her baby self. "Why was Estelle left with the Smiths?" I asked the woman. Her eyes seemed to grow a measure wider and soften a bit, her mind seeming to turn to a place more authentic to herself. An almost motherly energy emitted from her, explaining the alpha-seeming attachment. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She trailed off. "Sweet baby Estelle." "Yes, Fran. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "My sister Estelle. Why was she with Alpha Smith family?" Eli questioned her. Fran looked at Eli with kind eyes that brimmed with tears. "Oh, Eli. I'm sorry. I had your mother ask me too." "What?" Eli both asked and seemed to state. We stood frozen for a moment. Her expression was raw with emotion, a sense of silent loyalty pouring out of her as well as tragic despair. When I looked at the woman in the cell, old and grey, a woman who clearly had love and loyalty to this family, my mind decided. And so, I made a decision that was unusual for me. I chose to treat her like a friend. "Francesca," I spoke softly, "let's talk with you outside of this cell." An hour later, she sat across from Eli and me with a cup of tea and a spread of food before her. The grime that had covered her body was washed away and she wore a light blue blouse. As she raised her cup of tea to her lips, in a graceful and gentle manner, I realized she must look similar to how Eli remembered her as a child. She had been his nanny for years, a task no ordinary or low, ranking pack member would have been given. The air around her spoke of a silent refinery that had been up previous conversations. Start at the beginning, Eli asked her. The beginning? She mused. I guess I will start with the beginning of that night. Eli and I nodded. It was a normal night in the pack house. Your mother and father had been busy attending to pack business, and so I tucked both you and Estelle into bed. However, when I went to put Estelle to bed, she was rather fussy, so I sat on the rocking chair to try and soothe her. When I awoke, there was smoke everywhere, and your mother mind linked me. Do you know where Eli and Estelle are? Fran, where are my kids? Are they okay? She yelled in a panic over the link. I explained you were in bed and I had Estelle. I was so confused. She begged me to save you too. So, with your sister in my arms, I began to run to your room to get you. When I arrived at the edge of the hallway, a beam had fallen, was burning vibrantly with fire, while you were crying and looking around for help. I was in a panic, thinking I had no way to save you. But then, like an angel, Peter appeared. He snatched you into his arms and called out to me that he had you and would protect you. He told me to get out immediately. As I escaped the pack house, your mother mind linked me again. She told me my end has come. Save Estelle. Take her far away to a pack that's small, somewhere that we have no affiliation to. Take her to someone she will be safe and no one will find her. The pack will need Eli, may the moon goddess protect him. But Estelle isn't needed. She will be at risk. Protect my baby, please. So I headed my Luna's final words. I ran for hours with baby Estelle, eventually arriving at a small pack known for being peaceful on the other side of Alaska. A heavy storm was beginning and I planned on leaving Estelle in the square when I heard 2 wolves approaching. I figured I would leave her and pray for the best. I had no idea they were the Alpha and Luna until I observed weeks later. As Fran finished her story, Eli and I looked at each other in shock. The story seemed unlikely, and yet, looking into his eyes, I saw confirmation. We both believed her. Alphas were masters at catching lies, and we both read her as truthful. Wow, Eli breathed out. You were so incredibly selfish, Fran. Thank you. Thank you for protecting my sister. Eli reached out a hand and gently held hers. He began to sniffle. My mom was right. Multiple assassination attempts were made on my life and challenges to my power. I barely escaped. If Estelle had been there too, well, it is safe to say she might not have been here at all. The thought made my blood run cold and I clenched my fist, my jaw tightening. The thought of anyone hurting my sweet and caring mate infuriated me. I saw Fran glance my way, her expression looking inquisitive. You're her mate, aren't you? She said it as more of a statement than a question. I nodded my head in confirmation. We stared silently at one another for a moment before Eli took his hands from hers while I cleared my throat. Francesca, hands pressed together and leaning forward. Why do you think I did it? What motivation would a 6-year-old have? Her eyes became downcast, and a perplexed look crossed her features as if no one had ever questioned her mindset before. Suddenly, her eyes appeared to be raw with emotion and her voice hoarse as she answered me. Because Peter said he saw you and Peter saved Eli. Is that what he told you? Eli asked. His voice sounded rougher, less emotional. What do you mean? Fern asked. I saw him save you. You saw him pretend to save me. Eli responded. You disappeared along with Estelle. You never found out what he did. The women looked confused, eyes darting between us. What do you mean? He tried to have me killed. He saved me, and then tried to tell pack members he would be a better leader. Some members began to believe him until he proposed killing me to avoid me ever trying to overthrow him. The pack immediately protected me and ousted him after that. No Peter W. wouldn't She began to shake uncontrollably, a sob coming out. If W, what you're saying is true, everything I've done. Everything. Oh my goddess, forgive me. Eli tentatively stepped forward and wrapped an arm around the woman, who sobbed into his chest. It was then that I finally saw Francesca Wilder for who she truly was. Guilty, yes, but not an enemy. No, she was a victim. Hello. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She greeted me in a soft tone. A gentle smile played on her lips. Hello, Francesca. I greeted her with a nod of my head. She lay in bed with a teacup in her hand. I watched as she set it aside on the table beside her in a soft, fluid motion. Everything about her demeanor had changed in the past few days. The calloused woman angry at the world, and angry at me, had melted away, replaced by a gentle woman. I knew she was still racked with guilt at her actions. There was no doubt she would eventually need to answer to them. But for now, she was an invaluable asset to me, and I needed her help. I suppose you are here to ask me what Peter's plans are. I nodded my head, coming to sit at the small table in her room across from her. You were right. He wants to destroy your pack. Her eyes casting down to the bed. I couldn't help the small growl that rumbled out of me. Anyone who threatened my pack threatened me. And how exactly does he plan to do that? I asked her. I'm not entirely sure. She admitted. But I know these small attacks are nothing compared to what he has planned. I breathed out a hot breath. I could have told her that myself. Where is your base? You must have one. I asked her. I'm not sure. Peter is constantly moving the rogues. He either blindfolds us when we arrive at a random meeting, takes us there, or he seeks us out himself and leads us there. He never uses anything but burner phones to communicate, which he is constantly changing. He is essentially untraceable. You only find Peter if he wants to find you. Standing up slowly. Thank you. Fern. Turning to leave. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If I may, she asked softly, gaze still towards the bed. I froze and turned to her. Yes. I asked her, curious as to what she wanted to say. She lifted her head, steely eyes meeting mine. A sense of resolve seemed to pass upon her, her shoulders squaring themselves. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Allow me to atone for my sins. Let me go undercover back to Peter and discover his plans. My brows narrowed as I gave what she said some thought. But you just said you can't find him. No, I cannot. But he will find me. You don't think he will be suspicious? I asked her, crossing my arms. A small grin crept on the she-wolf's face, reminding me of the rogue side she still very much possessed. Not if you make it look like I escaped. I strode back towards my bedroom, prepared to tell Evelyn all Eli and I had uncovered, the way she was left at her parents', the issue with Peter, and my plans. But as I neared the door, a strange sensation filled me. It hit me like a wave, almost a drowning sensation. A feeling of immense sorrow so painful my chest felt like a weight had landed on it. I rushed down the hall, flinging the door open, finding Evelyn standing from the bed, pale as a ghost. Her lip trembled and I gently picked up the cell phone that she had dropped to the ground and set it on the bed. Evelyn, I whispered, nearing her slowly. He's dead. She trembled out. My blood went cold and my eyes widened. Every hair on my neck stood up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I asked, stepping towards her, gently placing my hands on her rigid shoulders. Who is dead? You see, can't be, you see, can't. She stuttered out, tears pouring down her face. She looked paler and paler by the second, and I gently led her over to the bed to sit down. I rubbed her arms up and down, trying to ground her. Who, honey? Mr. W. Weaver. She turned her head into my chest and I held her gently, rocking her back and forth. Sure. I hushed, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Oh, I'm sorry, Angel. I'm so sorry. She shook like a leaf beneath my arms for what felt like hours, simply crying and crying. I did my best to console her, but my mind raced with questions. How could I burden her more with all that had happened? How could I put more pressure on her? Why was my crewmate suffering so much? Why was all of this happening? Why? Next, she whispered. Yes, Ev. I asked her, gently lifting her chin and wiping her tears with the pad of my thumb. The funeral. It's this week. I know that things are crazy, B, but I need. She inhaled a deep breath. I need to go. I sat silent, contemplating for a moment. Everything screamed in me that this was not the time. That there was a threat on the loose, and if he threatened me, he threatened Evelyn. But looking into her glossy eyes, I knew there was no possible way I could say no. Okay, Evelyn, I whispered. "J'aimerais agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I nodded and kissed her head. She hugged me tightly, and a few more cries emerged. I silently held her, gently caressing her head and back before she pulled back gently, a strange look crossing her features. "What's wrong, Evelyn?" I asked her softly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, F, for crying so much, and I'm just sorry. Honey, why are you apologizing? I asked her gently. It's my job to take care of you because I love you. She sniffled, rubbing her nose with her sleeve. I must be pretty hard to love then, because I always need TT to be BC, cared for. She cried. No, Evelyn. No, don't you dare say that. I shook my head vehemently, pressing kisses to her temple. How could she Eve think that? Evelyn, you are my absolute world. You are never a burden. You are a blessing in my life. Thank you. Max, she whispered, cried. I just don't know what I did to deserve you. Don't thank me, if anyone is undeserving of you. I pressed a kiss to the crinkle on her forehead, and then to the places I saw tears. I kissed her neck, and the corner of her mouth, and then gently pecked her lips. I love you so much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told her, looking at the face which was my entire world, my entire universe. I love you. Max, she whispered, glossy eyes looking at me in adoration. Suddenly, something in the atmosphere. It was like a slow sizzling, a tiny spark, a small change in current. I felt my eyes grow heavier, my throat feeling clogged. It was like all the love I felt for her was surfacing, making it hard to breathe. Leaning towards her, Evelyn's eyes fluttered shut, and I pressed a tender kiss to her lips. Slowly, our mouths melded together and began to move as if they were in a dance. The room suddenly felt warmer, as if we were cocooned, the world and its troubles fading away, just her and I existing. I reached out and tentatively grasped Evelyn's waist, my rough fingers grasping her shirt. In response, she wrapped her arms around my neck, shifting so she was seated in my lap. The kiss grew deeper, more intense, and I slipped a hand ever so slightly under her shirt, my cold hands coming into contact with warm skin. Evelyn shuddered and gently her lips away from mine. I'm sorry, I began. Max, Evelyn gently kissed my lips. You love me so tenderly. So, she pressed a kiss against my temple, her eyes melting into mine like honey, so compassionately and tenderly. I want to be with you forever. I'm ready. Surprise overtook my features, and I pulled her closer to me instinctively, eyes searching her own. Are you sure? I whispered against her lips. She nodded, leaning in and capturing my own. Beneath the moonlight, the depths of our love were expressed in new ways. Love like no other, entering a new place. Our fate is made sealed for eternity. Chapter 27, Evelyn. Warm sunlight filtered through the window, touching the skin of my exposed shoulder. An oversized soft shirt bundled me up. I hummed, enveloped in a cloud of warmth. Something warm and strong was wrapped around me, and I felt like I was melting like butter. My eyes fluttered open and my mind was filled with flashes of the night before. They were so beautiful, so sweet. I could hardly believe they were real. I bit my lip, a soft blush come into my cheeks. I looked at Maximus. His sharp jaw slackened and soft as he inhaled peaceful breaths. His long eyelashes lay against his face and I longed to see his beautiful cool eyes. His beautiful assuring and relaxing eyes which I had peered into all night long. His eyes were special. Of any eyes in the world, I was almost certain they were the only eyes that saw me. His arms were wrapped loosely around my waist and I gently reached a finger out to trace his arms. They were strong and protective, making me feel safe. So safe. With a feather-like touch, I began drawing small patterns, working my way from his wrist to forearm, to bicep. Eventually, I lifted my finger to reach out and gently trace his face. Just as I went to though, Maximus' arms tight and around me, putting me forward so that his face rested on my chest. I tried to contain my giggles, instead deciding I would softly run my fingers through his hair. "Evelyn," Maximus whispered. My hand froze. I was caught. "Evelyn," he whispered again, kissing my chin and then shifting to kiss the corners of my eyes, my forehead, the corner of each lip, and then placing a gentle kiss on my lips. I smiled gently, his beautiful eyes fluttering open. My beautiful mate. Saying the words as if he was in awe of them, as if he didn't believe them. My handsome mate. I whispered back. My eyes searched his face, trying to remember every detail, every perfection and imperfection. "Hey," Maximus whispered, eyes trying to find mine. "What are you thinking in that big beautiful mind?" I smiled gently, eyes landing back on him. "I'm trying to memorize you." "Memorize me," he chuckled. His voice was husky from having just woken up. "I want to know your face like the back of my hand. To know every intricate detail of your face." A smile tugged at his lips, and he leaned in to kiss me again. His lips seemed to smolder me in love and adoration. Between kisses, he whispered against my lips, "I love you." I hummed in response. "Oh, Maximus, I love you too." My suitcase rolled across the cobblestone outside the pack house, bumping across each stone. Each bump was like a painful reminder I was stepping away from my life, my mate, my newfound family. Maximus walked beside me, hand on the small of my back, a reminder he would be with me until the very millisecond we had to part ways. He had insisted on helping me with my bag, but I had shaken my head and laughed at him. Winter was waning, and the snow was occasionally melted. I was lucky today was one of those days. As we approached a large black SUV with tinted windows, Max's hand eased off my back, as if he wished the further back his hand went the slower I'd walk. The driver's door slammed closed and Gamma's Xerxes walked around the car, opening the trunk and taking my bag from me. Maximus refused to let me leave without some form of protection. "Max," voice breaking, revealing my inner turmoil. He immediately took me into his arms, chin resting on my forehead as he gently shaped me. Tears poured down my cheeks silently as he held me. I loved this man with my entire being. How could I leave him if even for just for days? For days felt like a lifetime. It felt suffocating, like the air would be stolen from my lungs for each day that passed. Max pressed a kiss to my forehead and then stepped back, taking my face into his hands. I watched as gentle tears poured down his own face, his eyes swimming with turmoil. "Ev," he whispered, "promise me you'll be safe." "Promise," I whispered. He wiped my tears with the pads of his thumbs, taking my chin into his hand. He tilted it and leaned down to capture my lips. The kiss was soft and tender, mixed with salty tears. Pulling away gently, he rested his forehead against mine, our eyes both closed. "I love you," I told him. "I love you, too so much." We pulled away and I wiped some more tears across my sleeve. Maximus opened the car door. He held my hand as I got in, and reached across my seat to buckle me. Most would have found it unnecessary, but I knew Max simply wished to extend our time and show his love for me in each movement. "Love, kiss. You kiss," I told him, I'll see you soon. I smiled softly. Not soon enough. Max grumbled. But yes, I will see you. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He closed the door and I sighed as Xerxes started the car and began to drive. I looked out the window, waving at Max as he stood in the driveway. Despite the stoicism of his figure, I didn't miss the singular tear that streamed down his face. Slowly his figure grew smaller until he all but faded from view. Turning my head, I looked out at the long road ahead, each sec and taking me further and further away from the man I loved. The car ride was silent. We passed across the landscape of Alaska, moving down in elevation from the mountainous surrounding of night, wind down to more level ground. Millions of trees and the creatures which inhabited them served as my personal movie as we passed by. Suddenly, a break in the atmosphere came when Xerxes phoned in. He glanced at it, and I could have sworn a ghost of a smile passed on his ebony lips. Luna. The term which had felt so foreign to me a few months ago suddenly felt fitting. It felt like a part of me, yes. Your mate would like to know you are doing okay. He spoke matter-of-factly. This time I caught the grin that played on his face. Despite the gamma's stoicism, he truly was a softie on the inside. Thank you for letting me know. I spoke trying to sound just as serious but off in a fit of quiet laughter. I heard someone was concerned about me. I texted Max. Concerned? Bisha. Who on earth would say that? Wow, and here I was thinking of what a wonderful mate I had. That's unfortunate. No, I am super concerned, absolutely concerned, love you, concernedy. Not scary concerned. Just a little concerned. I began to laugh in the back of the car, causing the gamma to glance at me in the rearview mirror. Something funny. Just Max. I left. The alpha. It's being funny. Xerxes asked. This time I could tell he was being dead serious, which only made me laugh more. I'm fine. Honey. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay. I just love you. I know, honey. I love you too. Looking at Xerxes, I decided to attempt to engage the warrior in conversation. I wanted to liven up the ride. So Xerxes, I began. The warrior looked at me with raised brows in surprise. Tell me about yourself, you. You want me to tell you about myself? He repeated slowly as if no one had ever asked him that before. Knowing his personality, the thought he truly might not have seemed realistic. Yeah. Like where were you born? What's your family like? Do you have a mate? Etc., I said. Well. The gamma began looking rather uncomfortable. Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have to tell me if you're uncomfortable. I quickly said. I was just hoping to learn more about you. No. He took a deep breath. Well, I was born in Ghana. I repeated, a smile painted across my face. What was that like? Well, I was born in the midst of the Second Liberian War. It was gruesome. And for us werewolves, well, they turned us into soldiers. Even children like me. At the age of 6, I began reigning as a gorilla. My smile immediately faded. Oh, Caleb. I spoke softly. The gamma looked surprised by my use of his first name. I'm so sorry. In the most militant way a person could. Shoulders tight and squared. It is what it is. When I was 10, I escaped and came to the US. My father was the chief of my pack in Ghana and he had connections here. One of them was the Alpha's father. Oh, but what about your family? I asked in almost a whisper. I was scared of how he might respond. Dead. Oh, and so? Don't apologize. He cut me off. Jaw clenching slightly. People always apologize. It's not necessary, though. It is in the past. Okay, I said gently. So how did you become a gamma? Hoping to change the subject. When the past Gamma Reese, saw my tactical skills during a rogue attack as a teenager, he asked me if I was interested in training beneath him. He had never mates or married and had no children. He became a kind of surrogate father for me. Gamma Reese is my family, the Gamma said, a certain tenderness coming to his voice. I nodded my head, a silence seeming to fall over us again. This one was more comfortable than before. A few moments later, the Gamma cleared his throat. Thank you for asking. Luna, he spoke almost nervously. Thank you for telling me. I smiled gently back. Nervous excitement flooded my entire being as we rounded the corner down the street. Rows of homes in which I knew every resident came into view, and before I knew it we were arriving at a place I had known my entire life. My little white house. Two smiling faces standing on the porch came into view, and before Caleb could stop the car I was swinging the car door open and bolting toward them. Mama, Papa, I yelled in delight. They smiled widely at our arms, their loving embrace as sweet as honey. Oh, Evie, my dad whispered into my hair, kissing my forehead. My sweet girl. Mom cried as she held me tightly. The past 2 months had been joy-filled and at the same time. There was nothing like a parent's loving embrace. They held me close and I smiled, my eyes tightly shut, just basking in their presence. Oh, my sweet girl. My mom smiled, placing a hand on my face. You have to catch us up on life. She guided me into the house as my dad walked down to greet Gamma's Xerxes. Casting a glance over my shoulder, I watched my father give the Gamma a firm handshake before leaning in and whispering. Before I could question it, my mom was dragging me into the house, wanting to hear every detail I hadn't gotten to tell her about my past few weeks of life. The next morning, I woke up in my childhood bed, a fluffy comforter enveloping me. I had tossed and turned the night before, despite the bed's plushness. It was funny how a bed that had been my escape and most comfortable place for years could suddenly become incredibly uncomfortable because it lacked one thing, Maximus. Rolling over, I sat up with a groan, tossing the covers off of myself. The cold morning air met my skin, making it prickle, and I was hit with a wave of nostalgia. So much had changed in such a small amount of time. Looking up, a mirror which hung across the room greeted me with a lovely image of my sleepless self. My hair sat upon my head, a tangled mess, and my eyes looked hollow and sunken. I brushed some hair out of my face with my hand. Standing up and stretching, I made my way to the bathroom, knowing I needed to get ready. A pit formed in my stomach. Today was the funeral. Rather than embrace the friends I hadn't seen in weeks in excitement, I would be embracing them in mourning. Stepping into a hot shower, I tried my best to calm my mind, yet it ran wild, as I thought of the sweet man that would be eternally missed. Each thing I did to get ready felt like a weight, taking me down further as I approached the dreaded event. Finally dressed, I wore a black dress that wrapped around my waist and tied in the back alongside a pair of new heels. My hair was gently curled with light makeup on my face. Looking in the mirror, I took a deep breath before heading downstairs. My heels clicked against the stairs, signaling my arrival, and I walked into the kitchen, meeting my family's gaze. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mama, I spoke gently. The air in the room felt stifling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mom smiled gently. She wore a maxi black dress, her blonde hair tied back into a low bun. She stood by the stove cooking pancakes and omelettes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Evelyn, my dad spoke, kissing my forehead as I sat beside him at the kitchen counter. I nodded to him in acknowledgement, taking in his charcoal-colored suit. The morning went by slowly, and my family and I silently ate our breakfast. The night before we had a boisterous dinner, full of laughter, smiles, and memories. We had gotten all the happiness of reunification out of the way. Now that the day had fallen, it was like the night before had never existed. Time stood still as we all awaited the funeral. Climbing into the car, my father drove us in silence. The Gamma had stayed in the guest room all morning, giving us privacy, and had told us the night before that he didn't wish to intrude upon the funeral. Rounding a corner, my father pulled up to a brown cabin where the funeral would be held. It was to be held in Mr. Weaver's own home. Getting out of the car, I immediately spotted her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. White wisps of hair were pulled into a braid, tears poured down her face, and I watched her clutching a handkerchief. A caramel arm was wound around her waist as I spotted Connor. He stood stoically at her side, tears pouring down his own face. The jokester I had only gotten to know briefly had every ounce of humor drained from him. My family and I slowly walked up the steps, and that's when Maudie spotted me. In the midst of her sniffles, she paused, eyes softening. She stepped forward, a small smile finding its way onto her lips despite her grief. "Evelyn," her gentle voice spoke. "You made it." This time her voice broke. I nodded, tears pouring down my own face as I reunited with my sweet friend and hugged her tightly. Maudie was the gentlest of souls, a true gem in the world. Seeing her suffering hurt my soul like none other. We clung to each other for a few moments, holding each other like a lifeline. "He's so missed, Mads." I whispered into her hair as I cried. So missed." She sobbed into my shoulder, nodding her head before stepping back. She dabbed her eyes with the handkerchief, as Connor reached a hand out and gently rubbed her back. "Hi, Connor," I spoke softly, casting him a semblance of a smile. "Hi, Evelyn." He smiled gently back. "I'm glad you made it." I nodded my head gently, heading into the memorial. A few minutes later, it began. I don't think many of you know this, but before I lived with my grandfather. Maudie paused as she sniffled. I lived in a house of horrors. My heart stopped, my throat constricting. The unsaid that Maudie had always insinuated at being said. The worst kinds of abuse you can imagine, was inflicted upon me by my legal guardian. My grandfather. My grandfather saved me. He came in and he rescued me. He was my personal angel, and he soon became my best friend. He made me cookies and read me bedtime stories. He made life go from a nightmare to the best kind of dream. Loved me so. She paused, taking a moment to cry before I saw her look to Connor. "You've got this." I watched him mouth to her. He nodded at her and she took a deep breath, rolling back her shoulders. I admired their sweet bond. He loved me so well. He loved this community so well. He will forever be missed, and he will not be forgotten. Forever in our memory. Oliver Charles Weaver. Tears poured down my face and everyone stood silent for a moment, simply basking in the sweet man we all knew and loved. Then, a few claps mourned through the crowd, and we all clapped as Molly smiled at the audience of our town. An hour later, we all were packed into Huck's. Mr. Huck and his family had offered to cater the funeral for free, and so we all crammed into the little coffee shop and bakery, reminiscing about our dearly passed friend. "EPA," I heard a vibrant voice shout. I turned only to be crushed in a hug by the beautiful Inuit girl I loved. I exclaimed, tightly hugging her. Her long black hair was tightly braided into the traditional Inuit style. She looked at me softly. "Oh, Evelyn, I have missed you. I've missed you too, sweet friend." I spoke gently. "I've missed you too." She and I pulled apart and she dragged me to a table she, Maudie, and Connor had decided on, shoving a warm huckleberry mud pot into my hands. The next few hours were spent reminiscing about the sweet man we loved and catching up on the past weeks. Kayla had decided she would be following in her mother's footsteps and becoming a pack doctor, something she was incredibly proud of. Maudie and Connor were clearly deeply in love as they held hands beneath the table, and he whispered things in her ear which made her laugh. Despite the pain of Mr. Weaver's passing, Maudie strangely seemed the most content I had ever seen her. Since Mr. Weaver's diagnosis, she had always been anxious and sleep-deprived. But, looking at her now, her pale skin was full of life, her cheeks rosy, her eyes constantly found Connor's. her lips holding a soft smile. As I watched them, I realized what a support Connor had become to Maddie. How deeply connected they were. It made me miss my own mate. My sweet Max. I wondered what he was doing now that I was gone. Likely working on paperwork and pack business as always. Thought to myself. My heart ached for him, but I held strong. I needed to not worry. I would be with him in only a matter of days. I miss you so much. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Max told me over the phone. I miss you too. So much. I told him. He had half made me promise to call him each night before I went to bed, and in all honesty, I delighted in it. How are things at the pack? I asked him. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I caught it. A moment of hesitancy. A moment where his voice caught for just a split second. Great sweetie. Our investigation is going well. All will be good soon. Max eyesight into the phone. Please be honest with me. I know you're holding back. I don't want you to worry about it right now. You've got a lot going on. I promise I'll brief you when you get back. But for now, just enjoy your trip. Love. Everything will really be fine. He assured me. Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I love you, Max. Love you. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have sweet dreams. He told me, hanging up the phone. If only I could. Hours passed and I tossed and looking up at the ceiling. The faded pink I had always adored. Felt like it would never end. Like I would never escape it. The pain of being away from my mate threatened to be all-consuming. I turned from facing the feeling to facing my window, watching as moonlight dripped in through the window. As I watched it, a strange feeling started to fill me. A sinking feeling. A strange sensation that something was deeply wrong. I suddenly felt hyper, aware of the sounds around me. Crunching in the forest. The creaking of our old home. The echo of the wind slicing through the valley. As a child, these sounds brought me comfort. The wind had been a sweet serenade, yet now, it felt like it was looming over me, threatening me. Stop it, Evelyn, this is silly. The crunching is just an animal. The house always creaks and the wind will always blow. I tried to tell myself I was imaging things and being silly. Tried to convince myself. But my long foe of anxiety reared its ugly head, prickling my body with its icy needles. Max. I blinked. I knew we were a few hundred miles away and the chance he could hear me would be small. But I did my best to reach him. I whispered in my mind. Tears pouring down my face. I pulled my covers tighter, to shield myself from the imaginary monster of my mind. It was quiet for a few moments and I tried once more. Max, are you there? A sudden flood of emotion filled me. None good. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Panic, and an attempt to remain calm all flooded me at once. A feeling overwhelming. I immediately realized that he had been blocking me. Evelyn, he asked, sounding almost like he was gasping. Evelyn, are you okay, Max? I asked, this time fearful for him. Max, what is going on? I'm okay. What's going on? Rogue attack. They're coming from everywhere. We will be okay. They are sending them in small numbers just from multiple places. Evelyn, I have a bad feeling. Something is off. It feels like... Honey, listen to me carefully. You need to get your dad and Gamma's Xerxes right now and stay with them. Okay, I told him, filled with panic. I immediately threw my covers off and started to dart down the hall and go downstairs to my parents' room. Are you going? He asked me. He sounded urgent and more pressing. Yes. I froze. As I turned to go around the corner at the bottom of the stairs, a man blocked my way. He had silver hair and a sharp, toothy grin. He towered over me, his cigarette smell filling my nose, making me want to vomit. It all happened in a split second, my eyes making contact with his. His eyes were dead empty, soulless, a grey colour that was contrasted by striking red. I gasped and turned to run, turned to scream. But before I could, I felt a claw rip into the flesh of my waist and a cloth clamp over my mouth. It burned my flesh, and I immediately recognized the smell my mate had once described to me, wolfsbane. Evelyn, Evelyn, what's wrong? Max screamed at me through the bond. Help! I sent in weakly as my vision grew cloudy. My entire body crumbled to the ground. Chapter 28, Maximus. My stomach sank as I watched the black SUV from view, blending into the forestry terrain. It was only for days. No matter how many times I told myself that fact, it didn't hurt any less. My sweet mate, who smelled like roses and lavender, who had honey eyes and a smile like the sunshine, was gone. My precious light stolen for miserable days. I tried to console myself that her being hours away would be beneficial. She would be safer and I could hopefully put a stop to this looming threat. Yet, no matter how many times I told myself that, it didn't make me feel better. I was entirely uneasy at the distance. The last time we had been separated, horrifying images of her frigid skin and limp body and my arms looking like death itself came to mind. No, I shook my head. I couldn't let myself think like that. Evelyn would be fine. She had Gamma's Xerxes there for extra. All would be well. I turned back towards the pack house, resolved to get to the bottom of this mess. Entering through the doors, the building, which had felt rather empty the last few days, was buzzing to life. Every pack member with an inclining of ability tracking. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hacking, or fighting, had filled the building. The room was so full it felt like a hive. Usually, members parted like the sea when I entered a room, and yet today not a single person seemed focused on me as I dodged my way through the crowd. A young wolf with brown hair that was lanky ran past me, and I put out a hand to stop him. He spoke to him. He cast his eyes to the ground, a vague guttering of yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Passing from his lips, what's your name? Jacob. Sir, his eyes remained fixated on the floor. Jacob, please look me in the eye. He slowly lifted head, gaze wincing, like meeting mine. I felt an internal agitation grow at his actions, but my mate's sweet voice seemed to ring in my head. You are not a monster. Max, show them who you really are. Taking a deep breath, I placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Could you please tell me where Alpha Oak is? I asked him softly. The young wolf looked surprised by my gentleness and nodded with a soft smile. He's in the fitness center. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you, I told him with a smile and nod. Looking up, I noticed I had caught a few pack members' attention. To my surprise, as I passed, they gave me a bow of the head, an almost reverent look on their faces. The respect they showed me was striking, and it took everything in me not to stop and gape. With a small smile, I turned away from the crowd and walked down the hall, straight to the back of the building. Just outside of the pack house was a training center where warriors and pack members alike trained. I exited through to large brown doors and walked across the grass. A large glass building with 2 black doors stood only 100 yards away and immediately came into view. Striding towards it, I could see the outline of a multitude of pack members training. A few wolves practiced fighting on black mats, while others practiced boxing and hand-to-hand combat. I smiled to myself, relieved that they were getting prepared. Pushing the door open, I noticed as pack members all whiffed the air and then turned to me wide-eyed. They all momentarily froze before bowing my way, a multitude of alpha acknowledgements ringing out in hushed whispers. Yet again, to my surprise, a few wolves in the crowd held soft smiles on their faces while they did so. Despite being a minority of my pack members, a strange sense of pride filled me. Please, back to enthusiasm, back to as you were. I spoke gently, waving my hand at them. My eyes made contact across the gym with Eli, his brow raised at the majority of my pack members' behavior. In an instant, the lightness I felt dropped, giving way to grumpiness. It oddly served as a reminder of the lack of my mate. Her vibrant energy seemed to add air and light to an otherwise stifling pack. Watching as pack members slowly went back to training, I leaned towards Eli, who was removing boxing gloves from his fists. Eli, I spoke. He and I had mutually seemed to agree we were on a first-name basis. There was no time for formalities and inhonesty. Considering he was my mate's brother, there was also no need. Maximus. He lowered his voice. Did she leave safely? As he unwrapped his hands, I couldn't help the grin that made its way to my face. I nodded my head. It was nice to know someone equally cared about her safety. I watched Eli nod thoughtfully, obvious brotherly protection filling him. It was interesting how quickly he had stepped into the role of being the older brother in only a few days. Every interaction between him and Evelyn was either him teasing her or warning her about dangers. To both, Evelyn often rolled her eyes. What's the status with Fran? I asked him. He was bent down, putting the last of his gear away. She is prepped to go. I have 5 guards positioned in her escape route who have been instructed to let her go when we sound the alarm. I nodded with a sense of relief. Good. We couldn't risk letting anyone in the pack know the truth about our escaped prisoner in case Peter had in any way infiltrated. Eli and I had been investigating past packs that were tied to Peter and Edwin had spies planted within the pack to aid him. While there wasn't a particular pack member I was suspicious of, that didn't mean much considering my pack's lack of closeness. We had done some digging into Mira and Miles's pack, and it was clear that Peter had infiltrated with the help of pack members he had bribed or had found were power hungry. I was not going to take any risks like that. Maximus, I also want to let you know, my pack warriors are on their way. I have a small portion coming along with Isabel. The alpha leaned in closer and spoke in a hushed tone. I have a feeling Peter is going to make my pack the next target once he stops focusing on yours. Izzy called me and told me she found a dead bird out bedroom window. She thought it could be our cat, but that our cat was found dead. My eyes widened as I leaned away from the alpha. The fear of losing your mate or a threat coming upon them was something I knew all too well. I put a hand on his shoulder. She is welcome for as long as needed, as are your warriors. We are going to track this vile man down, and when we do, I paused, looking into Eli's eyes with determination. We are going to make him pay. Ale and I stood in the pack security room, looking over the monitors. Each one showed a very detailed landscape of the pack, as well as the layout of Franz's escape route. A young wolf named Chris, who helped oversee security, sat with us, prepared to sound the alarm when told to do so. Looking at the monitors, I could see Fran pacing in her room, positioned to leave. She had been dressed in her original dirty garb, and we had forced her to sit for a few hours in the cell to absorb the smell. Fran took it a step further, saying Peter would never believe she was a prisoner unless she truly looked like one. She had asked me to punch her, and when I refused multiple times, she had slammed her face against a brick wall. I still cringed at the tinge of blood that poured down the side of her face. It painted a very ugly picture of her treatment here. Looking back at the cameras, the guards all stood attentive, ready in their respective places. Fran's eyes were fixated on the clock in her room, and it turned my attention to my own. I watched as the clock ticked away, counting down the moment. When it hit 12 o'clock sharp, Fran would run past the guards. Then, we would sound the alarm. Each tick filled me with anticipation. Ding! 12 o'clock had come. Ale and I watched as Fran sprinted from her room past the prison doors. The guard who stood there looked up at the camera with a nod of his head. She then sprinted down the hall to a back set of stairs we had told her about. It was an emergency escape route designed for the Alpha family, and in this case for our prisoner. She took off running down the stairs, and when she reached the bottom past guard number 2, now was the time. I gripped Chris' shoulder and nodded to him. Now. He smiled nervously and then pressed the red panic button next to him. Immediately, the scream of a siren rang out into the entire pack and a red flashing light began, wanting to clarify with members before they thought we were under attack. I thrust the speaker mic into Chris's face. He looked at me with wide eyes before taking a deep breath and speaking into it. Attention all pack members. This is not a drill. We currently have a rogue prisoner on the loose. I repeat, we have a captured rogue prisoner on the loose. This is not a drill. I snatched the mic from his phone before speaking. This is your Alpha speaking. All pack warriors please report to the pack house. Spread out to all known pack house exits. All members at the pack house please stay in locked rooms and all members in town please go to your homes immediately. I clicked the microphone off, turning my attention back to the monitors. Fran had now passed the third guarded point behind the pack house and was making her way toward the woods. She only needed to pass 2 more guards and she would be on the way to spying for us. I watched as she darted intently. She weaved her way through the trees in a way that made her almost fade from camera view. It was clear she was experienced at being on the run. Oh no. Maximus. Eli spoke, grabbing my shoulder. He pointed towards a nearby martyr. A young male pack warrior was sprinting in the direction Fran had just come from. She'll be okay, I whispered. I could only pray he would stop and ask the guards who would deter him the other way. I breathed a sigh of relief as he did so. But then, he shoved one of the guards yelling something at him and running in Fran's direction. I watched as he darted through with the strength, speed, and tenacity only a young wolf could have. Fran's perfect escape suddenly seemed to be diminishing. Oh foo, I cursed under my breath. Eli and I both watched as the young wolf neared Fran. In any other situation, the young wolf would be a source of pride, but in this case, he was doing just the opposite of what I wanted. In almost slow motion, I watched him catch up to the old she-wolf, lunging at her with a clawed hand. To my luck, Fran dodged the attack, landing a punch to the wolf's stomach. Yikes, that's got to hurt. He bent over and gripped his stomach as Fran kicked him in his manhood. OF, I winced, seeming to feel the pain myself. Fran seized the moment to run past the 2 other guards and across the pack border, fading behind the tree line, out of sight. I couldn't help the sense of relief which took over. The game is on. Something was off. It had been a mere few hours since Fran had fled from the pack, and yet I couldn't help the unsettling feeling that filled me. A feeling of sickness. I sat at my desk staring at the computer screen and nodding, feeling helpless against whether an unseen force was at work. I shook my head. Evelyn had just left. I probably just felt off from the lack of her presence. I had become so accustomed to having Evelyn by my side that not having her there was almost painful, like a vital organ going missing. Even now in my office, her lack of presence was evident. She spent hours of the day popping in for a variety of things. She would update me on Mira and Miles. Sometimes she brought me lunch and just ate quietly while I put over papers. Other times we would just talk for hours about life, about the things we loved, about the future we saw together. Our home. It was then that it hit me. Evelyn had become my home. She was in every sense of the word my family. My everything. I smiled softly, thinking of her joyful face that always seemed to glow a bit more brightly when her eyes landed on me. If eyes could express a fountain of love, then I was for drowning in it when she looked at me. Thinking of her, I decided to send a text to Gamma's Xerxes for an update on how she was. I didn't want her to think I was worried. The Gamma must have revealed me though, because only moments later I received a text from Evelyn. I heard someone was concerned about me. Retribution is coming your way, Gamma. Concerned? Bisha, who on earth would say that? I text her back. Wow, and here I was thinking of what a wonderful mate I had. That's unfortunate. She texted alongside a frown on my face. No, I am super concerned, absolutely concerned. Love you concerned, D, not scary concerned. Just a little concerned. I am so busted. I chuckled to myself as I leaned back in my seat at my own clearly panicked texts. My mate probably thought I was a lunatic. Moments later she texted back. I'm fine. Honey, To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay. I just love you. I told her I know, honey. I love you too. I sighed deeply. Maybe. It was best she was away for now. She was hours away, far from Peter's grip. It was better this way. She would be safe. Despite telling myself that, I couldn't help walking down the hall to our bedroom, creaking open the door. Her fragrant smell wafted through the door. Wandering into our bedroom and laying on her side of the bed, I breathed in her scent, wishing it to consume me. Only a few days. She would be home soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A pounding sound woke me from my sleep. I felt groggy and looked towards the door, not lifting my head from its buried position in the pillows. What time is it? The last day I had been waiting anxiously and patiently for word back from Fran. She had told Eli and I that she had ways to get word back to us, but it was beginning to feel hopeless despite the minimal time that had passed. I felt more and more like prey awaiting a predator to take it out with each hour, knowing Peter was out there lurking in the shadows. I had spent the entire day drilling pack warriors and performing trainings. We would not sit around doing nothing. We would prepare. Sometime around 5 o'clock I had come inside to lie down and take a break from the draining day, but must have fallen asleep. I reached a hand towards the alarm clock to my right, pulling it towards my face. 9 p.m.? Something was off. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The pounding grew. Suddenly, I was very awake. Jumping out of bed, I quickly pulled on a pair of sweatpants before swinging open the door. What's going on? I half barked, half groaned. I took in a sharp breath, realizing that Eli was in front of me. Eli, I reacted. Rogues had been spotted on the outskirts of the north and east quadrants of the pack. They haven't done anything yet, but something is off. I nodded my head, patting his back, and followed him down the hall toward the tactical room. As we passed through the oak doors, I immediately saw Delta White. Delta? I nodded, urging him with the motion to tell me what was going on. I watched the blonde-haired man scratch his head, a strange look crossing his features. I'm not quite sure what to say, Alpha. Something strange is going on. We have a multitude of rogues standing just outside the border, and yet they are doing nothing. It's as if they are waiting on something, like a command from Peter. I gritted out. Everything about Peter's actions didn't make sense. He was giving us time to prepare ourselves, time to gather troops. It all felt like a distraction. What would you like us to do, Alpha? Matthias asked. I thought for a moment. As I looked at a miniature replica of our pack's topography, it showed the layout of the forest and town in great detail, as well as our borders. Pointing a finger towards the edge of the pack, I said, "Triple all the guardsmen along the perimeter and lock down the borders. No one comes in or out. Station a sixth of the pack warriors at the places rows have been spotted. No one is to engage unless first engaged or ordered to. Are we clear?" "We are clear, Alpha." Matthias nodded. "Good. I am going to be stationed in my office and will begin to make calls to our town leaders to announce the lockdown. Get me immediately if anything changes." "Yes, Alpha." Matthias nodded. Eli, who had stood silently and observably the entire time, slowly trailed behind me as I exited the room. "Maximus," he finally spoke after a few moments of silence. "Yes?" I asked him, looking over my right shoulder. I have a bad feeling about all of this. This time I paused my steps to come beside him. "I do too. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I walked a little further down the hall, coming to my office door. "I'm going to call Evelyn and check in with her. I recommend you do the same with Izzy." He nodded thoughtfully, lightly scratching his beard. "I will check in with you in a bit." I nodded my head, watching as he turned to walk down the hall. Stepping into my office, I closed the door and locked it behind me. Walking around my desk, I sunk into my black chair, I grabbed the phone off the desk, pressing the number I had come to memorize in recent month. It rang for a few moments before a sweet sleepy voice answered. Hello. Hi, Angel. Oh, Max, she said happily over the phone. I heard her yawn and I chuckled. How are you? I didn't have the heart to admit to her all the stress I was under, especially knowing the funeral had been just earlier that morning. I miss you so much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told her. It was true. My heart ached for her. I miss you too. So much, she said softly. Her voice broke a little as she said it. I opened my mouth to ask her about the funeral, hoping to shift away from me when she asked, how are things at the pack? Hesitation filled me. Nothing was technically wrong yet. At least nothing majorly concerning. They're great, sweetie. Our investigation is going well. All will be good soon. I hope. Max, she sighed into the phone. And I knew at that moment I was busted. Evelyn had become very in tune with me. Please be honest with me. I know you're holding back. I took in a deep breath. I don't want you to worry about it right now. You've got a lot going on. I promise I'll brief you when you get back. But for now, just enjoy your trip. Love. Everything will really be fine. I tried to assure her, but even I didn't fully believe what I was saying. She was silent for a moment and I feared she would be upset with me and insist I tell her more. But she surprised me. Okay. I love you. Max, she whispered. Love you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have sweet dreams, I told her. I waited a moment before hanging up the phone, leaning my elbows against the desk and burying my head into my hands. A threatening sense of dread was filling my chest and not being at Evelyn's side to check on her was killing me. I spent the next few hours making calls to different pack members, telling them to be careful and spread the word about the issue at our borders. Eli checked in with me at one point, letting me know Izzy was okay and the pack warriors he had sent her with would arrive in the morning. Thinking back to Evelyn again, I decided to give Gamma's Xerxes a call. Gamma, I asked as the line picked up. Yes, Alpha. Voice raspy. I glanced at the clock on my desk and realized it was 2 in the morning. It had gone by quickly. Is everything okay there? Is Evelyn okay? Yes, she is fine. The house is quiet. Her father has extra guards posted outside the house since I mentioned everything to him upon arrival. I nodded my head, breathing a sigh of relief. Good. That's good. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry I called. Sleep well. It's my pleasure, Alpha. The wolf had the audacity to chuckle. It's nice you are concerned about your mate. He hung up the phone, getting up from my desk and stretching my arms above my head. In the past few hours, nothing has changed. It was likely fine I go to sleep. Trudging towards the door, I reach for the handle only for the door to go flying open. What is the meaning of? I cut myself off as I took in the sight of a breathless Delta White. His hair was splayed across his face, sticking from sweat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He gasped for air. Hutchnig forward, the rogues are attacking from all areas. There are droves of them. Where's it worse? I asked him as I dashed out of the office and down the stairs followed by him. The West is by far the worst. We have no idea where they all came from. They appeared out of seemingly nowhere. Let's go, I shouted to him. I took off on a sprint, going out of the pack house to the training center. Flying across the field, I threw the doors open. Everyone needs to report to the West Quadrant now. I shouted at the warriors who remained in the center in the late hours of the night. 30 wolves shouted yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As they took off running through the doors, I began to run with them, knowing I would be most needed on the front. not bothering to take off my clothes. I shifted mid-run, allowing my body to crack into place and come into all fours, paws digging into the dirt. I flew through the forest, only running faster when the distinct metallic smell of blood came through. Suddenly, I saw everything. Rogues were coming in vast quantities. I watched as my numbers skillfully fought them, cutting them down one by one. There were so many wolves it all seemed to blur together in a myriad of dirt, sweat, and blood. My eyes scanned the scene for anyone who was injured or weaker pack members that needed help. My eyes came into contact with Eli's bent over figure. I froze for a moment before dashing towards him. I sprinted towards him, my paws digging into the dirt as I realized he was now kneeling beside someone. Fran lay on the ground, a gaping wound pouring blood out of her midsection. She looked disheveled, her hair splayed and dirt packed on her skin. Eli's eyes were wide as he found mine, his breathing uneven. He held a hand to the wound, obviously trying to stop the bleeding as Fran gasped, but the claw arcs extended from her chest down to her stomach. I shifted back to my human form, kneeling beside the woman wide-eyed. Maximus. Eli breathed out quickly, tears pouring down his face. You need to hear this immediately. What's going on? I asked in a panic. Peter. The woman gasped for breath. He isn't attacking. Here he is going. Evelyn. What? Save her, Maximus. Save her. The woman grunted, grinding her teeth. I dropped the mental barrier I had put up to reach out to Evelyn, and before I could, her voice was pouring into my head. Max, are you there? Evelyn sounded panicked. My entire being froze, all the hairs on my neck standing up. No. This couldn't be happening. Not my mate. Not my soul. She had to be okay. I had to believe she would be okay. Taking a deep breath, I fought to remain calm. Evelyn. Feeling strained in every possible way. I felt as if all the air had been sucked from my lungs. Evelyn, are you okay, Max? Not answering my question. Max. Oh, goddess. Please tell me she is okay. I'm okay. What's going on? She finally said. I tried to explain as quickly as possible. Rogue attack. They're coming from everywhere. We will be okay. They are sending them in small numbers, just from multiple places. Evelyn, I have a bad feeling. Something is off. It feels like... Connie, listen to me carefully. You need to get your dad and gun Xerxes right now and stay with them. Okay, she told me. I could feel her fear and anxiety through the link. I felt so helpless as I awaited her next move. Hundreds of miles away. She was silent for a few moments and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Are you going? I asked her finally. I was practically begging her to be safe. I just needed to know she was okay. Yes. I'm silent. Dead silence. Not a sound through the bond. Nothing except the sudden feeling of utter terror that sliced through my soul like a cold butcher's knife. Evelyn. What's wrong? I yelled at her through the bond. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I was frozen on the battlefield, my entire being feeling pained. Help. Evelyn screamed through the bond. And suddenly there was nothing. No feeling. No sound. No emotion. Evelyn. I roared at her mentally and begged for a reply. Nothing. Gamma's Xerxes. Where's my mate? I screamed at him through a mind link. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? Get Evelyn now. Silence on his end. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No. She can't be dead. I would know if she was dead. No, she must be okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We don't know what happened. I heard a commotion just a moment ago. Her parents. All the guards. We're here. We're here in the house and Evelyn is gone. There's no smell. No trace of entry. We are searching the perimeter right now. Find her, Caleb. Find her. I begged him over the mind link, looking around at the field. The rogues were dissipating. Eli, I turned to him. Voice fading. I felt like my vision was blurred. Evelyn. She's gone. I need to. He put a brotherly hand on my shoulder, looking into my eyes with an intense gaze go. I sprinted towards the pack house, each minute paining me. I felt physically ill. Images of her corpse de-body-beamed, pulled out of the lake flash in my mind. She was so lifeless. I had promised never to leave her again, and yet I did. I left her and now she might. Now she might. I froze in the doorway of the pack house, hyperventilating. Just as I arrived, Gamma's Xerxes filled my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know how to say this. His voice sounded broken. Something I had never once heard from the warrior Gamma before. She's gone. In a filthy cell, I was bound by silver chains and injected with wolfsbane, losing my connection to my mate. Chapter 29. Evelyn, a rancid smell filled my nose and I flinched away from it. My body responded with a throbbing sensation pounding against my skull. All over, I seemed to be trembling, in a strangely weakened state. I tried to force my eyes open but found myself feeling oddly weak, as if I had run a marathon 5x over. I tried again to open my eyes, the strain of that alone feeling like too much to bear. Very weak. My mind was black and I tried to think back to what had happened. Where could I be? Suddenly, images of the night before flooded my mind. It panicked Maximus. Stairs. A man. Cloth. Help. With all the force and might in my body I shot my eyes open, widened, panicked. I was laying on the floor of a grimy cell. It was covered in dirt and something that resembled human excrement. Looking down at my hands, they were bound in a silver chain that tore into my flesh and burned it, leaving bloody wrist marks. I winced at each tiny movement I made which pulled against the chain. Maximus, I mentally called. A strange void seemed to answer me. As slowly as possible I lifted my hand to touch my temple, noticing to be a lack of my wolf. A lack of my connection to Max. TSK, trying to mind link your mate, I see. A man with a sadistic tone to his voice spoke. He stepped out from the shadows into the light, seemingly coming from nowhere. My eyes came into contact with his dead grey ones. Eyes that I had seen the night before. This time they seemed to have a silver glint to them that reminded me of a dangerously sharp knife. This was not a man to be trifled with. And I had no doubt of who he was. You won't be able to talk to your mate. The silver has weakened you as has the wolfsbane I've been injecting you with. My eyes felt hollow as I looked at him through the bars, lacking light. I simply stared at the man in response, feeling too weak and parched to answer him. And in truth, I was unsure of what to say. But I knew one thing. I knew at the moment my eyes landed on him. Peter wanted to see me beg. He wanted to see a damsel in distress. He wanted me to be on my knees before him, and I refused to give him that privilege. Nothing to say. I didn't respond. You don't want to know why you are here. I didn't respond. Come on, ask me. His gaze suddenly lingering on my exposed legs due to the fact I was in pajama shorts and a long-sleeve shirt. His gaze traveled up the length of my body, desire clearly filling him, revolting me. Ask me something. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He raised a brow, stepping towards the bars. I stood up as well, attempting to appear strong and not make the wolfsbane necessifix noticeable. I dragged the chains against the floor, careful not to step on them. standing face to face with the man. I looked up at him, my shoulders squared and my face as fierce as I could muster. Why am I here? His eyes told me I was right in my assumption of who he was. To kill me, to weaken my mate. I spat, to bargain with him for our pack. A sly grin spread across his face and he leaned in, one hand coming through the bar to caress my face. Now I wouldn't kill you, sweet Evelyn. No, you will lure in your mate so I can kill him. Anger and fear surged in my chest and the calm composure I had mustered fell so fast it couldn't keep up with the fact I was taking the silver chain and winding it around Peter's hand. Peter looked at me with a maniacal look, throwing his head back to laugh. It was a deep laugh, one that resonated through the walls, chilling you to the bone. He leaned in close to the prison bars, yanking me forward. He snarled, "Did you really think I hadn't thought of that?" I looked in horror as he held the chains and had no reaction. No bleeding. No sensitivity to silver. My eyes widened and I looked at him in horror. "What are you?" I whispered. He grinned in response and when I blinked and he was gone. I looked around the prison in a panic, every speck of dust catching my eye. My eyes searched every crevice for the man, every shadow, hoping to find him. My breathing became heavy and shaky and I felt a panic attack coming on. The drowning weight of anxiety was coming down upon me, and I was weak to stop it. My ears felt clogged and my soul torn apart. With each shaky inhale I breathed in, I felt a shiver roll down my spine like the Grim Reaper's finger was tracing it. My eyes roamed like a drug addict trying to find the next hit, and yet all I saw was oblivion of nothingness outside of my cell. Anxiety reared its ugly head in turbulent waves inside my chest. All I wanted to do was close my eyes and take in deep breaths, to calm myself in the way my sweet mate had taught me, but I feared where Peter was. As I went to turn around and walk towards the back wall of the cell door made a very prominent click sound. I widened my eyes in horror, turning to face it. Every hair on my body stood up as the cell door creaked open. Not a person in sight. I slammed a hand against my mouth to muffle my scream. "Hello, Evelyn," I shrieked as Peter appeared before me like magic, coming out of thin air. "You asked me what I am. Would you still like to know?" He slyly grinned, leaning towards me. I took steps back as carefully as I could, to avoid the silver chains. Towards the wall. They called us night walkers, men who would disappear into the shadow of the night, untraceable by smell and yet revealed by light, looking me up and down and beginning to walk in a semi-circle around me. At one time, the night walker and the werewolf were almost. He paused again this time, a sour look crossing his features. Synonymous. He spit the word out as if it was vile. With each other. We were both known as creatures of the night, although both could easily use our artifacts in the day. For centuries our communities were unified in our front of protecting ourselves from humans. But then a werewolf had a human mate. He looked at me with glaring eyes, and she had long been in love with the Nightwalker. However, the werewolf stole her away from her lover. The werewolf turned the woman, not knowing she was pregnant with the Walker's baby. The Nightwalker retaliated and in his attempt to save his beloved and unborn child, killed her. But the child survived, leaving a child made of both Nightwalker and werewolf. My mind spun at the information and yet in an explosive moment seemed to connect every puzzle and mystery which had been looming over us for weeks. For Maximus a lifetime. It all made sense suddenly. Peter's ability to disappear without a trace. Maximus' brother's death. Why a normal pack wolf would be hellbent on vengeance. Peter paused, dead eyes watching me closely, gauging every indication I could give of reaction, and I nodded to him to continue. The werewolf became infuriated, and at his fury began to attack the night walkers. Night walkers, knowing the wolf's weakness, began to attack their mates. In the end, it proved to be a poor decision because of wolves' attachment to their mates. He scared. The wolves were driven mad and in the end hunted down and killed every last night walker. He stepped forward looking into my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was the last of his kind, and not even a pureblood. A mutt of sorts. Maybe. It was why he so easily persuaded rogues. The mutts of our kind. I stood silent, contemplating and absorbing the information, watching the silent rage that seemed to steep from the man. What does this have to do with me? I asked the question, and yet half of me already knew the answer. The Evergreen Pack was one of the strongest packs in the Northern Hemisphere until I brought them to their knees. And you are now part of the largest pack in North America. I told you only minutes ago I wanted to use you to lure your mate. He stepped towards me. Well, I lied. He breathed out maliciously. I am going to avenge my family and my ancestors and bring packs to their knees. He leaned in near my face, and as I stepped back, I hit the cell wall, starting with yours. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something sharp and shiny coming toward me. No. I screamed, jumping away from Peter as he tried to thrust a knife into my ribcage. The knife connected with the wall where I had just been standing, and I watched in horror as Peter turned to me with an evil glint in his eyes. Why, you don't want to do this, I yelled, putting a hand out, trying to escape him, but I knew it was no use. The silver and wolfsbane had weakened me significantly, possibly even weaker than when I had been human. I looked down at the chains which bound me to the cell, urgently looking for a way to escape. Stop fighting, Evelyn. You're only prolonging your death. Peter TSKD with a grin, stalking towards me. I tried to run but tripped over a chain. I fell onto the grimy cement floor, my face connecting with the concrete, flipping to my back. I turned to Peter and lifted hand in the air. Wait, I screamed as he lifted the knife. Tell me how you murdered my parents. His entire body seemed to be covered in goosebumps, and he looked at me strangely. Slowly, lowering the knife to his side, he bent down to be level with me. Whatever do you mean? Why you killed my parents? I stated through tears, silently praying to the moon goddess Maximus would find me in the midst of my stalling. Peter cocked his silver head to the side. Are your parents not John and Sylvia Smith? No, I breathed out in a shaky voice. My biological parents. The parents you murdered were the Oaks. Realization crossed the walker's face. As a look of anger crossed his face, he reached forward and gripped my shirt collar, pulling me towards him. Are you claiming to be Estelle Oak? No, I'm not claiming to be her. I am her, I said with a sudden fierceness. A strange sensation filled me, like a warm strength pouring into my body, as if my belated parents were offering me a surge of comfort. Peter inhaled a deep breath, a look of recognition crossing his features. He stood up and manically laughed. Oh, that bitch. She fooled me. All these years, allowing me to think you were dead. Francesca got what she deserved. He trailed off, looking around the cell stealthily. He gripped my shirt tighter. They died in a fire. Everyone knows that. He looked at me closer, noticing my hard stare. You think otherwise, he said as a statement rather than a question. I know otherwise. I breathed fiercely into his face. You poisoned them with wolfsbane, didn't you? You weakened them so they couldn't escape. His scowl melted, replaced by a grin. You are smarter than you seem, my dear. He stood with the knife, slowly turning away from me. Everything had gone so according to my plan up until now. Years of perfect plotting, unfolding to lead to this day. But I guess I was more fortunate in capturing you than I thought. Today the lines of both the Oak family and Alexander family will be ended permanently and all. He turned to face me, the knife glimmering. I noticed it was reflecting light that came from a window just outside the cell. If only the chains extended far enough, I might be able to barely exit the cell and get to it. At that same moment, I noticed something barely glimmering from Peter's pocket. My attention was snapped back to Peter, though. It will end all with you. What do you mean both lines will end with me? Peter's devilish smile widened. You don't know, do you? The way he said it was so joyful you might believe he was actually giving me good news. I looked at him in confusion, and he put a finger to his chin. Oh, of course you don't know, he exclaimed, raising a hand into the air, and tapping his head. You wouldn't have expected it so soon. Wouldn't have expected what so soon. To a full unpregnant. My blood ran cold, every hair on my body standing up. In any other case but this, I would have been rejoicing, running to tell Maximus. But here, enthusiasm, in this cell, this news was dreaded. I had a life inside of me to protect. I had a sweet child to protect. If you don't know, then that would mean your mate doesn't either. Peter trailed off. Oh, this will be much more fun. He paused and looked at me, stepping towards me again. He squatted to face me. Today, Evelyn, you will live. He stood to walk around me, and as he turned away I seized the moment to wrap the chain around his ankle, dragging him backward and trying to run. Peter was quick to slam me to the ground, hands going around my throat. My airway was entirely constricted, that I couldn't breathe, but I focused on my task. I was going to steal the key to my chains from Peter. Pain erupted through my neck. Stop. Key. I whispered out, one of my hands reaching up to try and pull his hands away, while I was swarming in pain and panic. I also did my best to remain calm. If I could just get the key, I could escape. But Peter's eyes glowed almost red as he cursed at me and squeezed tighter. I seized the moment of his blind anger to reach for the key I had seen glimmering from his pocket. Just as blackness began to fill my vision, pain filled my lungs as air was stolen from me, reminding me of my night in the lake. As nimbly as possible I grabbed the key, jamming it up my sleeve. At this point, I was suffocating. I tried to push with both hands this time, but Peter's hands were too strong in my feeble state. He released me and I began a coughing spasm, gasping for air. Oxygen could not seem to come fast enough as my lungs screamed for it. As I hit the floor from his release, I felt a mixture of horror, panic, and pride at my capture of the key. I heard the faint sound of Peter exiting the cell and coming back before a prickly sensation hit my arm and liquid fire poured through my veins. The blazing pain in my lungs and throat suddenly seemed minor in comparison to the feeling of a foul stinging my innermost being. Enjoy some wolfsbane, Peter spat, as he slammed the prison door shut. The poison swam through my veins like fire and made my already fatigued body feel like death. As my eyes closed though, I felt the reassuring cool feeling of the key pressing against my arm. I knew the moment I woke, I would escape. Chapter 30, Maximus panic was setting in. It had been 24 hours since I had heard from Evelyn. 24 hours of mental torture as I helplessly and aimlessly searched for my mate. Every possible worst cast scenario floated through my mind, slowly torturing me. I sat with my head down on my desk, my heart seeming to shatter as the memory of my mate screaming help through the mind link permeated my brain. I felt sick just thinking of her, sick thinking about what she must be enduring. What was even harder was not feeling our connection, not knowing if she... No, I can't think that way. I shook my head. A knock resonated on the door and I lifted my head from the basket of my arms. My puffy eyes looked to the door as a familiar face I hadn't seen in weeks came through. Maximus, Connor whispered. His face looked sorrowful and I let a half-chuckle, half-sob as I saw him. It was a strange way to feel. Bittersweet. The sweet comfort of my best friend's arrival and the bitter of knowing why he was here. He came around the desk and I stood up as he wrapped me in a firm brotherly hug. Connor, I whispered, my voice sounding broken, almost ghostly, like an old record that's been scratched. It's okay, man. We are going to find her. I promise you. He pulled back and held my shoulders, looking at me with a resolute look. We are going to find her. I wiped my nose across my sleeve, nodding, feeling my inner wolf seem to howl internally in pain. It was as if she were already lost. In a sense, she truly was. I felt like I was suffocating. Alpha Alexander, a quiet and meek voice spoke from the doorway. I looked up to see a familiar blonde. Hi, Maddie. I have smiled at one of my mate's best friends. I stepped forward towards her, offering a small hug. Please call me Maximus. I spoke gently, feeling the redness of my eyes. You are my best friend's mate and my mate's best friend. It's nice to finally meet you, despite the circumstances. You as well. She trailed off. It was then that I noticed her eyes were swollen as well, and covered in a glassy film of tears. I just need Evelyn to be okay," she whispered half brokenly, her arms hugging herself. Her lip quivered and Connor walked over to her, wrapping his arms around her and pressing a kiss to her forehead. "She'll be okay. Love. We will find Evelyn." "What do you mean you'll find Miss Evelyn?" A small voice spoke. I looked in surprise to see Miles standing in the hall, clutching a stuffed bear Evelyn had gifted him. His blue eyes looked widely at us. I thought Miss Evelyn was seeing her friend. Did Miss Evelyn not know where her friend lived? He asked sweetly. "Miss Evelyn is gone." Mira emerged down the hall. Her face was pale. Evelyn, I stumbled trying to think of how to explain to the children their one source of stability was gone. "Miss Evelyn is going to be just fine. She just lost her way to my house," Maudie exclaimed, taking me off guard. She forced a smile onto her face and quickly wiped some tears as she stepped forward to the kids. She squatted down in front of them. "My name is Maudie," she said gently. "I'm Evelyn's friend. I'm here to help her find her way home." Her soft demeanor reminded me in all ways of Evelyn, and it took everything in me not to cry then and there. Miles and Mira sent her bright smiles. "I'm Mira. This is Miles," Mira said, motioning to herself, and her brother enthusiastically with a smile. "It's so nice to meet you. Evelyn has spoken so highly of you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Miles asked sheepishly, holding his hands behind his back and swaying back and forth. "Oh, really? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Maudie said with a soft smile. She glanced over her shoulder and quickly took note of my rigid form, her gaze apologetic. "Beta Connor and Alpha Maximus are trying to help Evelyn find her way home, so we need to be careful not to interrupt them. Maybe we can go play a game," Maudie proposed. "Yes," Miles exclaimed, and Mira smiled and nodded. Miles's small hand grabbed onto her own as he started to drag her away. Maudie cast Connor a half smile over her shoulder, a look that read she loved the sweet duo. Connor smiled and nodded her, and I wondered for a moment what was going on. But my thoughts were diverted as Connor turned to me and refocused my attention. "Let's find Evelyn." I nodded my head, willing myself to not be frozen in fear. I needed to be strong for Evelyn, so in spite of my fear, I would be strong. Turning to the door, I exited my office. I winded down the oak halls to a door that was growing all too familiar. The silver door. Connor followed me as I unlocked it and headed down the creaking stairs. Each creak felt like a stab at the heart, a reminder of why I was down there. Shoes clicking against the cement floors. I watched the tall and stoic figures turn towards me. Alpha Oak and Alpha Smith. The gentleman of Alpha Oak had been replaced by a fearsome man who was hard set on getting answers behind his newly found sister's disappearance. Alpha Smith, who had always been a headstrong and determined man, had the look of a warrior painted on his face. Looking into their eyes, one thing was clear. Evelyn would be found. There was no doubt, just pure conviction. A conviction that bolstered my spirits as I neared them. A conviction that resonated with me in the depths of my soul. My sweet mate. She would be found. "How is it going?" I asked as I approached them, crossing my arms to look at the half-dozen rogues we had sprinkled amongst the cells. "Nothing goes without trial and error," Alpha Oak said with a slight smirk as he wiped a splotch of blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. Based on the metallic smell in the air, I could assume things were progressing. "And how is trial and error going?" I asked him, feeling hopeful. This time Alpha Smith turned to face me. As I looked at his face, my stomach dropped. His face was in a tight grimace. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He half whispered, half grunted out as he turned to look at the prisoners. "Nothing," I whispered, stomach sinking. "Nothing." I nodded. I sighed deeply, a cloud of disappointment and fear creeping back in. How could I find her? How? My mind felt like a scrambled maze whirling around my head and making me dizzy. My mind raced as I scanned my brain for how you traced the steps of someone who seemingly dissipated without a step to see. Then, as if Evelyn herself was giving me the answer, an idea struck me. I stepped forward to the rogue who sat in the cage. His head was pouring blood down the right side of his face, clearly bashed in by my counterparts, leaving an ugly marred image. However, looking at his eyes, something looked familiar. I'm not telling you nothing. Spitting on the ground. Why? I asked him why. He chuckled darkly. Yes, I replied, my tone becoming strong and firm. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stepped forward and looked him dead in the eye. Why? All of the misjudgment and the confusion of the last few months had taught me one thing: to look beyond what I normally saw in a person and see them as they truly are. Evelyn had done that for me, and she had examples it to me time and time again, somewhere deep inside of me. As I scanned the rogue, I knew this is where the answers to Evelyn's location would lie. He seemed to pause, his rogue eyes assessing me like a wild animal assessing a potential predator. Tell me why you feel the need to help Peter. What has he told you? No. What has he lied to you about to make you help him? You mean, what has he told me about you? The rogue answered in a conniving tone. Sure. Let's start there, I said in a soft voice that stoned surprised even me. The man shook his head and scoffed. And to my surprise, a few tears poured down his face. He didn't have to tell me anything. He shouted suddenly. He stood up, hand balled into a fist. He stood up in the cell, walking until we were only a foot away. I fought for you. I fought the rogues. He cried and put his hands in his hair, pulling at the ends, only for my mate to be murdered along with my unborn child. He seethed at me. So there is no lie that's had to be told. I want you to suffer. Another lie. Another painful lie. His jawline tightened and he glared at me. I watched him closely, trying to place him in my brain as he harshly wiped some of the blood from his eyes and face. His face suddenly closer and cleaner. It became even more familiar. Searching his face, my brain fought to find the answer. And then, it hit me. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered out. My voice choked. Connor, who had silently been watching, stepped to my side immediately and looked at the man closely. Brady Travis. Connor exclaimed, his brown eyes widening. The man's own eyes widened a fraction and he spit at us before stepping back and laughing harshly. So you do remember. Connor, I turned to him in urgency. Maggie, Brady, I'll get them right now. Connor exclaimed as he took off running down the hallway. I turned back to Brady Travis, a man I had once known as a young and aspiring pack warrior, a determined young man who loved his family wholeheartedly. What's going on? Gaze hardened. I paused for a moment, seeming unable to formulate words. The lies that Peter had spun had made people believe. It seemed to be an endlessly tangled web that was evil in its entirety. All I could feel for the man in front of me was pure compassion. I finally spoke up, my voice gentle. You were wrong, Bray. About what? What was I possibly wrong about? I opened my mouth to respond when the sound of light, feminine footsteps racing caught my attention. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Maggie screamed. His eyes became saucers as he without hesitation grabbed the silver bar and looked in her direction. He jumped back at the painful contact and I took the moment to unlock his cell and open it. I wouldn't keep a man from his mate, rogue or not. To my agent extraordinaire, Evelyn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He shouted back, his voice joyful and confused. He looked at me in bewilderment before running out of the cell towards a sobbing redhead who carried a confused 3-year-old. He wrapped his arms around her as tightly as I imagined a man could without suffocating someone into his arms, his forehead leaning against hers. Maggie, he choked out, tears pouring down his face. his face seeming to melt. She shook her head up and down firmly against his, before reaching a hand out to caress his cheek. It's me," she choked. They held onto each other tightly, swaying for a few minutes, whispering each other's names in shock. After the few minutes had passed, little Brady whispered out Mama. Brady pulled away just enough from Maggie to look at the little boy in her arms, his eyes wide and largely again. Mama," Brady Sr. whispered. Maggie let out a half-sob, half-laugh and nodded, wiping some tears from her cheeks. "Be Brady. Meet your son, Brady Dawson Travis." And that moment, if a face could melt, his certainly did. Every expression softened and gentled as he looked at the wide-eyed little boy whose chocolate brown hair matched his own. "Hi," he cried. "Hello." The little boy responded with a small wave. "Brady," Maggie whispered, clearly talking to the child. This is your Daddy. Baby. But I thought Daddy was in heaven." He spoke gently. Mommy thought so too." Her voice broke as she looked at her mate. "But Daddy came back from heaven." Brady Sr. gave a soft smile to the little boy. My heart melted. I couldn't imagine what the family must have felt at that moment. For years of lost time to suddenly collide all at once. "Oh," Brady Jr. whispered as if his mom's answer made all the sense in the world. "Hi, Daddy." "Hi," Brady Sr. whispered again, this time reaching forward, taking the little boy in his arms, and hugging him close. Watching them, my heart ached and I selfishly wished they would hurry. Evelyn was out there, somewhere, anywhere, and I was anxiously awaiting our own reunion, waiting to hold her in my arms and bury my face in her soft hair, and kiss her gentle lips. As if sensing this, Maggie wiped a few tears against the back of her hand and looked at me and back at her mate. "Brady, my love," she whispered. "Words cannot describe the joy I feel in this moment, but that joy will be with us the rest of our lives. Right now, Alpha Alexander needs our help, his own joy, our Luna, and my dear friend is missing. Please, Brady." She leaned forward and gently touched his arm and I watched as they made eye contact. "Please, Brady. For our pack, for your Alpha, tell us where Evelyn is." Brady turned to me, his face buried in thought. For a moment, I thought he would curse at me and storm out of the prison, mate and child in tow. He took a few steps near me before pausing and reaching a hand out. "Thank you for returning me to my family. Allow me to do the same for you." Relief flooded my chest as I took his hand in my own to shake and smiled. "My sweet mate. My sweet Evelyn. I'm coming." Chapter 31. Evelyn. My eyes were glued shut and I tried to move, my entire body writhing in pain. I felt like I had run 1 mile without stopping, the exhaustion making every muscle in my body ache. Opening my eyes, everything in my physical body screamed at me not to move, not to so much as lift a finger, and yet my mind demanded just that of me, demanded I take action. The key still pressed cool against my wrist, reminding me that this was not over yet. I had an escape. Forcing myself up, I groaned and quickly fisted a hand over my mouth to attempt to stop myself from crying out. I simply couldn't risk the smallest sound escaping me, yet each breath I inhaled was like breathing in glass. Each minute movement splinteringly painful. But I knew it was now or never. I had entered survival mode and I planned to do just that. Survive. Taking a deep breath, I shoved myself away from the floor, trying to prevent myself from screaming at the pain. Taking a few more deep breaths, hoping to will the pain away, I stood up, my legs protesting my every move. Looking around me, I looked for any sign of life. Knowing Peter's abilities, I listened carefully for so much as a pin drop of sound. But all I heard was my silence, sending a silent prayer to the moon goddess. I took the key and as carefully as possible unhooked the chains from my rifles. The flesh looked like it was burned and I tried to stop myself from gagging. Watching the chains slip away and clink against the stone floor, my whole body cringed. Again, I held my breath. listening for the slightest hint of motion. Hearing none, I released the breath I was holding and grabbed the keys, pressing them into the lock and turning them. A click echoed into the silent and still air. I held my breath once more, taking every precaution possible. Today would not be the day I died. Again, nothing seemed amiss, but it didn't stop the erratic beating of my heart as I slowly opened the cell door. My heart pounded in my chest and I knew that I now needed to move quickly. Every second that passed was a second wasted. A second closer to being discovered and being sealed to a fate of death. In few strides, I was in front of the window which stood just over my head. My body still throbbed, but I pressed the feeling down. There is no pain too strong for the mind. There is no pain too strong for the mind. There is no pain too strong for the mind. There is no pain too strong for the mind. I willed myself to conquer the pain as I jumped and grabbed onto the windowsill. Pain like a blaze of fire swarmed my arms, but I forced the feeling down as I bit into my lip to prevent myself from screaming. The metallic taste of blood soured my mouth. Knowing if I fell to the ground I wouldn't be able to manage to jump up again, I used all my might to swing my body to the side and hoist all egg onto the sill. Then, using every fiber of strength left in my being, I pulled myself up. I breathed in many shaky breaths, adrenal wearing off and giving way to fatigue. Despite it though, a smile broke out on my face alongside tears of the victory. A flooding sense of relief filled me. I was going home. I was going home to see my beloved mate, and nothing would separate us ever again. I felt exuberant. I lifted my hand to open the window as a piercing, painful howl broke through the air. It was a strong howl, a howl that held a timbre to it. It was a howl that promised bloodshed. I froze as realization coursed through me, Max. Dozens of howls followed it in unison, a battle cry of retribution. I was flooded with joy and relief. I would finally be free. I beamed and went to push open the window just as a door slammed. Eyes wide, I didn't take the time to look back as I scrambled to get the window open. But it was stuck. No. I tugged at the window with all my might. "Oh no, you don't," Peter yelled behind me. I yanked on the window, willing it to budge as Peter jumped and grabbed to my ankle. I screamed as he pulled at me, and began to kick at him, as viciously as I could. I bucked like a wild horse, but I knew my strength was diminished greatly. Each movement was like a knife cutting into my legs, but I knew the outcome of being caught would be far worse. With all my power, I kicked at him, but I had used the last of my strength to try and free myself. In one strong tug, he forced me down and I tumbled to the floor. I half smacked the concrete as Peter slammed a hand over my face. I struggled against him, but it was no use. I had no energy left to fight. I knew there was only one thing, one person who could save me now. I bit as hard as I could into Peter's hand. He cursed, pulling it away as blood dripped from it. As loudly as I could muster, I screamed, "Max." A hard and painful smack landed on my face, leaving white-hot heat behind. Peter yanked me towards him. "Shut the hell up." This time he grabbed my face roughly, his hand holding my jaw to the point of bruising, and in a way that prevented me from opening my mouth. I struggled against him as he pulled me, doing my best to plant my feet into the ground, to stop him from taking me away. But it was beginning to feel futile. I was immensely weak from the wolfsbane, and began to feel like a limp puppet doll as he dragged me across the room toward a wall. "Scream and I'll kill you," he threatened. He lifted his hand from my lips to press a stone on the wall, and without fear, I screamed as loudly as I could. If he was going to kill me anyway, at least I died trying to escape. He swore, and that's when I heard it. The stampeding of feet. A hidden door opened, and he slammed a hand over my mouth again and began to drag me, but I shot my arms out to hold onto the open wall. He yanked me as hard as he could muster, but it was too late. The main door to the room burst off the hinges and splinters of wood went flying. A large, strong black wolf broke through, his eyes promising death to his enemy. A wave of anger seeped from the wolf, unlike any I had ever known, and yet I was not fearful. No, I rejoiced. My heart flooded with relief at the man I loved. The vicious and powerful alpha he was, here to save me. Following him were at least a half dozen more wolves, who looked nearly as vicious. Two I recognized as my father and brother. Anger emanated from them as well. A fearsome trio of alphas. Peter could stand no match against them. But my relief was short-lived. The feeling of sharp and cool metal pressing against my throat came all too suddenly. Not a step closer. Peter laughed maniacally. Maximus sounded a sharp and loud growl which penetrated the room, the very timbre of its ending the hair on my body standing up. Don't even think about it," Peter hissed. "If you want your mate and your unborn pup to survive, you listen to me carefully." At the word of a child, I saw Max's eyes, although in a wolf form filled with worry and doubt to my own. Looking for confirmation, I would have nodded my head if it weren't for the blade pressed against my throat. So all I could do was simply whisper out, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm." If Maximus hadn't already been set to kill the murderous man who had me in his grip, he certainly was craving blood now. I just the anger emanating from him in waves. It was so strong, I was surprised to find Peter still standing. "I am going to close this door and you will not follow, or your mate will be very dead in a few moments. Do you understand?" Peter yelled. He jostled me from side to side, the knife still firmly planted at the base of my throat. Yet I knew something as Peter's eyes darted back and forth. He was losing his edge. Peter, the grand schemer, had been backed into a corner. I watched as the wolf, my mate, in front of me contemplated, a strained look crossing his features. "No, Max. No, don't fall for his tricks. He'll kill me." I cried out. "He will kill me anyway." I stopped as Peter pressed the knife further into my throat, the metallic scent of blood filling the air as it dripped from my neck. All three alphas voiced ferocious growls. "Is that enough to shut you up?" he hissed in my ear. Tears poured down my face as I watched my mate stand there helplessly. Yet, when I met his eyes, they seemed to hold a resolution, a feeling of assurance. I watched as he gave me a small nod. So small I might have missed it, but a nod nonetheless. He had a plan. He had something. I knew to in my soul. Maybe it was just false hope, but I believed it. I believed in him. As Peter closed the brick wall in front of us, he removed the knife from my throat, dragging me down a dark passageway. With my eyesight hindered by the wolfsbane in my system, I stumbled in the complete darkness. As he dragged me, "You stupid, stupid girl," Peter hissed at me. As I tripped, "Oh, I will enjoy killing you once I am safe to do it." A light emerged ahead of us, and I shivered. Was my end truly near? Did I imagine the nod I saw Maximus give me? Anxiety weighed deeply in my chest, but I closed my eyes, willing myself to calm, to believe in the man I loved and knew would fight for me. The light grew brighter and we exited the tunnel, the sudden sunlight blinding me. I raised a hand to cover my eyes, and that's when I felt it. The hands grabbing my waist and pulling me backward into a chest as the sound of vicious growls erupted in the air. A gentle hand rubbed my back and I looked up. "Dad," I breathed in relief. His face was hard and focused on something behind me, and that's when I heard Peter scream. The kind of scream that haunts nightmares, that emerges from horror movies. A long and dreadful scream that was accompanied by the unmistakable sound of snapping. I covered my ears with my hands as my dad pulled me into his chest. Holding me tightly, he pressed a kiss to my forehead, and it was only moments later, when I was sure it was silent, I lifted my head, slowly lowering my hands from my ears. I turned around. What I saw was nothing short of a horror movie. I looked to see blood, soaked grass, organs lying about, and a decapitated Peter. I gasped in horror, as tears filled my eyes at the sight. Time seemed to freeze and my lip quivered as tears poured down my face. I couldn't breathe. I gasped for air over and over, and it was only when a new pair of hands turned me around and began to shake me that I looked up and saw him. Evelyn. My sweet mate's handsome face came into view as he cupped my face and looked deeply into my eyes. Oh, my love. Eyes scanning my face. He surely saw nothing short of shock and horror. He pulled me into his chest. That's when I broke. I sobbed like I was crying for the very first time. Like a newborn baby, I wailed. And he simply held me as the terror that had consumed me bubbled to the surface and spilled out a river of tears. Sure. Maximus hushed as he held me in his strong arms. His safe, strong arms. It was a feeling I had feared never having again. Safety. Yet, I was keenly aware of just how suddenly safe I was. Free from Peter ever harming me again. He roped circles into my back as I latched onto him, sobs racking my body. I cried and cried until the shaking that had seemed to overtake me ceased and the tears ran dry, leaving me grasping onto Maximus for strength. He held me tenderly, as if I were a newborn fawn, his hands caressing me in comfort. We stood in silence for a few minutes, swaying back and forth in each other's arms. His sweet presence seemed like a calming dream in the sunlight after a storm. Oh, what a sweet relief to be in his arms. Let's go home, Maximus asked, breaking through the clouds of my mind. My certainly red and swollen eyes looked up at his face which looked at me with such tenderness, gentleness, and care. And I nodded silently. Home. I felt like I was in a dreamy haze, my nightmares having been broken, and a fluid motion. He swept me up into his arms, carrying me away. As he walked, he kept pressing kisses to my forehead and head, his eyes searching me for any and all signs of harm. The coldest that had been in my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, seemed to seep away, giving to a feeling of blossoming warmth, enthusiasm, a gentle comfort. I took the time to gaze at his face, which looked torn and tired. The tanned skin of his forehead was wrinkled from worry, his eyes a sunken purple. The skin of his chin, the lower half of his face, was grist-lined, covered in patches of unshaven face. In a way, I felt that his outward appearance reflected my soul, worn and weary. I heard it all open and swiveled my head to see a black SUV or be opened by Gamma's Xerxes. He nodded his head to me silently in greeting as Maximus climbed into the car carefully, refusing to let me go. I shot the Gamma a soft smile. Maximus sat down in the car, me sitting sideways across his lap as he cradled me to him. Looking back up at him, I reached a hand up and gently stroked his face. He leaned into my hand and closed his eyes, and my heart went out to him. I could tell he had suffered sleepless nights in looking for me. The more I looked at him, the more admiration and love filled my chest. My sweet mate, my sweet protector, my heart seemed to break in two. How was it that I was loved so well by him? How was it that he saved me every time? I was so worried. He suddenly whispered, voice cracking. He opened his eyes and they were filled with tears. I thought I might never see you again. Oh, Max, I whispered, my own coming out gravelly. You'll never lose me? Never again. I gently cried. I leaned my forehead against his, the tops of our heads kissing as I closed my eyes, simply basking in the safety of his presence. The peace of it, the feeling of the mate bond slowly returning gave me strength. The gentle comfort of its ebb and flow, its intricate and unbreakable link between us, filled me like warm hot chocolate. Is it really true? He suddenly whispered, into the silence. He gave me a look of awe as he placed a gentle hand on my belly. A smile broke out on my face, as I nodded. As far as I'm aware. Yes, is it true? His hand on my stomach. He looked at it and smiled brightly, a few tears filling his eyes. A sudden hesitancy filled me. Is this what he wanted? Oh, Evelyn. He smiled brightly, tears pouring down his face again. But this time, tears of joy. I am so happy, my love. So happy. He planted a kiss on my lips, smiling against them. Me too, I whispered against his lips as I pulled back in my lap at him. Me too. A few weeks later, I smiled out at the crowd of people gathered behind the pack house. My people. Our people. I felt looking up at Maximus. They filled the grassy area between the pack house and training center as Maximus and I stood on a stage. He was dressed in a regal, looking black suit, his face clean, shaven. I stood in a long white dress, a hand held to my newly emerging baby bump. As it turned out, werewolf pregnancies only lasted for months and I was about halfway through. Holding Maximus's hand, I turned to look at him with a vibrant smile. Hugged, poured out my love to him. All the days of our lives I wanted nothing more than to do just that. And today, I knew he needed it. Today I would officially be announced as Luna, and he would finally end an era of fear. It was high time the people of the pack knew their alpha, and knew the truth. Above the rumors, my heart flooded with sadness, knowing what so many wolves thought, knowing the lies they believed about my sweet and kind mate. Many wolves over the last few weeks had heard the truth about what Peter had done, and we had slowly seen a change in the pack. A respect Maximus had always deserved had risen as Peter's manipulation came to light. Still, many wolves were confused as to the truth. Maximus, despite his hesitation at showing vulnerabilities to pack, had decided it was best to tell his pack face what had transpired. The pack had long been controlled and manipulated by rumors. We couldn't stand by and risk another Peter emerging from our pack. It was time for them to know the real Alpha, Maximus Alexander. The Alpha I loved. Thank you for gathering here today. Maximus spoke out loudly to the crowd, raising a hand to quiet the talking. The whispers and chattering that only a moment ago but filled with so much noise fell silent. Today I have come to officially present your Luna to you. He began as a number of people in the crowd began to clap. I blushed. Maximus raised a hand to silence them. But before we enter this new era in our pack, he smiled as he looked down at my bump. I must address you all in something long overdue. He seemed to capture the people's attention as the crowd looked at him in curiosity and some whispers broke out. He began. Rumors have circulated about me. Rumors that stem from childhood. It has led many of you to fear me. Something I once thought was what my life was destined to be until I met my Evelyn. He looked at me tenderly and I smiled brightly at him, squeezing his hand, urging him to go on. What my mate has shown me is that I do not have to live this way. Live distantly from you all, and with fear plaguing our midst. Today, I want to put the rumors to rest, and in doing so, I will be vulnerable with you. All I ask of you is you hear me out. You hear the truth. Taking a deep breath. I did not kill my brother. It is something I have said for years. But without a culprit, I see why any of you have held me to blame. It was recently revealed that the now dead man who kidnapped my mate, Peter, was responsible. He was a night walker, which was why he was able to kill my brother without a scent or smell ever being traced. The crowd broke out in whispers, and I felt Maximus tense. I looked at him in empathy, giving his hand another squeeze. I could feel the anxiety rolling off of him in waves, but I also knew he was strong. He was strong enough to do this. As for my stepmother, I never denied killing her, but I also never offered a true explanation. My stepmother, well, after my brother's death, she blamed me, and that's when the abuse started. Gas rang out through the crowd. I killed her because, in a rage, she tried to kill me. It was purely self-defense. Yet I never defended myself to all of you because I was a child, and a child who blamed myself. I blamed myself for it all. Tears welled in his eyes. But I want you to know the truth. I want you to know I'm an alpha who cares, who doesn't want you to live in fear. Those of you who have met my mate can attest to her goodness and her kindness, and I want you to not be afraid to know her simply because of her association with me. I want you to look to us in pride and trust, knowing we want to steward our pack, to care for you. And that is why I am telling you this today. I see no better day than the introduction of my Luna and the announcement of our coming son to tell you this. So, can we start anew? Can our pack forgive my shortcomings and allow us to move into a new era united? Silence filled the crowd for a moment and knots filled my stomach. I could only hope they would accept my mate for who he truly was, and accept me as the Luna. May the Alpha and Luna live long and in prosperity. A voice yelled from the crowd, and soon hundreds of other voices were chanting the same thing. A thunder of claps filling the forest in loud celebration. I beamed as I looked at the smiling faces of our pack members. Faces that had once held fear instead were full of respect and wonder. A joyful feeling washed over me as well as relief. Stepping forward, Maximus gently pulled me to his side and smiled. I present to you your Luna, Evelyn Smith Alexander. And the cheers erupted to fold. Epilogue, Evelyn hot oil popped in front of me and I smiled. I hummed as I stirred the batter, before pouring it into the sizzling pan. The sweet aroma of blueberry pancakes graced the air as it cooked, filling my home with its pleasant aroma. Lingering in the soft warm steam from the pan, I grinned. I looked over my shoulder and smiled as I watched my sweet children running around, hair flying, and loudly giggling. My 4-year-old son Rafe, who had dark brown hair that matched his father's and honey, brown eyes that matched my own, came up to me in a fit of giggles. I turned to flip a pancake as he came behind me and tugged on my shorts. Yes. Down at him. When will pancakes be ready? Mama. Soon. My sweet love. Soon. Mama. Pick up. Pick me up please, Mama. He spoke again, tugging my shorts. Laughing and playfully rolling my eyes, I knelt down and pulled him into my arms, kissing his forehead. Behind me, I sensed a presence I knew all too well after years of being mated to him. Turning around, I smiled as my eyes locked with icy blue ones at a gentle smile. His gaze turned towards Alda Daphne, a little girl with golden, brown hair, practically identical to my color, running who ran towards him with cosmotic laughter. She leapt into his arms and squealed, "Daddy Sunshine," he exclaimed, holding her in the air and blowing raspberries to her face. He set her down before coming up to me and Rafe with a glowing smile. He kissed our son's forehead. "How is my sweet and strong boy this morning?" he asked with a smile as he ruffled Rafe's hair. "Daddy," he exclaimed with a giggle. Maximus turned to me, his gaze loving and strong. Rafe wiggled in my arms and I set him down as Max wrapped his arms around my waist. He pressed a kiss against my lips, and I smiled. "Good morning," I whispered. "Good morning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He beamed down at me. I turned at his arms to flip pancakes. As he held his grip on my waist, he lowered his head to the crook of my shoulder, pressing a kiss against my neck, making me laugh. "Max, stop it." "And why should I?" Raising a brow to look at me. "Because I need to focus on not burning pancakes so our guests can actually eat," I exclaimed, patting his head with the spatula. "Sure. What I'm hearing is that I'm a distraction." I playfully shoved him. "Oh, go away. You love me," he grinned cheekily, pressing a kiss to my cheek. "I do." I smiled over my shoulder, before turning back to flipping pancakes. "And I love you," I heard him call over my shoulder sweetly as he rustled through the silverware drawer to set the table. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang, putting my apron aside. I quickly made my way to the door at the front of the house. With a smile, I opened it to see 3 beloved faces. "Evelyn," Isabel exclaimed with a smile. Her long silky black hair was elegantly placed in a bun atop her head. My brother's mate stood alongside my brother, her dark almond eyes shining brightly. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I smiled back, giving her a hug, careful of the baby in her arms. Pulling away, I looked down to see my sweet 2-year-old niece, Sophia. The little girl was the perfect combination of her parents, her almond eyes lending to Isabel's Chinese heritage, and her golden brown hair lending to her father. "Hello, sweet love." I beamed at the baby, tickling her chin and making her giggle. Looking away from the little girl, I smiled at my brother Eli. I exclaimed, reaching out to give him a hug. "Good to see you, Evelyn," pulling me into a tight hug. His beard scratched against my head. "You too." At that moment, a car pulled through the woods and up our driveway. "Feel free to make your way inside." I smiled at them as I heard Maximus offer a greeting in the background. Walking down the driveway, I watched as Maudie, Connor, Mira, and Miles exited the car. "Auntie Evelyn," Mira exclaimed. Her light blonde hair bounced in a braid that mirrored Maddie's signature one as she ran up. "Look who is getting tall," I exclaimed with a laugh as I hugged her. She had just turned 12 and was only a foot shorter than me. "How are you, sweet girl?" I asked with a smile as I held her in my arms. "So good, Auntie Evelyn." She pulled away. "You would not believe what Dad got me for my birthday." Her eyes were wide in a "no way you'll believe it" kind of look. "Oh, wouldn't I?" I laughed. "You will have to promise to tell me over brunch." She nodded her head and smiled brightly as she skipped past me and into the house. Miles held onto Muddy's hand tightly, a habit he had formed since Muddy and Connor adopted him. As they walked up to the house, she smiled down at him, while a hand rested on the protruding baby bump that her lilac dress highlighted. Connor stood by his mate with a smile, walking stride by stride with her. "Hi," Muddy's sweet voice called as she walked up to me. She let go of Miles's hand to hug me in a tender embrace, before immediately holding onto his hand again. "Hi, my sweet friend." I smiled at her. "Hi, Auntie Evelyn," Miles exclaimed with a bright smile. The 8-year-old held a precious grin with his front missing tooth. "Hi, Keenet." I smiled as I kneeled down to hug him. "How are you?" So good. "I can't wait to finally be a big brother," he exclaimed. "I bet." I smiled with a nod. "And you will be the very best big brother," Connor exclaimed, sweeping the boy into his arms, causing him to release a squeal followed by giggles. "How are you, Evelyn?" Connor smiled brightly at me. Good. Just glad to have you guys here for brunch." "I know." Maddie smiled sympathetically. "It's been a busy summer with the kids' schedules. I'm happy the school year has returned us with some normalcy." I smiled and nodded. August was one of my favorite months. A sweet end to summer, and a reunion with my friends who I had seen sparsely between holidays and summer vacations. We walked towards the house, continuing in conversation about the upcoming school year and our lives. A warm feeling blossomed in my heart as the day faintly reminded me of a dream I had had years ago. A dream of sweet mornings filled with blueberry pancakes. As we stepped into the house and I closed the door behind us, I turned to face my family and dear friends. The endearing scene before me caused me to smile. Eli, Connor, and Simis had huddled together around the table, each one talking while trying to grab a giggling child and put them in a seat. Izzy and Maddie smiled at each other in deep conversation as Maddie rubbed her belly. "Oh, what a sweet life," I thought to myself as I joyfully walked over to my friends to join in on the conversation. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.